Sea-level aptitude, magical amplification, suitable for mages. Next, in a luxurious room within the church, the bishop was helping the children awaken their talents and guiding them toward the most suitable professions. In this world, every person awakened their innate talent at the age of 16, categorized into 6 levels ranging from S to E. Most children only possessed D or E-level talents. For those with C-level and above, they were considered a cut above the rest. As long as they didn't squander their potential, their future was promising. Clan stood in the awakening queue, feeling extremely nervous. In truth, his soul had transmigrated. 16 years ago, he had been hit by a car while lowering his head, engrossed in his phone. When he opened his eyes again, he had become an infant in this world. After enduring 16 years, he swore to himself that if given another chance, he would never bow his head to look at his phone again. The girl standing behind him, Julia, patted him gently on the back and whispered words of comfort. Don't worry. Your parents are nobles, so you're bound to have a good talent. Julia was Clan's only friend. She was dearly loved by her family and had a cheerful personality. It was all thanks to her help that Clan had been able to persevere until today. But Clan wasn't really nervous. He was overly excited. All he needed was to awaken his talent, enroll in the King's Academy, and he would finally be able to escape from that household. I'm fine. I'm just too excited. Julia blinked in surprise, caught off guard. Next, Clan Gaza. Clan stepped forward. The bishop, clad in white, wore a cold and indifferent expression, merely glancing at him before instructing. Relax your body completely and feel your surroundings. Clan complied, closing his eyes and relaxing. Very quickly, he felt a surge of energy pouring into his body, accompanied by a faint white glow. The awakening stone displayed a result: attribute enhancement, profession knight. The bishop remained expressionless as he announced, sea-level aptitude, attribute enhancement, suitable for knights. Attribute enhancement was a rare talent, albeit inconsistent. With luck, one could gain +1 point in a desired attribute every year, which was highly advantageous. However, if the attribute points were added to useless areas, the talent was practically squandered. Most people found it difficult to consistently enhance critical attributes, which was why it was categorized as C-level. Upon hearing the bishop declare the result, Clan felt a hint of disappointment. He had originally believed he could defy fate, but it seemed his expectations were too high. Clan had awakened an average talent. Attribute enhancement wasn't terrible, though. With a bit of good fortune, this talent wasn't weak. He consoled himself with this thought. After his awakening, a blue screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was the legendary status panel, accompanied by a cold mechanical voice. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 strength attribute point today. The attributes were as follows. Name, Clan Gaza. Profession, Knight. Age, 16. Level 1. Technique, Gale Swordsmanship, LV1. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 8. Affinities, Wind 1, Water 4, Lightning 6, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Darkness 0, Space 0, Time 0. Charm, 64, Luck, 3, Lifespan, 62. Additional talents, Swordsmanship 9, Magic 4. Seeing the panel, Clan froze for a moment. So, Awakening also granted him a status panel talent? It was like having 2 talents, a pleasant surprise indeed. He quickly realized why his progress had been slow before. His wind affinity was poor. If he trained in lightning or water-associated techniques instead, his strength would improve significantly. After the test concluded, Clan didn't leave right away. He waited for his friend and prepared himself to head straight to the King's Academy. He didn't plan on returning home. With his current C-level talent, he was already considered a threat in that woman's eyes. Returning home would likely mean a short life. Compared to the typical transmigrators, Clan's starting point wasn't too bad. He was the illegitimate son of a baron. As a child, he at least had enough food, access to techniques, and a life far better than that of commoners. But after his father remarried and his mother passed away, he had become nothing more than a scapegoat for others' frustrations. The baron's new wife portrayed herself as virtuous on the surface, fooling the baron and taking control of the household. She favored children with high talent, brainwashing them, while relentlessly tormenting those with poor talent who refused to comply. Clan became her example of what not to be, ensuring the other children didn't dare rebel. Clan had tried to fight back, but among the baron's numerous children, he was just one with middling talent, not someone worth much consideration. His resistance only led to increased bullying. The other children sided with the stepmother, leaving him isolated and ostracized whenever he spoke up. Over time, Clan was branded as the untalented troublemaker who lied constantly in the baron's eyes. From the age of 6, Clan was made to do heavy labor daily, often beaten, and had to endure constant humiliation and unfair treatment, all while staying hungry most of the time. He eventually understood that the Baron wasn't oblivious to his suffering. He simply didn't care. To him, Clan was an insignificant child, while the woman, being beautiful and persuasive, easily gained his indulgence. Clan had thought of escaping, but without the approval of that woman, it was impossible to find a chance. The relentless torment he suffered at the hands of the stepmother taught Clan to endure. No matter what she did to him, he feigned obedience, allowing her to believe she had him completely under control. But in reality, Clan's sole goal was survival so that he could grow stronger and take his revenge one day. If not for meeting Julia later in his life, Clan would have likely starved to death in the Baron's manor. His opportunity to awaken a talent this year was also thanks to Julia. Just then, Julia came running over, her voice brimming with excitement. "Clan, I've finished my awakening." Clan looked up and saw Julia running joyfully towards him. "Come over here," he asked. "What kind of talent did you awaken?" Julia smiled and said, "A B-rank ice crystal bloodline. Even the Archbishop praised me." Clan froze for a moment, forcing a smile. He was genuinely happy for Julia, but after enduring constant torment for so long, it was hard for him to show a truly joyful expression. Julia mentioned she wanted to return home to share the good news, but Cran shook his head, saying, "You go back. I plan to head directly to the King's Academy through the church." Julia was stunned, her surprise evident. "You're going to the King's Academy?" She knew that place was hell for the weak, but heaven for the strong. To her, Cran had always seemed like a bullied, fragile child. Cran calmly replied, "Yes. I've made up my mind long ago. I won't return to that family anymore. If I manage to survive the King's Academy, I'll come back to find you." With that, Cran turned and walked away. He understood that his path was one he had to walk alone. He couldn't afford to linger and waste any more time where he was. Julia watched him leave, unsure of what to say. She understood Cran's decision and knew it was unlikely they'd meet again. The only thing she could do was silently pray for him. The test ended, and there were now over a dozen boys around Cran, most of them eager to join the church. It wasn't long before a white-robed bishop appeared, instructing those who wanted to attend the academy to stand on the left, while those seeking challenges stood on the right. The majority chose the right side, while only Cran and 3 others chose the left, the King's Academy. The white-robed bishop smiled when he saw the 4 who selected the academy. He knew well that those who dared to choose the King's Academy were the real future forces of the church. Cran remained expressionless, seeing through the bishop's hypocrisy. Danger? It had nothing to do with him. Most of the kids sent to the King's Academy would likely die, paving the way for someone like him. A fake smile from the bishop meant nothing in the grand scheme. The King's Academy was essentially a miniature battlefield. Different nations and factions sent their youths to compete for resources. Every resource battle ranked competitors. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. These kids were sent willingly, making their home factions happy. The bishop was acutely aware that most of these teenagers were driven to this point by desperate circumstances. Still, he couldn't care less. His mind was set only on climbing higher, ignoring whether they lived or died. "Tonight, you'll stay at the church. Tomorrow morning, we'll send you to the King's Academy. Each of you will be given an identity token and a weapon. Follow me to choose your weapon shortly." "Yes, Your Excellency," the group responded. Cran glanced at the 3 who would accompany him, 2 boys and 1 girl, all dressed in rags. It was clear they had no other options and had ended up here. The other boys associated with the church appeared much better dressed, indicating their families were far from destitute. "Follow me." The bishop led the 4 to the armory, which was full of basic, standard-issue weapons. "Pick what you want. Each of you gets 1 item. Once you're done, follow me." The 4 quickly made their choices. Cran selected a decently crafted single-handed sword. The girl picked a slightly well-crafted dagger, while the other 2 boys chose spears. Cran silently nodded in approval. For those who barely knew how to wield weapons, spears were the safest choice. Although the dagger looked intricate, it would be a disadvantage in direct combat. The bishop escorted the 4 to the dormitory. The room was cramped, containing about a dozen small beds. The place reeked, with 15 or so people already crammed inside. No one was surprised. Cran had half expected that they'd be sleeping in a barn. Cran understood he needed to adapt to this environment, even if he didn't enjoy talking much. "My name is Cran Gartha, profession, knight," he said. The announcement startled the 3 youths. Those with surnames were typically nobility, and they hadn't expected someone like Cran to risk everything at the King's Academy. Cran didn't bother to explain further, keeping his introduction simple. One of the boys took the initiative. "I'm Arlen. My family has 13 kids. We couldn't survive, so I came to the church." Everyone nodded knowingly. In this world, poverty and large families were common, making survival arduous. Having many children was often seen as a means of increasing labor and, perhaps, a slim chance that one might become a prodigy and changed the family's fate. The shorter boy, Mo's son, also shared his story. His family had 10 siblings, and his reason for joining the church mirrored Arlen's. Everyone looked at the girl. Embarrassed at first, she eventually said, "I'm Lena. I joined the church because I don't want to be married off as a concubine to some 50-year-old man." These were all very real reasons, stories too common in their harsh world. By sharing, they built a basic understanding of one another. Cran observed the room and noticed that others were discreetly watching them, but none of the kids caused trouble. This was, after all, the church, and everyone feared being expelled. The children here were well-behaved and docile. Cran had no plans to rally or form groups. Firstly, managing people was too troublesome. Secondly, he wasn't skilled at communication or relationships, nor did he see the necessity. That night, the four huddled in a corner, enduring their hardships together. Just past midnight, Cran suddenly heard a familiar notification. Frowny face. "Congratulations, host. You have received +1 strength attribute point today." His eyes shot open as he quickly examined his stats. His strength had gone from 6 to 7. There was no mistake. He was baffled. Wasn't it only possible to gain attributes once a year? Recalling the message, he confirmed the wording. "Today, you have received." Did that mean he could gain attributes daily? Sex. Others might manage one partner a year, but he goes through one a day? Thinking of this, Clan was both shocked and patient. As long as he could endure, he was sure he could rise above it all. He felt his strength had increased significantly and wanted to test it out, but now wasn't the time to make a move. He had heard that the journey to the King's Academy was a long and arduous one. He wasn't sure how much stronger he could get along the way. Early the next morning, Clan and his group left their room along with the rest of the team. The breakfast provided by the church was simple: 2 pieces of dark bread, with a faint taste of sawdust, and a cup of milk. Clan ate 1 piece of bread and kept the other for later, just like everyone else. After finishing breakfast, they were all ushered onto large carriages to set off. The wagons were bumpy and overloaded, with about 10 or more kids crammed into each one. The experience was far from pleasant. It was only then that Clan realized their group wasn't the only one. In total, there were hundreds of people, requiring 8 large carriages to fit everyone. Sitting in the carriage, he felt like nothing more than cargo. The journey was long, and the destination certainly was not some paradise. It felt more like hell. Yet, Clan was eager. He even hoped the journey would last longer, giving him more days to accumulate attributes. The greater his stats by the time he arrived at the King's Academy, the bigger the advantage he'd have. The other children in the carriage, however, had blank, lost expressions. At first, the King's Academy was advertised as something magnificent, a beacon of hope, especially for children from poor families. It was their chance to change their fates. But as time passed, the truth emerged. The so-called cradle of dreams was nothing but a deception. Only 1 in 1,000 would truly succeed. Hardly anyone made it out on top. From those who were selected, personalities would drastically shift. Most became ruthless and heartless, with no trace of familial love remaining. In contrast, children from noble families were better off. While the academy was still dangerous for them, they had factional protections and primarily treated the experience as a stepping stone for credentials. Clan knew this because he'd overheard conversations back home. When the eldest young master of the family was preparing to attend the academy, Clan had eavesdropped outside the window and listened to everything. His cold-hearted father had even spent a significant amount of money to pave the way for the young master. Thinking about his family, Clan's expression instinctively hardened. The journey turned out to be even harsher than he had imagined. The wagons lacked roofs, leaving everyone exposed to the beating sun. Many were dizzy and faint from the heat. Clan tore off bits of his clothing to cover his head, trying to prevent sunburn. They endured until noon, when they finally stopped for a short break. Fortunately, there was a water mage in the group, so water was not an issue. After all, they were merely expendables in the church's eyes. If they became completely useless due to the journey, they'd only be dead weight when they arrived at the academy. The group was given ample rest time. Someone clever even wove leaves into makeshift umbrellas, which, while crude, provided some relief. After another full day of travel, Clan felt like his body was falling apart. He had always been frail, and enduring the jolts of the roofless carriage was sheer torture. Thankfully, that night, they were given a small portion of dried meat to go with their dark bread. Clan washed the food down with a bit of water and forced himself to eat. At midnight, a familiar, icy system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have received +1 Constitution attribute point today." After the boost to his Constitution, Clan immediately felt much better. His body felt lighter, and his mind clearer. He understood that, to survive, he had to prioritize upgrading his Constitution. However, when he looked at the absurdly high stats on his attribute panel, he knew there was no way he could continue adding points every single day. This kind of luck couldn't last forever. Over the next 3 days, Clan managed to add 1 point each to agility, spirit, and constitution, leaving him in good shape. However, the condition of those around him worsened significantly. Most of them already lacked strong constitutions, and the grueling journey only intensified their weakness. Faces turned pale and yellowish, limbs swelled with fatigue, and nearly everyone seemed unsteady on their feet. If not for the adequate supply of water and food, someone might have collapsed on the very first day. The worsening state of the group dampened everyone's spirits, and no one was in the mood to talk. The escort leader, however, seemed unsurprised. He was experienced and knew this was normal. At noon, he declared a half-day rest, postponing their travel until the next day. The announcement came as a relief to everyone. The wagons were simply too unbearable. The escort leader had his reasons. He was incentivized to deliver as many of them alive to the academy as possible. More survivors meant greater rewards for him. There was no rush, so everyone was happy to take things a little easier. For children gathered together, Rena asked, "Do you guys really think the King's Academy is as terrifying as they say?" Arlen replied, "I don't think it's that bad. Probably just some beatings, but they wouldn't let us starve to death." Morrison nodded in agreement. "Yeah, at least we've been eating better these past few days. It's just been exhausting." Clan nodded as well, noting how naive and easily satisfied the others were. "By the way, we've known each other for some time now, but I haven't asked. What's your talent?" "Mine's a C-level attribute boost." The three of them looked surprised. All of them had D-level talents. Arlen and Morrison visibly shifted away from Clan, clearly wary of him. Their backgrounds and circumstances likely explained why they kept their guard up around him since the very beginning. Arlen scratched his head and spoke first. "I have a D-level talent, strength enhancement. I'm just a bit stronger than normal people." Morrison followed up. "Mine's precision. I have high accuracy." When it came to Rena's turn, she hesitated. Under such circumstances, Clan could have used humor to build a better rapport with them, but he didn't. His priority was to figure out their talents, as it directly related to his future safety and plans. After some reluctance, Rena finally said, "Mine is a D-level talent too, concealment. I can slightly suppress my presence." Hearing this, Klein was momentarily stunned, thinking that this ability was quite strong, yet it was only rated as D-class. Logically, this was a skill that assassin-type professions would demand, so the classification of talent levels seemed flawed. On the other hand, Allen and Mawson didn't see how powerful Lena's skill was and even thought that stealth was weak. From their family backgrounds, strength or precision was obviously more useful. Klein considered that if his point-adding talent worked like everyone else's, with just one attribute increase per year, the growth would be way too slow. It wouldn't even compare to ordinary talents. Moreover, if the points kept enhancing irrelevant attributes, his progress would lag far behind, leaving him no match for opponents with unique skills. But he didn't need to worry about such things. After all, he could add points every day. Within less than a year, or even just a few months, his attributes would far outstrip his peers by a significant margin. Anyone who has played games like League of Legends would understand. While mechanics were important, when stats were overpowered, everyone would instinctively pick stat-heavy champions. After the four of them finished introducing their talents, Allen concluded that Klein was just a useless noble young master. Gaining a single attribute point per year wasn't as practical as his own talent. Lena and Mawson thought the same. Klein didn't bother to explain anything and let them believe whatever they wanted. After 3 more days, during which Klein had added points to Constitution and Strength the first 2 days and Luck on the 3rd day, raising his Luck to 4 points. He couldn't say whether this value was high or low, but he was certain that Luck was definitely beneficial. It was akin to the fate one might find in a fantasy novel. He even fantasized about his Luck being raised to dozens or even hundreds of points, to the point where he'd find treasures just by walking around. But for now, it was better to keep a low profile and lay low. By that point, the group had been traveling for almost a week, and Klein kept wondering when they'd arrive at the King's Academy. He wanted to find out in advance so he could prepare accordingly. Unbeknownst to him, the captain of the escort team had been secretly observing him. Unlike the others, who were showing signs of fatigue after days on the road, Klein had only been low on energy the first day but recovered quickly afterward, even appearing more energetic as days passed. The captain had looked into Klein's talent, attribute point addition, and could only attribute these phenomena to that ability. Klein figured that he'd done quite well with his point allocation so far, which explained his recent performance. He didn't dwell much on the specifics of what each attribute did, knowing that it wouldn't matter much to the others in the long run. A week later, his progress was even more notable. He'd gained 2 points in strength, 2 in agility, 1 in constitution, and 2 in spirit. His attributes were well balanced now. Though constitution had received the smallest increase, 8 points already seemed sufficient. He no longer felt discomfort and had noticed significant physical improvement. He also realized that most of his new points had gone toward the 4 primary stats, with only one occasion where he'd added to luck. This approach suited him just fine, and as of now, his updated attributes stood as follows. Name: Kleingassa. Class: Knight. Level 1. Strength: 10, Agility: 8, Constitution: 8, Spirit: 11, Charm: 66, Luck: 4, Lifespan: 69. The most surprising thing for him was the increase in his lifespan, which had surged from 62 years to 69 years. Improved physical health seemed to have also boosted his charm. He realized that attributes could increase naturally through effort, without point allocation, and that these attributes could also interact with each other, mutually driving further improvement. At this point, Klein's 3 companions began to notice something unusual. They'd all been eating the same food and enduring the same journey. But while everyone else was on the verge of collapse, Klein seemed to get more energetic with each passing day, a stark anomaly. After all, no one had noticed any particularly special talents from Klein. Lena was the most anxious, as her constitution was weaker than the boys. At this rate, she feared she really wouldn't last. Despite the social gap that had kept her from speaking much with Klein earlier, circumstances left her no choice. She hesitantly approached him. "Klein, could I have a word with you?" Klein turned around, sensing the awkward distance everyone had kept from him. The nobles dismissed him, and the commoners remained aloof. His situation was undeniably awkward. He replied coolly, "What is it? Can it be said here?" Alan, noticing the interaction, sneered sarcastically. "What's so secretive? Not treating us as friends, huh?" Lena quickly understood the implication. If she really pulled Klein aside, she risked being ostracized further, with people gossiping about her relationship with him. Still, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Klein understood her hesitance, but didn't call it out. He knew these people lacked proper education, and social dynamics here were vastly different from his previous world. Finally, Lena spoke up. "I just wanted to ask, how are you holding up fine after all these days? I feel like I'm at my limit." Alan and Mawson perked up their ears, clearly eager to hear Klein's answer. Why was Klein in such good condition? In the beginning, he had been just as thin as the rest of them. But as he grew stronger, the difference became noticeable. The 3 concluded that he must have some secret and were itching to learn it. Klein answered bluntly that there was no trick. It was because he had recently added adaptability as a skill, which allowed him to adjust to his environment. He claimed it wasn't something that they could replicate. He had prepared this explanation long ago, his mind sharp and ready. The escort captain, overhearing this, wasn't surprised. The diversity of attribute allocation outcomes was immense, and he simply thought Klein was lucky. With such a talent, his odds of surviving at the King's Academy were significantly higher. In truth, the first month at the King's Academy had the highest mortality rate. Surviving that initial period was still fresh in everyone's mind. The image of the ferocious creature dropping dead before their eyes gave a sliver of hope where despair had consumed them. For a moment, the young crowd hesitated, their faces pale with fear and disbelief. Then, one by one, they began to pick up weapons scattered on the ground. Some had swords, others grabbed makeshift tools fashioned into crude weapons. The trembling in their hands was visible, but their grips tightened nonetheless. The wolves, noticing the change in the atmosphere, paused their relentless circling. The intense standoff stretched each second into an eternity. The pack bared their teeth and snarled, sensing the rising determination in their prey, but the wolves' primal instincts told them not everything would go as they had planned. The escort captain's sharp gaze swept over the group in the center. Though surprised at the sudden burst of confidence brought on by Clan, he did not waste time. "You heard him," he bellowed, brandishing his blade high. "Group up, watch each other's backs, and aim for vital spots. What can hold them off?" Clan's calculated calm hadn't wavered. He adjusted his grip on the blood-soaked sword, his eyes locked on the wolves prowling at the edges of the circle. In his mind, he quickly analyzed the probabilities, silently strategizing the best way to survive this ambush. He knew this wasn't courage that drove him, but clarity of reality. Though the others saw him as brave, Clan simply understood one truth: panic was death. Calm, even if feigned, carried the potential for survival. The wolves resumed their attack, this time with more hesitation than before. They lunged toward the guarded circle again, but now they were faced with sporadic resistance. Swords slashed, cries of fear turned to battle cries, albeit shaky and uneven, but the dynamics of the battle were beginning to shift. Clan's movements were precise and unrelenting. He darted forward when one wolf strayed too close, his blade finding its mark at the creature's throat before sidestepping out of range of its flailing claws. Blood sprayed onto the cold ground as the lifeless body of yet another wolf hit the dirt. The other students caught glimpses of Clan's combat and grew emboldened. "I could do it. So could they." Or at least that was what they told themselves to suppress the terror gripping their hearts. In minutes, the chaotic battlefield turned into a brutal war for survival. Wolves thrashed and snapped, but for every casualty on the human side, several more fouled corpses of wolves littered the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood mixed with terrified screams and growls filled the cold air. Clan caught sight of the Wolf King for the first time as the shifting battle lines opened a window of visibility. The beast stood taller and broader than the others, clearly the leader of the murderous pack. Its eyes, glinting with eerie intelligence, locked onto him for a fleeting second before scanning for other vulnerabilities in the formation. It snarled in what sounded like frustration. Its pack, though still numerous, was suffering unacceptable losses. Take out the leader, and they'll scatter. Clan's voice called out loudly through the battlefield. His words carried weight, reinforced by the astounding growth in his physical prowess and combat instinct over the last few days. The captain, blood dripping down his arm from a shallow wound, heard him and gave a sharp nod. He swung his sword at a wolf lunging from the side, chopping it down in one clean stroke. Focus efforts on the king, he shouted. Do not let it leave alive. The command spurred the remaining students and guards into action. Those nearest Clan quickly repositioned themselves to support his impromptu leadership. Others distracted the attacking wolves so that a few with sharper focus could inch closer to the Wolf King. Clan didn't wait for further orders. With a sharp intake of breath, he bolted through the ranks toward the beast. The Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching howl that echoed through the forest, summoning its remaining pack to protect it. Several wolves intercepted the young fighter, snarling and frothing. But Clan was stronger now, faster, more focused. His blade danced like an extension of his body. Each strike was precise, each movement calculated. Deep within himself, he felt that same eerie, aching intuition that had been sharpening ever since his strange transformation. He ducked under a wolf's claws, driving his sword upward under its ribs, then whirled to slash another across the throat as it leaped. Blood splattered across his clothes, his face unchanging, eerily devoid of fear or hesitation. His companions watched in shock, adrenaline surging through their veins at the sight. The Wolf King understood that this human was no ordinary prey. It stepped forward, growling deeply, its massive frame radiating both power and menace. It was ready for Clan. It was no longer a predator hunting for food. It was a sovereign defending its dominance. Clan stared back at the alpha without flinching, his blade glinting crimson in the flickering moonlight. Blood dripped onto the soil. This was it. It's extremely useful for helping you grow quickly. If you practice diligently, you can at least raise your strength by several levels. The difficulty of this technique lies in the fact that it requires you to channel lightning into your body and fuse it with your flesh. Ordinary people can't withstand it, but I can see that you have great potential. You should be able to do it. After hearing this, Kron gritted his teeth and nodded. I'll definitely do my best to master it. Mr. Weisha offered a faint smile. Very good, but don't rush it. Mastering this technique requires time and perseverance. Here, this is a thunder crystal I obtained during a mission. It should help you get started. With that, he pulled a crystal glowing with a faint purple light from his robe. It was a crystal core containing concentrated lightning energy, an object of immense value. Kron took the thunder crystal, cradling it in both hands, and felt the faint yet powerful electrical energy emanating from it. He felt even more grateful to Mr. Wisha and bowed deeply. Thank you for agreeing to teach me. Mr. Wisha waved his hand dismissively. Enough chatter. Let's get started. Combine the breathing technique with the energy of this thunder crystal, and try to control the lightning using the movements I just demonstrated. Ask me anytime if you don't understand something. For the next while, Kron concentrated intently on mimicking Mr. Vish's movements. He adjusted his breathing to the rhythm, channeling the crystal's electrical energy into his body. At first, the stinging pain caused by the surging lightning made sweat break out on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Gradually, he began to get the hang of it. His body's resistance to the lightning diminished, while a surge of heat seemed to ignite in his chest, coursing through his meridians. Mr. Visha watched from the sidelines, impressed by Kron's adaptability. He realized that Kron's natural talent might be even stronger than he had initially anticipated. Had the timing been right, perhaps the church should have discovered and nurtured this young man sooner. After several hours of practice, Kron had mastered the basics of harnessing the power within the lightning crystal. Faint sparks of electricity occasionally flashed across his skin, and even his hair stood on end slightly. Satisfied, Mr. Visha called a halt. That's enough for today. Get some rest, and we'll continue practicing tomorrow. Just don't overdo it. Kron nodded, clutching the thunder crystal tightly in both hands. Filled with gratitude and determination, he returned to his quarters. Gazing at the distant starry sky, he silently vowed never to disappoint Mr. Visha. A few days later, the escort party finally approached the boundaries of the King's Academy. The hardships and dangers they had faced along the way had made the survivors cherish one another even more. This experience not only taught Kron the meaning of responsibility, but also made him realize the importance of strength. As the academy gates loomed ahead, Mr. Visha patted Kron on the shoulder and said earnestly, "My boy, now that we've reached this point, the path ahead is up to you. What I've taught you is merely a foundation. How you choose to use it in the future depends entirely on you." Kron clenched his fists and replied resolutely, "I'll remember every word and keep striving." Mr. Wisha nodded, watching Kron walk toward the academy. He sighed softly to himself. Perhaps this generation of young people will truly create miracles never seen before. "The King's Academy will serve you well for a long time, and you can switch to another later," said Wisha. The two continued training late into the night before finally stopping. Wisha understood how important rest was for Clan, but at the moment, he had no choice but to push him a bit. "You can train during the day in the carriage as well," Wisha reassured him. Clan nodded and then went to rest. As soon as he returned, Lena and Mosin approached him. Ever since the wolf attack, Mosin had grown incredibly respectful of Clan, no longer holding the previous animosity toward him. He now thought Clan was remarkably skilled. Lena asked, "Clan, what did that gentleman want from you?" "Nothing much, just some special things." "You don't need to worry about it," Clan replied casually. He didn't elaborate, as Wisha hadn't asked him to disclose any details. Lena seemed a bit disappointed. In truth, she was only concerned that Wisha might make things difficult for Clan. Seeing her expression, Clan mentioned that he was tired and needed rest, putting an end to further questions. Lena and Mosin stopped pressing him. Later, the two decided to sleep on either side of Clan. Throughout their journey, Clan never truly slept soundly. The wilderness environment kept him in a constant state of semi-alertness, always half awake. But tonight, he fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes, even snoring softly. Lena and Mosin were a little surprised, but they concluded that Clan must be utterly exhausted. They decided to keep watch through the night to ensure no one stole anything. When morning came, sunlight warmed Clan's face, and he woke up. He had thought he would only rest briefly, but instead had completely passed out. Thankfully, nothing went missing, and he felt reassured about leaving his belongings unchecked. At breakfast, Clan noticed his meal seemed significantly better than usual. White bread, fresh meat, and fruits, almost on par with what the guards received. He didn't make a big deal of it, quietly finishing his food to replenish his energy, all while remembering Wish's kindness. One day, he promised himself he would repay it. Checking his personal stats, Clan noticed his lightning affinity had risen to 7 points, reaching his maximum potential. He wasn't sure how this compared to others, but he was genuinely satisfied. Over the next 10 days, Clan learned new knowledge from Wisha, absorbing it as quickly as a sponge takes water. Wisha, witnessing his talent and zeal, had already decided to continue looking after Clan in the future. In those 10 days, Clan's stats improved significantly, +6 to mental strength, +2 to agility, +1 to constitution, and +1 to strength. With his enhanced mental capacity, Clan felt more energized every day, requiring less sleep. His memory and thought processes were also noticeably sharper, giving him a clearer understanding of the impact mental development had on him. After 10 days of nutritious meals, Clan's body grew stronger and healthier. His skin glowed with a rosy hue, his build visibly bulked up, and he even gained a bit of height. The transformation was almost daily. Clan's current stats were as follows. Name: Clan Gaza. Class: Knight. Age: 16. Level: 4. Skills: Whirlwind Swordsmanship LV.1. Thundercall Technique LV.1. Strength: 15. Agility: 13. Constitution: 14. Mental Strength: 18. Wind: 1. Water: 4. Lightning: 7. Fire: 3. Earth: 2. Wood: 1. Light: 0. Dark: 0. Void: 0. Time: 0. Charisma: 70. Luck: 4. Lifespan: 74. Additional talents: Swordsmanship Talent 9, Magic Talent 4. His lifespan had increased to 74 years, Charisma was at 70, and his base stats had all risen slightly. He had also reached level 4, though Clan still wasn't entirely sure how levels were calculated. Because of the good food, Clan now stood out among the other young men in the group. While most others looked only slightly better than before, still pale and skinny, Clan appeared healthy, fair, and radiant, exuding a calm and collected demeanor. The difference was stark enough that everyone couldn't help but stare at him. Though feeling slightly awkward, Clan simply let them watch. With fewer people in the group now, their pace picked up. Soon they were greeted by the sight of the endless sea and a specially built reception facility awaiting them. At this point, Wisha knew it was time to part ways. Fortunately, Clan was sharp and had already mastered the basics of the Thunder Call technique, which would allow him to continue training on his own. Clan, it's time for us to go our separate ways. Take this wooden token. When you get to the King's Academy, look for Quinn. He'll assist you, Wisha said, handing him the token. Clan hadn't expected a parting gift and accepted it with a solemn nod. He deeply etched Wisha's support into his heart, silently vowing to repay him whenever the chance arose. I understand, Mr. Wisha, said Clan earnestly. Go on now. The reception personnel will ensure you safely arrive at the academy. It should only take 2 days, Wisha assured him. Got it. Clan joined the main group, boarding the ship. As he departed, he caught sight of Wisha speaking softly to one of the reception officers, handing over a small pouch. The two exchanged a glance. Wisha smiled at him, and Clan reciprocated with a nod. Once aboard the ship, Clan and the others were assigned to cramped, stuffy cabins below deck. After only a short while, a middle-aged man entered and asked, Who among you is Clan Gaza? Step forward. Clan immediately stood up and identified himself. The man's expression was one of approval as he gestured for Clan to follow him. Soon enough, Clan was transferred to another cabin, more spacious, with fewer people and fresher air. Clan knew at once that this was where he'd be spending the next 2 days. The sea voyage was uneventful. The cabin had several tiny windows, clearly designed to prevent anyone from attempting an escape. Looking out over the vast ocean, Clan felt a vague sense of suffocation. He knew there was no turning back now and resolved to accept the path ahead. He began practicing his breathing techniques to calm his emotions. The other passengers seemed tense and remained largely silent, avoiding unnecessary interactions. But it kept intensifying, gradually wearing down everyone's bodies and willpower. In just 10 minutes, dozens had already been eliminated, either fainting on the spot or giving up. Kron felt a tightness in his chest, but he still gritted his teeth and maintained his military posture. Second by second, time passed. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its rays blazing and blinding, baking the earth. One by one, the candidates standing outside collapsed. Some cried out, while others gritted their teeth and held on. Sweat trickled down Kron's forehead, blurring his vision, but he forced himself not to wipe it away. The moment he moved, it would mean giving up. Several people nearby were on the verge of collapse. Their labored breathing grew heavier, and one even knelt directly on the ground, only to be dragged away mercilessly by the examiners. Kron glanced over and saw that Lena and Mosin were still holding on. Lena's expression was resolute. She clearly had more endurance than most, while Mosin was grinning through clenched teeth, clearly struggling to keep going. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, as if an invisible mountain were crushing him. Kron's legs trembled slightly, and his body felt stiff, but he gritted his teeth and refused to move. Don't move, he told himself. As long as I hold on, there will be a turning point. Suddenly, the ground around him seemed to tremble faintly. Kron looked up and saw several examiners in white robes in the distance, gently pointing their fingers as if manipulating some invisible force. This convinced Kron even more that the pressure he felt was not natural, but artificially imposed. Another half-hour passed, and fewer than 3,000 people remained on the field. Kron's mindset gradually grew calm. He did his best to steady his breathing, part of his coping strategy. He knew this was not merely a physical ordeal, but a test of his willpower. Just then, a candidate not far away, who had been full of vigor just an hour earlier, suddenly let out a shriek and collapsed with a thud, his face pale and his eyes filled with terror. It seemed as though he had seen something strange, but no one stepped forward to check on him, for any movement could result in their own elimination. Kron furrowed his brow. Was this a tactic to intimidate them? More and more people were leaving the field, yet Kron sensed that his own physical condition was slowly changing. He recalled the system's prompt. Presumably, the previous enhancements had had some effect, and he was now slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Just as he was pondering this, a cold snort from the examiner snapped him out of his thoughts. 2,000 remain. Continue. The voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Many who had stood under the blazing sun for over 2 hours had completely lost their strength. Their eyelids drooped, and their consciousness grew hazy. Watching the people around him collapse one after another, Kron's resolve only grew stronger. He told himself he had to stand until the very end. But over time, the toll was immense. Everyone's physical condition was worse than that of exhausted university students. Under such pressure, many soon collapsed, leaving a large number eliminated. Initially, Clan thought it would take a long time to finish the screening, but to his surprise, only an hour and a half later, only 1,000 people remained. Everyone's faces were pale, barely holding on through sheer willpower. Clan was drenched in sweat himself. This test was far more arduous than he had anticipated. The main examiner looked at the remaining participants and smiled. Congratulations, you've passed the first round of testing. You are no longer slaves. Clan was stunned upon hearing that. Slaves? So that existed in the academy? Before he could process this, he was taken away to rest. Back in his room, the group of 8 had now dwindled to 3. The person who had tampered with Clan's sword the previous day had been eliminated due to poor condition after sleeping outdoors. The 2 remaining individuals, seeing that Clan was unharmed, appeared apprehensive and didn't dare engage in conversation with him. At that moment, the system notified, "Congratulations to the host, Physique +1. Clan's physique reached 17 points. His endurance and recovery now far surpassed those of ordinary people, and he wouldn't need to worry about the long-distance obstacle race." Early the next morning, he discovered that his breakfast was much more sumptuous than others, including meat and milk, while others had the usual standard fare. He understood this special treatment was due to his outstanding performance. Clan found himself thinking that the Royal Academy treated capable individuals quite well, offering privileges. At the long-distance obstacle race, Clan hesitated about whether to bring a weapon. His longsword was too heavy and inconvenient. Fortunately, he was placed in the second group, allowing him to observe the first group before starting. When the race began, the leader of the first group was a girl with wings, looking like she had awakened some kind of bloodline. She bore a resemblance to an angel. Clan mused that she would likely thrive within the church in the future. The so-called long-distance race was actually about 10 kilometers. Those who had passed the first round of testing were at least somewhat elite, possessing extraordinary potential. Completing the race was not too big of an issue. Clan, however, felt somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this kind of test unfair to mages? After all, mages mainly trained their mental faculties, but this competition required physical stamina. Yet as he observed the contestants, he realized there were no mages present, only warriors. It was clear that mages had been allocated different examinations. The course itself consisted of 3 main trials. First was a 1-kilometer swamp, followed by a 2-kilometer straight path considered a reprieve, then a 1-kilometer track with added gravity, another stretch of straight path, and finally, a section populated with small magical beasts. Contestants could choose to fight them or simply try to outrun them. For an ordinary person, running 10 kilometers would already be exhausting. Adding so many obstacles made it impossible to endure without exceptional physical strength. Looking at the magical beasts in the final section, Clan ultimately decided to bring his sword. Although it was cumbersome, the beasts were too fast. Without a weapon, escape would be nearly impossible. Getting injured would not only affect his results, but also his testing eligibility. At that moment, the winged girl crossed the finish line first. Behind her, the second tier of contestants consisted of those with body enhancement abilities, leaving the others far behind. In the third tier were contestants with elemental control talents, individuals who would ideally become mages but had instead awakened warrior professions. Their current augmentation powers were still relatively weak. Trailing behind were miscellaneous weaklings with no meaningful competitiveness. In less than 2 hours, the top 20 contestants were finalized. It could have been faster, but among the last few competitors, they began sabotaging one another, and the referees did not interfere, implicitly permitting it. Clan became even more convinced of the need to carry a weapon for self-defense. Walking to the starting line, Clan waited until the referee confirmed all participants were present. With the shout of "Go!" everyone charged forward. Before long, Clan arrived at the swamp. His first step in immediately slowed his pace dramatically. Every step required considerable effort to lift his legs. Knowing that he needed to conserve energy, he slowed down intentionally. Inside the swamp, conflicts began breaking out. To them, knocking down the nearby competitors was a surefire way to secure a spot in the top 20. Clan remained vigilant, aware that someone had already targeted him. His slower pace made him appear like an easy target. 2 people soon approached him. Without waiting for them to act, Clan drew his sword, unleashing a flash of purple lightning. Both their arms were severed in an instant. Amidst their agonized screams, Clan showed no mercy and pressed forward. Witnessing this, the others were intimidated, deciding not to provoke him further. Although still a beginner, Clan knew how to channel a meager amount of his internal magic to amplify his sword strikes with lightning. His attacks could paralyze enemies, cause burns, and significantly enhance his speed. The examiners, observing the scene from above, whispered among themselves, "I told you this kid is good. He's got talent and luck. Looks like he'll pass the exam and shed his commoner status." Clan, oblivious to the attention he had garnered, pressed onward, soon leaving the swamp stage behind. To his surprise, Clan discovered he was ranked 3rd. He had deliberately slowed his pace, and yet his stamina remained mostly intact. While walking, he shook off the caked mud from his clothes. If left unattended, it would become a burden during the gravity trial, though the mud on his pants couldn't be completely cleaned. Half a minute later, Clan resumed running. The scorching weather caused the mud to dry and cling to his skin, making it uncomfortably sticky. he wasn't the only one suffering. The other competitors were having an even harder time. It wasn't long before Clan caught up with the two individuals in front of him. Both had body-enhancing talents, one with speed-focused abilities and the other with more balanced enhancements. As the three of them reached the clearing phase, none interfered with the others. They each kept their distance and passed through the area in their own way. Shortly after, Clan easily overtook the two, and the speed-enhanced competitor began to fall behind. The team could not keep pace with Clan and another person at all. As of now, Clan's physical condition was the strongest, and his recovery speed was unmatched. Many participants who had passed the first round chose to stay and watch the excitement, while those who got eliminated were taken away by the examiners, their whereabouts unknown. The first-place finisher, the Bird Girl, glared intently at Clan. Up till now, Clan had not showcased any special abilities and had relied solely on physical prowess to overpower others. His sword move through the swamp earlier had been especially stunning. The Bird Girl had only recently awakened her special talents and improved her strength. The clergy even taught her some advanced techniques, though she had not mastered them yet. If it came down to a fight, she was not certain whether she could defeat Clan. However, since she could fly, as long as Clan lacked any long-range means of attack, she would not lose. During the gravity test, Clan's speed began to slow down as the pressure mounted. It had taken him only 12 minutes to clear the swamp challenge, while the fastest participant from the first batch needed 15 minutes. Evidently, the overall quality of the second batch of participants was significantly higher. Eventually, Clan completed the second round within 20 minutes, bringing his total time to just 39 minutes, likely ending up with a score very close to that of the Bird Girls. When Clan emerged, the other two members had yet to arrive. Without hesitation, he continued into the third segment. Soon enough, a smaller, wolf-like magical beast rushed out. However, it lacked any killing intent, clearly having been tamed. Unbothered, Clan swiftly drew his sword. Slash! A flash of purple lightning, and the magical wolf was cut cleanly in two on the spot. What should have been the most difficult round for Clan was easily passed, as he casually sheathed his sword once more. After cleaving through the beast's skull, Clan's weapon suffered some nicks along the edge. Fortunately, this round consisted of only one magical beast, and the rest of the path simply required him to run to the end. The Bird Girl observed this in shock, as she, like many others, had no real combat experience, which made the third challenge exceedingly difficult for them. In contrast, Clan's seasoned experience allowed him to remain composed and unfazed. After slaying the magical beast, Clan gave an all-out sprint and completed the entire trial in just 51 minutes. At this point, the way everyone looked at him had changed. They now saw him as a superhuman. When time was called, Clan exited the track but did not leave immediately. He wanted to see if there were any other competitors worth noting in the group behind him. Before long, the Bird Girl from the first round approached and introduced herself. "My name is Saga." She reached out her hand actively. Clan noted her slim figure and dim skin tone, guessing that she was also from a commoner background before her awakening. "Clan Gaza," he replied as he shook her hand. Hearing Clan's full name, Saga appeared slightly surprised. She hadn't anticipated he was from a noble lineage. She was aware that some nobles were worse off than commoners. However, Clan's fair complexion and handsome appearance gave him the look of a pampered young aristocrat, though his cold and distant demeanor made him even more eye-catching. Saga didn't press further. She simply said, "We might be in contact often in the future. Can we be friends?" Clan shook his head, indicating he had no objections. She smiled and graciously accepted his response. Soon, competitors from the second round began to complete the challenge. To Clan's surprise, the participant who had initially fallen behind managed to stage a comeback and secure second place. Most of the others, however, were far less composed when facing the magical beasts. Many only dared to flee, and it wasn't until they were injured that they erupted with impulsive counterattacks, their emotions running high. Some even took out their anger on others. The competition during this round was intense, taking over 2 hours to conclude. Clan watched on as the remaining 3 rounds unfolded. Each round revealed impressive contestants. In the third round, one participant possessed the ability to transform into a stone giant, significantly enhancing their strength and defense, with the added ability to control earth elements. This talent was exceedingly strong, likely rated at B class or higher, comparable to Saga. The second-place finisher from that round demonstrated astonishing swordsmanship, slaying a magical beast in a single strike with precision rivaling that of a seasoned martial family member. Meanwhile, the first-place finisher of the fourth round was a shapeshifter who transformed into a bat. Clan observed that this individual had undergone a bloodline awakening. Their strength likely fell slightly short of Saga's, but their sinister form clashed starkly with the ideals of the church. Thus, between the two of them, Saga remained the favorite pupil. The fifth round also introduced another shapeshifter, this time a werewolf. In comparison to these individuals, Clan seemed to be the most ordinary among them. It was as if these contestants had prearranged to introduce themselves to Clan and Saga at the first opportunity. When all 5 rounds concluded, only 100 participants remained on site. You've all performed excellently. Congratulations on reaching the noble phase. The next challenge involves direct combat trials, duels between pairs. The matchups will follow a set pattern. The first place finisher from one group will face the last place finisher from another group. The second will face the second to last, and so on. The top 10 participants in 3 days will be promoted to new ranks. Hearing this, Clan and the others grew increasingly solemn. Clan was well aware that these shapeshifters around him would be formidable opponents. With his ordinary human body, he was unsure if he could prevail purely through attributes. Upon returning to the dormitory, Clan discovered that the other 2 had already been eliminated earlier that day, leaving only himself. While this meant more space, it also gave him greater freedom to train. Wasting no time, Clan immediately began practicing the lightning directive technique. Congratulations, host. Swordsmanship talent +1 acquired. Hearing the system notification, Clan paused briefly in surprise. He hadn't expected to receive a rare swordsmanship talent. He quickly resumed his training, realizing that the talent point was of immense value and had provided him with new insights. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Today, a staggering 80 people would be eliminated, and every participant was guaranteed at least one match. On site, 50 examiners arrived to oversee 100 participants competing simultaneously. Clan was up. Brought to the examination arena, the opponent was the 20th place in Group 1. Clan remembered the opponent's talent was Earth Elemental Manipulation, a fairly strong Grade C talent. Not yet fully matured, though. When the opponent saw Clan, he looked relaxed. It was obvious to everyone that Clan was the weakest among the group leaders, as all the others belonged to metamorphosis types. Once they transformed, their combat strength surged, and their imposing forms were intimidating. The opponent said, "Clan, you're good at dealing with magical beasts, but that doesn't mean you'll beat me." Clan didn't respond, as there wouldn't likely be much interaction after the duel. The examiner announced the rules: no killing. Everything else goes. Begin. The 2 drew their swords. Clan's sword was a bit nicked, but it was still usable. The opponent was also a swordsman. As the battle started, the opponent summoned his Earth Elemental Control, forming a faint yellow protective layer on his body that boosted his defense and power, though his movement slowed, typical of an Earth element style. The next second, squelch. Clan's sword thrust straight forward. With one strike, Clan's blade pierced the opponent's abdomen. It wasn't fatal, but the opponent had already lost the ability to fight. The examiner declared Clan's victory. Clan walked over to the opponent. At first, he seemed like he might help him, but instead, he directly took the opponent's sword and said coldly, "You won't be needing this later, so I'll keep it." With that, he turned and left. The opponent's face turned red with rage. He wanted to complain to the examiner, but the examiner ignored him and simply escorted him off the field. Clan went down to rest and noticed that Saga and the others had also finished their battles. The strength gap within each group was clear. The first round ended quickly, leaving 50 contenders. According to the rules, all Clan needed was one more win in this round to advance. There would then be 10 people fighting for the last 5 spots, a series of battles that clearly favored the strong. The Royal Academy was brutally pragmatic that way. The second round began, and Clan's opponent was the 10th place in Group 1. For the most part, strong contenders bested the weak in this round, though there were occasional upsets when competitors of similar skill faced off. Clan's new challenger grew visibly nervous upon seeing him, knowing his chances of victory were slim. Nevertheless, having come this far, he had no choice but to give it his all. Clan wasted no time, determined to end the fight quickly. This opponent was stronger than the last and possessed a full body enhancement talent. Using his spear to maintain distance, he seemed prepared. After the examiner announced the start, the opponent launched an aggressive attack, but in doing so, exposed key openings. Clan sidestepped to evade, seized the spear's shaft, and no matter how hard the opponent struggled, he couldn't retrieve it. Clan's sword pressed against the opponent's neck, leaving a shallow wound. Knowing continued resistance would only lead to death, the opponent conceded defeat. Clan sheathed his sword and left the field, uninterested in watching the remaining matches. He found them dull and went straight to train instead. He felt his lightning elemental talent was nearing a breakthrough. Saga also ended her battle swiftly. When she noticed Clan leaving, she cast a golden energy sphere that instantly obliterated her opponent. The explosion left her opponent severely injured and unable to fight, though it was evident Saga was physically drained, panting heavily. Clan glanced at her, his expression darkening. Saga's strength had exceeded his expectations. Even if he had taken her attack head-on, he would have been injured. Fortunately, Saga could only unleash such a technique once in her current condition. Saga quickly caught up to Clan, cheerfully asking, "Why are you leaving so early today?" Clan replied coolly, "This place is boring. I'm going back to train." Saga wanted to tag along, but Clan declined. He wasn't used to having people around. Left with no choice, Saga gave up. As soon as Clan returned, he began training his thunder guidance technique. His movements grew increasingly fluid, but after only a short while, he was drenched in sweat. The technique put a heavy burden on his body, so he could only practice 2 cycles daily. More than that would be harmful. An hour later, Clan's eyes opened, purple lightning dancing across his body. With a flick of his sword, he split the bed in 2 as the thunder guidance technique successfully broke through to the next level. Clan was astonished. The Gale Sword technique he had trained for years hadn't shown progress, yet the thunder guidance technique advanced to level 2 in just a month. It was clear that choosing the right method was crucial. After the breakthrough, his strength, agility, endurance, and spirit all experienced noticeable increases, now measuring 18, 15, 19, and 19, respectively. 3 of these attributes were nearing 20, putting him at the pinnacle among ordinary individuals. Additionally, level 2 of the thunder guidance technique allowed him to coat his entire body with lightning. This enhanced his strength and agility by 20%, though it consumed a significant amount of energy and could only be used briefly. He named this state Thunder Body. Prolonged use would completely drain his stamina and magical energy. After the breakthrough, hunger overwhelmed him. Clan quickly devoured all the food he had stashed away, but still felt unsatisfied. After searching his dorm, he managed to find 3 pieces of black bread and a little water, which he reluctantly ate. There was still some time before dinner, and Clan suppressed his hunger to continue training. With his recent breakthrough, he could extend his daily training time. By dinner time, he was surprised to find the meal unusually hearty. There were large portions of meat, 5 white loaves of bread, a bottle of milk, and fruit. Stunned, Clan looked at the food, and the delivery person smiled, saying, "You performed well today. You've advanced to nobility. The Royal Academy is now your stage." Clan roughly understood. After the servant left, he immediately began eating ravenously. After finishing the meal, he finally felt full for the first time in ages as a system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host, strength attribute +1. Clan wasn't surprised. These rewards were routine to him by now. The next morning, the final 20 remained. That day, everyone had to fight 2 rounds, one to determine the top 10 and another to rank the 11th to 20th positions. The last day would be the true test of endurance, a grueling round-robin battle where everyone fought every other contestant. Only then would the final rankings emerge. During the drawing phase, Cran's opponent turned out to be the second-place fighter from the 3rd round, the man known for his ability to slay magical beasts with a single strike. Seeing his opponent, Cran, for once, became unusually serious. This man was one of the few fighters Cran acknowledged as a formidable adversary. Even though Cran had the upper hand in raw stats, his opponent's techniques might overwhelm him. The fight would come down to a clash between stat dominance and skill mechanics. His opponent's name was Gato, and he seemed equally motivated. "Cran, I want you to remember my name. I'll give it my all, and I hope you won't underestimate me." Cran nodded, and the 2 simultaneously drew their swords. Gato launched a direct assault with cunning, ruthless moves. Cran was forced into a defensive stance and narrowly avoided having his guard broken. Their first exchange left both feeling the gravity of the clash. Next, it was Cran's turn to go on the offensive. With blinding speed and overwhelming strength, Cran attacked. However, his techniques were somewhat rough. Gato could see the flaws in Cran's strikes, but his body couldn't keep up with the tempo and could only resort to desperate defense. The sounds of clashing steel filled the arena, and the tension was palpable. Although Cran had the upper hand, both fighters understood that if Cran's overwhelming power faltered for even a moment, Gato might seize the chance for a counterattack. But the prolonged strain of blocking Cran's heavy blows began to take its toll. Gato's hands started to go numb, and he struggled to maintain his grip on his weapon. Finally, Gato's sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He tried to retrieve it to continue the fight, but Cran decisively thrust his sword into Gato's right arm, forcing him to surrender. The referee announced Cran's victory. Cran sheathed his weapon and returned to the rest area to await his next match. Medical staff carried Gato off the field. Despite his defeat, Gato, with his B-level weapon master talent, would still be a key figure for the church to nurture. In comparison, Cran's erratic growth made him a risky prospect. Only by securing a spot in the top 5 would Cran earn serious consideration. Saga's battle ended quickly as well. After Cran finished his match, he immediately ran to Saga. "Cran, you're amazing. You win so effortlessly every time. Saga genuinely praised him. She thought that without using her flying ability, she might not even stand a chance against him. You're really strong too. I'm probably no match for you, Cran replied humbly with a smile. Yet in his mind, he had already started strategizing. If he faced an opponent who could fly, he planned to play a battle of attrition, waiting for the right moment to land a decisive blow. As they exchanged compliments, the other matches gradually concluded. The remaining fighters were closely matched in strength. Cran watched these fights intently, knowing that everyone saved their best techniques for these crucial moments. After the 20-man battle in the morning, the participants took a short break at noon. In the afternoon, they resumed, this time to determine specific rankings. The top 5, 6th to 10th place, 11th to 15th, and 16th to 20th. Tomorrow's four-group round-robin battles loomed ahead. The afternoon arrived quickly, and Cran moved into the top 10. His new opponent was also in the top 10, a girl with the talent of insight, a B-level ability that allowed her to easily identify and exploit her opponent's weaknesses. However, she was physically frail, even weaker than Gato in the morning match. Cran didn't know the specifics of her talent, but soon noticed that her attacks always targeted her opponent's weak points, making her seem difficult to handle. Yet when the fight began, it turned into a complete rout. Cran used only the simplest attacking moves, striking repeatedly. Each time the girl blocked, her weapon nearly slipped from her grip. By the 13th strike, Cran disarmed her completely, securing another victory. Cecilia sank to the ground, her face full of unwillingness. Cran, my name is Cecilia. Remember me. I'll beat you next time. Cran paused briefly before walking away. He knew full well that his talent's growth was so rapid that Cecilia would never catch up. If they met again, she would only lose even more decisively. Afterward, Cran stayed to watch the remaining matches. One fight, in particular, left a lasting impression on him. A duel between a Batwoman and a werewolf. The werewolf's speed and strength were astounding, easily top 5 material based on raw power. Yet the Batwoman was even more terrifying. She had strength, speed, and a natural vampiric ability that allowed her to recover stamina while sapping her opponents. Without this draining skill, she would have been no match for the werewolf. Feeling the pressure, Cran returned to train late into the night. Congratulations, host. You have received +1 agility attribute point today. Cran felt his body grow lighter and more agile. The final day arrived quickly. As usual, after breakfast, Cran made his way to the arena early. This time, the 20 participants were divided into 4 groups. Naturally, Cran was placed in the strongest group. His group included himself, Saga, a stone giant male, the Batwoman, and another contestant with a B-level awakening talent. Looking at the groupings, Cran realized that, with the exception of his C-level talent, everyone else in his group had at least a B-level talent. Some might even have A-level abilities. The last person Cran wanted to face was the other male with a B-level enhancement type talent. Cran's talent allowed him to drastically boost his combat strength for short periods. Thus, his best chance would be facing this formidable opponent later, after the other man's magic and stamina were nearly depleted. This would increase Cran's odds of victory. The drawing from matches began. Cran walked toward the arena and noticed 3 particularly conspicuous boys not far away. They appeared to be around the same age as him. Unlike the other participants, these 3 carried a natural aura of nobility, their eyes filled with disdain. Clan was a bit intrigued by their identities, especially after seeing the examiners busy trying to curry favor with them. Little Saintess, are you here to observe the assessment? The young girl leading the group nodded slightly. Is there anyone interesting here? The examiner quickly responded. Yes, there's a girl this time who awakened the winged bloodline. Her talent is rated as grade A. The Saintess was visibly surprised upon hearing this. The winged bloodline was one highly esteemed by the church, and she hadn't expected to encounter it here. The examiner added that there were also 2 more participants with A-grade talents, one with vampire bloodline and the other with werewolf bloodline. With the appearance of 3 A-grades this year, the Saintess's interest clearly grew. Clan couldn't figure out their identities, but he wasn't too bothered and focused on drawing his lot. When the results came out, he found he had a bye for the first round, granting him time to rest while the remaining 4 fought. Clan was pleased with this outcome since it meant he could conserve his energy and had an advantage. The other matchups were Saga against the vampire girl and a stone golem boy against a participant B. Clan couldn't help but feel happier. These people were evenly matched in strength and would undoubtedly exhaust themselves, leaving him in a prime position to take advantage later. Saga, however, was clearly unhappy about drawing her opponent. She'd least wanted to face the vampire girl. The vampire girl had purplish hair covering her face, pale skin that made her look sickly, and unsettling black mist surrounding her, a truly eerie appearance. As the 2 stood in the ring, one with white angelic wings and the other with devilish bat-like wings, they both ascended into the air. All eyes were immediately fixed on them. But as the battle began, the imposing energy vanished. The two displayed poor techniques despite their high talents, resulting in a clumsy exchange that left the audience disappointed. Meanwhile, the match between the stone golem boy and participant B also lacked finesse, but their raw power more than made up for it. The stone golem boy boasted high defense and stamina, while participant B had remarkable explosive power. Participant B initially had the upper hand, relentlessly attacking. However, he would need to end the fight quickly before exhausting his energy and mana. Clan observed the chaos as matches unfolded across multiple arenas. He also noticed Gato, who had also drawn a bye. Their eyes met briefly before Gato's expression twisted into a scowl, recalling how Clan had beaten him soundly in a previous encounter. Gato turned away angrily. Clan, unfazed, just smirked and looked elsewhere. In the end, the stone golem boy was defeated by participant B. But participant B, now utterly drained, would likely have little chance going forward. Over at Saga's match, she and the vampire girl were evenly matched. When the vampire girl attempted to drink Saga's blood, she quickly spit it out, looking disgusted. Clan immediately understood the sacred attribute of Saga's blood was detrimental to vampires. Unfortunately for him, his lightning affinity was not similarly effective. The battle between the two dragged on for a whole hour, with Saga narrowly emerging victorious. The main factors were that it was daytime, weakening the vampire girl, and that she had already wasted too much energy fighting a werewolf the previous night. Otherwise, the outcome might not have been the same. After a half-hour rest, the second round began. Clan knew he was in a great position, having been spared from fighting in the first round and therefore full of energy. The others all hoped to avoid facing him, but as luck would have it, participant B was the unlucky one. Having spent all his energy and mana in the previous round, even with some rest, he was nowhere close to being fully recovered. Facing Clan, his defeat seemed inevitable. On the stage, participant B wore a bitter smile. Looks like my bad luck continues. Clan nodded nonchalantly. Truly unfortunate. Enraged by his calm demeanor, participant B snapped. At my full strength, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Clan responded indifferently. Not necessarily. Participant B grew even angrier. Initially, he had considered surrendering to conserve what little energy he had, but now, he was determined to make Clan work for the victory and drain some of his energy in turn. As soon as the referee signaled the start of the match, participant B charged forward, empowered and ready to attack. Clang. Clan reacted swiftly, deflecting the blow. However, participant B's iron rod left a notch in Clan's sword. Clan frowned. His sword wouldn't last. Participant B launched a frenzied assault, fighting like a rabid dog. Clan barely managed to hold his ground. Participant B felt smug, thinking to himself, Clan's talent isn't impressive. If I win, it's just as expected. But then, just as it seemed that Clan was overwhelmed, his single-handed sword was shattered. Taking advantage of the moment, he delivered a powerful kick to participant B's chest. Sparks of lightning arced across his body. Clan's lightning-enhanced physique amplified his strength significantly. Participant B felt as if he had been struck by a carriage, flung backward to the ground. Overcome with pain, his vision darkened, and he lost control of his body. Before he could rise, Clan closed the distance and delivered a heavy punch, knocking him unconscious. While Clan considered striking again, he saw that participant B was already out cold and decided against it, concluding that this guy was even weaker than he had imagined. Clan picked up his damaged single-handed sword. Though dulled, it was still usable. His broken blade, however, was rendered totally useless. Pharaoh is unable to continue fighting. Clan is declared the winner. Having secured the victory, Clan felt in great spirits and hurried to the sidelines to recover his energy. Elsewhere, the vampire girl seemed to have the worst luck imaginable. In her first bout, she faced Saga, who perfectly countered her abilities. In the next round, she had to challenge the stone golem boy. Although she transformed into her vampire form, enabling her claws to tear through stone, her teeth weren't long enough to pierce his rocky exterior. Failing to draw blood, one of her greatest advantages was neutralized. Furthermore, she hadn't fully recovered her strength. Although her talent was exceptional, the constant disadvantages left her struggling to maintain control of the outcomes. Winning seemed increasingly unlikely. Clan grew suspicious as he continued to watch. The match assignments felt a little too coincidental. The church was clearly not fond of the vampire girl's bloodline, and it seemed like the tournament arrangements were deliberately working against her. If they truly were targeting her, it was highly likely she'd have to face him in the next round. But then there was still the match against a reinvigorated B-man. For Batgirl, this journey felt like a nightmare. Adding in the encounter with the werewolf yesterday, Clan started to suspect that everyone was targeting Batgirl. Sure enough, Batgirl, exhausted, was struck squarely by a large rock hurled by Stone Man. She collapsed, unable to rise, and lost her second match. As the match concluded, Clan noticed the chief examiner's strange, sinister smile, which only deepened his conviction that Batgirl was being targeted. Soon, the third-round draw was announced: Saga versus B-Man, and Clan versus Batgirl. B-Man outright forfeited, clearly intending to let Clan exhaust Batgirl first and reap the rewards later. Saga, too, would benefit from sitting out a round to conserve energy, ensuring she would be in prime condition for the final showdown. Clan understood that while he could defeat Batgirl in this battle, doing so would significantly drain his stamina, leaving him with even slimmer chances of beating Saga afterward. Moreover, Saga would only need to face Stone Man in the later stage, giving her a near-guaranteed victory with plenty of stamina to spare. It finally dawned on Clan that his first round bye wasn't due to luck, but rather part of a plan that favored Saga. He was merely being used as a pawn. Looking around, Clan noticed that no one else seemed to realize this. Most here came from humble origins, not suspecting the scheming behind the scenes of the examination. The match began. Clan stepped into the arena. Batgirl slowly dragged herself onto the stage, visibly fatigued, her posture hunched, her head hung low and weak. Clan knew her real name was Winnie, a name that didn't match her appearance at all. In a trembling voice, Winnie muttered, "What rotten luck, running into you now. I'm definitely going to lose this time. Clan, my luck is just the worst." Her voice quivered, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn, Clan froze. His usually composed foe, Batgirl, seemed about to cry before the fight even began. He hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should comfort her, but ultimately said, "The rules are what they are. There's nothing we can do." He decided not to share his suspicions about the orchestrated scheme, avoiding further trouble. Winnie nodded. "Okay, be careful. I'll give it my all." Despite her dark demeanor, she was oddly polite, leaving Clan with a decent impression of her. The examiner announced the start of the match. Clan tried to persuade Batgirl to forfeit, suggesting she'd have a better shot at beating B-Man in the next match. Fighting now would only lead to mutual defeat. Though Winnie didn't fully grasp his reasoning, she sensed his sincerity and resolved to fight on. Batgirl transformed, taking to the sky to claim an aerial advantage. Clan knew that maintaining such a state would quickly deplete her magic reserves. She would tire herself out sooner or later. Winnie's only hope was a quick battle, relying on her vampiric abilities to replenish her stamina. Otherwise, she was doomed to fail. However, Winnie lacked practical combat experience and failed to learn her lessons from previous matches. Upon transforming, she immediately flung a barrage of black crescent blades, their speed astonishing. Clan barely managed to block the attacks with his sword, which now bore notches from the impact. He refrained from counterattacking, choosing instead to bide his time. In the audience, the Saintess turned to someone nearby and asked, "What's this guy's gift?" The person replied, "Clan Gartha, C-tier talent with a tribute allocation." Upon hearing this, the Saintess lost interest, concluding that Clan's initial advantage stemmed only from solid training and resources, which others would soon outpace. Meanwhile, Winnie, realizing her ultimate move had failed, resorted to her vampiric strategy. She dove down toward Clan like a menacing eagle, exuding a fearsome aura. With a burst of speed, Winnie closed the gap, her claws outstretched, ready to strike Clan. But before she could land a hit, Clan moved in a flash, clutching her by the throat with a single hand. Clan's arm was longer than Winnie's, so her claws couldn't even reach him. She was so light that he could lift her effortlessly with one hand. Trapped in Clan's grip, Winnie couldn't break free. Crippled by fear and pain, she froze entirely. In the next moment, Clan hurled her to the ground with immense force, as if swinging a sledgehammer. Winnie's back slammed against the arena floor, her body overwhelmed by agony. She was too dazed and petrified to fight back, her eyes brimming with terror. Clan glanced at Winnie and informed the referee, "She's lost." The referee checked and saw that Winnie was trembling and unable to move. He declared Clan the victor. As Clan prepared to leave the stage, he glanced back at Winnie, who was still sprawled on the ground, wide-eyed with fear. Unable to ignore her, he walked back and helped her to her feet. Seeing that it was Clan who had extended a hand, Winnie whispered, "Don't." "I yield." Clan replied, "The match is over. Let's leave the stage and rest." Winnie finally came around, following Clan gloomily off the stage. Another loss. Despite having awakened an A-tier talent, she still hadn't won a single match. Offstage, Winnie murmured self-deprecatingly, "Clan, am I just useless?" Clan paused, feeling a pang of frustration. "No, you just have terrible luck," he finally said. Winnie looked up at him, giving Clan his first real glimpse of her face. Her pale but delicate features and tear-streaked eyes tugged at his heartstrings. Almost instinctively, Clan reached out and patted her on the head. Really, it's just bad luck. The opponents you faced are all too strong. You'll get better with more training. Comforted by his words, Winnie seemed to regain a bit of optimism, realizing that Clan was, in fact, quite kind. She even nuzzled his hand like a kitten. Clan quickly withdrew his hand. All right, go rest. There are more matches coming up. Okay, Winnie nodded, her mood noticeably brighter than before. Just then, Saga noticed the two of them. Her eyes widened, her gaze burning with. Lee was shocked. What were these two doing? Even patting heads? She quickly walked over. Saga said, that was such an exciting match. Clan, you're really strong. Clan responded nonchalantly, just lucky. Winnie also nodded, thinking that even at her peak, she wouldn't be able to beat Clan. Hearing this, Saga seriously said to Clan, it's our turn soon. I'll give it my all. If Clan were to suggest that Saga go easy on him and let him win flawlessly, she might actually agree to it in her current state. But Clan wouldn't do that. He wanted a fair competition. Seeing that Clan didn't respond, Saga unexpectedly initiated. If you want to win outright, I can let you. Though her tone sounded joking, Clan could tell she meant it. It was a bit self-deprecating, but there was nothing she could do about it. Before awakening her abilities, Saga had been just an ordinary person. Even now, despite possessing a top-tier A-rank talent, her mindset hadn't fully shifted. She wanted to be closer to Clan, so she unknowingly went out of her way to gain his favor, a rather pitiful sight. Clan declined outright. No need. Just give it your best. He understood clearly that if Saga held back, the examiners would definitely notice, and it would cause trouble. Besides, he didn't believe he would necessarily lose. Fine, all right then. Saga cautiously asked, when did you and Winnie become so close? You even patted her head just now. Though she felt a little displeased, she didn't want to upset Clan, so her question was quite timid. To be honest, Saga was being a little ingratiating. Clan didn't answer her question about his relationship with Winnie. He didn't think it was necessary. Saga felt awkward. At that moment, someone jeered. Winnie, you seemed pretty chummy with Clan just now. Do you like him? Winnie replied directly. Yeah, Clan is really gentle. He makes me feel safe. Saga found herself at a loss for words, regretting her earlier curiosity. She was also puzzled. Winnie had been slammed to the ground earlier, but all it took was Clan patting her head to cheer her up? That was too easy. Clan glanced at Winnie after hearing this, thinking how simple and straightforward girls from humble backgrounds could be. As long as you treated them a little better, they would wholeheartedly trust you. With that thought, Clan sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of pity for everyone involved. Half an hour later, the break ended. As Clan expected, Winnie wasn't lucky enough to skip the fourth round. This time, her opponent was Boy B. Winnie was already heavily drained, and having been severely injured by Clan in the previous match, her chances of beating Boy B were slim. Seeing that his opponent was Winnie, Boy B smirked confidently, certain of his victory. Clan, on the other hand, was set to face Saga. His expression turned serious. Among the remaining contestants, Saga was the most unscathed, and she had promised to give it her all. When the two stepped into the arena, Saga became focused, noticing that Clan looked surprisingly cute now. The match began, and Saga leapt into the air immediately. It was evident that she was completely at ease, her performance a stark contrast to Winnie's earlier struggles. Clan didn't dare underestimate Saga, and quickly began formulating a strategy. Saga wasn't like Winnie. She had ranged attacks and explosive power. If he got hit, it wouldn't be pretty. Once the fight was underway, Saga didn't opt for her energy-draining range skills. Instead, she targeted Clan's weapon. His weapon was just an ordinary iron sword, already full of nicks and cracks, unable to hold up much longer. Saga, on the other hand, wielded a finely crafted spear, awarded by the church after her awakening. While not top tier, it was more than sufficient for contestants at their current level. Saga used her signature diving attack once again, but this time, with plenty of energy to spare, her speed, accuracy, and power far surpassed Winnie's. As she dove down, she turned into a flash of white light and charged directly at Clan. Clang! With a single strike, Clan's one-handed sword shattered. Clan frowned deeply. Facing weapon fragility every time was an annoyance. Now, without a weapon, he found himself in a dilemma. Saga didn't let up. After a brief pause, she dove again. Electricity crackled around Clan as he dodged in an instant, leaving Saga to crash into the ground due to inertia. Smack! Clan spun around and struck her back with his palm. Both of them froze. Clan had already grabbed Saga by the neck, and she knew she was done for. I concede. The arena fell into silence. Nobody knew how to react. Everyone had expected Saga to secure a sure win, but instead, she made a critical mistake and was taken down without even showing her full strength. The examiners were displeased. After all, they had arranged for Saga to win. This outcome, however, was utterly unexpected. Only the Saintess on the platform found it amusing. Her interest in Clan peaked. The chief examiner noticed this and concluded that Clan had promising potential. The scientist could tell that Clan was different from the rest. His every move was decisive, ruthless, and efficient, revealing the instincts of a battle-hardened killer. A fighting style like his was overwhelming against peers. While others were merely fighting, he was executing. Next, Clan would face his final opponent, the Stone Man. If Clan had a weapon, his victory would be assured. But now, without one, he'd have to rely on his bare hands. Though he should still be able to overcome. The opponent's defense was strong, but it resulted in self-inflicted injuries. The Stone Man had taken a break earlier, recovering some stamina. Clan was left pondering strategies. He glanced at Winnie, but her weapon was a small claw, essentially useless in this fight, so he abandoned that idea. Ultimately, Clan could only rely on his bare fists for a direct confrontation. Clan's stat allocations were impressive, leaving doubts about whether the Stone Man could withstand him. The Stone Man, having seen Clan's 3 consecutive victories, felt the pressure mounting. He acknowledged Clan's strength, realizing that his only advantage now was the weapon discrepancy. On the other side, Winnie had lost to player B. Her current state was so poor that she couldn't even defeat a previously eliminated participant. Winnie was now at a point where practically anyone could defeat her. She sat dejectedly in the spectators' area. The matches for the 6th to 20th positions had concluded. The werewolf took 6th place and was utterly shocked to see Winnie lose all her fights. For the werewolf who had been eliminated by her, this was an even harder pill to swallow. He began doubting the gap between himself and the top-tier competitors. As the final half-hour approached, the match between Clan and the Stone Man began. If Clan won, he would achieve a perfect win streak and earn 1st place. At this moment, the Stone Man's clothes were in tatters, his injuries unhealed, and his condition poor. Clan, on the other hand, was in excellent shape with ample mana reserves, confident in his victory even without a weapon. As soon as the match started, the Stone Man used earth magic to transform into a stone giant, but the rocks forming the giant were noticeably smaller and thinner than before. This sight reassured Clan, who realized he could win without going full force. His strategy became clear. He nimbly dodged attacks, aiming to slowly deplete the opponent's mana. The Stone Man understood he needed to end this quickly, but the arena was too vast. Clan kept running, evading every pursuit. As the Stone Man's mana drained away, his stone giant form dissipated entirely. Clan immediately utilized his Thunder Body ability to close the distance, landing a series of punches that knocked the Stone Man unconscious, securing an easy victory. Throughout the entire process, Clan exhibited precise control, showcasing impressive battle intelligence. With this strategy, even if the Stone Man had been in his best condition, defeating Clan would have been incredibly challenging. The final rankings were as follows: Clan in 1st place, followed by Saga, Player B, the Stone Man, and then Winnie. The results came as a surprise to many. The chief examiner approached to announce the rewards. Clan was granted the rank of Viscount, 500 Academy points, a magical grade weapon, 10 mid-tier magic stones, and 50 low-tier magic stones per month. Other participants received scaled-down rewards, with those in 4th and 5th place earning the rank of Baron but fewer other prizes. Clan, uninterested in the rewards, was more eager about his future academy life. The chief examiner explained that the top 10 contestants would reside in the main hall and enjoy the best resources, while others would be allocated residences according to their rank. Clan examined his new Viscount insignia with some curiosity, wondering why the title wasn't something more ecclesiastical considering he was joining the church. Unfamiliar with his new nobility rank, Clan didn't yet understand its purpose but assumed its significance would become apparent in time. The Archbishop guided them to their new living quarters, announcing that the rewards would be delivered shortly and that they could request their weapon preferences now. Clan asked for a Thunder Attribute sword. The Archbishop nodded, deeming such a magical weapon easy to fulfill. Everyone submitted their preferred weapon choices. Shortly after, Clan was led to a spacious suite. The room measured over 100 square meters and was furnished simply yet warmly, dominantly adorned in white, with a distinct church aesthetic. The space was fully equipped with furniture, and Clan found himself quite satisfied. Not long after entering the room, there was a knock at the door. Opening it, Clan saw a blonde girl in a white robe who introduced herself as Milia. She stated that she would handle his daily needs moving forward. Clan, unaccustomed to being attended to, suspected she might actually be there to monitor him. Deciding to conceal his true thoughts in front of her, he remained guarded. Milia found her own small room within the suite, explaining that she would mostly remain there and could be called whenever needed. She began tidying up Clan's bed. Feeling uneasy, Clan retreated to the living room to meditate and train. An hour later, there was another knock at the door. This time, Milia answered, and the rewards were delivered. Clan inspected the items, finding that the points were automatically stored in his medal. What excited him most was the magical grade longsword and several magic stones. The sword, named the Thunder Flash Sword, enhanced the flow of Thunder Attribute mana and boosted the power of Thunder Attribute skills by 20%. Its straightforward design left Clan very satisfied. Using the magic stones was simple. One only needed to wear them during cultivation, and they would automatically provide mana. Other than the stones and a note, there were no additional items. The note outlined key points for becoming an official member. Eager to test the stones, Clan hung one around his neck and began practicing his lightning drawing technique. The improvement was immediate, significantly enhancing his cultivation efficiency. Previously capable of completing 2.5 energy cycles, with the stone, he managed 5 full cycles without issue. The strength of the magic stones was undeniable, though he noticed the stone beginning to dim, leaving uncertainty about their longevity. Nevertheless, their benefits to his cultivation were undeniable. After finishing his training, Clan lay down to rest. Elsewhere, Milia only stopped working after noticing he had fallen asleep, retreating to her own room. While taking a bath, she reflected on her new master. From their brief interactions so far, she found Clan to have a pleasant temperament, leaving her hopeful for manageable days ahead. She was quite content. As Clan drifted into slumber, a system announcement suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for a critical hit. All 4-dimensional attributes, +1. He was startled and hurriedly checked his status panel, realizing it wasn't an illusion. All his attributes had indeed increased by 1 point. Even the calmest person would struggle to contain their excitement, and it took him 2 hours to calm down before finally falling asleep. The next morning, perhaps due to his improved attributes, Clan felt refreshed even with little sleep. Milia noticed him getting up. "My lord, you're awake?" Clan nodded and replied, "Today I need to attend the lesson as per the note's instructions." The courses at the Royal Academy were reserved for knights or higher ranks. The more advanced one's rank, the more courses they could access. Commoners were limited to basic knowledge, and slaves weren't even eligible. Knowledge was priceless. As a Viscount, Clan was entitled to 3 months of courses each year to choose as he wished. The curriculum was broad, encompassing swordsmanship, military strategies, forging, and more. Today, Clan also had another task, to find Quinn, as instructed by Mr. Wesa. However, the academy was vast, and locating Quinn could be troublesome if he wasn't in the main cathedral. With his increased starting point exceeding Mr. Wesa's expectations, Clan was unsure if he still needed assistance. Afterward, he headed to the course selection office. First, he checked his talent panel and discovered that his forging talent was his highest at 17 points. His potion-making talent stood at 4 points, while the others were merely 1 or 2 points, practically abysmal. Thus, he decided to major in swordsmanship, minor in forging, and also take an introductory course in potionology since recognizing herbs in the wild could prove useful. Once he finalized his choices, he first went to the swordsmanship guidance classroom. Having been promoted to Viscount, Clan qualified to select a private mentor for one-on-one tutoring, bypassing the group classes. Everyone knew this type of focused instruction resulted in faster improvements, allowing Clan to further widen the gap between himself and others. However, private lessons were prohibitively expensive. Arriving at the guidance classroom, Clan was quickly greeted by someone. "Honorable Viscount student, would you like individualized swordsmanship guidance?" Clan nodded. "I want to see the list of instructors." The attendant handed him a booklet, and as Clan flipped through it, he came across one entry. Name, Creston Steelbinder. Level, 44. Specialty, Aquatic Thunder Swordsmanship. Fee, half a day's lesson per hour. Requirement, Baron rank or higher. Status, available. There were plenty of similar instructors listed in the book, categorized by their magical attributes. As long as an instructor was available, he could choose one. After carefully reviewing for 5 minutes, Clan spotted another name. Name, Quinn O.M. Level, 39. Specialty, Thunder Attribute Swordsmanship. Fee, 1/4 lesson per hour. Requirement, Knight rank or higher. Status, available. The name made Clan pause. Wasn't this the person he was supposed to find? The attributes suited him perfectly, and with no hesitation, Clan decided, this one. The staff member nodded. "Very well. Please wait. I'll summon the instructor immediately." Quinn was surprised. He hadn't been chosen by anyone in a long time, and he never expected a Viscount to pick him. As he hurried over to the classroom, his curiosity grew. When Clan saw Quinn, he was taken aback as well. He had assumed Quinn was a middle-aged man, but in reality, the instructor appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, much younger than Mr. Wesa. "You bought my lessons? Follow me," Quinn said directly, leading Clan into an empty classroom. Clan spoke up. "Mr. Quinn, I have a question." "Ask. Do you know Mr. Wesa? Are you referring to Leighton Wesa? Did he recommend you?" Clan confirmed he hadn't approached the wrong person. Yes, Mr. Wesa asked me to give you this token. Handing over the wooden badge, Clan noticed Quinn's expression softened significantly. If Mr. Wesa introduced you, I'll take good care of you. What technique are you practicing? Thunder drawing art. Quinn nodded approvingly. Excellent. From now on, I'll teach you the thunder drawing art and swordsmanship for free. Consider it repaying a favor to Mr. Wesa. Clan was a bit stunned, not expecting to secure a private teacher at no cost. He gladly accepted. Let's start with the 1-hour session. The lesson fee is already paid. Afterward, you can follow me for dedicated one-on-one training. Understood. Gratitude toward Mr. Wesa swelled within Clan's heart. Having a free private mentor was bound to expedite his growth. Let me first assess your current skill level. All right. Clan unsheathed his flash thunder sword. Upon seeing the weapon, Quinn's belief that Clan was the right person solidified further. Clan was undoubtedly a rising star. This magical grade weapon was something most new students could only dream of, but Clan wielded it with ease, a fact that left Quinn utterly impressed. As the duel commenced, Quinn hadn't even moved, yet Clan already felt immense pressure. Quinn seemed flawless, like a razor-sharp blade, exuding an aura of impenetrability. Clan quickly realized that rushing in would end in an instant defeat, so he hesitated, carefully analyzing his opponent. Quinn was pleased with this composure. Most people would panic and act rashly under pressure, but Clan managed to stay steady. Still, the gap in strength was undeniable. Whether Clan attacked or not, the outcome remained unchanged. Quinn deliberately held back, but with what appeared to be a casual strike, he made Clan feel utterly cornered. Panicking, Clan raised his flash thunder sword to block, yet Quinn effortlessly disarmed him with a flick, sending the sword flying. If you can't even hold your sword, what's the point of practicing swordsmanship? Pick it up and try again. Quinn mocked. Without a word of complaint, Clan silently retrieved his weapon and continued the bout. The outcome, however, was exactly the same. The sword was knocked out of his hand again. Quinn quickly noticed that Clan was fast and strong, completely unlike a child his age. However, his basics were severely lacking, suggesting an ordinary upbringing with no formal training. Still, as long as he was willing to practice, there was potential. Every time his weapon was disarmed, Quinn would mock him coldly. Most people would have crumbled under the pressure, but despite the ringing in his head, Clan persevered, analyzing the reasons behind his failures over and over. By the 11th duel, something changed. This time, Clan's sword was not knocked away. Quinn was startled, assuming it was a fluke. But after testing him a few more times, he realized it wasn't. Clan had genuinely improved. As Quinn looked at Clan, who remained steadfast even under immense pressure, he found himself deeply impressed. It was no wonder this kid had secured a Viscount title during the assessment. He really wasn't someone ordinary. You've made some progress, but you're still far from enough. Quinn begrudgingly offered a rare note of praise. For Clan, this confirmed he was on the right track, motivating him to keep pushing forward. As their practice matches continued, Quinn found himself increasingly astonished. From being unable to block even a single move at first to gradually being able to deflect 4 or 5 strikes in a row, Clan was like a growth machine, correcting his mistakes again and again. For the first time, Quinn encountered such a clear-headed and determined genius. A thought struck him. To invest in Clan while he was still unknown? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, the return on investing in a genius at their early stage was unmatched. Acting on his impulses, Quinn said, "If you want to continue learning, it's going to cost you. Follow me." "Oh, okay," Clan replied and obediently followed. Soon, Clan found himself at Quinn's home. Compared to his own small room, Quinn's living room alone was as big as his entire house. Quinn stated, "Starting today, you'll come here every day to practice swordsmanship for at least 3 hours. You're not done until I say you are." "Understand." Clan nodded immediately. Who could be picky about free private lessons? Rest for half an hour before continuing. Clan had just finished an hour of high-intensity combat and was clearly exhausted, his arms trembling visibly. Half an hour later, Quinn began teaching formally. By now, he had a clear grasp of Clan's current abilities and skipped straight to the instructional phase. Foundational training cannot be skipped. Every day, you'll need to swing your sword 5,000 times. I'll have someone monitor you, and any deviation from the correct form won't count. Yes, Clan affirmed. He understood the importance of fundamentals. Movements drilled into muscle memory were what would keep him alive on a real battlefield. Quinn called over a maid dressed in a servant's uniform. "Page I watch him. Not a single swing short." "Yes, master," Page I replied as she prepared to tally his repetitions. Quinn personally demonstrated the correct movements for Clan, and only after ensuring he understood the proper technique did he leave. Gritting his teeth, Clan began the monotonous and grueling training routine. His sword was heavier than a standard one, crafted from iron. By the 500th swing, he was drenched in sweat. After 1,000, 2,000 swings, his body felt like it had been fished out of water. Yet he refused to stop. Near the end, Clan was relying purely on instinct to keep going. At some point, Quinn returned unnoticed, glanced at him, and sighed. He had set too high a goal, especially considering Clan was already drained from before. Quinn simply took the sword from Clan's hands. That's enough for today. Clan collapsed as soon as he heard the words. Quinn reacted quickly, catching him and carrying him to the bathroom. He stripped Clan's clothes off and placed him into a bathtub filled with green medicinal liquid. Kid, you've lucked out big time. As Clan's body slipped into the bath, his face instantly eased, visibly more comfortable. Half an hour later, Clan woke up to find himself immersed in medicinal water. One whiff told him it was a healing bath. He realized he owed another huge favor to Quinn. This time, instead of overthinking, he relaxed and allowed himself to soak, focusing on recovery and improvement. As the medicinal effect gradually dissipated, Quinn entered the room. There's clean water over there. Wash yourself off after soaking, then come out. Yes, Clan replied. He cleaned himself up, then put on an old set of Quinn's clothes, which, though oversized, still fit him decently. Quinn pointed to the bed. Lie on your stomach. What? Clan froze. Did he mishear? Quinn's expression darkened. When I say something, just do it. Clan hesitated but obeyed, laying face down on the bed. Soon, Page Eye approached and began massaging him. The room was filled with a faint, soothing fragrance. Clan's screams echoed as he writhed in pain. Ease up. But Page Eye ignored his protests, sticking to her techniques. If you want to heal, this is part of the process, she informed him. Half an hour later, Clan felt like he was on the verge of death. All done for today. Come back tomorrow, Page Eye casually said. Struggling to stand, Clan limped home to his little abode. Though he had planned to take up forging, his body was utterly spent. In the end, he chose to attend a potion course instead. After some rest, he headed to class, opting for the least expensive, beginner-level course available. He needed to build a solid foundation first. The class itself wasn't particularly noteworthy. The teacher's tutorials were standard fare, while the number of students was overwhelming. Becoming a potioneer required talent, effort, and wealth, and the path was fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, there were always many aspiring youths willing to try. Clan quietly attended, taking diligent notes in his booklet. With his remaining time, he headed to the library. As a Viscount, he had free access. Looking at books on the first floor required no points, but anything above the second floor needed points to access. It had been a long time since he had settled down like this to quietly read a book. His mental focus was strong, his learning speed was fast, and he was starting to find it addictive. Close to midnight, a system notification alerted him that he had gained 1 constitution point. Only then did he come back to his senses and decided to rest for the night. When he woke up the next day, his body still ached slightly. Last night's training had been intense, and despite the herbal bath and massage, he hadn't fully recovered. He checked his attributes and noticed that the numbers had increased again, with his level reaching LV.5. He knew this was the result of both his rigorous training and the medicinal bath. At that moment, Milia brought in a lavish breakfast. Every month, Viscounts had an allocated food quota, but they were responsible for preparing the ingredients themselves. Fortunately, with Milia's care, these tasks had become much easier. After breakfast, Clan went to look for Quinn, but Quinn was not there today. Only Paige was around. So, Clan decided to train with Paige instead. Where did Quinn go? Clan asked. He accepted a mission. He'll be back in a week, Paige replied. The Royal Academy was no charity. Students like them enjoyed a protection period during which they had considerable freedom and were not required to take on assignments. However, once that period ended, the Academy would start assigning missions to them. Completing missions also earned points. Each student was required to complete basic monthly missions. Otherwise, 100 points would be deducted. If someone's points hit 0, they wouldn't be expelled but would instead be demoted in rank. The lowest rank was that of a slave, subject to the whims of others, not even considered as a person. For a slave to regain their freedom depended solely on their master's generosity. Thus, Clan knew he had to push himself to improve as much as possible over the upcoming months. A week passed quickly, and Clan's attributes had increased significantly. Strength +5, Agility +5, Constitution +4, and Spirit +2. Since his recent awakening, his rapid progress had been remarkable, aided by medicinal baths and Paige's massages. But Clan wasn't just practicing sword swings. He was also training in basic techniques. By the second day, he had adapted to doing 5,000 sword swings repeatedly, and with the help of medicinal baths, he didn't fear pushing himself to the limit. His sword movements now were noticeably smoother compared to a week ago, and his physique had become more toned, increasing his charm and even extending his lifespan slightly. In terms of alchemy, however, he had only theoretical knowledge, as the materials for experiments were too expensive for him to afford. He focused on memorizing the characteristics of various herbs instead. When Quinn returned from his mission, the first thing he did was go straight to Clan to see how much progress he had made in a week. Watching Clan's smooth and precise sword movements left Quinn stunned. He had originally expected Clan to have barely learned the basics of swordplay, yet within just a week, Clan had reached the level of someone who had trained for over a year, and without Quinn's direct guidance. At that time, Clan had just finished training when Quinn arrived. "Master Quinn, you're back," Clan greeted. "Aren't you tired?" Quinn asked, surprised. "Not really. I plan to continue training later," Clan replied. Quinn was taken aback. Most people would be utterly exhausted after 5,000 swings, yet Clan still wanted to train more. What Quinn didn't know was that Clan had been continuously upgrading his attributes, minimizing stamina loss while maximizing his rapid progress. Clan simply smiled and credited Quinn's medicinal baths for his improvements. However, Quinn instead praised Clan's exceptional talent, admitting that he had underestimated him. Even Paige, standing nearby, was shocked. It was the first time she had seen Quinn compliment anyone so generously. Quinn then suggested a sparring session to test Clan's strength. Clan agreed without hesitation. Despite having just exerted himself, he was now far stronger than he had been a week ago. Brandishing his flashing thunder sword, Clan faced off against Quinn. Yet even now, he couldn't identify Quinn's weaknesses. After a brief moment of observation, Quinn decisively made the first move. The clash of their iron swords was fierce. After 10 strikes, Clan managed to hold his ground, though he was clearly struggling. By the 16th strike, his sword was once again knocked away. The main issue was stamina depletion, otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Quinn won and nodded approvingly. "Again," he said. Clan agreed, and the two resumed their intense battle. An hour later, Clan collapsed from exhaustion. Quinn carried him to the bathing area to recover. Despite the short duration of the fight, Clan's progress was evident. His flaws were fewer, and his improvement was remarkable. At the current pace of his growth, imagining what he might become in the future was almost impossible. After training, Clan attended an alchemy class and unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Saga. It had been a week since their last meeting, and Saga looked significantly better. Her complexion was fairer, and she now resembled a young maiden. When she saw Clan, her eyes lit up, as he also seemed more handsome than before. Over the past week, she had secretly been inquiring about him, yet she had only heard of his activities without actually running into him. Upon learning he'd attended the alchemy class yesterday, she had purposely come today, and finally, they met again. Saga cautiously approached him and greeted him. "Long time no see. How have you been?" she asked. "Quite busy and fulfilled. What about you?" Clan replied. "I'm doing well too. Every day, I'm eating good food, being taken care of, and learning what I want to learn." She rambled on, talking about many things, only stopping when the teacher entered the classroom. Afraid of being punished, she quickly quieted down and focused on the lecture. However, to her, alchemy was like an entirely foreign language. Without a foundational understanding, the material made little sense, and she quickly began dozing off. The students from the werewolf clan were in a similar situation. None of them had chosen academic courses due to their poor foundational knowledge. Saga occasionally glanced at Clan and noticed him attentively listening and taking notes. She couldn't figure out how he managed to stay focused. At this point, her only motivation for staying at the academy was Clan. Clan was aware of Saga's gaze but chose to ignore it, staying focused on the lecture as he planned to talk to her after class. In truth, it wasn't just Saga. Many students found the alchemy class to be dry and unbearably tedious. The teacher's method of teaching was rigid and repetitive. After an hour, Clan was already wondering if he should switch teachers. Perhaps self-studying in the library would be more effective. He wasn't particularly talented in potion making and hadn't planned to specialize in the subject, so he decided to stick it out for a few more lessons. If the teacher continued to offer no substantial content, he'd consider another approach. Once class was over, Clan realized the teacher had mostly reiterated previously discussed topics, making him feel it might not be worth attending further. Shea asked Clan where he was heading. "To the library. Want to come along?" The moment Shea heard that, she stepped back quickly. "No, I've got something else to do," she said, hastily turning away and walking off. Clan, however, made his way to the library to focus on self-study. Time flew by, and another week had passed. Clan continued training, distributing his attribute points, and leveling up. Lately, Clan had noticed his progress was slowing down. Over the course of this period, he had added 3 points to strength, 3 to agility, 2 to constitution, and 2 to spirit. He was now at level 7. He discovered that leveling up had nothing to do with attributes. Instead, it solely depended on the magical energy within his body. The more magical energy he accumulated, the higher his level. Quinn had also noticed that Clan was getting stronger, and the two were now evenly matched in terms of power. However, Quinn could only keep up by carefully controlling his attributes. In reality, Clan's overall stats were already higher. Quinn felt he wouldn't be able to mentor Clan for much longer. Clan's rate of learning and advancement was simply too fast, as was his resource consumption. Resource scarcity for future cultivation loomed as a considerable issue. Unfortunately, Clan's talent was only rated at sea level, so it was unlikely the Academy would prioritize him. This made Quinn feel regretful. Having trained for half a month, Clan had gone through 2 intermediate mana stones, leaving him with 8 more. Yet, his consumption rate was accelerating, and those stones wouldn't last long. The next round of beginner mana stones wouldn't be distributed until the following month, and it took 100 beginner stones to exchange for a single intermediate one, an inefficient conversion. Clan considered taking on some assignments to earn resources. Students were eligible to accept tasks even now. Completing tasks during his protection period would offset future mandatory missions. However, only tasks rated D level or higher could waive a single penalty, while it would take 10 E-level tasks to do the same. For now, Clan wasn't in a hurry. He still had 500 points unspent and planned to focus on increasing his personal power first. He also decided to enroll in forging classes, something he previously hadn't had time for, but could now pursue. After his weaponless experience earlier, he was eager to learn forging. When his morning cultivation session concluded, Clan skipped his afternoon potion-making class in favor of a forging course. He also paid for private coaching. The instructor he selected was a mid-level blacksmith. Blacksmiths were divided into 7 tiers, and a mid-level one was more than sufficient for teaching beginners. In fact, Clan had already picked up quite a bit of theoretical knowledge from the library recently, so he came with a slight foundation. The blacksmith quickly summoned him to the workshop. Following instructions, Clan entered the forging room. The blacksmith asked why he wanted to learn forging, commenting that the craft wasn't exactly prestigious compared to potion makers or enchanters. Clan simply replied that he was interested. The blacksmith, Gang Lasso, shook his head skeptically, doubting Clan's commitment. Though Gang Lasso wasn't enthusiastic, he had been paid, so he would teach diligently. After all, teaching hours could be exchanged for rare resources, and he was just shy of finally obtaining a long-awaited piece of ore. But the demand for forging lessons was too low, and his popularity as an instructor was middling. If he provided excellent service to Clan, perhaps it would lead to a few more teaching sessions. "Have you ever forged before?" Gang Lasso asked. Clan responded that he hadn't, only that he had read some books on it. Gang Lasso was surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a student who had only studied the theory without any hands-on experience. He handed Clan a piece of impure iron and told him to try removing its impurities, intending to gauge his potential. Clan recalled the steps he had read about, heated the ore until it was red-hot, brought it out, and began hammering. His strength was impressive, and the hammer didn't feel heavy in his hands. After observing him for a while, Gang Lasso shook his head and said, "The steps aren't wrong, but the temperature isn't high enough, and the hammering is chaotic. Using more force with a bigger hammer just makes things worse. Forging isn't about brute strength. You need to discern the state of the raw material, strike with purpose, and refine it meticulously." Gang Lasso, though stout and ungainly in appearance, struck the iron with precision. Each hit produced a crisp and harmonious sound, almost like music. As he explained, he demonstrated the technique, while Clan watched attentively, carefully noting the movements and strike points. Slowly, the essence of forging began to take shape in his mind. In no time, Gang Lasso had removed the impurities and asked Clan if he understood. Clan nodded and tried again. Gang Lasso held low expectations. After all, it was common for beginners to fail after watching just one demonstration. Yet to his amazement, Clan's very first strike produced the same crisp, resonant sound. Gang Lasso turned to stare at him, suspecting it was merely a fluke. But Clan's subsequent strikes were consistent and precise. For a novice, his performance was simply extraordinary. His proficiency was visibly improving by the second, as if he were born to forge. The impurities in the piece of iron gradually disappeared. Watching Clan's focused expression, Gang Lasso began to think this kid might genuinely have some talent. After 5 minutes, Gang Lasso instructed him to stop. "The surface impurities are mostly removed. Now let me teach you how to get rid of the deeper impurities." As he spoke, he tossed the metal into the furnace, reheating, folding, and hammering it repeatedly. Before long, a pure piece of iron emerged. Gang Lasso explained that mastering the right temperature was tricky and relied heavily on experience. Clan nodded with a show of understanding. Gang Lasso then told him to try again, this time doing the furnace work himself. Clan followed the process once more. He placed the ore into the furnace and waited until it was glowing red before removing it to forge. He had carefully observed Gang Lasso's earlier demonstration and managed to control the timing almost perfectly. Watching this, Gang Lasso grew suspicious. Had this kid really never forged before? His precision with timing was almost unnerving. Clan began hammering the chunk of iron. 2 hours later, all the impurities had been knocked out. Steel Wire silently observed, beginning to doubt his understanding of smithing. Could someone really learn just by watching once? All right, next I'll teach you the next step. Steel Wire's tone became noticeably gentler. The subsequent steps, shaping and quenching, were also learned by Clan in just one demonstration. For hours later, Clan forged a rough but properly formed iron sword. Steel Wire found great pleasure in teaching Clan. This man could master a skill with just one look, vastly different from the students he had struggled to teach with little success in the past. He even began to feel that Clan could go professional on his own. His talent was overwhelming. Clan, will you continue smithing in the future? Of course. Hearing this, Steel Wire let out a sigh of relief. Remember what you said today? Yes. Clan was caught a bit off guard by Steel Wire's sudden serious demeanor. Should we continue? No, Mr. Steel Wire. I've got other plans for tomorrow. At most, I can only smith for 4 hours every night. I'll have to leave now. Steel Wire wanted to urge him to stay, but didn't know how to express it. Truthfully, he really wanted to ask if Clan would return tomorrow. He genuinely wished to continue teaching. But he refrained from speaking, because deep down he felt unworthy of teaching a genius like Clan. In reality, Clan had already realized this. Steel Wire's skill level was limited. Clan planned to switch to a more qualified mentor after learning the basics. Congratulations, host. You have earned +1 charisma attribute point. Upon hearing the notification sound, Clan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Sure, becoming more handsome was nice, but he thought increasing his core stats or luck would be far more practical. A higher level of attractiveness didn't really seem that useful. The next morning at breakfast, Milia kept staring at Clan. She felt he looked more handsome, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. During the day, Clan attended classes as usual. That evening, Steel Wire was delighted when Clan chose his course again. However, today's Clan bombarded him with a series of advanced questions. How to remedy damaged steel billets, which quenching methods were most effective, and so on. Steel Wire began to grow uneasy but still answered diligently. Within 4 hours, Clan absorbed everything Steel Wire could teach, jotting it all down in a small notebook. The remaining questions were things even Steel Wire himself hadn't figured out yet. Upon returning home, Steel Wire's feelings were quite conflicted. Congratulations, host. You have earned +1 strength attribute point. Just as Steel Wire had feared, on the third day, Clan sought out a different instructor. This time, it was a master blacksmith. The master blacksmith was startled by Clan's extraordinary talent. However, compared to Steel Wire, his initial admiration quickly gave way to intense jealousy. Clan recognized when a teacher wasn't suitable and, after just an hour, decisively moved on, ignoring every plea to stay. Fortunately, the academy allowed students to switch instructors freely, making the process efficient and hassle-free. Over the next half-month, Clan's daily routine became highly repetitive. He practiced and trained without pause. In just 15 days, Clan's stats had skyrocketed. Strength increased by 9 points, agility by 6 points, constitution by 5 points, while spirit only gained 3 points. All his attributes saw significant boosts, thanks to his relentless training. Previously, spirit had been his strongest attribute, but now it had become the weakest. Today, Clan made another breakthrough. His lightning induction technique advanced rapidly. Quinn stood by, watching as arcs of electricity danced over Clan's body, marveling at the disparity in their talents. After his breakthrough, Clan could maintain a constant state of lightning embodiment and unleash a full-force ultimate attack using all his magical energy. For someone at his level, this was already remarkably powerful. 2 hours later, Clan opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly crackling with electricity. The lightning induction technique had reached level 3, and the surge of electrical energy had activated his body's full genetic potential, further boosting his attributes. Current stats for Clan, 16 years old, Knight, level 11. Trained in Gale Sword Technique, level 1, and Lightning Induction Technique, level 3. His attribute stats were as follows: Strength 46, Agility 39, Constitution 41, Spirit 34. His various talents, charisma, and lifespan had all increased significantly. In just 1 month since entering the Royal Academy, his stats had doubled, averaging 40 points now. At level 11, his magical energy had expanded rapidly, and his charisma and lifespan continued to grow. In this high fantasy world, ordinary people lived roughly 50 to 60 years, but the strong could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. After his breakthrough, Quinn immediately approached and asked, "How do you feel now?" "I'm really hungry," Clan responded. Quinn laughed and called for Paggy to bring food. Clan began devouring meat and gulping down milk, eating ravenously. Watching him, Quinn and Paggy started feeling hungry too. Clan only stopped after consuming the majority of the food on the table. After resting for a while, Quinn dragged Clan to spar. Recently, the two had been dueling frequently. Quinn, wanting to keep up with Clan, had also improved his stats, so the gap between them wasn't as wide. Use the Thunderbolt sword, Quinn suggested. Clan readily agreed. His regular heavy sword could no longer bring out his full strength. The Thunderbolt sword was a much better fit. After preparation, Clan initiated the attack. His sword strikes blurred together, moving at an incredible speed. Quinn was inwardly astonished but managed to hold his ground, as his current strength was still slightly superior to Clan's. The room filled with the relentless clang of metal against metal. Paggy watched with a look of deep concern, fearing one of them might get hurt, but both combatants remained unscathed. As the sparring session continued, Quinn grew increasingly astonished. He found himself beginning to struggle against Clan. After breaking through with the lightning summoning technique, Clan's improvement surpassed all expectations. Quinn suddenly felt that Clan was just one step away from catching up to him. He had thought that day was still far off, but now he realized it was approaching much faster than he had imagined. A wave of melancholy washed over him. In the split second he was distracted, Clan's attack broke through his defenses, nearly landing a strike. Quinn instantly burst forth with power, pushing Clan back. The two stopped and stared at each other. Quinn was stunned. Moments earlier, he had instinctively used his true abilities in a pinch, and even then, Clan had managed to block them. "Clan, you're truly remarkable now," Quinn said, his expression complicated. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Quinn, that I've improved so quickly," Clan replied earnestly. Quinn sighed. "Perhaps in 3 months, you'll surpass me." "You must be joking. That's far easier said than done." But Quinn did not think so. "All right, let's wrap it up for today. Go get some rest," he said. "Understood." Clan obeyed, turning to leave. Quinn watched his retreating figure, raising a hand as if to call him back, but ended up lowering it again. He found himself reluctant to part ways with Clan. Instead, he realized he had grown fond of training with the serious young man by his side. Inwardly, Quinn reflected, uncertain about how far this young man's abilities might ultimately go. Clan went back for lunch, took a nap, and then got ready to attend his forging class. As soon as he stepped out the door, he ran into a familiar face. Seeing the Marquis badge pinned on the girl's chest, Clan froze. This girl was none other than the Holy Maiden, a privileged figure who bypassed examinations and was directly granted a high-ranking status. Clan understood how difficult it was to ascend in rank. It required enormous amounts of points, completed tasks, and grueling evaluations. For most students, their status level was practically fixed upon entering the academy, with almost no one managing to rise further. The Holy Maiden, Xingxin, noticed Clan at first glance. She felt he looked familiar, but couldn't instantly recall where she had seen him before. Being acknowledged by Xingxin left Clan uneasy, as he felt that nothing good could come of it. "You, come here," Xingxin ordered imperiously, as though addressing a servant. Clan had no choice but to obey. Given the disparity in their statuses, if she meant to trouble him, he could do nothing to resist. After enduring years of hardship, Clan barely flinched at such minor humiliations. Xingxin eyed him for a moment before suddenly asking, "Clan, isn't it?" Clan nodded. "What business do you have, noble Marquis?" "Nothing much, really. I find you interesting. I want you to become my underling." Clan immediately discerned her type, a spoiled noblewoman accustomed to taking whatever she pleased. Ordinarily, he would have refused such a demand, but with someone as powerful and influential as her, compromise seemed like the wisest course. Glancing around, he saw no one coming to his aid. With a sigh, he decided compliance would be the better option for now. At least, he thought to himself, her looks were somewhat redeeming, a small consolation. "Of course, I'd be honored, esteemed Marquis," Clan answered tactfully. Xingxin was satisfied. "From now on, you'll be my underling." She tossed him a pouch. "Here's your allowance. 10 intermediate magic stones per month. I don't mistreat those under me." Clan was momentarily stunned. Such preferential treatment, it was downright extravagant. Internally, he laughed at himself. All of his prior resistance now felt like a joke. What kind of tyrant? She's practically a saint. He thought ironically. "Thank you, my lady," he said. "Don't call me my lady. Like everyone else, address me as the Holy Maiden." "Understood." "Holy Maiden," Clan responded. "Whenever I call, you'll come running." "I'll remember that." "Good. Now I'm bored. Do you have anything interesting to share, Clan?" "Let me think," Clan replied. In truth, Clan had been focused entirely on training and was unfamiliar with the church's entertainment or leisure activities. Seeing the blank look on his face, Xingxin immediately understood. He wasn't exactly the entertaining type. Forget it. Come with me, she ordered. Without giving him a choice, Shengxin turned and walked off. After hesitating briefly, Clan followed. Before long, they arrived at a massive cylindrical building. Clan instantly recognized it. This was an arena? The church even had such a place. Shengxin entered without hesitation, and Clan followed behind, still trying to wrap his mind around the situation. A beautiful staff member approached them. Welcome, Holy Maiden. Your spot will be prepared immediately. Arrange for him to have an opponent as well, Shengxin instructed, pointing at Clan. Clan frowned in bewilderment. What's going on? He asked, unsure of her intentions. You look confused, Shengxin remarked curtly. Forgive me, Holy Maiden. This is my first time here. Are there specific rules I should know? No rules, Shengxin replied nonchalantly. This is a beast arena. Your only job is to kill the opponent. Clan was speechless. So it was a combat arena, and yet she wanted him to fight right away? Do you have any objections? Shengxin asked sharply. Holy Maiden, I've only been in King's Academy for a month. Isn't it too soon to have me fight magical beasts? Clan tried reasoning. Shengxin narrowed her eyes in obvious displeasure. The Holy Maiden was not someone who tolerated defiance. Are you disobeying an order? She challenged. Apologies, Holy Maiden, but this is too dangerous. I refuse. Clan's tone was firm. Snap. Shengxin suddenly drew out a whip, lashing it down upon him without hesitation. Clan's reflexes were quick. He reached out and caught the whip in midair. Nearby onlookers were shocked into silence. Clan's palm burned with pain, and he inwardly cursed how ruthless this Holy Maiden was, striking without warning. Shengxin hadn't expected her whip to be caught, and tried to yank it back. You're acting out of spite, but the Holy Maiden was in the wrong today. Still, you were a bit too ruthless. How dare you defeat her holiness? Kron took the medicine with a cold smile. She almost took my life, you know. The official side. Young man, to be honest, I admire your courage. The Holy Maiden holds a position of great prestige. You know what the consequences will be for someone like you, don't you? Kron replied calmly. I know, but when someone wrongs me, I won't just swallow my pride and keep quiet. The official shook his head and stood up. I hope your backbone lasts until the very end. Just then, the door swung open, and a group of guards in church uniforms filed in, clearly there to take someone away. They escorted Kron out of the Colosseum and hurried him toward the King's Academy. On the way, Kron's emotions were mixed. He reflected on the day's struggle. Though he felt no fear, he understood that this was far from over. Upon arriving at the King's Academy, he was led into a spacious and solemn hall. The gold-adorned walls exuded a sense of sanctity. In the center of the hall, several high-ranking officials in red robes watched him in silence, while the Pope, seated high above, gazed at him with eyes as deep as an abyss. You are Kron. The Pope's voice was authoritative and carried an air of unyielding power. Kron nodded, showing no sign of backing down. That is me. The Pope stared at him with keen interest. Do you know what you have done? I only know that I was merely defending myself. As for wrongdoing, I do not believe I have committed any. The Pope smiled faintly upon hearing this. Interesting, very interesting. A youth with a C-class talent actually managed to defeat an S-class saintess. His gaze turned cold. But regardless, she is the saintess. Kron clenched his fists and looked the Pope straight in the eye. Whether it's a saint or a commoner, if anyone dares to oppress me, I will fight back. The crowd erupted in an uproar. They had never seen a young man so fearless in the face of the Pope. Yet the Pope did not grow angry. Instead, he seemed deep in thought. Kron, I'll give you a chance. Your abilities differ from those of an ordinary C-rank talent. If you can prove yourself useful to us, I might just make an exception. Kron sneered. Prove myself? I've already proven it. Isn't today's victory enough? The Pope smiled rather than growl. A single battle means nothing. What I need is something of greater significance. Kron's heart stirred. He realized the Pope wasn't merely exerting mindless intimidation, but had a hidden agenda. However, he did not respond immediately, choosing instead to wait for the Pope to continue. I offer you two paths, the Pope said, rising to his feet. First, you accept the Church's arrangement, become our weapon, and henceforth obey my commands. I can ensure you live a life of ease. And the second? Kron asked. The second, the Pope's smile deepened. You will attempt to challenge the very limits of the system. You may be erased, or perhaps, he paused meaningfully, you might become a legend and change the rules. Kron pondered for a moment, then suddenly flashed a determined smile. My path has never been one that others can dictate. The Pope watched him and said softly, then so be it. But remember, the rules of this world possess their own power. You must bear the consequences of your choice. Kron nodded calmly. I understand that. Then, a guard signaled for Kron to withdraw, but he showed no sign of submission. The moment he stepped out of the hall, Kron felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier, yet it also ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within him. You want me to submit? Dream on. He limped off into the distance, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. There's a grudge, but it's just a matter of duty. I won't make things difficult for you. Clan nodded, consumed the medicine, and his body indeed felt much better. Thank you. No need to be polite. The two stopped speaking further and waited together for someone from above to arrive. Clan knew escape was impossible now and could only wait for the right opportunity, determined to survive and turn his situation around. Before long, someone entered and called out, "Who's Clan?" "That's me." "Me." Clan stood up cooperatively, the pain significantly reduced, and he walked toward the group. Expecting to be escorted, he declared, "I can walk on my own." The two were briefly startled, but ultimately followed as Clan headed towards the Holy Court. On the other side, Saint Heart awoke, her injuries healed. Upon seeing the Pope, she complained with grievance, "Your Holiness, where's Clan? I want to find him and get my revenge." The Pope sighed, "Stop provoking others all the time. Focus on cultivating and improving yourself." Saint Heart fumed, unwilling to concede. "Next time, I'll definitely defeat him." The Pope gazed at her, fully aware that Clan was the perfect stimulus for Saint Heart's growth. He comforted her, "Rest well, train diligently, and when you're strong enough, then go find him. I'll find you the best teacher." Saint Heart nodded. The Pope, seeing her compliance, felt pleased and thought he owed Clan his gratitude. Shortly after, the Pope went to meet Clan. When others saw the Pope, they often knelt down, but Clan merely observed him curiously. The Pope had a handsome exterior, golden hair, a towering build, and a warm smile that made him approachable. To Clan, his height was at least 2.2 meters, like that of a giant. The Pope scrutinized Clan from top to bottom, and, finding his composure and calm demeanor satisfactory, nodded inwardly. This young man who had defeated Saint Heart was indeed extraordinary. With a wave of his hand, the ropes on Clan's body instantly disappeared. "I've already heard about the incident. The fault lies with Saint Heart. I'm here to apologize on her behalf." Clan froze, expecting the Pope to hold him accountable, but he was taken aback by the fairness of the response. Suddenly, Clan felt that this royal academy wasn't as terrifying as he'd thought. The people here seemed quite reasonable. "Your Holiness, you're too kind. I bear some responsibility as well. I shouldn't have treated the Saintess that way. It was over the line." "No, you were in the right. In fact, I should thank you. Had you not spurred Saint Heart on, she wouldn't have gained such motivation. I've decided to reward you." Beating up the Saintess and getting a reward? Clan's mood instantly brightened. "However, Clan, there's one thing I need to ask you." Clan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "What exactly is your innate talent?" Clan hesitated briefly before answering. "Isn't it just a tribute distribution?" The Pope dismantled his facade directly. "Don't pretend. There's no way a tribute distribution alone could rival the angel's soul. Be honest, your talent must be more than that, right?" Clan fell silent. After a while, he confessed the truth. "Actually, I can see my own talents." As it turned out, Clan had recently learned from reading that ordinary attribute distribution talents couldn't display specific attributes. But he could. He could identify what he was most skilled at, such as lightning attributes, being particularly suited for swordsmanship, or even being adept at forging as a secondary profession. The Pope immediately understood. While this talent didn't directly enhance compatibility, it allowed Clan to avoid detours and find the most efficient path forward. If utilized properly, Clan could challenge those with even S-class talents. However, considering that Clan had just injured Saint Heart, the Pope decided against overtly favoring him to avoid causing controversy. Nonetheless, he resolved to help Clan in secret. Only Clan himself would be privy to this, ensuring no one else could claim credit for his success. The Pope remarked, "Your talent is excellent. I'll provide you with additional resources, but the effort must still come from you." Clan nodded solemnly, feeling a growing sense of respect for the Pope. He could see that this man was genuinely wise and fair. Originally, Clan just wanted to survive, but he hadn't anticipated gaining advantages from this situation. Naturally, he was satisfied. The Pope handed him a token, explaining that it contained 1,000 years' worth of teaching sessions, allowing him to learn freely from top-notch instructors. Clan was stunned. This gift was incredibly valuable, far beyond what anyone could imagine. To the Pope, however, this wasn't a grand gesture. Still, he worried about spoiling Clan or turning him into someone with a personality like Saint Heart's. Thus, he resolved to monitor Clan closely, ready to intervene subtly when necessary. He also wanted to see the difference between a self-made Clan and a nurtured Saint Heart. This could potentially reshape how the Holy Court approached education in the future. The Pope's spirits were lifted. He decided to treat Clan better moving forward, hoping to avoid instilling resentment toward the Holy Court. Moreover, he hoped that one day, Clan might contribute positively to their cause. The Pope gave Clan another bottle of medicine, saying that if he took it, his wounds would heal, and telling him not to let the Sacred Heart surpass him too easily. Clan understood what the Pope meant. He wanted him to be the Sacred Heart's rival, to spur the Sacred Heart's progress. On the way back, Clan kept pondering the Pope's words, laughing at how deep the Pope's schemes ran. Milia was cooking and hadn't noticed Clan's injuries. By the time she saw them, she was very worried. Clan said it was normal to get hurt while cultivating and didn't go into the details. Although he felt Milia probably wasn't there to spy on him, he still didn't fully trust her. He told Milia to draw a bath. Milia worried whether he could even bathe like that, but Clan told her not to worry. Milia had no choice but to do as he said. At that moment, Clan took out the medicine bottle. Inside were 10 white pills. He took only one, and the wound immediately healed rapidly. Even the scab fell off, leaving only a faint white mark. He sighed that the church's medicine was indeed remarkable, and the rest could be sold for a lot of money. After Milia had prepared the bath and gone to look for him, Clan entered the bathroom to soak. Milia waited outside, feeling a little uneasy. A languid voice rang out. "Master, do you want me to scrub your back?" Clan thought it over. He was too tired today, and after coming home, he really did need to enjoy himself properly. Sure. After getting permission, Milia carefully came in and discovered that the bloodstains on Clan's body were gone, leaving only a clean, well-built body. Her face instantly flushed red, and she couldn't help sneaking glances. The wounds were gone too. With so much blood earlier, it seemed it hadn't been the master's after all. Clan turned around and exposed his back. Milia came to her senses and hurriedly picked up the towel to scrub his back. She was sure the master really was getting more and more good-looking, but she couldn't quite say why. As she scrubbed, a bold thought suddenly crossed her mind. Right now the master had his back to her, so if she did something small, he probably wouldn't notice, right? She quietly moved closer, sniffed Clan, and felt that the master had a very pleasant fragrance about him, which made her a little intoxicated. Her movement stopped. Clan opened his eyes, intending to ask what was wrong, but from the corner of his eye he noticed Milia leaning in close like a creep. He didn't expose her right away, but instead scared her a little. "Why did you stop?" Startled, Milia opened her eyes and panicked when she realized Clan didn't seem to have noticed her little move. She hurriedly explained, "Nothing, master. I'm washing the towel." Clan nodded and said nothing more. After that, Milia didn't dare act recklessly again and obediently helped him scrub his back. After a while, Clan said, "That's enough for today. Is dinner ready?" "It's already ready, master." After dinner, Clan went to rest, and Milia returned to her room as well. She slipped under the blanket, savoring her earlier outrageous act, and couldn't help trembling. She wondered if she had gone crazy, but she also really liked the master's fragrance and the feeling of being by his side. She had once wanted to secretly look at Clan while he was asleep, but feared being discovered, so she could only give up on the idea. In the end, she decided to take good care of Clan as much as possible, so that he would be unable to live without her. Congratulations, host. You obtained 1 lucky attribute point today. Clan heard the prompt in his mind and was stunned for a moment. He had gained another lucky point. He really liked this attribute. It could subtly influence life. The next morning, Clan clearly felt that his body had changed. He opened his attributes, and, sure enough, all 4 attributes had increased by 2 or 3 points, and his level had risen to level 13. He knew this was because of yesterday's life and death battle with Sacred Heart. True combat was what improved you the fastest. If he kept at it for a year, Cran's body would be completely transformed. He suddenly thought about Milia helping him wipe himself down today, and his heart warmed. But he could understand it. After all, they were both in the bloom of youth, and curiosity about the opposite sex was perfectly normal. He forced himself to sleep and got up the next day. Breakfast was more carefully prepared than usual, and even the plating was more refined. Milia looked at him expectantly, and Cran directly praised her. Milia was both surprised and happy, feeling that it had all been worth it. After eating, Cran went to class as usual and had no intention of replacing Quinn yet. Their relationship had not reached the point of needing to end. In the evening, he planned to find a forging master-level teacher to help improve himself. After all, he was too basic right now, and having a teacher who was too advanced would be a waste. While training with Quinn noticed that Cran had gotten stronger again and began to wonder how much longer he could still teach him. On the way home, Cran ran into Saga. Saga looked much better now, and had become a fair, rosy-cheeked girl. Cran's temperament had also become quite unusual. Saga had originally thought she could face Cran naturally, but in the end she was still nervous. "What do you need me for?" Cran asked. "Myself and Winnie are going to take on a D-rank quest to exterminate 100 goblins. There are 5 spots. Are you coming?" Saga asked. Cran was interested. Doing a team quest for the first time would be safer. He was curious where the goblins came from, but quickly set the question aside and agreed. "Sure. When do we leave?" "Tomorrow." After Cran agreed, Saga let out a sigh of relief and felt a little happy too. Then Cran went to find Quinn. You're going on a quest? Quinn asked. Yes. Quinn felt that getting early exposure to quests was a good thing. With Cran's current strength, there would be no problem at all. He even suspected that Cran might have some hidden talent, since his strength was improving too quickly. Just as Cran was about to leave, Quinn suddenly said, Actually, you could find an aristocratic marriage partner. Cran froze, not reacting for a moment. Quinn explained, You're growing too fast right now and need more resources. Find a wealthy partner, and the road of cultivation will be much smoother in the future. Your path in the future will be much easier. When Quinn said this, he sounded a little wistful. Cran could tell that Quinn was also someone with a story. Quinn waved his hand and said, Forget it, forget it. I haven't been doing well lately, which is why I've been thinking like this. You're definitely better off than me, so just take it as nonsense. Cran answered seriously, Mr. Quinn, I've always remembered your help. This wasn't just politeness. Quinn had originally only taught him for free to repay Mr. Wisha, but he could have completely not provided any medicinal materials, yet he still did. These days of studying potions, Cran could tell the materials in the bathtub weren't cheap. Quinn had paid a lot, and Cran remembered that kindness clearly. Don't talk about this anymore, Quinn urged. Hurry up and cultivate. You still have serious matters to attend to. Cran nodded, then left. He didn't go to class right away, but planned to spend some money on Commercial Street. He hadn't really spent any of his points for so long. Soon, Cran arrived at Commercial Street. There were official stores here, and there were also shops opened by students. Official stores guaranteed genuine goods and after-sales service. The smaller shops were cheaper but carried risks, and if anything went wrong, you could only blame your own bad luck. Cran knew he didn't have that kind of eye, so he decisively went into an official store. Just as he entered, a pretty young lady in lovely clothes came up to greet him. Seeing the Viscount badge on his chest, she was very enthusiastic. Viscount student, what do you need? I'm a freshman and want to take on a mission in advance, so I'm here to buy some prep items. What do you recommend? When the young lady heard he was a freshman, her attitude improved even more. She was a student of King's Academy and understood that if a freshman could obtain a Viscount badge, it meant he was extremely capable. People like that had boundless prospects in the future. Are you going to take on a hunting mission? She asked. Yes. What kind of monster? Goblins. Goblins are very suitable for beginners. With your strength, it shouldn't be hard to complete. Let me recommend a few potions to you. Alright, this is an energy potion. If you get tired on the road, drink one and you'll immediately recover your vitality. 1 point per bottle. You can take a sniff. The young lady handed him a sample bottle. Cran took one smell and immediately felt his fatigue lessen. It was even better than coffee. Not bad. I'll take 5 bottles of that. Any other recommendations? Yes. Beginner healing potion, 3 points each. Pour it on wounds to use it. It can heal quickly. I'll take 2 bottles. There's also insect repellent powder. Sprinkle it around the camp before sleeping to ward off snakes, insects, mosquitoes, and ants. 1 point per portion, and each portion can be used 3 times. Give me 2 portions. In the end, Clan bought a pile of things, spending a total of 105 points. But he felt they were all very practical. The young lady said, Thank you for your patronage. My name is Sistasi. You can come find me again next time. Alright. Clan didn't refuse, feeling that her recommendations were pretty good. After buying everything, he headed straight to the forging classroom. Clan had made an appointment with a blacksmith today. When he arrived at the forging room, the blacksmith asked directly, Ask anything you want. Clan immediately asked, Why do I always get explosions when forging lightning attribute or? The blacksmith nodded. What exactly do you do when you heat it? Clan said, I sprinkled in some earth powder to try to suppress the lightning or's energy. The blacksmith said, Then the earth powder may not have been enough, or its quality may have been too poor. Usually, the amount of earth powder should be half the weight of the lightning ore. Too little won't suppress it, too much will affect the finished product. Clan nodded in agreement. He then asked, Is there any way to fix it? The blacksmith said, Yes, but it's not worth it. The materials needed for a fix are no better than just starting over, and even if it succeeds, the finished product still won't be good. That's why every forging attempt has to be taken seriously. Clan quite agreed and nodded again. Then the two of them took another 3-hour lesson, and Clan gained a lot from it. After that, he planned to digest the content first and come back to study again if he had more questions. The blacksmith didn't know Clan's actual level, but that was normal. Lessons were expensive, and most people just asked all their questions during class and practiced on their own afterward. Since he had a mission tomorrow, Clan didn't go forging and went straight to rest. The system prompt said, Congratulations to the host, +1 constitution. Clan's constitution rose to 46. The next day, he arrived at the church gate as agreed to register for departure. Once he left the church, He felt the air was even fresher. Outside was a big city, though he didn't know its name. He could only tell that most of the people here were students. He noticed that the commoners around him all lowered their heads when they saw him, clearly fearing him because of his viscount status. But he didn't see any slaves, which he found a little strange. Not thinking too much about it, he saw his teammates, Shaga, Winnie, Gato, and the stone giant Devon, all familiar faces. Gato and Devon looked solemn. After all, Clan was the top student of this year. Clan greeted them first. Long time no see. Everyone replied, and they all felt that Clan had become more composed and even stronger. Since they were now teammates, no one had any intention of sparring, and they prepared to set off. Shaga led the team, introducing the city to Clan as they walked. What's it called? I don't know either. What's it called? This is Holy Light City, the capital of the church's 12 cities. This island we're on now is actually as big as a new continent. Sagar said it was a continent, and Kron was quite surprised. Kron was very interested, so Sagar continued explaining. King's Academy is huge. It's a super academy jointly built by the various empires and kingdoms. Every country has its own influence, but no one can occupy the entire continent. And there are also the barren wilderness and forests, where magical beasts grow very quickly and need to be cleared out regularly. Otherwise, large groups of magical beasts will appear. We're going to the Great Forest? Sagar shook her head. No, just a nearby village. Lately there have been a lot of goblins there, destroying the rice fields and abducting girls. We're going to deal with them. Kron nodded. That did sound like something goblins would do. Winnie followed along. Although she had been getting enough nutrition, she was still very thin, and her skin was frighteningly pale. She ran up beside Kron, looking like a little white radish. Seeing Winnie's unnaturally thin legs, Kron frowned and took some bread from his backpack to hand to her. Eat this. Winnie was a little confused. She had actually wanted to see Kron and had been waiting at the competition grounds every day. Today she finally saw him, and she was in a pretty good mood. But Kron immediately handed her food. After thinking it over, she felt Kron must like her, so she took the bread and ate it in small bites. Kron thought she looked very cute like that, and even reached out to rub her head, like he was raising a daughter. Winnie felt the care and smiled like a little puppy, even rubbing her head against Kron's hand. Have you not been eating properly lately? Properly lately? Why are you still so thin? Winnie quickly swallowed the bread and explained, I'm eating normally. It's because of my talent. I can only make up for the nutrition by drinking blood, but I don't like drinking blood. Kron hadn't expected a talent to have this kind of side effect. Powerful talents were actually a kind of curse. Talents above B rank generally came with side effects. B rank ones could still be controlled, but A rank ones were hard to say. Kron looked at Sagar. Does your talent have any flaws? Sagar nodded. Yes. The flaw of winged people is a mental one. We're very simple-minded and get fixated on one thing. As she spoke, she kept staring at Kron. Even without saying it, Kron now understood what she was fixated on. As for this mental flaw, Kron couldn't really tell whether it was good or bad. If that fixation was used on cultivation, it might be a good thing, but Sagar didn't seem to be using it that way. Kron then looked at Devon and Gato, not knowing what their side effects were, though they were only B rank, so they should be fine. Devon was very unhappy right now. Why were there only 2 girls in the team, and both of them were hovering around Kron? Just because he was handsome? He was not convinced. Now that they had come to the church and everyone's living conditions had improved, their thoughts had become more complicated too. Take Devon, for example. Before, he had only thought about getting enough to eat, but now he had other ideas. These days, Devon ate his fill every day, and whenever he saw pretty girls in the church, he couldn't help but feel desire. He felt he had some status now, and these people should be trying to curry favor with him instead. But he knew that if he wanted to go further, he needed to find an outstanding partner. So with ordinary girls, he just played around, while his real targets were the talented Sagar and Winnie. One was innocent and the other was foolish. Devon felt they would be very easy to take advantage of. But now he discovered that both of these targets were actually clustering around another man, and his mentality exploded instantly. Devon couldn't hold back and walked straight over, cutting in. What are you talking about? My talent doesn't have any flaws. It's not like yours. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Everyone was silently complaining in their hearts. Your talent doesn't have any flaws? After transforming into a stone man, your movements become sluggish as hell. You're basically just a sandbag. Kron was speechless, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, internal strife was the last thing a team should have. At that moment, Gato was completely absorbed in studying his long spear. Gato's talent was weapon master, and during this time he had been practicing spear techniques. His spear skills were now even stronger than his swordsmanship, but he had never shown it in front of everyone, so no one paid much attention. Seeing that no one paid him any mind, Devon became even more annoyed and provoked him. Kron, back when you had only a C-rank talent, you still managed to place first. I've improved too now. Want to spar? Clan gave him a cold, sidelong glance. He had long since seen that Devon was deliberately picking a fight. The moment Gato heard there'd be a brawl, he instantly perked up. Winnie and Saga, on the other hand, wanted to break it up. Clan said blankly, "Fine. I'd like to see how much you've improved, too." Devon was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Clan to actually accept the challenge, and immediately grew excited, thinking that if he could beat Clan up in front of the two girls, he'd definitely make a strong impression. Clan, meanwhile, grew colder and colder, knowing full well that someone like Devon had to be dealt with early or he'd definitely cause trouble later. After this fight, Devon would either straighten up or have to leave. Seeing this, everyone quickly spread out to stay alert and prevent any danger. Once the two had put some distance between them, Devon suddenly transformed into a giant stone man and charged at Clan like a madman. It was obvious that Devon had grown much larger and his armor was thicker, but his speed had hardly improved at all. In fact, he was even more sluggish. Clan didn't even use his lightning body or flash thunder sword. He only pulled out an iron staff. As Devon rushed in, Clan directly smashed him on the shoulder with a single strike. Bang! The stones on Devon's shoulder burst apart, and he dropped to one knee. The sheer force of that blow stunned Gato and the other two. Bang! Another strike landed on Devon's head, and Devon instantly. The sack was knocked crooked, and the stones outside shattered all over the ground. Devon was completely dazed. Clan seized the opportunity, and, with the iron staff in both reverse and forward grips, kept hammering Devon's head without pause, the sounds of bang, 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 ringing out nonstop. Winnie and the others were stunned. It had started as a sparring match, but in the end it became Devon taking a beating. Fortunately, Devon kept reinforcing the stones with earth magic, or else his skull would already have been split open. In the end, Devon couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed unconscious to the ground, the stones all falling off him, his face swollen beyond recognition, and his flesh and blood a mangled mess. Clan was a little surprised, so this stone protection wasn't all that impressive after all. Did I hit him too hard? What do we do now, he asked. Gato said indifferently, "Take Devon back first. He can't take part in the mission anymore. The four of us are enough." In truth, Gato had long since seen that Devon had suggested the sparring for ulterior motives, not because he really wanted a fair match. He didn't feel the least bit sympathetic. Winnie and Saga said nothing more and simply took Devon away. The team set out again, but because of this sparring match, the captain had already become Clan. Gato looked at Clan with a complicated expression, never expecting Clan to improve so quickly and widen the gap even further. But he was unwilling to accept it and resolved that one day he would definitely win back. But for now, he knew Clan must still be holding back. Last time during the assessment, Clan could still be covered in lightning all over his body, and now he was casually crushing someone at Devon's level in a fight. Gato even began to doubt his own life. The group moved very quickly and reached the target village before nightfall. The village was run down. The fences had been torn apart by beasts. The vegetable fields were a complete mess, and every household had its doors tightly shut. Clan thought the supplies he had brought probably wouldn't be needed, since the houses here were still, at least, livable. Clan shouted, "Anyone there? We're here to clear out the goblins." As soon as he finished speaking, a villager quietly opened the door. Several thin villagers came out, each with dull yellow hair and poor skin, looking pitiful. The common people here paid heavy taxes every month and still had to suffer monster harassment, making their homes even poorer. Compared with the heavenly church, this place was pure hell. "Honored sirs, I'll take you to your lodging." The leader brought them to the largest house in the village chief's home. The village chief was actually also a knight, but he alone couldn't deal with so many goblins. The village chief was in his 20s, with dark skin, but he was still better off than the ordinary villagers. Seeing Clan and the others, he was very welcoming. "Honored sirs, please stay at my place tonight. Those beasts will probably come again." He nodded lightly. A baby was crying from inside the house. The village chief hurriedly said, "Sorry, I need to go soothe the child. Aang, please take care of the guests." "Yes, father." The little girl agreed, and the village chief left. Clan looked at Aang, puzzled in his heart. Would children born in King's Academy leave here when they grew up? But the academy had only been around for 40 years, and the oldest person here was only 39. Aang was very thoughtful and led everyone to their rooms. The rooms were simple and clean, and for people who had always endured hardship, they were already very good. Not long after, there was a knock on Clan's door. Shaga, Winnie, and Gato were outside. Shaga said, "Let's all stay in your room. In case something happens, we can act together." Clan agreed. Winnie asked, "Clan, are those goblins strong?" Clan shook his head. "I haven't fought goblins before, but some goblins can mutate and become very powerful. The magic here is dense, so the chance of mutation is even higher. Instead, he was very excited, looking forward to a big battle. At night, they suddenly heard a commotion outside, and the four of them immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out. They saw short black shadows everywhere in the village, along with a foul stench. Some of the shadows were huge in size. They must be mutated goblins. Light the torches, Clan shouted, and the villagers immediately lit the lamps and torches. With the light, everyone could clearly see the goblin's ugly appearance. Clan drew his sword, and, as soon as he charged in, split a goblin in two. Gato thrust his spear and stabbed two to death in one strike. Winnie and Shaga took to the air. Winnie darted through the night, crazily harvesting goblins, while Shaga bombarded them with ranged magic in rapid succession, each attack taking down several at a time. The team worked together seamlessly, and the battle quickly became intense. A month passed, and everyone improved rapidly. The teammates could fight goblins one-on-one, but Clan did not relax, because the goblins were destroying the village too quickly, and it was better to clear them out as soon as possible. As soon as Clan activated Lay Body, his speed surged. Flash Thunder Sword chopped down several goblins in a row. His movements were so fast it was terrifying, and cutting goblins was like slicing tofu, with almost no resistance. 3 mutated giant goblins also noticed them and immediately charged over. One of the giant goblins rushed in front of Clan. Though huge, it was extremely agile, and its strength far surpassed that of ordinary goblins. Clan did not dare be careless, and in an instant, he struck with full force, slashing straight at the other's neck. The sword cut from the neck to the collarbone before stopping. The bones were too hard, and it was not completely severed. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the giant goblin let out a shrill scream. Clan froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. Taking the chance, he pulled out his sword and thrust it straight into the giant goblin's eye again. Die! The sword tip pierced its brain, and the giant goblin collapsed instantly, its screams cut off abruptly. Clan did not approach. He remained vigilant. After all, magical beasts had tenacious vitality. He turned around and continued hunting other goblins. This mutated giant goblin was easily dealt with by him. On the other side, Gato was facing another giant goblin. Gato's spear technique was accurate, aiming straight for the throat, but his strength and speed could not keep up. The giant goblin blocked it with a large wooden club and directly knocked Gato's spear away. Gato's palm was scraped open and bleeding. He froze for a moment and hurriedly picked up his spear. The giant goblin's club came crashing down, and when Winnie saw it, she was so frightened that she screamed, "Don't!" At that moment, a lightning sword flew over and directly pierced the giant goblin's neck, causing it to fall. It turned out Clan had acted to save Gato. Gato came to his senses and looked toward Clan. Clan had saved a teammate's life again. After saving his own life, should he still treat the other person as a target? Shouldn't he repay life with life? Seeing this, the last giant goblin immediately flew into a rage and charged at Clan like mad. But Clan had just thrown his Flash Thunder Sword, and with no weapon in hand, he could only fight barehanded. Moreover, that earlier strike had consumed a great deal of his magic power, and now he could only maintain Lay Body. The goblin swung a large wooden club at him, its stench overwhelming and its screams piercing. Clan was extremely fast and easily dodged the attack, but he was almost knocked senseless by the stench. The situation was very unfavorable for Clan, but he did not panic. He remembered what Quinn had taught him: enrage the magical beast and make it lose its reason. Then every attack would be full of openings. Like someone without any bottom line, he specifically kicked the goblin's vital points. The giant goblin screamed in agony, enraged to the extreme. After losing its mind, its attacks became clumsy. Cran easily predicted its moves and took the chance to drive a fist empowered by his thunder body into the goblin's liver, sending it straight to its knees and rendering it unable to move. Cran gave it no chance, launching a series of attacks at its vital points: eyes, throat, heart. The scene was gruesome, and even his companions were stunned. The other goblins, terrified, fled for their lives. Cran seized the opportunity, tore out the goblin's throat with his bare hands, and executed it cleanly and decisively. He was covered in blood. Seeing the goblins flee, Cran deactivated his thunder body. "What are you standing there for? Chase them. Find their nest." Only then did the others react, hurriedly pursuing them. Cran casually picked up the Flash Thunder Sword and cut off the heads of several more goblins with a few swings before leaving in peace. Only after the villagers heard the noise die down did they dare come out. Seeing the goblin corpses strewn all over the ground, they first fell silent, and then someone burst into tears, finally releasing all the emotions they had been holding in. These past days, they had been tormented by the goblins, and now they were finally free. The village chief watched the whole thing, his expression complex yet grateful. At first, he had not thought highly of Cran and the others, believing they would not be able to hold out, but the scene just now had shocked him, and there was nothing he himself could do to help. He knew Cran and the others were now off to sweep out the goblin nest. On the other side, Cran took out a bottle of stamina potion and a bottle of mana potion, gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, and recovered quite a bit of strength before following the fleeing goblins and continuing their advance. They arrived at the edge of the forest. The forest at night was dangerous, full of magical beasts, but the four of them did not hesitate and went in. Cran drank a bottle of mana potion and recovered more than half of his mana, finally feeling a bit safer. He figured there would definitely be stronger monsters in the goblin nest, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The giant goblin earlier was only strong, not fast, and posed no threat to him at all. It simply wasn't worth mentioning. He only wanted to keep killing and didn't feel tired in the slightest. The four of them followed the goblins and soon arrived at a large nest leading underground. The entrance was pitch black, like an abyss, and the group hesitated a little. Are we going in? The most frightened one was Sokka. She had a psychological shadow over darkness and honestly did not want to enter. However, Cran didn't notice Sokka's fear. He only saw that Winnie was already excited. With her bonus in dark environments, she was eager to go in. Cran turned around, intending to ask for everyone's opinion. Only then did he notice Sokka trembling with fear. He said, "It's not safe for everyone to go in. Let's leave one person outside to keep watch. Sokka isn't suited for caves, and she doesn't get a nighttime bonus anyway, so you stay outside." Sokka froze. She had thought she would have to force herself to go in, but unexpectedly, she didn't need to. She felt relieved and believed Cran cared about her feelings. In truth, Cran mainly didn't want her fear to affect the team, but he would not admit that he had also, to some extent, considered Sokka's feelings. Gato thought it made sense after hearing that. Winged people couldn't fly inside a cave, so it was better for him to stay outside. Winnie also nodded in agreement. Cran looked at Sokka and comforted her. "Can you stay outside alone?" "No problem. If you run into danger, call me, and I'll rush in," Sokka agreed. Cran smiled and nodded. "Okay, if we get into trouble, we'll wait for you to save us." Sokka was warmed by that smile from Cran and was a little speechless. Gato glanced at Cran warily from the side, feeling that he was far too good at charming people. "Don't waste time. Go in." The three of them took torches and entered the lair. Sargo watched their backs disappear, still feeling a little stifled inside. Soon, the firelight was swallowed by the darkness. The forest grew so silent that only Sargo remained, with nothing around but a rustling sound, as if something was moving. Terror unfolded. Sargo forced herself to stay calm, vigilantly watching her surroundings to guard against any mishaps. Although Kron and the others were carrying torches, the cave was dark and oppressive, stifling and foul, reeking of a nauseating stench. The three of them could barely stand it after a short while. It was hard to imagine that goblins actually lived here, truly disgusting. As they kept moving forward, Winnie suddenly grabbed Kron and Gato. The two immediately slowed down. By the torchlight, they quickly saw two naked Sarshade, their bodies covered in bruises and wounds, foul-smelling and disgusting, with huge gashes in their abdomens. Kron was furious, so enraged he wanted nothing more than to tear the goblins to pieces. He forced himself to calm down, remembering what Quinn had taught him. The angrier you are, the calmer you must become, and learn to use that anger. Gato and Winnie were equally enraged. It had nothing to do with whether they knew the victims or not. Anyone would be furious upon seeing their own kind harmed. Just like in reality, when animals attack people, it provokes an instinctive disgust, let alone when human lives are involved. Kron said coldly, "Keep going." Gato and Winnie followed silently. The deeper they went, the more Shan or Shritit they saw, each one more miserable than the last. Kron's heart grew even more furious. In the end, the three of them stopped. Kron said coldly, "Found it." A goblin in front shrieked and pounced at Kron, but he grabbed it in one hand. The goblin screamed miserably and struggled in terror. Kron tightened his grip, and the bones crackled. In the next moment, the goblin was crushed to pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The other goblins were all stunned and saw Kron as a magical beast. The goblins did not dare advance, but Kron showed no mercy. Once Thunder Body was activated, Kron charged into the crowd, swinging his sword and slaughtering wildly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, none able to withstand him. Winnie and Gato also killed frantically, and the scene was like hell itself, until a piercing shriek rang out. A special goblin over 2 meters tall appeared, with slender limbs, leather armor, and an iron spear, its aura dangerous. It was more agile than ordinary goblins and far better armed. After seeing the mountain of corpses and blood, this goblin screamed and rushed forward, its first target being Gato, who was nearest to it. Kron was startled. This thing was really fast. Its speed was about the same as his usual pace, Yet for such a large body to be this fast was truly terrifying. Gato did not expect it to charge right up to him so quickly and hurriedly raised his spear to block the attack. But at the very last moment, the mutated goblin's spear suddenly changed direction. The stab turned into a smash, and it came crashing down like an iron rod. Gato reacted quickly and immediately found a point to defend, holding his spear up with both hands to block the attack. Bang! The spear was nearly broken, but it still held. As expected, a magical weapon was tough. However, Gato was shaken onto his knees, and even the bones in his legs had cracked. Kron rushed over immediately, because if he didn't, Gato would die. The mutated goblin coldly stared at Gato, preparing to finish him off, when a black crescent blade suddenly flew over. The goblin sensed danger and twisted aside to dodge. PSH. The crescent blade sliced across his shoulder, nearly severing his right arm. The goblin clutched its severed limb and screamed. At that moment, Kron had already reached him and stabbed straight for the throat with his sword. The goblin barely dodged, but its neck was still cut open, and blood spurted out. Rage filled the goblin, and even the pain seemed to fade. It lunged at Kron in a frenzy of attacks. Kron was faster, but still forced to defend. Bang! Their weapons clashed violently, and Kron was sent staggering. This was the first magical beast he had encountered with such tremendous strength. This goblin's power was on par with the giant goblin. Seeing that Kron could block its attacks, the goblin froze for a moment, not expecting this tiny human not to be sent flying. But it quickly recovered and continued its wild assault, feeling that Kron was too dangerous and had to be killed. The more Kron fought, the more shocked he became. This goblin not only had high attributes, it was also very intelligent, and its attacks were like martial arts, pressing him so hard he could barely breathe. Gato struggled to his feet at this moment and barely managed to deal with the ordinary goblins. His leg was injured, greatly reducing his combat power, and he even found it difficult to handle the small monsters. After killing two, he was suddenly stabbed in the back, but fortunately the opponent's weapon was not sharp and only left a wound. Gato turned around and fired a spear, piercing the enemy straight through. The remaining goblins saw how weak he was and all rushed at him. Winnie came flying over immediately and quickly cleared the goblins around them. But she still couldn't go help Clan, afraid of accidentally injuring him. With Winnie's support, Gato barely held on, but his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't last much longer. Clan and the mutated goblin fought more and more fiercely. The mutated goblin's spear was already twisted and on the verge of snapping, but the goblin was now only thinking about killing Clan. Clan, however, grew more and more excited. He had finally encountered an opponent of comparable strength, and this life-or-death struggle made his blood run hot. Their emotions were running high, and they fought even harder. Clan narrowly avoided being pierced several times. As for the mutated goblin, its body was covered with more and more wounds. The more Clan fought, the calmer he became, while the more the mutated goblin fought, the crazier it grew, until it had completely turned into a wild beast biting at random. In this battle, Clan's swordsmanship improved significantly, but he had not specially trained in sword techniques and could only rely on the basic sword form of Leinju. If he had a Thunder Attribute sword technique, he might have achieved even greater breakthroughs today. 3 minutes later, the goblin grew weaker and weaker, covered in injuries, its movements sluggish and its eyes exhausted. Clan stabbed through its heart with one sword, and the goblin fell to the ground in disbelief. Very soon, Clan pierced its throat with another sword, killing it outright. He did not behead it, in order to keep the corpse for potion materials and exchange it for points. Clan turned to look at the remaining goblins. Corpses were strewn all over the nest. He also noticed several little goblins curled up in the corner. Thinking of the scenes from the anime, he killed the little goblins directly, leaving no survivors. In the end, all the goblins were slaughtered. They found several surviving girls in the nest, but they had blank expressions and disheveled clothing, obviously having been harmed. Clan tried to comfort them. "Do you want to get out?" 2 of the girls responded with tears, while the others showed no reaction at all. Clan could only rescue them out first, and let them decide their own path afterward. The 3 of them took the corpse of the mutated goblin and the 6 girls out of the nest. Outside, Shaga had also killed 2 beasts. Seeing everyone come out, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when she saw Gato covered in wounds, Shaga froze for a moment. Clan had only minor injuries. Winnie was basically unharmed, and the 6 girls were all in miserable condition. It was already late, so they decided to spend the night right there. Shaga and Winnie agreed, and Gato naturally had no objection. The 2 girls who were still conscious were very frightened, and Clan comforted them. "Don't worry, all the goblins are dead. It's safe tonight." He scattered insect-repelling powder, then took out a healing potion and walked toward Gato. "Lie down, I'll apply the medicine for you." When he reached Clan, Gato still hesitated a little. "You're injured too. Keep these for yourself. Clan said nothing and directly poured the healing potion onto Gato's wounds. Gato drew in a sharp breath from the pain, but he did not cry out. Clan didn't stop. Bear with it. Gato trembled once, then forcibly endured it. Clan used up all the medicine, finally stopping Gato's bleeding. After a simple bandage, it was done. Gato said nothing, but he remembered everything Clan had done. From now on, this life belonged to Clan, and in the future, even if Clan ordered him to die, he would not hesitate for a moment. Poor children suffer too much. Once someone treats them even a little better, they can remember it for a lifetime. After dealing with Gato, Kron walked up to the girls. He wasn't good at comforting people, so he could only give them food. Kron held out the white bread. Eat something. It might make you feel a little better. One girl took it and tried to bite, but after only a few mouthfuls, she spat it out. They had been imprisoned and abused, and had long since lost the ability to eat. Seeing the bread she had just thrown up, the girl couldn't help but cry. She looked utterly confused, unable to understand why her life was so miserable. Kron said coldly, "Stop crying. Your crying will attract magical beasts. Besides, crying is useless and won't solve anything. The situation is urgent right now, so stop crying for the time being." The girl froze. She hadn't expected Kron to say something like that, but after hearing it, she could instead feel the sadness in him. She even felt a sense of resonance. Perhaps Kron had gone through similar suffering too? The Viscount had once been a commoner as well, and commoners would do anything just to get food. She knew that very well. So this time, she forced back her tears and lowered her head to keep eating. The other girls said nothing, and no one slept that night. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 agility attribute point. Kron heard the system prompt, but didn't pay it much mind. The night was a hard one, and after dawn everyone hurried out of the forest. By the time they returned to the village, it was already noon. Seeing the 6 girls who had come back, some of the villagers rushed over excitedly to reunite with their loved ones, while others, upon seeing their children's dull expressions, were filled with excitement mixed with silence. More people stood at the village entrance, hoping to see their own family members appear, only to be met with disappointment and tears. The village chief hurried over to welcome them, thanking them through sobs. Then, seeing Gato injured, he paused. "You are," Gato said calmly. "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury." The village chief understood and quickly invited them to his home to rest. Okay. Kron didn't refuse. They were very tired and needed rest. The villagers hurriedly helped them into the village chief's house. After bathing, Kron fell into a dead sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. He looked tough on the outside, but he had actually reached his limit long ago. Once he relaxed, he completely passed out. After waking up, his whole body ached, and his head was dizzy too. He checked his attributes and saw that both constitution and strength had increased by 1 point. Kron thought he had slept for 2 days, but after asking the village chief, he learned that he had only slept for 1 day. The attribute increase should have come from the battle. Winnie and the others had already woken up early. Although they were tired, they hadn't consumed nearly as much as Kron. Gato had already been put in a wheelchair by now. He would probably need to rest for quite a while, but people in this world recovered quickly, so he might be able to stand again in 1 or 2 months. The village chief came over. "Sir, I've prepared lunch, and the goblin corpses have also been dealt with. It'll be convenient for you to take them away." Kron nodded. "Leave the ordinary goblin corpses with you. We only want the giant and mutated ones." The village chief was immediately delighted. The ordinary goblin corpses could still be sold for money and would be useful to the village. The group came to the dining table and saw a table full of delicious food. Roasted meat, meat soup, vegetables, and fruit were all there. It was enough to feed the entire village for several days. The 3 of them were somewhat hesitant, but Kron sat down directly and ate and drank heartily. He was very hungry, and this was the villagers' kindness. Just accept it. Selling the goblin corpses would also earn the village a large sum of money, and life would get better. Winnie, Shaga, and Gato also started eating. The village chief was very happy and praised them for not being picky about the meal. After the meal, Kron said, "We need to head back. We've been out too long. Wouldn't you like to stay a little longer, sirs? Your injuries still haven't healed." Kron shook his head. "We still have things to do. We have to go." The village chief solemnly promised. "You saved us. If you ever run into trouble in the future, come to OM Village. At the very least, you'll have food and a place to stay." Kron smiled. "Then I'll remember that. Don't blame us for eating too much. Even if I go bankrupt, I can still afford to feed you." The village chief laughed too. Kron said his goodbyes, and the villagers arranged a donkey cart to send them off. The whole village came to see them off, and the 2 more rational girls from before also came. It looked like they had decided to keep living. Everyone watched them grow farther and farther away. With the goblin corpses, the village's life would slowly improve. Kron lay leisurely on the donkey cart, with the goblin corpses beside him. He actually looked very relaxed. Seeing him like that, the villagers' moods also improved. When he stared at the corpses in a daze. Kron, do you think we'll run into this kind of thing often in the future? Thinking of how Gato had almost died in the nest, she still felt a little scared. Kron nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, probably. When he asked Kron, will we die? Kron said casually, maybe. If we get stronger, we can reduce the danger. When he was very serious. I will definitely get stronger. I'll protect you all in the future. Kron and the others all laughed, thinking Winnie was very cute. The journey back to Holy Light City went very smoothly. After arriving, because of Kron's identity, the group passed inspection without issue, and the donkey cart sent them to the side entrance of the Holy See. They dragged the goblin corpses to the Holy Sea's recycling point, where a chilly young man came over and asked, "Recycle corpses?" Kron nodded and pointed at the goblin corpses. The young man said coldly, "If they're not handled properly, the price will be reduced." Kron said nothing, allowing him to examine the corpses. The young man dissected them quickly and said, "The corpses haven't decayed, and there's also a magic crystal that's close to evolving. The price is higher than for ordinary goblins. The 3 large goblins are worth 19, 15, and 17 points respectively, and the goblin warrior is worth 139 points. Total, 190 points. The price is fair." Kron accepted it. The 4 of them also turned in the quest, earning 200 points, for a total of 390 points. Gato took the initiative to suggest that since Kron had contributed the most, he should take 85%, and the other 3 would split the remaining 15%. Winnie and Shagao agreed. Kron felt it was too much and insisted on taking only 60%. Gato disagreed. In the end, after discussion, Kron took 70%, or 280 points, and the remaining 3 split the rest. Kron felt that this was fine too. After all, he had contributed the most. As for Saga and the others, they had gone through life and death and grown a lot, but they hadn't earned much. After returning home, Malia came to open the door and froze when she saw Kron. Malia's eyes lit up as she said excitedly, "Master, you're back." Kron gave a brief instruction. "Get me some food and bathwater ready. I'll rest for a bit first. Call me when it's done." "Yes," Malia replied. Kron lay down on the bed directly. He wasn't really that tired. He just felt comfortable being home and wanted to lie down for a while first. Malia was very efficient and had the meal ready in an hour. "Master, dinner's ready. Come eat quickly." Kron slowly sat up, walked over, grabbed a chicken leg, and gnawed on it. It was the familiar taste. That sense of peace returned to him again. He really liked life now and hoped it would stay like this forever. Seeing her master eat so happily, Malia felt warm inside too, thinking that her cooking had been recognized. After eating his fill, Kron went to take a bath and then fell asleep right away. Congratulations to the host, gained 1 charm attribute point. Kron's charm rose to 78. This time he slept very deeply. It had been a long time since he had felt so at ease, and he didn't want to wake up. The next day, Kron woke up early in the morning and, as usual, went to Quinn's house to practice swordsmanship. Seeing him, Quinn revealed a long missing smile. Not far away, Paige sighed emotionally. These past few days Kron hadn't come, and Quinn had been wearing a long face the whole time. Now he was smiling again. Men really were so fickle. Quinn walked over. "You're back. Did you run into any trouble?" "I ran into goblin warriors and 3 great goblins. It took a lot of effort to take them down." Upon hearing this, Quinn's expression immediately turned serious. "Were you injured?" "I'm fine. My teammates were hurt more seriously and are still recovering." "That's good." Quinn actually wanted very much to check on Kron and see if he was injured. He knew how formidable these monsters were. It was hard for an ordinary person to kill one alone. Most adventurers had to rely on a team when encountering them, and even then, they struggled against monsters of the same level. Being able to kill one single-handedly meant he was already a seasoned veteran. He hadn't expected Kron to be able to deal with these demonic beasts on his very first mission. "Then I'll keep training." All right. Watching Kron become more and more proficient, Quinn began to think. His guidance was no longer of much use, and was instead holding Kron back. Since that was the case, he should find Kron a different teacher. When training ended, Quinn stopped Kron. "There's something I need to tell you." "What is it, Mr. Quinn?" "You've grown, and what I can teach you is limited. I'm going to find you a more suitable teacher." Kron froze, wanting to say something, but Quinn went on. "The new teacher may not be the strongest, but he'll definitely be the best fit for you. The only thing is, the lesson fees will be a bit expensive." "It's fine. Lesson fees aren't a problem." Kron could tell that Quinn had really made up his mind to let him go. Since the decision was set, there was no need to drag things out. Quinn was momentarily stunned, then smiled in relief. Kron was very decisive. He didn't let emotions affect his decisions. After Quinn said he would tell the teacher about his situation and told him to go back and prepare, Kron agreed on the surface, but in fact he didn't listen. He went straight to rent the cheapest forging room and planned to practice blacksmithing, preparing to personally make his first weapon. This was a shared forging room. The conditions were poor, but it was cheap. Kron brought ore and charcoal, supplied his own materials, and began forging. He was very confident in his talent. On his first attempt, he even mixed two kinds of ore and aimed to make a fine-grade weapon. Kron heated the iron ore and hammered out the impurities with crisp, efficient movements. He quickly drew the attention of others, and some people stopped to watch him work, treating it like a free lesson. Kron wasn't disturbed. He focused entirely on forging. The two ores were heated and hammered repeatedly, impurities removed, then fused together. The entire process was meticulous. High-grade ore was difficult to handle, but his technique was skilled, and he removed the impurities very cleanly. For the second piece, lightning iron stone, he added soil powder to stabilize it while heating, then hammered it into shape. His movements became faster and faster, and his proficiency was clearly improving. Kron repeated the same steps 3 times before finally removing all the impurities. After that, he put the two metals into an iron canister and heated them again, allowing them to fuse completely. This time, he waited a full half-hour before taking out the red-hot canister, ready to deal with the outer shell. This was his first time handling the canister's shell, but the process went very smoothly. He remembered the techniques his mentor had taught him, and, before it had cooled, gave it a tap with a nail. The shell peeled off cleanly. Then he began shaping it, and his movements were so smooth that everyone nearby thought he looked like an experienced blacksmith. The weapon he was forging was naturally the one he knew best, a one-handed sword. Kron learned blacksmithing mainly so he could make weapons for himself. Although he might make other weapons in the future, swords would definitely be his main focus. Under his control, it took him only 15 minutes to forge the complete blade. If Steel Rope saw this, he would probably feel inferior, because Kron's first forging attempt was already close to catching up to him. Once the tedious process was over, Kron took a deep breath and prepared for the final step. He used tongs to grip the sword hilt and carefully began the quenching process. This step was crucial. Succeed, and it was done. Fail, and all the earlier work would be for nothing. The apprentices around him all stopped what they were doing and stared at him, hoping he would succeed. Clan held his breath and plunged the sword blank into the water. As the hot iron met the cold water, a large cloud of white steam rose at once. Fortunately, there was no problem with the blade, and the quenching was completed smoothly. By then, a faint streak of lightning still lingered along the blade's edge, blending in extremely well. Clan's first forging was a complete success. The later steps, like decorating the hilt, were all very simple. Around 10 o'clock that night, his first sword was finished. He tried it out and easily cut through wood with it. Whether it was sharpness, toughness, or the feel and weight in hand, he was very satisfied. This already counted as a fine weapon among high-quality ones. Forging a mid to high-grade fine weapon on his first try made Clan a little proud, and he truly experienced his own talent. Ordinary people often had to practice several times, even more than 10 times, before they could make a basic weapon. He made a good sword on his first attempt. That was talent. However, fine weapons did not fetch a very high price. To save time, Clan had no intention of stockpiling them or setting up a stall, so he took it directly to the recycling point to sell. The person in charge of the recycling point was a young man in his late 20s. When he saw Clan, he assumed he was a newcomer. It was only after he saw the Viscount badge on Clan's chest and the forged one-handed sword that surprise appeared on his face. Generally, recycling points only took in failed pieces or rough weapons. Very few people would bring fine weapons there. Please let me take a look at this sword. The young man began inspecting it carefully, and soon realized that within fine weapons, this one was of fairly good quality. At market price, a fine weapon could sell for 50 to 100 points, and the recycling price was usually 90% of that. After evaluating it, the other party offered 75 points. How about it? Clan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected he could sell it for so much even at a recycling point. If this kept up, and his skill improved in the future, then by forging a few swords a day, he could easily earn several hundred points. Clan sighed in admiration. A side job really was profitable. It seemed he could invest more in it in the future. Seeing that Clan gave no reply, the young man thought he had quoted too low, but he knew the recycling station only paid 90% of the price. Okay, Clan agreed, and the young man immediately transferred 75 points to him. This forging session had cost Clan 13 points, leaving him a net profit of 63 points, and it also increased his forging experience. System prompt. Today, gained 1 spiritual attribute point. The next day, Clan went to Quinn's house early as promised. Quinn's mood was somewhat complicated when he saw Clan, but he still said, "Let's go. He's been waiting for you." Clan understood that if he wanted to study under a good teacher, class fees alone weren't enough. He also needed to fight for time and rely on introductions through connections. Soon, Quinn brought Clan to a room deep inside the church. Knock, knock. Come in. In. The person inside seemed to have known they were coming long ago. The room was very spacious, with only weapon racks inside, and a young man stood in the center. Just standing there, he put immense pressure on Clan, like a sharp sword that could be drawn at any moment. Quinn was also very respectful toward him, and carefully introduced, Master Wendleton, I've brought the boy. Winterton glanced at Kron, his purple eyes sharp, making Kron's whole body tense up under that gaze. Winterton nodded. You can go. Before leaving, Quinn gave Kron an encouraging look. Only Winterton and Kron remained in the room. Winterton asked, I heard you have good talent in swordsmanship, but you haven't learned any sword techniques yet? Kron replied, When I was young, I learned my family's Gale sword technique, but it didn't suit me. I want to learn a lightning element sword technique. Now, attack me and show me. Yes. Kron drew his flash lightning sword and, without hesitation, charged at Winterton as if treating him as an enemy. Winterton watched Kron's decisiveness and nodded in satisfaction. A lot of people simply didn't dare to make a move in front of him. But just as Kron was about to stab Winterton, Winterton pointed 2 fingers at Kron's forehead. Kron felt as though those 2 fingers could pierce straight through his skull, and a cold sweat instantly broke out all over him. The sword tip stopped less than a centimeter in front of Kron's eyes. He froze completely, and the next second, he collapsed straight onto the floor. The feeling of death was far too real. He truly thought he was done for. Winterton frowned, glanced at Kron, and said, Get up. Kron did have some courage, and his fundamentals were solid, but it still wasn't enough to satisfy him. Still, as Quinn had said, this kid had potential and was worth teaching a bit. Winterton said calmly, I'll only teach you 3 lessons. How much you learn will depend on you. Kron agreed immediately. He knew he still had a gap compared to the top geniuses, but he had no intention of admitting defeat. One day, he would make every genius in the academy bow their heads. Winterton nodded. Come to the guidance classroom to find me tomorrow. I have other things to do today. You can also go by a lightning element sword technique. Kron responded and left. Only a master like that could fit their schedule. He hurried to the library. There were many sword techniques here, and you had to pay for them. Kron spent 5 points to enter the 2nd floor and began looking for lightning element sword techniques. There weren't many lightning element ones, and even fewer suited him. After walking around, he found 19 of them, and only 11 usable one-handed sword techniques remained. Kron skimmed through the introductions and quickly narrowed it down to 3. Thunderclap sword technique. Extremely explosive, wide and sweeping, difficult to learn. Flash thunder sword technique. Fast, high-frequency attacks, moderate difficulty, but average power. Falling thunder sword technique. Balanced, easy to learn, but somewhat plain. He could only look at the first few pages, so Kron tried reading them all. In the end, he chose the most difficult one, the thunderclap sword technique. He felt he could understand it, so he should be able to learn it. After paying, he spent 150 points and got it. The biggest advantage of King's Academy was that it let them buy these rare techniques at a low price. After buying it, Kron hurried home. Melia was a little surprised to see him back so early. Recently, she had been studying fruit wine and had discovered that Kron really liked drinking it. She asked with a smile, Master, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Kron shook his head and said he planned to cultivate at home today, telling her to go about her own business. Melia was very happy. She turned back to the kitchen to keep tinkering with drinks, feeling that she could spend a little more time with Kron today. Meanwhile, on the Pope's side, he was listening to a report from one of his subordinates. Kron has recently completed a D-rank quest, learned a new sword technique, and already has the strength to kill goblin warriors. His growth is indeed fast, but he's still a little short. The Pope looked towards St. Heart's room not far away, thinking, in such a short time, St. Heart seems like a different person, training desperately every day, all for defeating Kron. Kron, what will you do the next time you run into St. Heart? The Pope smiled, feeling that the gap between the two had already widened, and that it would be pointless to continue like this. Kron's talent was good, but St. Heart was S rank, with a terrifying cultivation speed. By the time they met again, he would probably be able to crush Kron with ease. That wouldn't do. What if St. Heart lost motivation? The Pope felt he should speed up Kron's growth and give him a little help. He couldn't let St. Heart win so easily against his first opponent. Soon, he thought of a solution. On the other side, Kron had already practiced the Thunderbolt sword technique for 4 hours, but he still hadn't grasped it, and his progress was very slow. He thought that tomorrow he would have to take an unmastered sword technique to ask Warden for guidance, and it would probably disappoint the other man. He made up his mind to train even harder. For the whole day, Kron practiced until he was drenched all over, as if he had been fished out of water. When Melia saw this, she felt heartache for him and wanted him to eat, but she couldn't bear to interrupt him. Kron kept practicing until midnight, when a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained today's Sword Dao Talent Attribute Point *1. He suddenly had a breakthrough, and his sword technique became smooth and natural. Though a little unwilling, he quickly let it go. This was his own talent, and he had to make good use of it. And this time, the point had landed exactly on his Sword Dao talent. He felt that luck might really be working. Feeling hungry, Kron asked Melia if there was anything to eat. Melia immediately brought out the reheated meal, and Kron ate especially happily, praising her cooking all the while. Melia was very pleased, feeling a bit like a wife. After eating, Kron told Melia to rest early. Melia obediently returned to her room, knowing that only by resting well could she take good care of Kron. After a brief rest, Kron drank a bottle of stamina potion and continued cultivating. After another 3 hours of practice, his sword technique was no longer the same as before, becoming much more imposing, and the attribute panel also showed Thunderbolt Sword Technique LV1. Kron had successfully advanced, but he still didn't rest and continued practicing until dawn. Only when Melia got up did she discover that he had trained all night. Looking at the sunrise, Kron still looked full of energy and not the least bit tired. In the morning, Kron prepared breakfast and even got bathwater ready for himself. After eating, he soaked in the bathtub to relax completely, and only after half an hour did he come out, change clothes, and get ready to head out. Although Master Worden might not care, Kron still wanted to dress neatly and cleanly as a sign of respect. Soon, he went to the classroom as promised, booked his lesson, and then arrived at the door of Worden's house to knock. Come in. Worden, as he had yesterday, stood in the center of the training ground, his aura powerful. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Very good. It seems you gained something again last night. Come on, let's spar again. Yes. Kron's offense was even fiercer this time, his aura fully unleashed. But the ending was the same as yesterday. Worden's finger stopped in front of him, and Kron fell to the floor. You've improved. You're using the Thunderbolt sword technique, right? Yes, Mr. Worden. Not bad. This sword technique suits you very well, and it's also the best sword technique you can currently access. Come, demonstrate it for me. Kron demonstrated seriously, his movements sweeping and forceful, full of momentum. Wenden nodded in approval. You've picked it up in a day. Not bad, but there are still plenty of flaws. Your physical conditioning is good, and your fundamentals are solid, but you've only been training the sword to improve yourself. You've never truly felt the sword with your heart. When you strike with the sword in the future, try to sense what the sword feels like. That's the key. Kron didn't quite understand such profound words at first. Wenden didn't elaborate. It's normal that you don't understand. You don't have much talent for swordsmanship, and the sword heart is hard to grasp, but you'll understand eventually. The rest of the problems, you can practice on your own. That's it for today. Kron was stunned. Was it ending this quickly? Weren't they supposed to have 3 lessons? Wenden looked confused. What? Do you still have questions? Master, could you demonstrate the Thunderbolt sword technique for me? Wenden was a little surprised. Many people, once they heard he was ending the lesson, wouldn't dare say another word. He hadn't expected Kron to boldly make a request. But seeing the eager look in Kron's eyes, he admired that determination and readily agreed. Sure, the 3-lesson agreement hasn't changed. You don't have any major problems right now. If you run into any, come find me again. Wenden personally demonstrated, and Kron watched with complete concentration. The aura Wenden exuded when he drew his sword was completely different from Kron's. Even a short, simple slash carried a domineering presence that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. In just a short while, Kron had benefited enormously. Seeing the strength on display, Kron was so stunned he couldn't speak. This was far beyond anything he had imagined. So there really were people in this world who could become this strong. His understanding of the strong had been completely refreshed. But then he grew even more excited. So long as he didn't give up halfway, he too could become stronger in the future. Did you see clearly? Wenden asked. Kron nodded. In truth, Wenden could have demonstrated faster, but he deliberately slowed down so Kron could see clearly. After confirming Kron understood, Wenden sent him away. Kron answered and immediately returned to Quinn's side. When Quinn saw Kron return, he was first surprised, then asked with a straight face whether Kron had upset Wenden. Kron hurriedly explained, No, it's not that. Mr. Wenden demonstrated the sword technique for me, and said my direction was fine. I just need to keep practicing. Quinn was very surprised. He hadn't expected Wenden to find no faults with Kron at all, which only proved that Kron's talent was exceptional. Then, can I train here? Kron asked. Of course. Train however you like. Quinn acted indifferent with his words, but he was actually very happy. Nearby, Paggy snickered. Clearly he was happy but still pretending not to be. After thanking him, Kron immediately began training, constantly recalling Wyndon's movements. Quinn was shocked, because this was a sword technique he himself had only just begun to master after 2 months of practice, and Kron had learned it yesterday. Now he was already using it so skillfully? After training for 2 hours, Kron suddenly stopped, feeling that something was off. He realized he couldn't simply imitate Wyndon. Everyone's body was different, and sword techniques should change accordingly. He began to ponder that indomitable aura of Wyndon's, feeling as though he was about to grasp something, yet always just missing it by a hair. Seeing Kron standing completely still, Quinn's confusion turned to shock. He suspected Kron had entered a state of sudden enlightenment. To avoid disturbing him, Quinn and Paggy quietly left. By noon, Kron's body suddenly moved, naturally practicing the sword technique, and his movements changed once again. His whole presence was astonishing, as if he could destroy everything. Unknowingly, his sword technique had jumped directly from LV1 to LV2, from beginner to proficient level, in just 2 days, an incredibly fast improvement. And he was still improving. His proficiency kept rising, with only time standing between him and the next level. After things quieted down outside, Quinn came out, and, seeing Kron had recovered, immediately asked him, "Did you just have a sudden enlightenment?" Kron said confidently, "I feel like my thunderclap sword technique has already reached the proficient level." Quinn looked utterly shocked. He hadn't expected Kron to reach the proficient level so quickly. He himself had only just broken through to the perfect level. After struggling for a long time, Quinn could only squeeze out a single word. "Good. I didn't expect you to achieve sudden enlightenment at such a young age." Sudden enlightenment. Kron quickly understood what it meant as soon as he heard it. Quinn sighed with emotion. Yes, only true geniuses can enter a state of sudden enlightenment. To be able to do that at your age, you'll accomplish great things in the future. Will I have sudden enlightenment again later? Quinn thought for a moment and said, "Probably." Many geniuses experience sudden enlightenment several times in their lives, and some can suppress others their own age with just one breakthrough. It's getting late. I should head back now, Mr. Quinn. All right, go on then. Kron left Quinn's house, still recalling the feeling of enlightenment on the way. He didn't notice someone rushing out from the corner. By the time he reacted, he had already been knocked flying. Rubbing his aching chest, he wondered if he had been hit by a carriage. "Sorry," a lively female voice called out. Kron looked up and saw a beautiful girl with fair skin, big eyes, and long hair, looking very apologetic. The girl handed him a note with an address written on it. Saying he could come find her tomorrow if he needed anything, and then hurried away. Kron was stunned for a moment, then put the note away. He had no intention of going to find her. After all, his task was cultivation. Once he became powerful in the future, what beauty wouldn't he be able to have? Thinking this, he turned and went to the shops. Kron had considered buying a forge furnace, but decided a normal one wasn't necessary. He was progressing quickly, and soon he would be able to use a magic forge furnace, so for now he only bought a better forging hammer. He came to the familiar shop, where the clerk Stasi greeted him. She looked full of energy. "Welcome, your lordship. What would you like to buy?" "I want to buy a good forging hammer." "Yes, of course. Please come this way." Kron followed Stasi to the forging section on the 2nd floor. The items here were of higher quality, priced at around 200 to 300 points. Kron quickly picked out a forging hammer that was light in the hand and made of good materials, priced at 220 points. He thought it was a great deal, but still wanted to look at a few more hammers. Forging hammer price. Looking at the new forging hammer, Kron became more and more satisfied. The forging hammer in his hands cost 480 points. It felt extremely comfortable to hold. Its performance was better than the first forging hammer, and it even came with a special effect, precision, which could help control force during forging. After trying a few, Kron still decided to buy this one. "I'll take this one." "Certainly, Mr. Kron." After buying the forging hammer, Kron didn't rush to leave. He continued browsing, but his points were running low, so he could only look at the cheap items. In the end, he could only afford one kind of fuel, black gold charcoal. This charcoal cost 10 times as much as ordinary charcoal, but it burned longer, burned hotter, and didn't contaminate ores. He spent 10 points on black gold charcoal, and also bought some wood and a few bottles of ordinary forging fluid. "I also need some raw ore. Take me to look at it." "Certainly, Mr. Kron." He still had more than 300 points on him, and planned to spend most of them at once. Kron selected 20 pieces of high-quality ordinary iron ore and 20 pieces of thunder iron ore. After buying them, he still had 100 points left as backup in case of any unexpected situations. After that, Kron went to rent a forging room. This time, he rented a better 5-person forging room. There were fewer people inside and the environment was better too, but it was more expensive, 8 points a day, for times the cost of a basic forging room. He thought it was worth it. The environment was more comfortable. After entering the forging room, the other smiths ignored him and focused on their own work. Kron also directly took out his new hammer and materials and began forging. The black gold charcoal worked wonderfully, cutting heating time to half of what it used to be, and the better forge furnace contributed quite a bit as well. Using the new hammer, Kron was shocked the moment he brought it down for the first strike. It felt amazing, and his efficiency increased dramatically. His hammer swings sped up, and the speed at which impurities were removed nearly doubled, quickly drawing the attention of two people nearby, both of whom thought, "Who is this guy? A big shot?" Kron finished forging and fusing 2 pieces of ore in just over 40 minutes, an astonishing level of efficiency. He then smoothly completed the remaining steps, successfully quenched the blade in water, and forged a weapon on par with the high-quality weapons he had made before, all in just 1 hour. He didn't stop there and continued forging, his pace like an assembly line. Both speed and quality kept improving as he churned out work like crazy, making people wonder if he was even human. It wasn't until the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained strength attribute point *1 today," that Kron finally stopped. Only then did he realize he had already produced 13 high-quality weapons. All the other blacksmiths were looking at him with admiration. Kron brought the weapons to the recycling station, where the young man from last time greeted him. Seeing Kron, the young man smiled and said, "Sir, it's only been a few days and you're here to recycle weapons again." Kron nodded and handed over the bag on his back. At first the young man didn't react, but then Kron kept pulling out one-handed swords. The first, the second, the third. By the fourth, the young man's expression finally changed. It had only been a few days, and Kron had actually made this many? Kron still didn't stop, and eventually pulled out 13 swords. The young man was practically stunned senseless. This wasn't a person at all. He was basically a one-handed sword machine. Kron said calmly, "That's all of them. Give me the appraisal." The young man's tone unconsciously turned respectful as he inspected them one by one. Each weapon had a different style, with special designs like serrated edges and blood grooves. In the end, he offered a quote, "An average of 87 points each, all high quality. Is that satisfactory to you?" Kron agreed. The young man immediately transferred 1,131 points into his token. Kron put it away and thought to himself that points were really easy to earn. It wouldn't be long before he could buy a forging furnace. At this point, the Pope also heard that Kron was highly skilled at forging weapons and said in surprise, "This child has good talent. He's sure to become a master in the future." Soon after, the Pope decided to arrange for someone to help Kron with forging. Kron went home to rest. The next day, Kron went out to train and ran into the girl he had seen last time on the way. When the girl saw Kron, she froze for a moment, then immediately broke into a bright smile, and the young men around her were all dumbstruck, only coming back to their senses after crashing into walls. Kron also felt that this girl had an extraordinary charm. When the girl saw the Viscount badge on Kron's chest, her smile grew even sweeter. "We meet again. Was everything okay yesterday?" Kron replied calmly, "I'm fine." Seeing that he was carrying a forging hammer, the girl asked in surprise, "You're a blacksmith too?" "Yeah, I've been studying it for a while." The girl became even more excited, and a hammer suddenly appeared in her hand, clearly a spatial storage item, a storage ring. Kron really wanted one too. It would be great if he had a storage ring. Life would be much more convenient. Kron hadn't expected such a sweet girl to be a blacksmith. He had thought blacksmiths were supposed to be burly men. Sophia could see his surprise and asked directly, "You're surprised that I'm a blacksmith?" Kron honestly nodded. Sophia smiled and said that many people said the same, but she just liked forging. Kron praised her, saying she must be very skilled. Sophia proudly said that she was a senior blacksmith and would also be taking part in the blacksmith competition next month. She asked Kran whether he had signed up. Kran looked puzzled. He had never even heard of this competition. Sophia explained that as long as one made it into the top 50, there would be rewards, and the top 3 could obtain Transcendent Flame. At the mention of Transcendent Flame, Kran's eyes lit up. He understood that a high-quality flame was extremely important to a blacksmith. Kran immediately asked where he could sign up. Sophia said that as long as he was an apprentice blacksmith, he could do it at the church's blacksmith guild. Only then did Kran realize that he had not yet taken the occupational rank exam. He asked Sophia to take him to the guild, and Sophia readily agreed, introducing herself as Sophia Austin. Kran also gave his name. The two of them headed toward the blacksmith guild. Kran was not worried about Quinn, because Quinn had gone off to carry out a mission, and he had already given him a heads up yesterday, so he might not come looking for him every day to train. Soon, the two arrived at the guild. To Kran's surprise, the guild was actually underground. He discovered that there were not only blacksmiths here, but also guilds for mages, knights, rune masters, and various others. The underground space was enormous. It felt as though the entire underground of Holy Light City belonged to the church, and there might even be more than one level. After entering the blacksmith guild, Sophia was welcomed by many people. Someone jokingly tried to chat her up, and she smartly fired back, drawing laughter from everyone. Seeing this, Cran also understood that Sophia was indeed a widely recognized veteran blacksmith. Cran and Sophia went to the front desk to sign up for the blacksmith competition. The receptionist mocked Cran for being too young, looking like a freshman, and questioned whether he was qualified. Sophia was a little embarrassed and had no idea what level Cran actually was. Cran directly asked whether he could take the assessment now. The receptionist laughed and said that Sophia hadn't even bothered to ask about his rank before coming to sign him up, and even suspected that Cran was just putting on a brave front and didn't know how to forge at all. Cran confidently requested to take the intermediate blacksmith exam directly and took out his forging hammer. The receptionist told him that the intermediate assessment required completing a fine-quality weapon within 4 hours. Cran said calmly that no problem, he was very good at this. The receptionist became serious and put away her teasing. Cran paid the 50-point registration fee, with materials to be provided by himself, and was then taken to the assessment area. The assessment was public, and many people around came to watch the excitement. They all felt that Cran was too young and would not pass the assessment, and most believed he was just trying to save face in front of Sophia. No one dared discuss it too loudly. They could only whisper among themselves. After all, Cran's status as a viscount was no ordinary matter, and his talent was already astonishing enough. Cran ignored all of this and began operating skillfully, tossing black gold charcoal and ore into the forging furnace. His movements were professional, and many people on the spot had already started to believe he could actually forge, but more were still waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Everyone was waiting to see Cran make a fool of himself, really out of jealousy. But very soon, they would be disappointed. Cran took out the heated iron ore, picked up the forging hammer, and began striking it. Clang! A crisp hammering sound rang out, and the expressions of the people around him changed. Just by hearing the sound, one could tell the force was steady and the rhythm was strong. If not for the fact that this had nothing to do with musical instruments, they might have thought someone was performing music. While the ore was still hot, Cran removed the impurities cleanly and immediately moved on to the next piece, his speed so fast it left people stunned. At this level, he was not merely an intermediate blacksmith. Everyone believed him to be a senior blacksmith. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man arrived. At first, no one paid attention to him. Only after Cran finished processing the second piece or did someone realize that the vice president had arrived. The vice president nodded, signaling everyone to keep watching. By now, Cran had reached the stage of fusing the ore, and everyone fell silent. Although the assessment was not over yet, anyone could imagine that he was about to forge a top-tier weapon. It had only just begun, yet the assessment already felt as if it were nearing its end. If he still didn't pass, no one would be able to explain it. Cran was in a good mood this time. The forging furnace here was far better than the one he had used before, and the forging process went especially smoothly. Soon, the two purified ores were melted together under high heat. Cran fished them out, removed the iron mold, and began hammering. This time, he did not forge the blade blank directly, but repeatedly flattened, compressed, and folded it, allowing the two ores to fuse more perfectly. This was called refining. With each refinement, the weapon's strength would increase, and its pattern would look better as well. However, the more steps there were, the greater the chance of failure. In assessments, no one usually went through such trouble. Being able to pass steadily was enough. But Clan insisted on trying, showing off his skills for everyone to see. When Clan reached his third refinement, the discussion around the venue quieted down. Most smiths could only manage up to this point, and none of them were as fast as Clan. Then Clan went on to a fourth refinement, and everyone around him was stunned. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? It's just an assessment. Does he really need to go that far? At this point, the crowd around the vice president had also thinned out, and everyone's attention was on Clan. The vice president stared at Clan intently and asked the young man beside him, "How many times did the president refine it during his assessment back then?" 5 times, Vice President. Then if he does it once more, this kid will have matched the president's record from back then? Yes. The vice president looked at Clan, his eyes full of expectation. The more times the metal fused, the greater the power required later on. The boy was so young, everyone doubted whether he really had such strength. After the fourth refinement, the iron blank before Clan cooled down, and he threw it back into the furnace to reheat it. Is he going to do a 5th refinement? Many people on site thought so. Those who had initially doubted Clan were becoming fewer and fewer. Now everyone understood that Clan truly had the skill, and no one thought he was arrogant anymore. If he really could refine it 5 times, then he would tie the president's record from that year. As for 6 times, most people did not even dare to imagine it, because 5 refinements was already extremely difficult, and 6 was almost impossible. This round of heating was even slower, and the blank's density had increased significantly. No one urged him, and Clan was very patient too, waiting until the temperature was right before making his move. There wasn't a trace of arrogance on his face. When the time came, the blank was taken out. He quickly began the fifth refinement, his movements even faster but without a single mistake. Everyone held their breath, feeling that they might be witnessing a historic moment. Clan was tying the record, and everyone was excited at that instant. The iron blank, which had already been refined 4 times, was extremely difficult to forge, yet Clan still succeeded very quickly. The entire venue was in shock. He had actually refined it 5 times and tied the president. But Clan did not stop. He actually wanted to refine it a 6th time. Everyone thought that was absolutely impossible. After all, the allotted time was only 4 hours. Soon someone realized that only 2 hours had passed since Clan started, so he still had a chance. After everyone realized it, the atmosphere on site changed completely. Everyone suppressed their emotions and waited for a new record to be born. Even the vice president stared at the scene with all his might. If Clan succeeded, the history of the association would be rewritten. During the 6th refinement, veins bulged on Clan's arms and his face turned red from straining, but the iron blank actually bent under his hands. Everyone was shocked. Was this really the new young arrival? This monstrous strength was nothing like a newcomer's. 10 minutes later, the 6th refinement was successful. Clan's expression remained calm, but everyone present was utterly speechless. Sophia was also stunned. She had originally thought Clan had decent talent and only modest achievements in smithing, but the scene before her completely overturned her perception. How could this be called a modest achievement? At this rate, Clan might truly become the greatest blacksmith she had ever seen in the future. Sophia was extraordinarily excited. After all, it was she who had brought Clan into the Blacksmith's Guild, and that made her very proud. It was like witnessing someone from her hometown become a big shot, and she had personally taken part in his growth. In the future, she could brag to her best friend, Grandmaster Clan Gassa, "I was the one who brought him into the guild when he had just started out." Just thinking about it filled her with excitement. Clan did not hesitate and threw the original blank back into the forge to continue heating it. This time, the heating took longer than all the previous times combined, but Clan remained steady, without the slightest panic. He looked completely confident, and the audience around him was influenced by his presence, believing that he would surely succeed. Who could have imagined that this was actually Clan's first time refining? But geniuses are different. He had outstanding smithing talent, great strength, and strong mental attributes as well. In fact, smithing tests mental power quite a bit. Top-tier smiths all have very strong minds. This time, Clan heated it for a full 45 minutes. Fortunately, he was using black gold charcoal. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. He didn't dare stop, because he knew he had to succeed in one go, or there wouldn't be enough time. An hour later, Clan finally took out the raw billet and began forging. The vice president watched his steady rhythm, his eyes filled with satisfaction. And indeed, it was true. The longer heating made the billet easier to shape. Clan took advantage of the heat to complete the shaping, all in one go, like an assembly line. When it came to the quenching stage, Clan took a deep breath and pulled out a bottle of cheap forging fluid, pouring it into the water tank. Ordinary water quenching definitely wouldn't do, better to be safe. As the blue forging fluid was poured in, the water changed color. When the blade touched it, blue electric currents rippled across the surface with a crackling sizzle, and a flash of lightning exploded along the blade, dazzling everyone present. Refined 6 times, forging successful. The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers, like a concert. Clan's performance had completely won everyone over. Some excited spectators even wanted to rush up and hug Clan. Fortunately, the vice president was there. With a raise of his hand, a barrier blocked the crowd. Clan looked toward the front desk lady and asked, "Did I pass the assessment?" The lady instinctively wanted to say yes, but after glancing at the vice president, she asked cautiously, "There's still the sword test, to measure the weapon's strength. Is that okay?" Clan nodded and handed over the freshly forged one-handed sword. The moment the lady took it, she immediately felt how excellent it was, as if it had been custom-made for her. The sword was 1.3 meters long, light in hand, glowing blue-white all over, and decorated with thunder patterns. Among basic models, it was definitely extraordinary. She took a breath, raised the sword, and walked toward a large stone, preparing to test it. With one slash, thud, the stone split cleanly in 2 and fell to the ground. She was stunned by the feel of that strike, as if she had cut through tofu with no resistance at all. The cut surface of the stone was unbelievably smooth. According to the assessment standards, as long as one could make a 30-centimeter cut in 10 strikes, and the sword remained undamaged, it would count as a pass. But with that single strike, she had directly split the entire stone in half. She knew this wasn't the sword's limit, but the assessment's. Reluctantly, She returned the sword to Clan. In truth, the moment she held it, she had fallen in love with it and desperately wished it were hers. She wanted to buy it, but she also understood that this sword meant a great deal to Clan and that he would not sell it. Clan had originally planned to sell it, but everyone was so enthusiastic that he couldn't really say anything. Kola returned the sword to Clan, and Clan took it back. "You're amazing. I'm honestly a little impressed by you." "Thank you." At that moment, the vice president walked over. "Young man, could you come with me for a moment?" Seeing the marquis insignia on his chest, Clan now understood that the man in front of him was a marquis. "Of course, it would be my honor," Clan replied politely. The vice president led him into a room in the guild with a sign that read, "Vice President's Office." Clan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such a small assessment to even draw the vice president himself. The vice president motioned for him to sit. "Make yourself at home, just like you would in your own house." Clan sat down. The vice president asked, "How old are you?" 16, Vice President. After hearing that, the vice president was still somewhat shocked. This boy was only 16, the same age as the president when he took the assessment, and the president had come from a family of blacksmiths. No matter what Clan's background was, judged by his current achievements alone, he was already among the Academy's best. "You're outstanding, even stronger than I imagined. For a genius like you, I want to reward you. Choose one of these 3 items as a gift for our first meeting. After I report this to the president, the guild will have even more rewards for you." Clan was very curious and waited to see the reward. The vice president took out a forge, a blacksmith's hammer, and a bottle of special flame burning within it. Clan could tell at a glance that none of the 3 were ordinary items. The vice president introduced them. This forge was called the Star Collecting Furnace, a radiant-grade item that could withstand extreme heat and also draw on the power of the stars to improve efficiency and success rate. The hammer was the Heaven-Shaking Hammer, also radiant-grade, and came with 3 top-tier affixes to aid your forging. The flame was an extraordinary flame. Although it was considered mediocre among extraordinary flames, it was still precious. "Choose one," the vice president said. Of course, Clan wanted all 3, but he felt this was the vice president's little test to see how he would choose. Clan's gaze settled on the 3rd item, the extraordinary flame. Clan stared at the flame for a while, and after seeing the vice president's expression, he understood. Although all 3 rewards had value, the extraordinary flame was ranked too low, and it wasn't aligned with his own attributes. Clan knew that if he chose this flame, the effect would be limited and he might even regret it, since there would still be a chance to obtain a better flame after the assessment. As for the other 2 items, Clan felt that the Star Collecting Furnace suited him best. "I choose the Star Collecting Furnace," Clan said directly. The vice president's eyes held admiration. In fact, the best of the 3 rewards was the Star Collecting Furnace. Normally, it was a radiant-grade item, but under the starlit sky, it could improve further, becoming even stronger than some legendary-grade items. "A very wise choice, Clan." The vice president handed him the Star Collecting Furnace. "Thank you, Vice President." The vice president introduced himself, saying his name was Gugong Yueluo, and told Clan to call him Uncle Gugong from now on. He also warmly said that if Clan was ever bullied in the future, he should use his name, and he would definitely back him up. Clan appreciated the gesture and agreed readily. Gugong also gave him a 5 cubic meter spatial ring so he could store the Star Collecting Furnace, and reminded him not to let anyone see it. Clan accepted everything without hesitation, quietly keeping this favor in mind and silently vowing to repay it 100-fold in the future. After leaving, Clan received his intermediate blacksmith badge, and the blacksmith competition registration had also been completed. Kola suddenly spoke up, wanting to buy the sword he had made today for 3,000 points at a high price, well above the market rate. Clan was very surprised. This front desk girl was so generous, clearly meaning she wasn't ordinary. Seeing Clan hesitate, Kola grew a little nervous. In fact, she was the president's younger sister and had just come to help out because she was idle. With the president backing him, Clan was safe and sound, and all he needed to do was live an easy life. Korra had come to King's Academy just to polish up his credentials. After staying for 10 years, he could apply to leave. Kron agreed to the deal. Collecting it would be no better than using the resources to improve his strength. Korra happily handed over 3,000 points, and Kron passed him the sword. "What's the sword called?" "It doesn't have a name yet. You decide." Being able to name the sword put Korra in an even better mood. Korra then asked Kron whether he wanted to buy forging equipment and resources. He said that everything could be bought through the guild, and blacksmiths got discounts. Intermediate blacksmiths got 5% off purchases, and they could also auction weapons through the guild or sell them directly. The auction fee was 2%, and direct sales were 1%. The guild also distributed resources every month. Kron could receive 30 gene of black gold charcoal, 5 gene of iron ore, and 5 gene of attribute ore. Korra took Kron to collect the resources, then went to the warehouse to pick out purchases. The goods in the warehouse were clearly priced, and he could also buy them later at the guild shop with the same discount. Kron thought to himself, was the front desk lady really just a receptionist if she could take people into the warehouse? Cora urged him to choose quickly. Kron went straight to look at forging hammers, picking only those priced above 1,000. In the end, he chose a Vajra hammer worth 2,500 points. It had 2 traits, power, double strength, and precision, and Kron was very satisfied. He also picked out a few pieces of ore. Cora helped him tally the bill. After the 5% discount, it should have been 2,890 points, but they charged him only 2,800. Kron was speechless. This way of rounding down was truly brutal. After paying, Kron left the guild and saw Sophia waiting for him at the entrance. If it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have improved so quickly. Thank you, Sophia. No need to thank me. You earned it yourself. Don't want to try your new reward? Tomorrow. I still have training today. How did you know I got a reward? You performed so well just now, and the vice president personally took you over. Of course they'd give you a reward. Our vice president has always been very generous. Kron thought that made sense. The vice president really was generous. Then I'll head back first. Want me to walk you home and get familiar with the place? Sure. Though they had only just met, Kron had a pretty good impression of Sophia, but he still doubted her motives for approaching him. After all, it wasn't that likely to run into a dream girl type of woman like this. He didn't believe in the whole manga-style male and female lead setup. He felt Sophia must have some other purpose. Seeing Kron agree, Sophia was both surprised and happy. After all, he was exactly her mission target, so she had to make sure she completed it properly. The two arrived at the door of Kron's house. Sophia knocked, and Milia immediately came to open it. Master, you're back. Milia froze for a moment. The first thing she saw was Sophia's stunning beauty. How could there be such a beautiful person? Then she began to struggle internally. Had this girl come back with her master because they were dating? Thinking of that, she felt a little uncomfortable. This is my home. Then I'll go. Okay. Sophia walked away slowly, as if waiting for Kron to call her back, but Kron didn't think much of it at all and hurried inside to prepare for training. He knew very well that cultivation went backwards if you didn't advance. Seeing that Kron never looked back, Sophia left in disappointment. Bang! The door closed, and Sophia froze. Was this guy really going to train? No way. So calm. Could he be faking it? But Kron had already started stripping off his clothes and picked up the iron sword, focusing entirely on practicing the basics. He spent all his time on cultivation. Since the house was too small, Kron planned to move to a bigger place later and add a forging furnace then. For now, going to the forging room was more convenient. Milia watched the focused Kron, her feelings complicated. To be honest, even if Kron had many wives in the future, she only wanted to keep following him forever, but she was also afraid that even that wish might not come true. During this period, it had been the happiest time since she came to the academy. Congratulations, host. Today you obtained Thunder Attribute Talent *1. The prompt sounded in his mind, and Kron's eyes lit up. His Thunder Attribute talent had increased again, and his cultivation speed would become even faster. Milia, I'm hungry. Prepare something for me to eat. Yes, master. Milia quickly reheated the meal and brought it to Kron. After he finished eating and took a shower, he went to rest. The next day, as usual, Kron began his basic training early in the morning. Halfway through, there was a knock at the door. Milia hurried to open it, only to see another beautiful girl. This time was different. The girl had wheat-colored skin and wore a bold outfit. Her muscles were cleanly defined, and she exuded a wild kind of beauty. She was completely different from yesterday's girl, but equally captivating. When Cora saw Milia, she immediately pinched her cheek and smiled. You're the one taking care of Kron, huh? How cute. Is Kron here? Tell him Cora has something to discuss with him. Yes, Miss Cora. Milia wasn't offended by Cora at all. Instead, she thought this young lady had a pretty good personality. She could even joke with a servant. After hesitating for a moment, she still walked over to Kron, who was in the middle of training. Kron sensed Milia approaching, put down his iron sword, wiped his sweat, and asked, What is it, Milia? Seeing that Kron wasn't upset at being interrupted, Milia breathed a sigh of relief. Master, there's a lady named Cora waiting for you outside. Kron nodded. Got it. He wiped off his sweat, put on his clothes, and walked toward the entrance. Cora looked carefree, but she was very proper. Even though the door was open, she didn't come in and simply waited outside. Seeing Kron covered in sweat, Cora was a little surprised. You were forging this early? Kron replied. No, I was training just now. Haha, did I interrupt you? It's fine. What do you need from me? The guild master said he wants to see you tonight. I'm not sure whether you have time. Yes, go back and tell him I'll be there on time tonight. Okay, good luck with your training. After saying that, Cora left. Thinking about meeting the guild master tonight, Kron actually didn't feel nervous. By now, in this academy, he had already met the Pope, so he wasn't afraid of anyone else. Kron didn't know that the matter of him refining 6 times in a row yesterday had already spread through the church. Many people were discussing it, and even other guilds were talking about it, including the Alchemist Association. At a meeting, the Alchemist Association's guild master said, "You've all heard about the smithing guild, right? A genius who could refine 6 times at the age of 16. What do you think?" Everyone looked at one another. Although they didn't understand smithing, they knew how incredible that was. An achievement like that was something even the smithing guild master himself couldn't have accomplished at that age. The smithing guild master was already a legend, not only having brought the guild to prominence, but also having secured the title of Marquis. And now, they had produced a newcomer even more impressive than their master. The Alchemist Association's position as the #1 guild was in danger of slipping away. After a long silence, the vice guild master spoke up. "We can only recruit more alchemists. Although the smithing guild is strong, they still have a gap to us. Most people are still willing to become alchemists rather than smiths. We might as well lower the standards and select more newcomers. Maybe we'll find a genius." Someone objected, "No. If we recruit in large numbers, there will be too many alchemists, and the profession's status won't be as high as before. Public trust will also decline. By then, we won't even be able to keep our position as the #1 guild, let alone compete with the smithing guild." Hearing the rebuttal, the vice guild master stood up in anger. The standards for alchemists were already too high to begin with. Young people don't want to do it anymore. If we keep this up, we'll only lose more geniuses. Only by making the profession more accessible can we have a future. Someone sneered, "The vice president is being too idealistic. If the techniques are made public, it won't just mean more potion masters. They could also be exploited by bad people. The quality of potions would also become a mess." Everyone quickly chimed in agreement. These problems certainly existed, and the vice president understood that in his heart. But if they kept clinging to the old ways, then the industry would truly be finished. The industry was already in decline, so why not break through the limitations and let more people learn potioncraft? But everyone present was hostile toward him. The vice president knew that no matter what he said, no one would agree. He also understood that these people only cared about their own interests and couldn't see the benefits of reform. Those whose paths differ cannot plan together. The vice president began to think about leaving the guild and making it on his own. The guild leader watched everything unfold. He too felt somewhat shaken, but he believed it was not yet time for a complete reform. For now, it was still better to maintain the status quo and preserve the lofty status of potion masters first. The news brought by Kron not only shocked the potion master industry, but also put tremendous pressure on the other guilds. The Blacksmith Guild's reputation soared, and other organizations that had originally been inferior to the Blacksmith Guild had even less chance to turn things around. However, Kron knew nothing about this, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. He was still just a genius, not a master, and didn't have that kind of confidence. After finishing his morning training, Kron went to the Blacksmith Guild in the afternoon. Although the appointment was for the evening, he had nothing else to do in the afternoon, so he came early and planned to do some forging while he was at it. Cora was a little surprised to see Kron. "Didn't we agree on tonight?" Kron said, "I'm planning to forge this afternoon. After I'm done, I should still be able to meet the guild leader." Cora readily arranged a good forging room for him and said it would be free of charge. Kron didn't stand on ceremony and followed him in. "This is the forging room I usually use. The environment is pretty good. Would you mind if I watch from the side?" Cora asked. Sure. Kron didn't mind. He didn't have any secrets himself anyway. It was all thanks to his talent. Kron took out the star-gathering furnace and added some black gold charcoal. He now felt that black gold charcoal was rather low grade, but the star-gathering furnace might never before have been subjected to such treatment, using fuel this poor. Cora was stunned, clearly recognizing whose furnace it was. He hadn't expected the vice president to give such a valuable forging furnace to Kron. Kron walked over and opened the window, letting in the power of the stars. The surface of the star-gathering furnace soon began to glow with a faint blue light. He threw the prepared ore into the furnace, and when Cora saw the ore, he was stunned as well. What Kron had just tossed into the forging furnace was a thunderstone worth 80 points. This kind of ore was already usable for crafting magic-grade weapons. Seeing this, Cora drew a sharp breath. Was Kron really going to forge magical equipment now? Thinking about it further, Kron had the star-gathering furnace, which greatly increased his success rate. It wasn't strange for him to challenge himself with magical equipment. Kron stared intently at the forging furnace and sprinkled in high-quality earth powder to stabilize the thunderstone. Under the high temperature of the star-gathering furnace, the thunderstone reached forging temperature in 5 minutes, an astonishing efficiency. He didn't rush and kept heating it. Dozens of seconds later, the temperature reached its optimal point, and he immediately took it out for forging. Ding! A crisp hammer strike rang out. Thunderstone quickly took shape under Clayne's hands. The diamond hammer was harder to master than he had imagined, but he soon adjusted his strength. After the sixth attempt, Clayne found his rhythm and began forging in an orderly manner. Cora was secretly startled. That speed was too fast. Clayne's adaptability was astonishingly strong. Not long after, the rough form of a magical item appeared. Aside from his initial discomfort with the diamond hammer, every other step was flawless. Next, Clayne processed 3 more ordinary ores. Cora was basically certain he was forging a magic weapon and couldn't help but think, would it fail? Soon she shook her head, feeling that failure was impossible. To forge a magical item, at least 4 ores were required, and one of them had to be a high-quality attribute, or refined more than twice. The better the ore, the more times it had to be refined. Clayne had even performed 6 refinements before, making it even harder than an ordinary magical item. Now, Clayne had already begun fusing 4 ores, and the progress was so fast it even shocked himself. The star-picking furnace's efficiency and quality had improved tremendously. At this rate, he could make 2 magical items in one afternoon. Clayne began the first refinement, hammering in rhythm with the diamond hammer as the ores fused rapidly, even faster than expected. After all, the diamond hammer was an upgraded version, so high efficiency was only natural. But Clayne still wasn't satisfied. He activated the lightning summoning technique, letting the thunder body empower him, and faint currents of electricity began to rise over his body as his attributes surged. After his lightning talent improved, he could distribute magic power much more effectively, and the thunder body's effects became stronger and lasted longer. Every time his lightning attribute was enhanced, it was a qualitative change for Clayne. This was why the attribute boosting skill could be rated C grade. Once the main attribute was added, the talent improved tremendously. Even if one was older, with talent as a foundation, progress wouldn't be slow, and the achievements could still be significant. Clayne's forging speed increased again. Cora watched him and realized that his skill was already approaching hers. The first refinement was faster than expected. Then, Clayne continued heating the raw ore, but he had no intention of continuing the processing work. After a weapon's grade improved, the refinement process was best completed in one go. Don't let it cool midway, or it would affect the finished product. Clayne had learned this detail from a master blacksmith. As Clayne worked, Cora and the guild master, who had quietly appeared, both nodded in approval. The guild master concealed his aura very well, so no one noticed he had arrived. This heating took 1 minute longer than before, but with this star-picking furnace, heating a small ore was easy. For a glorious grade item, it was nothing at all. Clayne took out the rough billet and forged it again. However, he clearly felt the difficulty increased dramatically. Its hardness had already approached the level of being refined 5 times before. The billet formed after 4 ores fused together was just that hard. He didn't panic. The equipment had been upgraded, and the thunder body was still active. He kept forging, and it was half a day faster than yesterday. Looking at the fused billet, Clayne hesitated for a second before deciding to challenge a 3rd refinement. He knew the difficulty would skyrocket, even surpassing yesterday's 6 refinements, but he wasn't afraid. If he failed, he would start over. Although he had never failed before and had never feared failure, this time the difficulty was truly extreme. Clayne's face turned red with effort, yet the raw billet only bent slightly. His strength was still lacking a bit, so he increased the thunder body's output. Magic power was draining rapidly, but his attributes were also rising. Half an hour later, with 70% of his magic power consumed, he finally finished forging the billet. However, the raw ore had cooled, so it had to be heated again. This time, the chances of success were high, but the finished product might have flaws. After all, this was his first time forging a magic-grade item. The guild master had always been curious about Clayne, and now he admired him even more. A blacksmith had to dare to take risks. Knowing full well that failure was possible, he still dared to attempt 3 refinements. That was exactly the spirit a young person should have. The moment the guild master first saw Clayne, he had already ranked him. Soon, Clayne began the 3rd refinement. He realized the raw billet was absurdly hard, and his speed slowed down. Efficiency was low, the steps were cumbersome, and it required repeated heating. With every strike, his arm went numb. After a long time, it would definitely ache, affecting the success rate. Only then did Clayne understand why it was so difficult for a blacksmith to rank up. The higher the level, the more outrageous the strength requirement became. Magic grade was already like this. How absurd would hero grade, glorious grade, and legendary grade be? Such weapons couldn't be forged by human strength alone. Tools had to be used as assistants, and the time required was terrifying. Now he could only slowly grind it out bit by bit. Seeing how laborious it was for Kron, the chairman and Kola both laughed. That's just how the forging world is. If you don't have enough strength, even a genius has to rely on time and patience to slowly grind it out. Sooner or later, success will come. The forging process could not afford any mistakes. Kron spent 3 hours and finally succeeded in refining it for the third time. Then, he slowly heated and shaped it, and the process dragged on for a very long time. Even his right hand had started to ache. As dusk fell and Kron saw the sun about to set, he thought, could he be forced to give up halfway? He felt somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, he noticed a young man standing in the corner. The two of them looked at each other, and Kron was startled. When had this person come in? He even gave off a very dangerous feeling, unlike an ordinary person. Could he be the legendary chairman? Kron stopped, and the chairman said, "Why aren't you continuing?" Only then did Kola come to her senses. Seeing Kino Newman standing behind them, she said, "Brother, when did you get here? You scared me to death. I've been back for a while. I didn't expect you to be the one forging. So you're Kron, right? Continue. I'll watch from the side. Maybe I can give you some advice." Kron was instantly energized and continued forging. The more the chairman watched, the more satisfied he became. Although Kron was a newcomer, he possessed an exceptionally keen intuition, which was essential for a master forger. Although forging was difficult, the chairman's appearance helped him persevere. An hour later, Kron's right hand had been trembling the whole time, but he still gritted his teeth and kept going. The chairman could also see that Kron was putting in tremendous effort, and he thought with approval, how could so many good qualities appear in a 16-year-old boy? Perhaps it was precisely because he was young that he could push himself so hard. Finally, it was time for the quenching stage. Kron poured in the high-grade forging liquid he had selected from the warehouse. The liquid spread out, turning the pool blue-purple, with arcs of electricity crackling through it. He placed the magic sword into it. Before the sword even touched the pool, the water's surface was already trembling. The moment the sword entered the water, white mist rose up. Kron stared intently at the sword's condition and found that it was about to give out. So he hurriedly fished it out and waited until the water temperature was suitable before putting it back in. Seeing this, the chairman grew even more convinced of Kron's intuition. If he had been even 1 second later just now, the sword would have been ruined. Very few forgers could do something like this. After repeated operations, a purple glow appeared on the blade, and the forging was a success. In 1701, Kron completed 3 refinements on his first ever magical equipment, something unprecedented among his peers. Finally, he installed the hilt, picked up the magic sword, and found the feel in his hand excellent. Kron could feel that the instant he gripped the new sword, lightning attribute magic power was immediately activated. However, this sword's enhancement was still slightly inferior to the magic sword he was currently using, about 10% less, but the handling absolutely crushed the sword he was using now. It had to be said that in terms of hilt tuning, Kron was exceptionally gifted. Kron decided that unless he encountered a particularly formidable weapon, he would only use swords he forged himself from now on. It was truly too comfortable in his hands. As for this magic sword, he still decided to replace it. Although its attributes were a bit weaker, the handling was simply fantastic. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he would switch back to the Thunderflash sword. After thinking it through, Kron walked over to the wooden post used for test slashes. The sword marks there should have been made for sword testing. Still, he asked, "Is this for testing swords?" Kola quickly nodded. Go ahead and test it however you like." Kola was also very much looking forward to the new sword's power. Kron raised the sword and slashed down. The blade cut halfway into the wooden post, not completely splitting it, but it was deeper than all the sword marks above it. Kola was instantly dumbfounded when she saw this, thinking that Kron's first magic sword was already this fierce. All the sword marks above had been left by her, yet Kron's casual slash surpassed hers. How was she supposed to compete with that? She even wanted to die on the spot. Seeing this, the chairman applauded lightly. He could tell at a glance that Kron's sword was not actually as tough or sharp as Kola's magical weapons. The main reason was that Kron was stronger, but he did not point it out. Kola had been getting a bit lazy lately, so it was time to give her a little wake-up call. Besides, it really was impressive that Kron had achieved this on his first attempt at forging a magical weapon. Kron walked up to the chairman. "Chairman," the guild master nodded. "Gu Gang is right. You have a very strong forging talent, but your strengths and weaknesses are both obvious. Right now, the main issue is that you're a beginner. You lack experience and strength, and your control over some details still isn't good enough. You can cultivate body tempering techniques to increase your strength, or learn forging hammer techniques from me. Also, there's still room for improvement in material selection." The guild master gave an example. This time, using thunderstone with 2 portions of earth or in 1 portion of iron or wasn't a major problem, but there were better combinations. In fact, 1 portion of earth or mixed with earth powder would be enough. Any more would instead suppress the sword's power. Also, you could add a little mild water or which would make the later forging process smoother and the finished product lighter. The guild master didn't say much more, only offering concise suggestions. After hearing them, Clan had an instant realization and felt that every point the guild master made was highly practical. He truly was a master of forging. Clan nodded. Guild master, I've remembered all of that. By the way, did you come to see me today for something? The guild master said. Yes, last night, Gu Gang and I discussed it and decided to give you additional financial support every month. On a personal note, I also want to see you more often. This is the association's support. See if you're satisfied with it. As he spoke, he handed Clan a list, and the moment Clan looked at it, his eyes lit up. 100 gene of affinity or 300 gene of high-quality iron ore, 5 premium forging liquids, 50 ordinary forging liquids. When Clan saw the list, the corner of his mouth twitched. With this amount of iron, did they really think he was a machine? But on second thought, with these materials, even if he trained his skills desperately, he probably still wouldn't be able to use them all up in a month. The guild master explained that because Clan's level wasn't high, this treatment was already quite good. Originally, it hadn't been this much. The main reason for the increase was that they had just witnessed Clan's level, so they'd added more on the spot. I'm very satisfied, guild master. The guild master nodded and said that if he had nothing to do at night, he could give Clan guidance in person. He also took out his family's heirloom hammer technique, Forge Star hammer technique, for Clan to learn, and told him to come ask him or Cora if he didn't understand anything. Clan was a little stunned. After all, they were even giving him the family's inherited secret manual. But the guild master immediately added, there are conditions for this secret manual. What conditions? Clan asked. It's very simple. Our family's ancestral things are only passed down to our own people. You'll definitely have more than one wife in the future, and your marriage partner doesn't have to be your legal wife either. How about forming a marriage alliance with our family? Clan was stunned, not expecting there to be such an arrangement. After thinking it over, he felt that a marriage alliance could stabilize mutual interests, and he wouldn't suffer any real loss right now. The guild master was essentially betting on his future. When Cora heard marriage alliance, her face flushed red, while Kono tried to discourage her. Stop looking. It's probably not you. Do you think he'd even be interested in you? Cora flew into a rage and elbowed her brother. But Kono's body was as hard as steel, and he felt nothing at all. Instead, he struck Cora on the head with his backhand. Cora crouched down, clutching her head and crying loudly. The guild master apologized to Clan helplessly, saying that Cora had been mischievous since childhood. All right, can you accept my proposal? Okay. The guild master was overjoyed and added, you don't need to pay anything. You only need to lend us your name and maintain the relationship. The child will take your surname, and we won't restrict your freedom. Clan felt satisfied and accepted the hammer technique manual. After checking his hammer technique talent at 6 points, he found it wasn't low, only slightly weaker than his swordsmanship talent. As long as the manual wasn't too difficult, he could learn it quickly. Next, Clan directly started learning the Forge Star hammer technique, asking questions on the spot whenever he didn't understand. The star-smiting hammer technique wasn't as complicated as imagined. Its core was a special breathing method combined with technique, using inertia to forge, which saved stamina and also increased speed. But because of that, force was hard to control, making mistakes easy. It could also cause injury. Its pros and cons were both very obvious. Cran found the trick to the star-smiting hammer technique not long after beginning his training. He used the Vajra hammer to strike the iron ore, and when Cora heard that familiar muffled thud, he froze. Wasn't that the sound of the family's inherited hammer technique? Hearing the second strike made him even more certain. He could hardly believe it. Cran had only practiced it a few times. After that, every forging strike produced the same sound, and even Kono's expression changed. He remembered that after he himself mastered the hammer technique, it still took him a week to stabilize it. Yet Cran made every strike sound like that of a veteran craftsman. He was simply a monster. As soon as Cran learned something once, he could keep reproducing that feeling. This became his greatest strength. Now forging was becoming easier and easier. He just hadn't sped up the process yet for safety's sake. Seeing that Cran had truly gotten the hang of it, Kono felt complicated emotions, both envious and excited. Under Kono's guidance afterward, Cran continued improving, and training went on until midnight. The guild master left because of something else, and Cran received plenty of benefits, but he also needed time to digest them. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Cran's attributes rose sharply again. After his lightning attribute improved, the thunder calling art advanced rapidly, bringing along all his other attributes. Over these half a month, Cran added 1 point to his sword Dao talent, 10 points of strength, 6 points of agility, 6 points of constitution, and 7 points of spirit. His hammer technique and sword technique had not broken through for the time being. But because he kept forging, his strength improved the most, and his body became noticeably sturdier. Current 4 stats: Strength 61, Agility 51, Constitution 54, Spirit 47. Charm increased to 80, and lifespan to 89 years. His condition was clearly improving, and life was becoming more and more comfortable. His forging level also made a huge leap. After learning the star-smiting hammer technique, Cran could forge magic-grade weapons with 5 refinements. Although he wasn't successful every time, it was already astonishing. That day, Shaga invited Cran to take on a mission, but Cran declined. He said, "I need to prepare for the Forge Master competition in half a month. Every day now is important, and I don't have time for missions." After Shaga understood, she didn't press him. In fact, they had already heard that the Forge Master Guild had produced a genius. When they learned it was Cran, everyone was shocked. Cran had actually taken up forging and become one of the guild's top geniuses. They were both happy for Cran and a little emotional, because his progress was making the distance between him and everyone else greater and greater. Shaga said reluctantly, "Then do your best. We'll come watch your competition then." "All right." Law nodded and walked toward the Forge Master Association. Shaga, Winnie, and Gato exchanged glances, and Gato spoke first. "Should we also pick up a side profession?" Shaga agreed. At first, they had also wanted to learn a side profession, but they found that combining cultivation with one was too exhausting, torturing their minds every day. Winnie was the same. Back then, Gato had focused only on cultivation and had no side profession either. The 3 of them had all become pure combat personnel. But later, when Clan became a genius in the Blacksmith Guild and received plenty of benefits, all 3 were shocked. Because of their side professions, the gap between them and Clan kept growing. Sagar tried to say, "Why don't we try other side professions?" Winnie and Gato both agreed. Gato was the first to decide to learn blacksmithing. He already had strong talent with weapons and was confident he could learn it. Winnie chose Formation Master, feeling her talent matched the explosive power of formations. Sagar struggled over it for a long time, and in the end decided to try blacksmithing first too. Maybe he had talent, and he could see Clan often. They hadn't expected that, influenced by Clan's side profession, they would also have to change. Now Clan was recognized wherever he went. When he entered the Blacksmith Guild, he saw Shengxin standing at the door, the very first person to make him feel embarrassed after he arrived at King's Academy. Seeing Clan, Shengxin froze for a moment. He felt that Clan was now taller and more handsome, but soon he remembered how he had humiliated Clan before and immediately said arrogantly, "Hey, blacksmith, forge me a sword. If it's well made, there'll be a reward. If it's bad, don't blame me for bullying you, huh?" He was openly trying to humiliate Clan. Kellen ignored her and walked straight past, thinking to himself that one day he would get his revenge. Saint Heart was ignored and was just about to lash out when the young man beside her reminded her, "Don't forget the Pope's instructions." She remembered the Pope's warning that she could no longer make things difficult for Kellen and instantly became wary, her arrogance fading quite a bit. Saint Heart was unwilling to let it go. "What do you mean? You're not taking orders? Are all the blacksmiths in your guild this arrogant?" The people around were shocked to see that Crane was being made things difficult, but once they saw Saint Heart's identity as a saintess of the church, no one dared interfere. At that moment, Cora stepped forward under pressure to smooth things over. "Lady Saintess, you." The Forging Masters Guild was welcoming an honored guest, and the atmosphere was tense. Someone wanted to buy Crane's weapon, so Cora hurriedly blocked the way. "There are other items in stock. Crane is busy right now and doesn't have time." Saint Heart gave her a cold glance and sneered. "Who do you think you are, daring to cut in? I'm asking Crane, so don't get full of yourself." Cora clenched her fists in anger, but still held it in. After all, the Saintess had S-rank talent and the church backing her. She was someone they couldn't afford to provoke, and it wasn't worth dragging the family guild into it. She chose to grit her teeth and step back. Seeing Cora still standing up for him, Crane felt touched, but he absolutely couldn't let his good friend get hurt. He fired right back. "Did you eat shit this morning? Your mouth reeks. The church is really unlucky to have a saintess like you. Keep spouting nonsense and see if I don't slaughter your horse." The whole room was stunned. Cora was even more dazed and was about to apologize on Crane's behalf when Crane said coldly, "None of your business. This is between her and me." Cora understood that Crane was trying to protect her and could only retreat with guilt. Saint Heart froze for a few seconds, then flew into a rage as soon as she reacted and struck first. She was incredibly fast, but Crane had already prepared for it. Saint Heart thought Crane's strength hadn't improved, but instead she was stabbed in the abdomen and struck by electricity, collapsing to the ground as she twitched and screamed in agony. Everyone could see clearly that the Saintess had attacked first. Crane was only acting in self-defense. Crane said coldly, "Don't worry, she won't die. That was just a warning. If you dare provoke me next time, at worst we all die together." Saint Heart was so angry she coughed up blood. Just as she was about to get up and snap back, the pain left her unable to rise. Her attendants hurried forward. Lady Saintess, let's get you treated first. The people around quickly carried Saint Heart away, while Crane watched coldly. He wasn't joking. With a saintess like this in the church, he was honestly afraid the church would be ruined by her hands. She clearly had such good conditions. If she just followed the proper path step by step, Saint Heart would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. But this person was stubbornly arrogant, always causing trouble and making enemies, completely unlike a successor. Crane suspected that maybe the side effects of her S-rank talent had caused problems with her personality. But soon he put that thought aside. It had nothing to do with him. Crane didn't go back to forging. After such a big incident, the church would definitely make a move. He simply sat in the hall. The other blacksmiths, upon seeing him, kept their distance and didn't dare interact with him. Cora sat across from him and quietly said that he had caused huge trouble this time. After all, that was the saintess. Crane wasn't nervous. Don't worry, the Pope won't do anything to me. Before Cora could say anything else, people from the church had arrived, and the scene was very similar to the last time they had come to arrest him. Crane stood up calmly and said he wouldn't run, taking the initiative to go with them. The escorting men were all stunned. This kid wasn't panicking at all. Soon, they arrived at the papal hall. Crane thought to himself that he might be coming here often in the future, but this time there would probably be no reward. After escorting him into the hall, the Pope wore a gloomy expression, his anger pressing down so heavily it was hard to breathe. Tell me, what did you do to the saintess? The Pope said coldly. Crane's answer was very direct. The saintess came looking for trouble with me and even wanted to attack someone beside me. I could only fight back, otherwise the one on the ground would have been me. Although Crane used honorifics, the way he spoke was irritating, full of barbs, clearly shifting the blame onto the saintess, basically saying, if it weren't for the saintess, I wouldn't have had to do this. The more the Pope looked at it, the more displeased he felt. He sensed that Crane had probably guessed he was trying to use him to provoke the saintess, which was why he dared to act so defiant. But the Pope wasn't entirely sure. So he asked, do you think you've done absolutely nothing wrong? Crane replied at once, no, Your Holiness, I know I was wrong. But there was nothing else I could do. If I had swallowed it, the saintess would keep bullying me in the future, and Your Holiness knows what kind of person she is. After hearing this, the Pope's anger subsided a little. He was now certain that Crane had already figured out the inside story. This kid was smarter than he had imagined. If the saintess had half that brain, he wouldn't have to work so hard. But the Pope would never admit that. He said, Crane, I thought highly of you at first. Now that you've caused such a huge mess, if I don't punish you, how am I supposed to manage the church? Crane immediately understood that the Pope needed to put on a show for outsiders, so there had to be a punishment, and he would also need to admit fault and go through the motions. Only then could the church's authority be upheld, and outsiders would not think anyone could challenge the Pope's power. However, Crane had a better idea. Your Holiness, I have a plan. Let's hear it. In half a month, I'll be participating in the blacksmithing competition, and I intend to win the Youth Division Championship. 2 months from now, I'll take part in the Freshman Martial Contest, and I also intend to win first place. As long as I show my talent, make the outside world take notice of me, and close the gap with the saintess, this matter won't amount to much. The Pope found this laughable. This boy did have talent, but did he really think winning 2 championships would put him on equal footing with the saintess? Where did he get that confidence? He felt he needed to put Crane in his place, or he'd get carried away again. He immediately shouted, how impudent! The Pope released his pressure, and his roar echoed through the hall. Everyone outside was so frightened that they dropped to their knees. Crane was still standing, though his body was trembling slightly, clearly under great pressure. The Pope found this odd. How was this boy able to endure it? By all rights, he should have been kneeling already. He increased the pressure again, but Crane still gritted his teeth and held on. The Pope grew even more curious and began to raise the pressure little by little. Crane felt as though his bones were about to break. Blood beads seeped from every pore of his body, and he felt as if he might explode. Biting down hard, he let out a furious roar. Lightning flashed across his body. His physical condition surged dramatically, and his mana was rapidly consumed, but his grasp of the thunder-summoning art was improving at a rapid pace. But the pressure increased even faster, and Crane was nearing his limit. At that moment, the Pope suddenly withdrew his pressure. The people outside felt the burden vanish and all stood up, terrified to the core. It was rare for the Pope to be this angry. The Pope looked at Crane with a complicated expression. Tell me, what other secrets are you hiding? Talented people grow quickly, but Crane's talent was simply too outrageous, and even the Pope felt it was abnormal. After hesitating, Crane said, Your Holiness, my attribute pointing talent isn't 1 point per year, it's 1 point per week. He understood that now he had to reveal part of his true strength. Otherwise, the Pope would not let him off easily, and it would also reduce trouble in the future. The Pope was first stunned, then shocked into disbelief. 1 point per week? That would be 52 points a year. This talent was at least S rank. At this rate, if Kron lived a few more years, would he become invincible? Is that really true? The Pope was emotionally stirred. He knew all too well how terrifying this kind of growth was. Although talents like Angel Soul were stronger in the early stages, Clan could steadily grow stronger every week. Given enough time, he would become a monster. By his calculation, in about 15 years, Clan would be able to catch up to the very top-tier talents. He might not be able to compare in the early stages, but in the later stages he would catch up and surpass them. It is indeed true, Your Holiness. On the surface, Clan affirmed it, but in fact he could add 1 point to his attributes every day. The Pope did not know that if it were 1 point a day, Clan would catch up to top-tier talents in just a year and a half, an utterly terrifying speed. After getting confirmation, the Pope let out a long breath and said, "You've given me quite the surprise, Clan." Clan took the opportunity to say, "So, do you believe my promise from before now?" The Pope fell silent. In fact, he was still half in doubt. He felt Clan might be lying to him. After all, this talent was too absurd. How could someone increase attributes every week and permanently improve each time? He suspected Clan might have obtained some peerless treasure, which was why he was growing so quickly. Seeing the Pope hesitate, Clan did not press him. After a while, the Pope finally said, "I'll believe you for now, but we can't publicize your talent. You understand, right?" I know. Clan certainly understood. Even if a weakened version of the talent were made public, it would shake the entire world. After all, this growth rate was simply outrageous. Moreover, attribute points could increase lifespan, and everyone outside knew that if one drew lifespan, it meant gaining many more chances, equivalent to being invincible. No one would dare let him go out. If the outside world learned Clan's true talent, they would definitely treat him as a monster that could grow endlessly and never die. How could they allow such a monster to appear? So Clan's talent absolutely could not be leaked. Once exposed, not only Clan, but even the Holy See would be finished. But if the talent were real, the Holy See could dominate the continent. As the Pope thought of this, he began considering countermeasures. Clan did not interrupt, quietly waiting for the Pope's decision. "Your talent is too strong. It's dangerous." The Pope calmed down. "From now on, I can't give you special privileges anymore, but I'll help you in secret. You understand, that's the best way." Clan nodded. Since everything was laid out on the table, now that the Pope knew his talent, he could not truly leave him alone. Instead, he would have to nurture him even more. After all, if Clan later developed resentment toward the Holy See, things would be even more troublesome. Of course, they could also just kill him outright, but the Pope wasn't that stupid. Clan's talent could determine the Holy See's fate. The Pope took a deep breath. "First, let's proceed as you said. In the future, resources will have to be obtained through competitions. If you perform well, you'll receive support." "Understood, Your Holiness." Clan agreed. This method was just right. It would temper Clan while also letting him compete for resources. The Pope did indeed want Clan to succeed him. Someone with such talent would not betray the Holy See. Moreover, Sacred Heart could also become Clan's rival. At this moment, the Pope had completely made up his mind. Clan was smart, gifted, and steady in temperament. By comparison, although Sacred Heart had talent, his disposition was immature, and he was likely to have limited growth. As for the successor, the Pope already had his answer. The Pope let out a sigh of relief, returned to his room, removed his outer robe, and looked at himself in the mirror. There was a pitch-black wound on his abdomen, with black veins seeping out like an abyss. He gave a bitter smile. "I wonder how much longer I can live. I hope I can still see these children grow up." His talent had one side effect. He was just too kind, and it caused him quite a bit of suffering. Now he had learned to control his emotions and make decisions rationally, but he still softened occasionally. The reason he could sit firmly on the Pope's throne was simply that his talent was too overwhelming. Even if he did not want the position, no one could replace him. By then, Crane had left the Pope's hall, covered head to toe in blood, looking terrifying. Seeing him like that, the guards all assumed he had been severely punished, and none of them stopped him. When he got home, Crane planned to take a shower first. Milia opened the door and saw him, and burst into tears on the spot, throwing herself into his arms. Crane could only comfort her helplessly. "Don't cry. I'm fine. It's just someone else's blood on me. I'll wash it off." When she had first seen Crane, she had nearly fainted from fright, with only one thought in her head. What if Crane dies? Only after Crane washed the blood off his body and there were no signs of injury did she finally relax. "All right, I'm going to the guild." "Yes, master." Crane went to the blacksmith guild and continued forging. He wasn't affected by the earlier incident, because he knew very well that the current pace suited him. On the contrary, with the Pope getting involved, he felt his growth would speed up. He was puzzled by how easygoing the Pope had been. Those countermeasures he had been thinking about weren't needed at all. Wasn't the Pope supposed to be the big villain? But his caution remained. Over the years, it had become very hard for him to fully trust anyone, especially people with great power. Seeing Crane return safely, all the Smiths were shocked and started guessing that he must have someone backing him. Otherwise, how could he provoke the Saintess and still come away unharmed? But no one dared bring it up in front of Crane. Everyone pretended nothing had happened. Even Cora did the same, though he realized Crane's identity was far from simple. Only Sophia came over to check on him. "Crane, I heard about what happened this afternoon. Are you okay?" Crane replied calmly, "I'm fine. Don't worry." When the Pope said he would send resources right into his hands, Crane had guessed that Sophia was actually someone the Pope had planted. Sure enough, the world wasn't that kind. If a beautiful girl took the initiative to get close to you, there was always some arrangement behind it. But he didn't expose Sophia. Instead, he planned to use her in reverse and feed the Pope false information. His biggest problem now was that he was growing too fast. Being too outrageous would invite jealousy and murderous intent. He decided to hold back a little and only reveal part of his talent. "Are you really okay?" "Really, I'm fine. I need to get back to forging." Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Sophia could only nod and let him go. Meanwhile, Saint Hart woke up, looking at the familiar room and the Pope, feeling extremely upset, as if this scene had repeated itself all over again. She had been ambushed by Crane and had wanted to complain to the Pope just like last time. But the Pope's expression was even gloomier than before. "You're awake." At the gentle voice, Saint Hart finally relaxed. "Do you still remember what I told you before?" The Pope did not ask about her injuries, but directly questioned her. Saint Hart suddenly felt a little afraid and shouted, "Your Holiness, it was all Crane's fault. He ambushed me. You have to arrest him and kill him." But seeing Saint Hart trying to shift the blame first, the Pope was utterly disappointed. This was the saintess of the Church, the future hope? Did she really think that acting wrong would let her shirk all responsibility? Her behavior would only disgrace the title of saintess. Had he been too indulgent with her all these years? "Enough!" The Pope suddenly cut her off. His tone was sharp, and Saint Hart froze. Was the Pope yelling at her? "Saint Hart, remember this. This is the last time. If you make trouble again, you don't have to be the saintess anymore. If you want revenge, then beat Crane in the competition. Don't use underhanded tricks. A saintess must have dignity. If you bully others again, I'll personally strip you of everything." Saint Hart could hardly believe it. The Pope was scolding her for the sake of some ordinary person, and she felt utterly wronged. In other countries, what genius wasn't treated like a precious treasure? Yet the Pope treated her like this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and her grievance turned into fury. She began to hate the Pope. Even though the Pope had once treated her like a daughter, everything was gone in that instant. In her heart, the Pope was just a person who favored outsiders and was unworthy of being Pope. She thought no one had noticed her emotions, but in fact the Pope had seen everything. He was completely disappointed. This was the final chance for Sacred Heart. If she were allowed to inherit the Holy See, she might ruin everything here. But fortunately, the Holy See now had Clan, whose talent was flawless and who was the ideal successor. In comparison, the more the Pope looked at Clan, the more satisfied he became. After the Pope left, Sacred Heart flew into a rage, smashing the room to pieces and even lashing the servants with a whip, filling the entire courtyard with screams of agony. For the time being, she would not stir up trouble again. Time passed quickly, and before long 19 days had gone by. Tomorrow was the Forge Masters' Dahut. Clan's attributes had risen sharply again. Strength 75, Agility 58, Constitution 63, Spirit 52. He was already about on par with an S-rank talent holder. The only difference was the explosive power granted by a talent. Clan's Star Hammer forging technique had leveled up to LV2. He could now skillfully forge magic-grade equipment refined 7 times. But he still couldn't make hero-grade equipment. Hero-grade equipment required at least 6 kinds of high-quality ores, and the difficulty far exceeded that of ordinary equipment. Clan still didn't dare try it in the short term. Tomorrow was the competition, so Clan continued forging that night. Others used 4 kinds of ore to forge magic equipment. He used 5. It was more difficult, but the quality was better too, which would improve his skills. With the competition approaching, many people wanted to harm Clan. They couldn't just strike directly, so they resorted to tricks, such as tampering with the materials or poisoning him. Given Clan's strength, the chance of him simply getting an upset stomach was very small. If anything happened, it would definitely mean someone had targeted him. But as long as they couldn't find out who did it, it would be fine. Clan was very wary, and that night, he slept right in the forging room. No one in the guild went home. all to ensure that nothing happened to Clan tonight, and that he could enter the competition tomorrow in peak condition. Both the guild leader and the vice guild leader stayed at the guild, so those who wanted to make a move had no chance at all. Tomorrow's forging materials were also personally kept by the guild leader. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 luck attribute point. Clan was delighted when he heard the system prompt. Now that he had a luck bonus, the chance of an accident tomorrow was even lower. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and the Forge Masters began. The competition was divided into 3 groups. The Bronze group for those under 20, the Gold group for those between 21 and 30, and the Diamond group for those over 30. Clan could only participate in the Bronze group, but if he placed in the top 3, he could continue to challenge the Gold group. He planned to warm up in the Bronze group first, then see how far he could go in the Gold group. As for the Diamond group, he had no intention of joining. He only wanted to observe and learn the techniques of the masters. After Clan arrived at the venue, he quickly drew everyone's attention. Besides Forge Masters, there were also many people from other guilds. Because the news from a few days ago had caused such a huge stir, Clan's reputation inside the Holy See had soared, and even after injuring the Saintess and the Pope, nothing happened to him. Many big shots felt that Clan might become the Holy See's decision-maker in the future, and today they all wanted to come and build a good relationship with him. The president and vice president of the Potion Master Guild also came to the scene. The president wanted to see just how capable Clan really was, hoping he would make a mistake and embarrass himself later. The vice president, on the other hand, was considering whether, after watching the competition, he should leave the guild and create a new one himself to popularize potion making among ordinary people. He knew the old guild would obstruct this, so he wanted to see Clan's performance before deciding. When the guild leader saw the people from the Potion Master Guild, he mocked them, saying, "Isn't this the president of the Potion Master Guild? You actually have time to come watch our competition today." The president of the Potion Master Guild replied indifferently, "I heard you've produced a genius, so I came to take a look." The Forge Masters Guild leader said proudly, "Clan really is impressive. Don't you have any geniuses in your guild? Why do you need to come to our Forge Masters Guild?" The Potion Master Guild really hadn't produced many newcomers in recent years. It was difficult for talent to grow, and internal corruption caused talent to keep leaving. They wanted to climb up and get better resources. How people should behave, you understand. But if they wanted to rise to the top, they would still have to wait for those old geezers to retire before they had any chance. Many young people had seen through the guild situation and chosen to leave to become freelance potion masters. Yeah, make sure you keep yourselves in line. Don't let anything happen to this genius. Rain was clearly threatening Kono. But Kono wasn't worried about Clan at all. Clan was far too famous, enough that even the Pope had to show him some respect. On top of that, he had already stood up for the Saintess before, so it was obvious he had a powerful backer. Sometimes fame itself is protection. Everyone keeps their eyes on you. And while more people want to kill you, even more want to win you over. If anyone dares touch him, the people supporting him will step in and settle accounts with the killer. The Bronze group competition began soon after. The rules were simple. Everyone forges the weapon they are best at, with 8 hours of time and standardized materials. Each person gets 2 pieces and 2 chances. The top 100 advance to the next round. In total, 4,000 people were competing, with a 40-to-1 elimination rate. Not only forge smiths from Holy Light City, but also those from other cities had come, since everyone could compete in other cities later as well. Clan wasted no words. As soon as he received the materials, he began forging. The competition allowed participants to use their own forge and hammer, as well as compliant potions. It was a contest not only of forging skill, but also of equipment and methods. The moment Clan took out his own forge and hammer, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone present was an expert, and they could tell at a glance that these were top-quality tools. During this period, Clan had earned 50,000 points through constant forging, but not all of his equipment had been sold off, and the money would only arrive the next day, so he actually didn't have much cash on hand. He hadn't changed hammers for now. The Vajra hammer still felt the most natural in his hand. The assessment began quickly, and Clan instantly lit the fire, throwing both pieces in at once. Many contestants were still preheating their when Clan's hammering had already echoed across the entire venue, shocking everyone. "Bro, we've barely just started heating things up, and you're already hammering away?" Below the stage, a few people were watching Clan closely: Cora, Sophia, Drew, and Kozan. Kozan had originally been the brightest star, becoming a senior blacksmith at 18, with astonishing growth and clear potential to become a master or even a grandmaster. Unfortunately, ever since Clan appeared, all the attention in the venue had shifted. Ever since Clan became the center of attention, Kozan had found it harder and harder to accept. He had originally believed that the top-tier forge in the guild should have belonged to him, but the vice president had given it to Clan instead. That made Kozan feel betrayed, and his dislike for Clan only grew deeper. Now that Clan was on stage forging, Kozan still couldn't help watching, resentment boiling inside him. Clan's movements were fast and crisp, removing impurities and fusing the ore. Every step looked professional. Some people had already noticed that while Clan's or hadn't even reached the point where others were starting to hammer, his side was already close to being refined. Clan had left himself no backup plan and used up all the raw ore in one go, but no one believed he would fail. The atmosphere at the competition was stifling, and the blacksmiths were dealt a crushing blow by Clan's performance. Every hammer strike seemed not just to hit the ore, but to land on the faces of the other contestants. In just 2 hours, Clan completed 9 refinements, forging ordinary material to its absolute limit. Everyone in the audience understood that with this speed and level of skill, Clan was absolutely the real deal, a true genius. The maximum number of refinements was 9, which was the limit of the material, not a reflection of Clan's ability. After that, he shaped it, polished it, and quenched it in one seamless motion. Ordinary weapons had no attributes and did not require forging liquid. Finally, after attaching the hilt, Clan placed the sword on the display stand. The examiner stepped forward and, seeing that Clan's sword was straight and shining, couldn't help but marvel. The sword felt excellent in the hand, with almost no flaws to be found. It moved smoothly and naturally, fluid and effortless. In the sharpness test and the strength test, Clan's sword passed with ease. Down below, everyone's eyes were fixed entirely on Clan. An iron rod. If 10 cuts don't break the sword, it passes the test. The examiner quickly walked up to the hemp rope, looking full of anticipation. The other contestants around him all wanted to watch the show. They knew perfectly well that they were just here to make up the numbers, mainly to broaden their horizons. Zing! A sword cry rang out. The examiner struck with one slash, and the hemp rope was instantly severed, the cut smooth as could be. Looking at the sword in his hand, he was overjoyed, even feeling tempted to buy it. Next was the strength test. The examiner looked at the iron rod with a bit of heartache. Such a fine sword was actually going to be used to cut an iron rod, but he still steeled himself and went ahead. Clang! The 5 cm thick iron rod was split in two by a single sword strike. The candidates received 2 pieces of news. The good news was that Clan's sword had broken. The bad news was that what broke was the iron rod, not the sword. Was this still a normal weapon? Everyone's mentality collapsed on the spot. In fact, the strength of Clan's sword had long surpassed the standard common grade, and it was even stronger than some fine-quality weapons, but it had no attribute bonus. After all, it was made only from ordinary ore. After the iron rod was cut in two, the test could not continue. The examiner directly announced, "Test passed." His tone was noticeably agitated. Clan's sword was carefully put away. This was only the first round. There was still a second round to come. The second round was very simple. 2 swords were struck against each other, and the one that broke would be eliminated. The examiners would arrange it deliberately so that strong weapons would not be matched against strong weapons. It was basically a test of hard treat. Relying on luck was impossible. After finishing his forging, Clan went to the rest area and took a look at the other contestants' forging. He immediately lost interest. In his eyes, these people's techniques were too crude, random hammer swings, both inefficient and likely to cause injury. Only a very small number were passable, but there was still a clear gap between them and him. So participating in the bronze group was basically just beating up the kids. His strength overwhelmed the entire field. However, the bronze group champion would receive a reward of extraordinary flame. Even Clan, who was of the lowest rank, was quite curious, thinking that in the future he would no longer need fuel, and both forging efficiency and success rate could improve. He casually glanced toward the guild master's side and found that the guild master, vice guild master, and other important figures were all watching him. People at the guild master level, though not specialists, could still understand technique. Clan forged with ordinary materials, yet his skill was extremely high. The examiner's expression could not hide it either. It was easy to imagine that his weapon sales would skyrocket in the future. In fact, before the forging competition even began, Clan's weapons were already priced 1 or 2 tenths higher than others of the same grade. Clan's sense of aesthetics was far ahead of everyone else. Even with an ordinary sword, he could put effort into its appearance and make the weapons look soar. Compared with other weapons of the same kind, the weapons he made were obviously on a much higher level, even if their price was only 1 or 2 tenths higher. They also felt exceptionally good in the hand, so everyone rushed to buy them. Even the examiners, after trying them, wanted to buy them back as collectibles. After all, they could afford the points. At this moment, Clan took out a book and read it with great enjoyment. Since he had nothing else to do, and his spiritual power was high, he could memorize it after reading once and learn things especially quickly. On the other side, Kazan began his fourth refinement. He had made up his mind that since Clan had refined 9 times, he couldn't be any less. At the very least, the quality must not be inferior. He couldn't help glancing toward Clan, hoping for an exchange of looks. In the end, Clan completely ignored him and just focused on reading. Kazan's mentality instantly collapsed. What's that supposed to mean? Looking down on who? He brought his hammer down and smashed the raw ore directly to pieces, scattering the materials everywhere, and he himself went dumbfounded. Gugong, looking from the platform, sighed and said that Kazan's talent was second only to Clan's, but his personality was too stubborn and narrow-minded, with a defect in his psyche. Continuing like this would not work. Rain also fell silent after hearing this. People with high talent often had psychological problems, and many kings were like this as well, which in turn brought disaster to the country. Kazan was completely stunned, feeling that everyone was laughing at him. In reality, no one paid him any attention. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Drew was also speechless. He had once treated Kazan as an opponent, but now he felt it wasn't worth it. He felt that even if Kazan merely picked up materials, he could still barely make it into the top 100, but in his current broken state, that was obviously impossible. He also understood that advancing in such a sorry state was not what Kazan wanted. The final 8 hours passed quickly, and Kazan kept doubting himself, never even submitting a finished product. He failed to advance, mainly because Kazan's mentality was too poor. Clan had originally been somewhat interested in Kazan, but after looking at him a few more times, he shook his head, thinking that he couldn't even handle this little bit of pressure, utterly fragile-minded. Kazan happened to see this scene and felt that Clan was disappointed in him. His mentality completely collapsed, and he began doubting his own forging skills. Seeing Kazan's dejected appearance, Gugong knew that this guy still needed psychological counseling, otherwise he would be depressed for a long time. In the end, the examiner announced that 2,465 people had passed the preliminaries. Most of them had qualified. After all, they had 2 pieces of raw ore, so if they failed once, they could still recover. Konu, however, frowned and felt that so many novice blacksmiths still couldn't pass, that the clearance rate was far too low and incomprehensible, but he could only keep watching the competition. Soon, the second round of the collision test began. The very first match was Clan's sword against an ordinary sword. With a sharp clang, the opponent's sword was cleanly cut in 2 by Clan's blade, and Clan advanced with ease. The examiners were highly efficient. Ordinary weapons were eliminated one after another, and only the best remained. In the second round, they fought again, and the result was the same. Clan and several other formidable people, such as Cora, Sophia, and Drew, all advanced smoothly. Their swords were like Clan's. One clash and the opponents broke apart, their performance outstanding. The list of the top 100 was quickly determined, and these people would continue the advancement competition the next day, this time using premium weapon materials, still in pairs. After the competition ended, just as Clan walked out of the arena, Sophia and Cora caught up to praise him. Kazan was still dazed on the field, staring blankly at Clan's retreating back. Gugong walked over and lectured Kazan, saying that although he clearly had the strength to enter the top 100, he had become so dejected over a small mistake, and now he would have to spend extra effort comforting him. On the other side, Clan was showered with praise all the way by Sophia and Cora. Sophia was shocked by how quickly Clan had grown, and felt that she had no chance of winning the championship anymore. Cora was also a bit annoyed, saying that if she had known earlier, she shouldn't have let her brother teach Clan the star tempering hammer technique. Then she gave Clan an elbow, hurting him so much that he cried out. Cora showed no remorse at all, and in a reverse move she tried to lock his throat, intending to teach Clan a lesson with jujitsu. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked toward them, and the 3 of them immediately stopped after recognizing him. Clan remembered that this man had been seated beside Master Gugong today, so he must also be an important figure. Cora and Sophia clearly knew him. Master Jork. Hello, Master Jork. Jork smiled and praised Cora and Sophia for becoming more and more beautiful, and the 2 of them responded with polite smiles. In fact, Jork had come for Clan. After introducing himself, he said he wanted to get to know Clan, revealing that he was the vice president of the Potion Guild. Clan held him in great respect and honestly said that he had taken potion classes before, but had no real talent and had only learned some basics and knowledge of herbs. Hearing this, Jork's eyes lit up, and he asked Clan what he thought of potion studies. Clan gave a brief answer. A very profound field. Jork got straight to the point. Can someone without talent learn it? Clan thought for a moment and believed that ordinary people could learn basic herbs and simple potions, but deeper research would be very difficult. Jork pressed further. Then is it feasible to popularize potion studies? Clan felt that something about the question was off, suspecting that he might want to promote universal potion education. He directly suggested that instead of selecting only from newcomers, People who didn't have much talent in forging or arrays could also study potions as a secondary field, thereby cultivating versatile talents. Jork was enlightened. People did not need to study only one discipline. Those with average talent could study more than one, so that potion studies could gradually blend into daily life and develop over the long term. A few minutes of conversation brought Jerk a great deal of insight, and he became very interested in the concept of versatile talents. Seeing him lost in thought, the three of them all stopped where they were and waited quietly. It took Jerk 6 minutes to come back to his senses. Suddenly laughing, he said, "Good, good, clan, your idea is very interesting. What do you think would be a suitable name for this kind of versatile talents profession?" Clan understood that the vice president might truly be planning something big, so after thinking it over, he suggested, "How about an alchemist?" Jork was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed even more heartily. "Good, let's call them alchemists." Very fitting. He had originally just wanted to greet the Forging Genius clan, but he hadn't expected clan to also understand potions. He had asked casually, yet gained so much. He was extremely pleasantly surprised. At that moment, Kono walked over and asked Jork warily, "What are you doing? There's still a competition tomorrow, so please don't disturb our contestant." The guilds were not on good terms, and he wasn't familiar with Jerk, so his vigilance was only natural. Jork had originally wanted to say more, but upon seeing Kono's determined expression, he could only say to Clan, "Your suggestion is very good. I'll take it on board, and I'll come find you again later." Then he left. After the others left, Kono asked Crane, "What did he say? Is everything okay?" Crane directly repeated the conversation from earlier. After hearing it, Kono was especially surprised by the term compound talent, and quickly realized that this might be the trend of the future. But he also doubted whether Joke really intended to give up his position as vice president of the Potion Master Guild and start over from scratch. That seemed unlikely to him. He only said, "I see. You should all rest early. There's still the second round tomorrow." The three of them then went back. Kono looked at Crane's back and thought to himself, what on earth is Crane thinking? He actually came up with a profession like alchemist. After returning, Joke immediately began making preparations. He planned to break away from the Potion Master Guild and establish an alchemist guild, and intended to promote it first. He also placed great importance on Crane, even wanting to attach Crane's name to it. Crane didn't go straight to rest after returning. Instead, he cultivated. The competition hadn't drained much of his stamina, and he was full of energy. He couldn't sleep without practicing for a while. Milia saw that Crane had returned and immediately started cultivating, and thought he must be feeling down after losing the match. She wanted to comfort him, but was afraid of disturbing him, so she could only work hard at cooking. At that moment, the system prompt sounded in Crane's mind. "Congratulations, host. A critical hit has been triggered, and all 4 attributes have increased by 1 point." Crane froze. Another critical hit. He had just increased luck yesterday, and today its effect had already been triggered. Looking down, Crane saw that he was covered in sweat. Only then did he realize he had been cultivating for a long time. When he came to the dining table, Milia had already prepared the meal and was standing by the side. After Crane sat down, he said, "Come eat with me." Milia was a little surprised and couldn't believe it, but when Crane nodded again, she was overjoyed. During this time, Crane had always treated Milia like a younger sister and never regarded her as a servant. So Milia felt very relaxed around him and wasn't as constrained as she was with others. When Crane came back covered in blood before, Milia instinctively worried about him, precisely because of this relationship. Meeting Crane was truly her good fortune. He would change her destiny. While eating, Milia asked carefully, "Master, how did the assessment go?" Crane said calmly, "First place, but it was too easy." Milia's eyes lit up. "Master is amazing." Crane just smiled and didn't think it was difficult. The two of them chatted as they finished eating, and after Crane showered, he went to sleep. Early the next morning, Crane arrived at the competition venue. There were only 100 people left now, but the audience was even larger. The eliminated contestants were all crammed into the stands, and the venue was packed. Everyone wanted to come and see how a master forged weapons, and Crane had become the center of attention. Crane saw that the guild masters in the main seats were still there and couldn't help feeling a bit speechless, thinking that these people really had too much free time. In fact, in a high martial world, the strong were all quite idle. The country was loosely governed and only stepped in when something went wrong. Nobles held high status, while commoners could become slaves or be killed with a slight mistake. Such a system caused the country's development to be very slow. Soon, the assessment began. Crane skillfully raised the temperature and prepared to forge. The big shots all knew that today was the key day to test Crane's strength. After all, yesterday's assessment was too easy. Even another high-level blacksmith could have done it, just not as fast as Crane. But today, the requirement was to forge a fine-quality weapon, and it also had to undergo 9 rounds of refinement. This was no joke. While purifying the ore impurities, Clan was thinking about whether to use all 4 ores at once. After a brief hesitation, he decided to use them all. When Clan threw the 3rd ore into the star-picking furnace, the expressions of the people on the stage clearly changed. They felt Clan might be taking too much of a risk. Crafting a fine-grade weapon was already difficult enough, let alone using 4 ores at once. But Clan ignored what others thought and kept focusing on the forging. Very quickly, he successfully removed the impurities from all 4 ores, and the process was extremely smooth. Kono was very pleased to see this, because Clan had always been unable to control the clay powder properly before, but now he had improved a lot. Clan had always preferred to play it safe, and would usually add a bit more clay powder. Although that would lose some or energy, today the amount was just right. He controlled it perfectly, without affecting the strength of the lightning attribute ore, and the stability had also improved. It seemed he had made great progress in the details recently. Of course, it could also be because he was only forging a fine-grade weapon now, which was too easy for Clan. Thump, thump, thump. Clan's forging speed was extremely fast. Before the other advanced blacksmiths had even started, he had already completed the first refinement. The big shots on the stage began to believe that Clan might really be able to complete 9 refinements within 8 hours. Rain found this fact especially hard to accept. However, what Clan was worried about at the moment was not whether he could refine 9 times, but whether he had enough time to refine 10 times. For this kind of low-level weapon, not reaching the maximum limit was simply meaningless. He began forging at lightning speed, and time quickly passed. For hours later, he was already on the 9th refinement. Everyone below the stage was completely stunned by him. Is he even human? Doesn't feel like it. He's definitely a magical beast. What kind of magical beast is this stable? Clan was just like that. His forging process was efficient and steady, with almost 0 mistakes. Even top masters would struggle to achieve that. Soon, the 9th refinement was completed, and the big shots were utterly shocked. They had thought time wouldn't be enough, but he had only used half of it. Immediately after, Clan heated the metal, but instead of shaping it directly, he carried out a 10th refinement. Has he gone insane? Rain was stunned, while York was entranced. For a genius like Clan, nothing he did was strange. The other guild leaders also somehow felt that he could succeed. Clan gave people this pressure-free feeling, making genius look like something ordinary. The 10th refinement began. Clan amplified himself with his lightning body, and his energy just happened to be enough to last 4 hours. Thud, thud, thud. The dull forging sounds shook the spirits of the contestants around him, even making them wonder whether they were suited to be blacksmiths at all. Clan's aura was like that of an ancient demon god. The audience watched silently, and the entire venue was dead silent. An hour and a half later, the 10th refinement was completed. After another little over an hour, shaping and assembly were finished. In the end, with an hour left before the assessment, Clan had already finished forging and placed the weapon on the stage. Everyone fell silent. They had thought Clan would fight until the very last moment, but they never expected him to finish early, with such ease that it made people doubt life itself. Clan himself had not expected this result either. He realized that he had actually underestimated himself. Kron felt that his strength had improved again, and he was thinking that next time he would challenge himself to forge hero-grade equipment. Hero-grade equipment not only required rare ores, but sometimes also monster materials, making it even more difficult. Although the material combinations were troublesome, as long as the ore was good enough, monster parts weren't always necessary. Thinking about stepping into a new stage soon, Kron felt his blood boiling. Kron's weapon forging was finished. When the examiner took the weapon away, he paused for a moment, feeling that the champion had already been decided and the rest were only competing for second place. However, he said nothing, and just quietly took the sword away for the final test. Kron then went to the rest area and began thinking about tomorrow's gold group match, glancing at the forging hammer in his hand. Although the diamond hammer felt handy, it was still only a magic-grade tool. It was time to change to a better hammer. Kron sighed at how quickly he was replacing equipment, but there was nothing he could do. When he was bored, Kron looked around the arena. Now only Drew, Sophia, and Clara remained on the field. Unexpectedly, Drew was making astonishing progress, using a dangerous fire forging method to heat and forge the blade. Fire forging was highly efficient, but it consumed enormous physical strength and magic power, and the risk was great. Ordinary people would not dare try it. Yet yesterday Drew had still been using ordinary forging methods, and today he was already fighting this hard. Kron was also somewhat shocked. By now, Drew was already panting, in terrible condition, and Kron wasn't sure whether he could hold on until the end. But when he thought that Drew only had B-rank talent and was still pushing himself this hard, Kron felt it was worth admiring. One could not succeed by only wanting to graduate in peace. Only with fighting spirit could one possibly reach the peak. Drew was that kind of person, and Kron looked up to him a little more, hoping he would succeed. Time passed, and Drew was almost burned black by the scorching heat. His hands were trembling, but he still persevered. Everyone at the scene was moved by his determination and silently cheered him on. Finally, in the last 20 minutes, Drew finished forging, and only the assembly remained as the final step. The whole venue erupted into loud cheers, giving Drew the greatest respect. And Drew remained focused, not loosening up in the slightest. Kazan was like fragile glass, falling over at the slightest trouble, whereas Drew was like a superalloy, and only destruction could bring him down. In the final minute, Drew finally finished forging the sword and passed the assessment smoothly. All 100 people on site made zero mistakes and produced fine equipment, which made Kono very satisfied. These people were the elite chosen from more than 4,000. It would be strange if they made mistakes. The only difference was the number of refinements. Missing one refinement could easily cause a huge drop in ranking. Among all the weapons, even the worst had been refined 3 times, and the overall standard was very high, good even among intermediate blacksmiths. 20 examiners appeared, ready to test these weapons. This time they were not competing by clashing blades. Instead, they switched to multiple tests, with the ranking determined by who passed the most. The first round was still a strength test. Chop an iron bar 10 times, and if it didn't break, it counted as a pass. Kron felt it looked like a knife appraisal contest, except there was no Monet swordsmanship, and no one was cutting people. Kron's sword went first, along with Drew's sword and several other of the best swords. As the test began, the examiner swung Kron's sword down, and the iron bar was severed on the spot, leaving the examiner speechless. Using ordinary or to forge a fine weapon, and then using fine or to produce a magic grade 1. This level was absurd. But it wasn't only Kron. Drew's sword also split the iron bar with a single strike. Although Kara's and Sophia's swords didn't break it in one hit, another slash would have done it. In the first round, these swords were basically all capable of damaging the iron bar. Seeing this, the audience was stunned. Was this a test of the weapons or a test of the iron bars? Kono was very satisfied. The talents in this year's forging competition were rising again. The first batch of 20 swords all passed smoothly, and at most there were only a few extra scratches on the blades. The audience's emotions were ignited. This was the real clash of masters, unlike the blandness before. But by the second round, things changed. The better performing swords could still leave marks, but some swords were almost only scraping against the iron bar, and the audience's excitement dropped sharply. After seeing the gap in the second round, the contestants' faces turned ashen, but there was nothing they could do to change it. In truth, they were already quite good. The third round began, and the swords started showing signs of chipping and dulling. In the fourth round, a large number of swords had their edges chipped or rolled. In the fifth round, some swords even broke into several pieces. The difference was immediately clear, and the gap was enormous. The audience could truly feel the distance between geniuses and ordinary people. The big shots were not surprised by this. Competitions in this world had always been like this. The gap between the strong and the weak was extremely large. Soon, they were about to continue with the second round of testing, and the difficulty increased again. The mithril used for testing was actually a super metal, not something soft. This round reversed the order, starting with the worst swords. Bang! With a single strike, 1/3 of the 20 worst swords snapped off immediately. After several consecutive swings, none of them lasted to the 5th strike. The following tests continued one after another, all ending the same way. Breaks, chips, and rolled edges, an awful sight. Only weapons refined more than 6 times could barely make it through. This time, Clan's and Drew's weapons also managed to cut through the mithril, but the mithril this time was actually very thin. It was tougher than the refined iron from last time, but it still got sliced apart. The third round of strength testing used even stronger fine gold. The rule was that if a weapon could withstand a single strike, it passed. Seeing the material, many contestants grew nervous. Everyone understood that the weapons they had forged were still far behind fine gold. Clan was also curious whether his weapon could sever fine gold. After all, his weapon was already much stronger than ordinary magical weapons. The testing continued, starting with the slightly inferior weapons. As expected, all swords refined more than 6 times snapped the moment they touched the fine gold. It was not until the very last sword, refined 7 times, that a small chip was taken out without breaking, and it was judged to have passed. Only 4 people remained untested, and Clan had already secured a place in the top 5. Though 5th place had no major prize, the reward should still be pretty good. Cora's sword was taken by the examiner first for testing, and she froze, thinking that the examiner believed her sword was inferior to Sophia's. In truth, Cora had worked very hard and did not want to lose. Her forging skills were already top tier among people her age, but she still wasn't number one, and she felt very unwilling to accept that. When Cora's sword struck the fine gold, it only showed a slight rolled edge. The result was excellent, but she still wasn't very satisfied. Then it was Sophia's turn, and her sword came out completely unharmed, not even showing a rolled edge. Both swords had been refined 8 times, which showed that Sophia had even stronger control. Kono in the stands knew that his younger sister was actually feeling very upset, but he had no intention of comforting her, because Cora could regulate herself and would not collapse over this small setback. The last 2 swords had not yet been tested, one refined 9 times, and one refined 10 times. There was no doubt that these 2 swords were. Drew's sword was tested. The examiner brought the blade down, and with a ding, the sword remained undamaged while the fine gold showed a notch. Passed, the examiner announced. Drew let out a breath of relief. He had actually worried that the final refinement might not be perfect enough and that the sword might fail to damage the fine gold, but in the end it still succeeded. He looked at Clan, knowing that Clan still had more than an hour left and had refined his sword one more time than he had, so it must be even stronger. Now the entire audience's focus was left on whether Clan's 10 refined weapon could cut through fine gold. The examiner picked up Clan's sword, eager to try its power as well. With a swing, ding, a flash of white light appeared, and Clan's sword almost cut the fine gold in 2, leaving only a tiny thread still connected. The examiner froze. Just now, because the feel of the strike had been so good, he had unconsciously used more force and then reined it back a little. In fact, this strike had been somewhat weakened, which was a bit unfair to Clan. But even so, Clan's weapon still performed astonishingly. Some experts outside the arena could tell that the judge had held back that sword strike, but the result already said everything. Kono had once suspected the judge had been bought off, but Clan's weapon had still nearly sliced through finest gold, with terrifying destructive power. Clan himself felt a little regretful that he hadn't managed to cut all the way through, but he felt he still hadn't trained enough and decided to keep working hard in the future. Drew was shocked when he saw it. His sword had only left a scratch on the finest gold, while Clan's sword had nearly cut it in 2. The difference was obvious at a glance. Lien frowned when he saw this. He finally understood that Clan's strength far exceeded expectations, even more terrifying than Kono back then. Such a genius must never be allowed to keep growing. Lien stood up and left, a flash of killing intent in his eyes, preparing to find a chance to eliminate Clan in the future. Most of the others, however, were so excited they wanted to curry favor with Clan, hoping to ask him to forge gear for them once he became a master blacksmith. The remaining swords also finished their tests, and Clan's weapon ranked first by a wide margin in every category, including strength, sharpness, appearance, and craftsmanship. In the end, Kono stood up and announced the result, and the whole venue erupted. He was the church's #1 blacksmith, the only grandmaster, and the idol of everyone present. Thank you, everyone. This competition has shown me the future of the church's blacksmiths. Each of you is outstanding. But there is one person who showed me the hope of the forging world, Clan. It was hard to imagine that Clan was only 16 years old and had studied forging for just 2 months, yet he had already achieved such results. The audience was instantly in an uproar. Everyone knew he was impressive at forging, but no one had expected him to be so young. The crowd looked at Clan in shock, but he remained perfectly calm. Kono continued, Clan is the pride of all us blacksmiths. Come up and receive your prize. After Clan went on stage, Kono took out a glass vial containing blue-purple flames. This is the rank 84 Extraordinary Flame, Thunder Fury Flame. It suits you very well. Clan froze for a moment, thinking the reward would be one of the lowest-ranked flames, but he hadn't expected something this good. Clan glanced at Kono, while Kono blinked helplessly, as if to say this flame suits you best, and the guild only has this one lightning-type flame. Kono asked again, will you still come tomorrow to compete in the gold group? Clan nodded, and said he very much wanted to challenge it. Kono handed him a medicine bottle. Take this when absorbing the flame. It will help. If the flame is too strong, don't force it. You can wait until your strength is sufficient before using it. Clan agreed and planned to try it that night first. Drew and the other contestants went up one after another to receive their prizes. Drew and Sophia's reward was a forging furnace, and Kono encouraged them both. The younger sister, Gora, took 4th place, and Kono comforted her by saying she had already done very well. Gora even hugged her brother. After Clan received his prize and had just left the venue, he was stopped by Lien, the president of the Alchemist Guild. Lien forced out a smile and directly gave Clan a medicine bottle, saying he merely wanted to get acquainted with a future master blacksmith. It can greatly increase training speed, so this medicine will be very useful to you. Clan said nothing more and took the bottle directly. Thank you, Master Lien. Lien smiled naturally, as if his goal had been achieved. and then left. At that moment, Joke happened to see the interaction between the two, and a faint unease rose in his heart. He immediately walked over. Clan, what did the president just say to you? Joke's tone was rather stiff, which left Clan a little confused, but he quickly became alert. Master Lien gave me a bottle of medicine and said it was a greeting gift that could speed up training. Joke froze for a moment, thinking of Lien's personality. There were many S-rank talents in the church, and Lien was one of them, with alchemy talent that stood alone. But he was extremely arrogant, loved being first, and firmly believed that no one could surpass him and his guild. His success made his ambition grow larger and larger, turning him haughty and domineering. In the past, no one had dared make things difficult for Clan. In fact, it had been Lien who had stepped in to deal with him. Because Clan was so much like a young Lien, except Clan was advancing even faster and was even more formidable than he had been. This was the first time Lien had felt threatened, so he had made up his mind to eliminate Clan and secure his position. York hesitated over whether to remind Clan. He was torn. Helping Clan would be like betraying the guild, but not helping him would make him regret it later. In the end, he lowered his voice and said, Clan, Rain is hostile toward you, and there's no one in the Potion Masters Guild who is truly on your side right now. Let me take a look at this potion. I'll study it. Okay. Clan didn't actually trust York either, but there was nothing wrong with taking it out. York poured out a pill and examined it carefully. The fragrance is very strong, and the mana resonance is intense. It truly is Rain's work. Clan was speechless. Wasn't he supposed to be pointing out a problem with the potion? Why was he praising it instead? A few minutes later, York finally apologized. Sorry, I still can't see what's wrong with it. Give me one night, and I'll help you check it out. But first, let me give you a meeting gift. Then he took out a few gemstones. These gems are very valuable. Wearing them can improve your physique. Your gems can be exchanged for points, about 10,000's worth. Clan felt a bit speechless when he heard that. This meeting gift was really practical. For a newcomer, 10,000 points was a generous gift and could ease a lot of pressure. Clan understood very well that York was worried he wouldn't trust him, so he simply gave him money and let Clan buy whatever he wanted himself. Although Clan wasn't short on money now, he didn't refuse. After all, to York, this was just a token of goodwill. Thank you, Master York. You're welcome. I'll tell you the answer tomorrow. I'm leaving first. All right. On the way back, Clan ran into a few more minor guild masters, and all of them were stronger than him. After finally getting home and greeting Malia, he immediately began studying the extraordinary fire he had obtained. He didn't rush to absorb the flame. Instead, he opened the small hole in the bottle cap. This bottle was specially designed to store extraordinary flames, allowing the user to first experience the flame's intensity. Clan put his finger in, and instantly a fierce sensation of numbness and burning surged over him. He immediately pulled his hand back, still shaken. It was obvious that he still couldn't withstand this flame, even if its attributes matched his. After all, Thunderous Fury Flame was ranked 84th, and Clan had only been cultivating for 2 months. It was normal that he couldn't handle it. He looked at the Xian Rock pill that Kono had given him earlier. This medicine could create earth-attributed mana to protect the body and ease the damage caused by absorbing lightning attribute power. It was indeed useful, but Clan judged that even with the medicine, he still wouldn't be able to endure it. After thinking it over, he decided to go to the Forge Masters Guild and spend some money. Today the front desk wasn't Cora, but a new young girl. When she saw Clan, she froze for a moment and asked softly, "Are you Master Clan?" It really is you." The girl was very excited. Over the past 2 days, the competition and the guild master's speech had made Clan an idol among the young blacksmiths. "Master Clan, are you here to forge something?" "No, I'm here to buy a forging hammer." Oh, I'll take you there." Cora had already instructed them that when Clan bought something, he could go straight to the warehouse, and everything would be 20% off. The girl didn't think anything was wrong at all. After all, Clan's talent was far too strong. While leading the way, she secretly sized Clan up, thinking to herself that he was really handsome. The charm value of 80 points really wasn't a joke. They soon reached the warehouse, and Clan headed straight for the expensive forging hammers. His gaze settled on a forging hammer priced at over 10,000 points, and in the end he chose a purple Thunder Vajra hammer, priced at 30,000 points. This hammer had 4 traits: precision, great force, lightning attribute enhancement, and mastery. Normally, hammers costing over 10,000 points only had 3 traits. This one had 4. Although 3 of them were basic, lightning attribute enhancement was impressive. Clan tried lifting the forging hammer and immediately understood the reason. It was too heavy, far heavier than an ordinary hammer. Even after using the power of his thunder body to control it, he still found it difficult. If he forced himself to use it, his mana would be exhausted in less than 3 hours, but his efficiency would improve quite a bit. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to buy the purple Thunder Vajra hammer because it was cost-effective, and once his attributes improved in the future, he would be able to use it with ease. Then I'll take this hammer, Clan said. The other party, however, said he was going to give him points. Crane was puzzled, and then the other side explained that the weapons he had been selling recently were extremely popular, and a total of 158,000 points had been sold. They were just paying him now. Crane was very happy. Now he had money to buy cultivation resources. Soon, he took his new hammer home, feeling very excited. Training with this hammer would definitely make him improve faster. Then he went to the shop and happened to run into Sarga's group, with Sastasi working as a guide. Sastasi greeted him warmly, and Sarga and the others came over as well, chatting about their recent missions and cultivation. During the conversation, Sastasi asked Crane what resources he wanted to buy. Crane said he wanted a third-tier lightning attribute resource. Everyone froze for a moment, not expecting Crane to already be able to use something so advanced, but they also felt that, with his strength and reputation, it was perfectly normal. Sastasi took Crane upstairs to choose resources, and Sarga and the other three exchanged glances, deeply shocked. It was the first time the group had come here, so they were all a bit cautious. Gato silently watched Crane. He had always wanted to repay Crane for saving his life, so he had been training desperately, wanting only to catch up to him. But now it seemed the gap was only growing wider. Gato did not give up and decided to work even harder, chasing after him without stopping. Soon, they reached the second floor, and Sastasi continued asking Crane, "Mr. Crane, what kind of cultivation resource do you need?" "Lightning type." Sastasi took them to the lightning resource area and introduced Thunder Iron Stone, saying that this ore was only as big as a fingernail and cost 1,000 points. Wearing it long-term could strengthen lightning attribute physique. But Crane felt it was too expensive and its growth effect too slow, not worth it. He then asked, "Anything else?" Sastasi then introduced Thunder Fruit, which was specially for lightning attribute physiques and could be eaten directly to increase mana, costing 2,000 points each. Thunder Spirit pills were used for cultivation and could greatly increase mana. They were 3,000 points a bottle, with 10 pills per bottle. When Sarga and the others heard the prices, they were all stunned. Crane, however, listened carefully and asked, "Do these have any side effects?" Sastasi said the medicinal properties were mild, but there were usage limits. At most, one could eat 3 Thunder Fruits and 3 Thunder Spirit pills a day. Too many would harm the body. After understanding everything, Crane waved his hand and placed a large order. 3 Thunder Fruits, 2 bottles of Thunder Spirit pills, 2 bottles of third-tier strengthening potions, 5 bottles of second-tier strength pills, and 5 bottles of second-tier mana recovery potions. Sarga and the others fell completely silent, and Sastasi was also surprised, not expecting Crane to be so generous. When settling the bill, Sastasi said the total was 31,500 points. Since Crane had become a VIP, he could get a 5% discount, making the actual total 29,925 points. Crane directly paid with points. Tens of thousands of points were nothing to him, and he could earn them back soon enough. After receiving the resources, Crane said to the dazed three, "I still have something to do. I'm leaving first. Come find me if you need anything." Then he turned and left. After returning, Crane immediately took out a Thunder Fruit to try. The fruit looked like a purple apple, reminding him of a witch's poisoned apple, but he still took a bite. A faint electric current spread through his mouth, which was novel, and the taste was unexpectedly good. Crane finished the Thunder Fruit in just a few bites. Electricity surged wildly within his body, and he had expected it to feel unpleasant, but instead it was extremely comfortable, an indescribable sense of exhilaration flooding his entire body. Soon, his mana skyrocketed, and his attribute panel changed directly. As expected, a third-tier resource worked quickly. However, that pleasant feeling soon turned into a sharp sting. Fortunately, the pain was within Crane's tolerance. Veins bulged across his body, his heartbeat surged violently, and his body trembled, making him look as if he might erupt at any moment. Thankfully, Milia was not by his side, or she would certainly have been frightened. An hour later, Crane's body returned to calm, and he immediately ate the second Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fruits could be eaten up to 3 in a row. The side effects were not great, but eating more would have no further effect, so he planned to finish them all today. The pain from the second Thunder Fruit was stronger than the first, but still not at its limit. The power of lightning continuously purified his body. His mana flowed more smoothly, and Crane's muscles were also tempered by the lightning, becoming even more solid. Another hour passed, and without stopping, he directly ate the last one. This time, the pain was unbearable. Crane couldn't help but groan. The power within him swelled out of control, and with one punch he smashed the bed to pieces, then kept throwing frantic punches to vent the energy. Milia heard the noise and was very worried. But remembering Kron's instructions not to let her in, she could only endure it and do nothing. The final hour was excruciatingly hard to get through, and the room was smashed into a mess. When the time was up, the pain finally ended. Kron collapsed weakly to the ground. He didn't want to cultivate again today. He looked at his attribute panel. Name, Kron Gassa Occupation. Night level, 25 Strength, 94 Agility, 73 Constitution, 82 Spirit, 70 Lightning Talent increased from 8 to 9, and his other 4 attributes also rose dramatically, with his magic power surging. Using resources really is an advantage. He was on a completely different level from those without resources. Looking at his new attributes, Kron instantly felt energized again and struggled to his feet, leaving the room. When Milia saw Kron come out, she quickly looked over. Kron's clothes were almost completely torn, revealing his solid muscles, and his frame had become even taller and more harmonious, making Milia blush and her heart race. Milia had never realized her master's physique was so good, and it made her blush and her heart race. Milia, boil some hot water for me. I want to take a bath. Yes, master. Milia hurriedly used a magic circle to heat the water, and before long the bathtub was ready. The water's ready, master. I know. Kron walked into the bathroom, threw off his old clothes, and sank into the tub. He immediately felt his body relax, and most of his fatigue vanished. Milia placed a drink and clean clothes not far away. Milia, I'll be done in half an hour. Go prepare the food. Yes, master. Milia hurried off to get busy, while Kron bathed in peace. Time passed quickly. He dried himself off, changed clothes, and came to the dining room. After taking the first bite of meat, Kron froze. Milia, what's with this meat? Milia said nervously. The meat delivered today seems different. It's beast meat. If it doesn't suit your taste, it suits my taste very well. After eating it, Kron only felt the meat was richly fragrant, juicy, and even restored some of his magic power. This meat was excellent, high-quality beast meat. There was a very good chance the Pope had deliberately improved his living conditions. Beast meat was expensive and rare. Humans had mastered the method of removing toxins while preserving magic power, so top-grade beast meat was extremely costly and rich in magic power. Kron quickly felt full. Today he only ate 1/3 of his usual amount. His magic power was simply too abundant, and eating too much would only make him uncomfortably stuffed. I'm going to rest. You should try some too. The taste really is good. Kron left, telling Milia to taste the beast meat as well. After all, leaving it uneaten would just be waste, and eating this meat often was good for the body. When he got to his room and saw the mess, Clan had no choice but to make do for one night. Before going to sleep, he had also wanted to give the meat to Quinn, but if anyone found out it was monster meat, it could expose his relationship with the Pope and increase the risk. After thinking it over for a long time, he decided not to give it for now and to wait until he was stronger. Return the favor to Quinn, but now is not the time. After figuring out the pros and cons, Clan went to sleep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Thunder Attribute Talent *1. Clan was stunned. His Thunder attribute was directly raised to 10 points, and his Luck attribute was still at work. First, all attributes increased by 1 point, and now his Thunder attribute was added too. He could hardly believe it. At this point, Clan couldn't sleep anymore, so he got up and cultivated the lightning summoning technique. He could clearly feel the magic power in his body circulating extremely fast, as if he could control everything at will. This sense of exhilaration made him unable to stop, and he kept cultivating until dawn, when the lightning summoning technique broke through to LV4. After the lightning summoning technique reached LV4, Thunder attribute magic power seemed to surge within his body at all times, with no consumption, and like the Thunder body, it became a passive skill. Moreover, he could activate the Thunder body again, causing his physical attributes to soar, and the double enhancement pushed his attributes to terrifying levels. Clan also took out the purple lightning Vajra hammer he had bought yesterday. It had originally been very heavy, but now he could barely feel it. Instead, it felt much lighter. Looking at his attributes, after the breakthrough each of them had only increased by 2 or 3 points, less than before, which surprised him a little. He had expected his attributes to soar after the lightning summoning technique broke through, so he decided to ask Quinn about it later. There was still some time before the competition, and Clan was preparing to set out. Just after leaving, he ran into Yorick, who had been waiting early at the intersection. As soon as Yorick saw Clan, he hurried over. Master Yorick? Have you been waiting for me all this time? Not too long. Good thing I didn't miss you. You. Clan, I studied yesterday's pill all night and finally found the problem. Please go ahead. There's a herb called purple vein grass in that pill. A small amount can increase cultivation speed and strength. Clan immediately caught the key point. What happens if there's too much? Yorick nodded. Using a large amount can cause addiction, and it's highly addictive. Even level, 60 experts may lose control, experiencing hallucinations, convulsions, and fainting. Over time, the toxin will corrode the internal organs. Clan was stunned. He hadn't expected the pill to be so toxic. Rain really wanted to kill him. Though he didn't trust Yorick all that much, he trusted Rain even less, so he chose to believe Yorick. However, the quantity isn't very large. It's just a bit addictive and won't be fatal. Thank you, Master Yorick. Clan knew very well that after he finished all the pills, Rain would definitely have a backup plan, and anger rose in his heart. He hadn't offended Rain, yet Rain actually wanted to put him to death. He wouldn't let Rain off either. You're welcome. My advice is not to take it. You can sell each pill separately instead. It's safe and can still earn you a good sum. Haha, I understand. Thank you, Master. Are you going to the competition? Yes. Are you coming with me? I still have things to do, so I won't go. Then let's part ways here. All right. After the two parted, each was lost in thought. Clan soon arrived at the venue. There were quite a few familiar faces in the stands, including Saga and the others. Clan waved in greeting, and Winnie excitedly waved back wildly. Then Clan saw Quinn in the corner. Since he happened to have something to ask, he walked over. Quinn had actually come secretly, and his feelings toward Clan were complicated. He didn't want to seem too concerned, but in the end Clan still noticed him. Clan went straight to the point. Mr. Quinn. Quinn was a little nervous. What is it? Did you specially come to watch my competition? No. Well, yes. I was just curious about the forging competition. Quinn was thinking about how to deal with Clan, but in the end he still told the truth. Clan smiled. Then I have to perform well. Suddenly, Quinn realized something was wrong. Clan, your lightning summoning technique has broken through? Yes. I was actually planning to look for you too, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Quinn was a little stunned. Clan had already reached the 4th level, while he himself was only at the peak of the 4th level, after training for many years. By rights, Clan should still need several months, yet he had advanced this quickly. He guessed what Clan was wondering. Do you feel that the attribute boost isn't as much as you imagined? Clan nodded, and Quinn explained that for the next month there would be a small increase every day, about the same as today. Clan was thrilled after hearing this. Over the course of a month, his attributes could rise by 60 or 70 points, which was very satisfying. Quinn went on. You've improved too quickly. From now on, you're no longer an ordinary person. In the future, practicing higher-tier techniques will make you even stronger. Clan nodded. His progress was clearly too fast. Many people were still at the 1st level, while he had already reached the 3rd, naturally crushing his peers. In fact, most others trained in this kind of mid to low-tier technique very slowly. Clan was quick-minded, and each time he trained he would stop to reflect and adjust, finding the right feeling before continuing. Unlike others who only knew how to brute force their way through practice. His advantage was steadiness and safety. He didn't seek speed, but he improved steadily. By then, more and more people had gathered at the venue. There were fewer details in the gold group than in the bronze group, with only a little over 2,000 people. In theory, the gold group should have been larger, but the King's Academy had such a high death rate, and many people dropped out halfway through, causing the number in the gold group to drop sharply. However, if the Forging Masters Guild became the #1 guild, this situation would improve, and in the future the gold group might even outnumber the bronze group. Seeing his opponents appearing one after another, Clan also became more cautious. Just looking at them, he could feel their strength. The eyes of all the contestants were firm and determined, as if each of them had a chance to take the championship. This round of the competition had a new change. Contestants could freely choose official magic tier forging materials. As long as they got through this stage, the next round would be a challenge for hero tier weapons. Clan was also very curious whether he could forge hero tier weapons now. Of course, the premise was that he had to pass this round first. His attributes had increased dramatically, so he would definitely have more refinement attempts. As he was thinking, the competition began. This time, the contest lasted a full 24 hours, because magic tier weapons were highly difficult, and with too little time, everyone simply wouldn't be able to perform at their best. Clan quickly selected the materials, took out the star-gathering furnace, and began forging. Before, he had the advantage in equipment, but this time quite a few people had better gear than he did, and some even had advanced forging furnaces. After all, these opponents were older, more experienced, and among them were 5 forging masters. The guild leader did not compete this time, because he was already a forging grandmaster and no longer needed to prove himself. This day had the largest audience, and Clan was still the center of attention. Drew and Sophia also took part in the gold group. They actually knew they couldn't make it into the top few, but as long as they weren't at the bottom, they would still get a reward and could earn some money too. At the start of the match, everyone was startled by Clan. His forging speed had already caught up with the first tier. Although he was still behind the master blacksmiths, he had already caught up with the blacksmiths. When Kono saw this, he guessed that Clan's strength had clearly improved. perhaps because he had bought high-level cultivation resources. The other guild leaders also noticed the signs, but the ordinary spectators were completely shocked. How had Clan become so strong in just one day? But there were also people who were unhappy with Clan. For example, one master blacksmith felt unconvinced in his heart. It was supposed to be him in the spotlight, yet everyone was looking at Clan. Although he was angry, he made no mistake with his hands. Clan ignored these people and focused solely on forging. The gap between his progress and that of the master blacksmiths was getting smaller and smaller. After a quarter of an hour, a large number of blacksmiths, including Clan, began refining their weapons. 10 minutes later, the first refinement was completed. At 20 minutes, the second refinement began, but several blacksmiths started to fall behind. Clan still held on. At 40 minutes, the third refinement was completed, and more people dropped out. At 2 hours, Clan completed the fourth refinement. By then, half the contestants had already been eliminated, but Clan was still in the line. The spectators began to speculate how many rounds Clan could endure. If he could last until the end, wouldn't that mean he was already at the level of a top-tier blacksmith? At 4 hours, the fifth refinement was completed. At 7 hours, the sixth refinement was completed. Normally, by this point Clan should already have been reaching his limit. Today, Clan's condition while forging was different from before. He had been relaxed the entire time. When Kono saw this, he thought Clan would surely surpass the record of 7 refinements this time, and his forging ability would directly crush his former self. 12 hours later, Clan smoothly completed the 6th refinement, but by then someone in the first tier was even faster than him. Forging had 24 hours, and Clan still had plenty of time left, so he activated his Thunder Body and began the 7th refinement, moving even faster. By 16 hours, Clan had completed the 7th refinement, leaving 8 hours remaining. He thought about whether to push for the 8th refinement. Seeing that the master blacksmiths had already finished 11 refinements and were resting, he felt somewhat unwilling to settle, but in the end he still decisively began the 8th refinement. With the Thunder Body's boost, his forging speed was extremely fast. Kono noticed that Clan and the hammer had almost become one, each swing naturally and effortlessly. Unknowingly, the Lightning Star hammer technique had risen to LV3, his mastery of hammer technique surged, and forging became increasingly smooth. At the 19th hour, the 8th refinement was completed. Clan immediately moved on to shaping and assembly, without even looking at the time. He thought he only had 2 or 3 hours left, but by the 21st hour he had already finished everything, and there were still 3 hours remaining. Even he was stunned. Checking his attributes, his strength and the like had increased slightly, thanks to the thunder summoning art. Looking at the skill panel, he saw that his hammer technique had actually jumped directly to proficiency LV3. The upgrade was too fast. By comparison, the swordsmanship he had studied for a long time still hadn't advanced. During the remaining time, Clan carefully inspected his sword, optimizing its feel, sharpness, and other aspects. In the end, he even added a line pattern decoration to the hilt, improving its wear resistance and appearance. The blacksmiths nearby were all stunned, admiring Clan's attitude of striving for perfection. After finishing all this, the examiner came over. After Clan's sword was taken away, the judging referee immediately began testing it. There were many people, so the process was fast, with each sword tested once. Because this was the gold group, the evaluation time was longer, but the first round basically eliminated all intermediate and advanced blacksmiths right away. When the referee received Clan's sword, it felt good in his hand, and he already felt that the score would not be low. He infused it with lightning attribute magic and swung out a sword aura, instantly severing the Iron Man in the distance. The sword had an excellent enhancement for lightning attributes. When used by a Tier 3 powerhouse, it could increase power by more than 30%. The conduction was also smooth, without any stagnation. The referee then poured in more magic power violently. The sword only emitted a soft hum, with no cracks, and its strength was qualified. After that, he tested basic indicators such as sharpness. In the end, the referee announced, Clan Sword scores 92 points. Master Blacksmiths all scored 100 points, and most of those ahead of Clan were above 90 points. The minimum requirement was 90 points. After the test, Clan finally let out a sigh of relief and went to the rest area to watch the others forge. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Constitution attribute point today. The assessment took too long, and Clan only managed to get 1 attribute point as well. Drew and the others were still forging, and there was a gap between them and Clan. Drew didn't use fire forging this time, which showed yesterday had a huge impact on him. However, the new forge allowed him to complete the 6th refinement, with a noticeable improvement. Sophia also completed 6 refinements, and each of them had made considerable progress. Clan shifted his attention to several blacksmiths who submitted later than he did. They weren't slow, They were performing their 9th, 10th, or even 11th refinement, and these people were all stronger than Clan at this stage. Clan clenched his fists secretly, knowing he still had a long way to go, but also believing he would catch up soon. He watched these experts carefully, treating them as his goals. The assessment ended, and Clan scored 92 points, but only ranked 141st. Only the top 100 could advance to the next round, so Clan was eliminated. In fact, among the more than 300 participating blacksmiths, 141st already counted as very strong. He simply didn't have enough forging experience yet and hadn't learned all the techniques. The reward for 141st place was also quite good, no hammer or forge, but a large amount of high quality or worth 20,000 points. Clan was very satisfied. The first place winner was a forging master, and conveniently, it was the same person who was on bad terms with Clan. After receiving the reward, that master walked straight toward Clan. The audience assumed he was going to encourage this rising star, and the atmosphere instantly grew lively. Only the guild master and vice guild master remained calm. They knew it wasn't that simple. After this scene, everyone's expression changed. The others couldn't understand Dick, but the few of them knew exactly what was going on. Gu Gang looked at Kono and asked stupidly, "He's not going to?" Kono nodded with a dark face. "Yes, he's going to provoke Clan." Gu Gang was nervous. "Should we stop him?" Kono shook his head. "Useless. Someone like Dick can't be stopped. If he could be stopped, then he wouldn't be Dick." Dick was already 29, but his personality was fiery, with the mentality of an 18-year-old. Deep down, he never admitted defeat and never believed he was inferior to anyone else. This personality had both advantages and disadvantages, and Kono felt the advantages outweighed the drawbacks. As expected, Dick quickly walked up to Clan. Clan felt a sudden pressure for no reason, sensing Dick's aggressive aura. Dick gave Clan a big thumbs up, and in the next second turned his thumb down. "Brat, you dare compete with me? Me? You're still too early for that." After saying that, he snorted and turned to leave. Clan was half amused and half angry. This old master was way too petty, and still loved to compete like a child. Yet somehow, this instead stirred up his fighting spirit. Clan silently thought to himself, "In 3 years, I will definitely beat you." But he didn't say it out loud, feeling it was childish. Yet he couldn't hold back his emotions. "Give me 3 years." Dick stopped in his tracks. 3 years. Clan looked him straight in the eye. "In 3 years, I'll surpass you." Dick's expression turned serious. "Boy, 3 years? Even 30 years won't be enough for you. Do you really think I'm some common roadside trash?" Clan fired back. "Oh? Scared already? If you don't dare, then don't force it." So this is all the old man's got. Scared, Dick was instantly enraged. "Fine, 3 years it is. If you can surpass me, I'll apologize to you in front of everyone." Those words made Clan's fighting spirit surge. "See you in 3 years." Dick threw down his harsh words and left. The audience was all stunned. What was going on? Both of their images were completely ruined. They looked like two Chinibu teenagers. However, most of the audience was even more eager to see the outcome of the 3-year agreement. Over the next 2 days, Clan watched the remaining Gold Group matches, then spent another 3 days watching the Diamond Group. He gained a great deal during those days, especially in the Diamond Group. Dick brought out all his skills and forged a brilliant grade weapon. Although he only placed 3rd, mainly because the president and vice president also took part, that result was already astonishing. Clan may have looked down on him in his heart, but he learned quite a lot from Dick. In those 5 days, his attributes skyrocketed: strength plus 14, agility plus 12, constitution plus 11, spirit plus 15. This was the combined result of cultivation, attribute points, and the thunder summoning technique. After the competition ended, Clan returned to his daily routine of cultivating and forging, preparing to participate in the newcomer martial arts tournament. If he could take first place, his noble rank could be raised by 1 tier. Of course, he was willing to go 1 step further. These days he was very busy, and cultivation remained his top priority. On the other side, after seeing the rankings of this competition, the Pope was also shocked. He had not expected Clan's talent to be so high, and felt that he had a very real chance of becoming a divine smith. Thinking that the church might one day have one more divine smith capable of forging divine artifacts, the Pope was thrilled. Forging divine artifacts was a slow process, but the more divine artifacts the church had, the deeper its foundation would become. The Pope reacted quickly and immediately sealed off the news, but he knew it could not be kept hidden. Other countries would find out sooner or later. After the forging competition ended, the Pope prepared to assign Clan a new task, planning to let him gain real combat experience first, and then take part in the martial arts tournament. The next day, after Clan got up, he began training. By now he could swing his sword 10,000 times a day, and he had even made himself an extra heavy training iron sword, so the training effect was already sufficient. After training, He was going to forge. Although most of his energy was focused on cultivation, he also wanted to try forging an heroic weapon, and he could not neglect forging. Just as he left the door, he ran into Sophia. The moment Clan saw her, he knew the Pope must have a new arrangement. "What's wrong, Sophia? Are you looking for me? I'm inviting you to the Beast Arena." Clan was startled. "Isn't the Beast Arena very dangerous?" "It is dangerous, but contestants above the rank of Viscount have protection. If you feel like you're going to lose, you can surrender, and specialists will rescue you. Since you've only been in the church for 3 years, 10 consecutive wins in the Beast Arena can directly raise your noble rank." As soon as Clan heard that, he was immediately tempted. He had not been interested in the Beast Arena at first, but with such huge benefits, of course he could not miss it. If he won first place in both the Beast Arena and the martial arts tournament, his noble rank would rise by 2 tiers directly, putting him on par with Sacred Heart. "Actually, I've always been interested in the Beast Arena, I just haven't had the time. Let's go, we can head there now." Sophia was speechless, thinking that this was certainly not the first time he had caused trouble. "Then let's go now. Fighting against magical beasts will also help improve your strength." The two of them prepared to head to the Beast Arena, putting the matter of forging an heroic weapon on hold for the moment. Soon, the two arrived at the Beast Arena. The person in charge recognized Clan at a glance. Wasn't this the one who had caused trouble with the Saintess before and even beaten her? However, Clan had recently achieved excellent results in the forging competition and even won the championship, so he had quite a promising future. Although he had caused trouble before, the person in charge still had a fairly good impression of him. "Are you here to compete in the Beast Arena or to watch a performance?" Clan said. "Thank you for your help before. We're here to participate in the competition, and I wanted to ask about the rules." The person in charge thought to himself, as expected, someone like Clan would come sooner or later. The Beast Arena is very simple. You fight magical beasts, and if you kill the beast, you succeed in the challenge. The beast's strength is assigned according to the contestant's ability. First, you need to do a level test. This testing stone can measure it. Clan walked over, placed his hand on it, and injected magical power. The testing stone lit up with white light, showing the number 27. As soon as Clan's level appeared, both the person in charge and Sophia were stunned. Although Sophia knew Clan leveled up very quickly, when she saw the number 27, she was still a little dazed. A new student was already level 27? That was simply outrageous. She had thought Clan was at most level 17 or 18, that his forging skills were strong because of his talent, but she had not expected his level to be abnormal too. Clan asked directly, "For my first battle, are you going to arrange a tier 2 magical beast?" "Yes, I'll arrange it for you later. Go rest first, and I'll notify you in a bit." "All right." The two of them went together to the public lounge, where there were still many contestants. Sophia kept glancing sideways at Kron from time to time, thinking to herself, "What kind of monster is this guy? He's amazing at forging, and he's this strong in combat too?" She herself was already excellent at level 46, yet Kron had only been here for 2 months and was already level 27. It was just too outrageous. Sophia finally understood why Kron had been investigated. Clearly, he only had C-rank talent, yet nothing about him made sense at all. She also had other plans in mind, feeling that Kron's future was absolutely bright. Even if he stayed in the church, his starting point would still be a cardinal. If she could get closer to Kron, things would be much easier for her in the future. Thinking of this, the way she looked at Kron changed as well. Kron quickly noticed this, sneering inwardly, trying to use the mission target. "Sophia, you really know how to scheme." But he was even colder than she was, and even better at seeing through people's hearts. If she really dared to make a move, she would definitely not end up well. Sophia pretended to care. Nervous? A little. Kron actually wasn't nervous at all. He was just playing along with her act. "It's fine. You're so amazing, you'll definitely win easily. I'll cheer for you." Sophia even made a cheering gesture. Kron felt nothing, but everyone else in the nearby lounge area was completely drawn to Sophia. Quite a few people started sneaking glances at her. At that moment, a man dressed like a viscount walked over and greeted her with what he thought was a charming smile. "Beautiful lady, I'm Price Antoine. May I get to know you?" He even deliberately showed off his viscount insignia and extended his hand, waiting for a response. Normally, Sophia would have politely refused outright, but today she pretended to be at a loss, looking toward Kron, deliberately stirring his protective instincts. Kron took the cue and stood up. "She doesn't want to know you. Please leave." The other man looked at Kron and realized he was very young, which surprised him a little, and he also knew better than to provoke a genius. He looked at her face, so beautiful it made him swallow hard. For her, he was going all out today. Driven by desire, Price immediately lost his rationality. "Who do you think you are to stop me?" The atmosphere on the scene instantly changed. Price was very clear that no matter how talented Kron was, he was still too young now, and his level would definitely not be high. He should not be his match. He also wasn't afraid of offending anyone. After all, he could leave the academy in 2 years, and by then Kron wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Sophia looked worried on the surface, but inwardly she was secretly delighted. There was going to be a show to watch. Kron asked with a smile, "What did you just say?" "You're not." Before he could finish, with a loud bang, Kron kicked Price in the chest, sending him flying straight back. After crashing into the wall, he fell heavily to the ground and went completely still. The people around were shocked. Price was very famous here, having won 3 straight matches in the Beast Arena, and yet he had been kicked out cold with 1 foot. That was way too brutal. What monstrous strength. Some even suspected he might have been kicked to death, since he hadn't moved at all. More than 10 seconds later, Price finally coughed twice and struggled to lift his head. His chest was in agonizing pain, and he was still dazed. That one kick had probably broken at least 3 ribs. He had never seen such power before. It felt like being trampled by an elephant. He tried to speak, but instead spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood on the ground, he couldn't believe it. He was clearly level 41, and his physical abilities far surpassed ordinary people. How could this little brat seriously injure him with 1 kick? Kron still didn't move from where he stood and simply walked over. He knew he didn't need to take responsibility. Sophia would definitely handle it. This incident started because of her, and if the Pope found out, he might even replace Sophia. Sophia immediately grabbed him. "Forget it, Kron. Don't be angry. He's already been taught a lesson." Kron smiled. He wasn't angry at all. He was just teasing Sophia. Since she stepped in, he was happy to see how she would handle the aftermath. "Since Sophia has spoken, I'll let you off today. Next time you see us, remember to take a detour." How could Price dare say another word? He hurriedly pretended to be dead. Kron and Sophia returned to their seats, and Price still didn't dare move. Sophia was actually very happy, feeling that Kron cared about her. After that, as long as she worked a little harder, she'd be able to win Kron over. At that moment, someone came over and called out, "Mr. Kron, your match is starting." Kron got up and followed them out. Price gritted his teeth and remembered Kron's name, then slowly left the lounge, wanting to see just what strength this guy had to kick him like that. Soon, Kron was brought to a small arena with few spectators. He looked around and sat down. Sophia and Price were both there as well. Price became even more curious. Judging from that kick, he was sure Kron was close to level 40, and his talent was definitely strength-oriented. He thought that if Kron hadn't ambushed him, he could actually have beaten him. But now he was injured and didn't want any further conflict with Kron. But when he saw Kron's opponent appear, he was even more dumbfounded. The opponent was actually a Tier 2 magic beast, a wild black boar. That meant the brat who had nearly kicked him to death was actually only in his 20s. Although he was the weakest among the Viscounts, he still shouldn't be suppressed by some guy in his 20s. When the audience saw Kron take the stage, many of them paid attention to him, not because of his age, but because of his looks. Due to cultivating the lightning summoning art, Kron's physique grew stronger every day. Even with a charm stat of 83 now, he was tall and handsome, with an especially striking presence, a little wolf dog type that was hard to ignore. Kron was very serious when facing the wild black boar. Even though his opponent was weak, he went all out. Once inside the arena, it was a life-and-death fight, and underestimating the enemy was absolutely forbidden. But just after stepping onto the field, the wild black boar glanced at Kron and suddenly became obedient, even slowly backing away. The audience was stunned. What's going on? Is this pig scared? No way. Haven't these magic beasts been so hungry they're practically crazed? Price and Sophia were the most shocked. They never expected Kron could scare a magic beast with just a look. In fact, animals instinctively seek benefits and avoid harm. Kron's aura was too strong, and the black boar simply didn't dare provoke him. Seeing this, the referee was a little bewildered, but did not stop the match. When Kron saw his opponent refuse to move, he took the initiative and charged over. The wild black boar shrieked in fear, trying all the while to scare Kron back, but Kron ignored it, lunged straight at it, and then drew his sword for a basic attack. The 2-meter-long magic beast was directly split in half by a single sword strike, blood splattering everywhere, and the entire venue fell instantly silent. The audience was dumbfounded. A Tier 2 magic beast had just been killed instantly? That level 20s guy was way too fierce. In truth, Kron not only had high attributes, but his combat skills were also formidable, utterly unstoppable. The referee announced, "The fight is over. Clan advances." Clan turned and left the arena. The Colosseum didn't want the fighters to keep battling one after another. They preferred to turn the strong into stars and attract spectators to make money. After coming out, Sophia's gaze at Clan had changed. It was filled with admiration, utterly shocked by his strength. Sophia had always admired the strong, and she became even more determined to win Clan over. It wasn't just about seeking stability anymore. She had actually started to like him. Why do you keep staring at me? You're amazing, Clan. Do you have someone you like? A figure of Julia flashed through Clan's mind. Although they hadn't been apart for long, it already felt like ages. As for liking her, that wasn't quite right. It was more like a little fondness, and even more gratitude. While Clan was lost in thought, Sophia's heart tightened. She felt she had asked the wrong question. She realized Clan might really have someone he liked. If that was the case, it would be harder for her to win him over. After all, a boy's feelings are very pure, and some people treat love as something sacred. But Sophia wasn't afraid. Even if someone was already in Clan's heart, she was confident she could still win him over. A first love, that was all it was, not a big deal to her. What are you going to do later? Sophia changed the subject. Clan replied casually, I'm planning to go to the blacksmith guild to do some forging. Great, I'm going to the blacksmith guild too. Let's go together. Okay. Clan didn't refuse, and he also wanted to see what Sophia was up to. Their affairs soon reached the Pope's ears. Shadow, what do you think? Your Holiness, Sophia seems to be tricking Clan's feelings. Should we deal with her? The Pope was silent for a moment, then said, No need. Clan will go through this sooner or later. Emotional setbacks may not be a bad thing. They can help him grow. If he really stumbles, it won't necessarily be bad for him either. Understood, Your Holiness. Then I'll continue protecting Clan and report anything unusual immediately. The Pope smiled wryly. Clan was so young and already entangled in romantic trouble. Geniuses really are all like this. On the other side, Clan began forging a hero-grade piece of equipment. Unlike before, this time the materials were rare. But with the help of his privileges, he quickly gathered a full set. He stayed in the forge for a full 22 hours and produced a hero-grade one-handed sword refined 6 times. One side of the blade was covered in serrations, like a shark-toothed sword, though the color was different. Clan named the sword Thunder Fang because the blade's teeth looked like fangs. The weapon's effects were powerful. For anyone below level 50, it could increase lightning damage by 50%, and its attacks could also cause bleeding and paralysis. Although it had only been refined 6 times, such attributes were extremely rare among hero-grade weapons. He also spent time making a sword scabbard. When Clan came out carrying Leah, Sophia was already waiting for him in the hall. As soon as she saw him, she came up to him and asked with a smile, Clan, how did the forging go? She was curious. For others at his age, failure was far more likely, but Clan was different. After seeing his performance in the blacksmith competition, she felt that whatever Clan made would be normal. Clan did not answer. Clan simply drew Leah out, feeling the magic power on it. Both he and Sophia were excited. It worked. What's it called? Leia. Clan answered briefly. Over the next few days, Clan came to the arena every day to fight. Today was the 8th day, and he had already won 7 in a row. Because of his consecutive victories and handsome looks, he was assigned to the main arena, and more fans gathered below. Sophia also kept him company every day. Over these past few days, Clan's 4 attributes had risen sharply, reaching Strength 119, Agility 93, Constitution 116, Spirit 100. His swordsmanship had also risen to LV3, reaching Mastery level. He was now far stronger than monsters of the same level. In terms of physical condition alone, he was no weaker than Quinn. Soon, Clan arrived at the arena, and the person in charge announced, Your 8th match has been upgraded to Tier 3, and there are 2 of them. Clan had no objection and went to the rest area. Through the glass, he could see the main arena packed to capacity. At that moment, a second-year student was challenging 2 Tier 3 monsters. The opponent was an elemental warrior with an A-rank talent. At the start, he coated himself in water element armor to strengthen his defense, but his magical power consumption was huge. The 2 magic wolves coordinated their attacks. Although the opponent blocked them with elemental defense, it was still broken through, and in the end he was defeated by the magic wolves. Fortunately, the referee saved him. Clan could tell that facing multiple monsters put immense pressure on you. The opponents attacked at a rapid pace. One was just repelled, and the next immediately followed up, making it very hard to win. After that, another person went on stage to face 4 monsters, only to be easily defeated as well. At last it was Clan's turn. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the entire arena erupted, and the audience was extremely excited. The reasons for Clan's popularity were, first, his looks, second, his brutal fighting style. Every opponent he faced was killed with a single strike. Clan entered the arena with quick movements, looking invincible. Soon, his opponents appeared, 2 magic wolves. Clan directly drew Leah, and his aura instantly became extremely dangerous. The 2 starving, crazed magic wolves ignored him completely and lunged at him, trying to tear him apart. Clan stood motionless, looking as if he were too frightened to react. Only when the magic wolves pounced right in front of him did he swing Leah, cutting one wolf in half with a single slash and instantly killing it. The other magic wolf leaped at him, its wolf claw about to strike Clan, but Clan grabbed its head with one hand. Clan exerted a little force with his left hand, his fingers directly sinking into the wolf's head. The audience could not see it clearly, but they heard him shout, followed by a tearing sound of flesh and blood. The magic wolf let out a miserable howl, and Clan forcibly ripped its head off. Clan casually tossed the wolf head aside, won the match, and walked toward the rest area. The audience in the stands was completely stunned. They could hardly believe that Clan had actually torn off the head of a magic wolf 10 levels above him without using a weapon, relying solely on brute strength. Was this still the Beast Arena? The whole place quickly exploded, and the audience frantically shouted, "Another round!" The huge cheers drew the person in charge over. He asked what had happened, and the referee reported what had just taken place. When the person in charge heard that Clan had torn off a magic wolf's head with one hand, he was so shocked that he could not speak. Back in the rest area, Clan looked at the time. There were still 14 days until the rookie martial tournament. At this rate, he was confident he could rise to the rank of Earl before then. On the other side, Sacred Heart also decided to participate in the martial tournament. This was the fastest chance she had to teach Clan a lesson. Thinking that there were only 14 days left, she was filled with excitement. At the same time, Shadow reported to the Pope. Kron also finished his task today and never took a break. The Pope asked, "He didn't rest at all day?" Shadow nodded and said Kron hadn't stopped for a single minute, which might be related to his past. The Pope had actually already looked into Kron's background and felt very sorry for him, but he also understood that his painful childhood had forged his strong will. However, the Pope was also worried that Kron might be psychologically distorted and was merely enduring it all now. He felt that psychological counseling should be arranged as early as possible. After all, Kron might inherit the Holy See in the future, and there could be no problems. This had to be arranged soon. But the Pope did not know that Kron's heart had already been healed. Meeting Wazar on the road to the Holy See, and later getting to know Quinn, Milia, and the others, all slowly loosened the knot in Kron's heart. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point of lifespan." A system notification suddenly rang in his mind, and Kron froze. This was the first time he had gained a lifespan point. He also had no intention of resting. Although it was already late at night, his spiritual power and physique had both broken through 100 points, and Kron's body recovered quickly. Sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day was enough. But for safety's sake, he still decided to sleep 6 hours one day each week. After daybreak, Kron got up early to cultivate. The Beast Arena staff also came early, and today Kron, unusually, arrived even earlier than Milia. He went to open the door, and when the staff saw Kron opening it, they were stunned for a moment before quickly remembering their business. "Mr. Kron, your battle order has changed today. You'll be the final act. This is the reward for yesterday's winning streak. 8,000 points and a Heartstone." Kron accepted the reward. The Heartstone could slightly increase physique, but it had little effect on him, so he planned to give it away. He quickly decided to make the Heartstone into a necklace, hang it in the kitchen, and give it to Milia. The Heartstone was beautiful in appearance and was very suitable as a gift. After everything was arranged, Kron continued cultivating. Not long after, Milia got up. The sun had not yet risen. It was about 4:30. Because she had to help Kron heat up his meals every day, she usually went to bed very late, and during the day she still had to tidy the house and cook, working even harder than Kron. Kron decided to let her rest more in the future. Milia got up in a daze, washed up, and then went to the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she saw the Heartstone necklace. She froze, not understanding where the necklace had come from. Knowing it wasn't hers, she thought it over and realized it was probably Kron's. She didn't think much of it, and kept working. Kron was cultivating while observing her. Seeing that she had no reaction, he wondered whether she hadn't noticed the necklace. After he finished his training, he walked into the kitchen and saw Milia focused on cooking, even humming a little tune, looking to be in a pretty good mood. Kron stood behind her and watched for a while. Seeing that she still hadn't noticed him, he had no choice but to cough lightly. Hearing the sound, Milia turned around and saw Kron standing behind her. "Master, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. I'll bring it over." Kron's gaze fell on the necklace on the table, and he thought, didn't Milia see the necklace while cooking? Why no reaction? Could it be that she thinks I didn't give it to her? He asked directly, "Did you see that necklace?" Milia froze, not understanding what he meant. "This necklace, did you put it here, master?" I bought it yesterday. It doesn't really suit me, so I gave it to you." Milia froze, unable to believe the necklace was actually for her. No one ever cared about a servant's thoughts. Emotions suddenly surged up in her, and tears fell. Kron was a little dumbfounded. He roughly guessed that she was moved and said, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" "No, master, I'm just too touched. No one has ever treated me this well." Kron patted her head. "Don't cry. Good things shouldn't make you cry." "Yes, master. I'm a little hungry." Is breakfast ready? Milia quickly brought breakfast to the table, and Kron started eating. She watched him eat in silence, feeling very happy. While preparing snacks and drinks, she kept sneaking glances at Kron. The snacks were homemade, such as fried beef jerky and juice. Every now and then, she would look at the necklace and grin foolishly. She really liked it. Kron was also planning his schedule for the day. He had to forge in the morning, and time was tight, so he would forge first and cultivate afterward. In the afternoon, Rain waited early at a crossroads Kron was sure to pass. Someone had been keeping an eye on Kron lately, so he knew Kron's routine. By then, Kron should have finished taking his medicine and be passing through here, right at the time when he felt the worst. But Rain waited a long time and still didn't see Kron, so he found it strange. Had Kron not taken this route today? Or was there a traitor in the guild leaking information, like York, who resigned 2 days ago? After thinking it over, Rain decided to wait at the arena instead. Only then did he realize that Kron was today's final featured fighter at the Beast Arena. No wonder he hadn't taken the usual road. In that case, he planned to praise Kron after the match and conveniently give him some new medicine. After forging magical equipment all afternoon, Kron was working more efficiently than before. Now that time was tight, he would refine each weapon only 6 times before stopping. After putting the new weapons up at the guild, he left for the Beast Arena. To avoid looking deliberate, Rain hid in the VIP room and planned to pretend they had run into each other after Kron's match. Kron himself took the opportunity to cultivate in the restroom, occasionally glancing at other people's matches, but finding them all boring. Soon, staff notified him that he would be up in half an hour. He wiped off his sweat and calmly adjusted his condition. When the match began and Kron appeared, the audience erupted at once, chanting his name throughout the arena. Today's opponents were 4-level, 29 magic wolves, each 10 levels above him. Kron had been prepared for this. The difficulty on the 9th floor doubled directly, but he still didn't think it was hard. The magic wolves were kept at the far end of the arena, staring at Kron through the bars with saliva dripping from their mouths. When the referee announced the start, all 4 wolves charged at once. These starving beasts were in total disarray, lacking any coordination, and Kron had already worked out how to deal with them. The first wolf rushed up to him, and Kron drew Thunder Fong, pierced its throat with a single sword strike, and killed it instantly. The second and third attacked from both sides, but Kron sidestepped gracefully, avoiding them like he was dancing, then swung back with his sword, splitting the second wolf in 2. The fourth wolf had just lunged forward when Kron threw Thunder Fong straight at it, the blade piercing its skull and killing it on the spot. The last wolf froze, unable to react, and Kron had already grabbed its fur and slammed it hard to the ground. The floor shook, and the wolf howled miserably. Kron then seized its head and twisted it sharply. Crack! It was dealt with effortlessly. The crowd went wild, the atmosphere at full blast. Kron tore the wolf's head off with his bare hands, and the audience instantly exploded. 4 high-level magical beasts still couldn't stop him. Kron pulled out Thunder Fong and turned to leave. Rain had witnessed everything and was shocked inwardly. This combat power was outrageous, and his own plan might be hard to pull off. If Kron kept growing, he would probably be in danger. But Rain quickly suppressed his worry. As long as the plan succeeded, none of that would matter. He appeared in the hall and called out to Kron, who was about to leave. Kron turned back and greeted him with a smile. Guildmaster Rain. What a coincidence. What are you doing here too? Rain smiled and said he had come to watch the match, then praised Kron's performance and casually asked how the pills from last time had worked out. Kron sounded a little eager. The medicine was great. Do you have any for sale? Rain felt pleased inside. Sure enough, Kron had taken the bait. He didn't use magic to probe Kron, worried Kron would notice and expose the plan. You like them? I still have a few bottles here. Take them. With that, he handed over 3 bottles of potion. Kron immediately looked thrilled. Really, Master Rain. Seeing Kron's reaction, Rain became even more satisfied, feeling that he could use Kron for even more things in the future. Of course, these potions are nothing. They're just right for you. Clan repeatedly thanked him and promised to come find him if he ever needed help in the future. Clan wasn't in a hurry to take the medicine. He still waited for Rain to hand it to him. Clan took one in front of Rain, said goodbye, and immediately went home to start cultivating. The medicinal effect instantly merged into his body. Clan felt the medicine's power was astonishing, but he remembered the master saying that eating 1 or 2 pills wouldn't have any side effects and would actually be beneficial. 3 hours later, Clan had completely absorbed the medicine's effect. He stared at the medicine bottle in shock. 1 pill had let him break through to level 30, and all his attributes had increased by 4 points. This effect far exceeded his expectations. If he ate a few more, the improvement would be even more terrifying. He felt that this medicine was practically a divine potion. Clan sealed away all the remaining medicine. By rights, he could still eat a few more pills, but he felt there was no need to continue. Next, he also planned to check his body. Fortunately, Rain was cautious and hadn't tampered with the medicine. Clan also couldn't level up too much right now. The higher his level, the stronger the magic beasts he would face in the Colosseum. So he kept the resources he had bought earlier, planning to use them after he got his 10-win streak. After that, Clan cultivated until very late before resting, then got up again 2 hours later. Today, the Colosseum staff still arrived very early, and Clan went to open the door. Mr. Clan, this is your reward for 9 consecutive wins. Also, for tonight's main event, you'll face a mutated magic beast 15 levels higher than you, along with 4 magic beasts 10 levels higher. The staff member handed him 10,000 points and a mineral used to forge hero-grade weapons. Clan froze for a moment. A mutated magic beast? He still remembered how strong the goblin warrior he had encountered before had been. If it was another mutated magic beast, its strength would only be more terrifying. I understand. I'll be there tonight. The staff member was very excited, clearly also looking forward to this match. Now, Clan was already level 30, and tonight he would have to face a level 45 beast and 2 level 40 beasts. This was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, he was level 29 and only faced 4 level 39 beasts. Just 1 level higher, and the difficulty had increased dramatically. However, Clan wasn't under much pressure. Thunder Fong was a hero-grade weapon, capable of breaking even the defense of 5th-tier magic beasts. To be safe, he adjusted his plan and decided not to go to the forging room today, instead cultivating at home to let his body adapt. The news of Clan's 9 consecutive wins had long since spread. After Shaga and the others heard about it, they also wanted to watch the match, but the ticket prices were too expensive, so they could only wait outside for news. Although the gap between them and Clan was growing larger and larger, everyone still cared about him. To them, Clan was still a friend. Quinn and other close acquaintances also came to the venue to wait and see Clan's 10-win streak. Of course, Clan's enemies also knew about it, such as Saint Heart. She knew Clan's noble rank was about to rise again, and in a fit of rage, she smashed the room, then calmed down and continued paying attention to Clan's matches. Her hatred for Clan and her attention to him had both reached the extreme. Rain and the other enemies were the same. Though filled with hatred, none of them thought Clan would lose. After all, he had never been defeated, and he gave the impression of being all-powerful. Soon, the fights of the earlier competitors ended one after another. The outcomes were unremarkable, and the audience didn't react much either. These people were complete nobodies to the Colosseum spectators. As time went on, the audience, watching a pile of contestants rescued by the referees, nearly fell asleep. And Clan had arrived at the Colosseum not long ago, and Shaga and the others had come along with him. When Clan saw them, he knew they had come to cheer him on, so he brought them in together. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to ask me. Don't be too shy, but I won't help with anything too outrageous. The 3 of them nodded awkwardly. Shaga's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and the other 2 were much the same. It was their first time at the arena, so they seemed very restrained. The person in charge caught sight of Clan and immediately came over to greet him warmly, never expecting that the boy who had once beaten up the Saintess would have grown this much. Mr. Clan, you're here. These are my friends. I'm taking them to the lounge. With one glance, the person in charge could tell they were freshmen. His eyes rolled as he said, "No problem. For you 3, this is our arena's annual pass. Come whenever you want, free of charge." The 3 of them froze and looked at Clan. Clan motioned for them to accept it. He understood that the other party was trying to build ties, and he didn't mind. After all, they had helped him before. The 3 of them nervously took the cards and thanked him in a low voice. Eugene introduced himself again, but the 3 still addressed him as Mr. Eugene, as usual. Eugene didn't say much more and left. Shaga asked Clan softly, "Who is he?" "One of the arena's managers." Only then did the 3 realize that the man they had just met was actually a big shot at the supervisor level. Thinking about Clan's current status, they felt even more restrained, sensing an enormous gap between them. If Clan won today, he would be promoted to Viscount, and by then their statuses would truly be worlds apart. Soon, they entered Clan's lounge. They were shocked by the spacious room and the huge glass windows, and they didn't dare move around carelessly. Clan said, "Relax. I'm going to cultivate for a bit." After speaking, he began preparing. Someone brought fruit and food, which made the 3 even more uneasy. Half an hour later, someone came to tell Clan to get ready to go on stage. Clan drank a potion to restore his mana, tidied up briefly, and then went down. Upon learning that Clan was next, the audience instantly boiled over, shouting his name across the entire arena. Listening to the crowd's enthusiasm, Clan felt quite pleased as well. As he stepped out of the passageway, he met the crowd's fervent gaze and calmly looked at his opponent. Clan looked at the 5 giant wolves across from him, especially the lead hell wolf. It was the largest, with black and red stripes, far more terrifying than the other gray giant wolves. He recognized at once that this was a mutated hell wolf, far stronger than ordinary giant gray wolves in strength, speed, and magic. In particular, the black fireballs it spat were extremely corrosive, and it had a great deal of mana. The referee announced the start of the match. As soon as the cage door opened, the 5 giant wolves did not charge in immediately. Instead, they surrounded the hell wolf and slowly advanced toward Clan in an orderly manner. Clan immediately became alert, knowing these wolves were being directed by the hell wolf and would be difficult to deal with. He decided to strike first and took the initiative to charge forward. Seeing the huge difference in size and numbers, Shaga on the stands was so nervous that she covered her eyes, feeling that Clan had no chance of winning at all. Clan was incredibly fast, but the hell wolf opened its mouth and spat out a black fireball. Clan did not dodge. Instead, he split the fireball apart with Thunder Fong. The fireball was cleaved into 2, and the searing heat swept past him, even igniting his outer robe. Clan knew very well that it was best not to take that black flame head-on. Seeing that a human could actually withstand its attack, the hell wolf was surprised, then immediately unleashed an even more powerful spell, Rain of Fire. A magic circle appeared above its head, and black light flashed. Seeing this, Clan understood he had to deal with the opponent before the spell was activated, or he would definitely be injured. He decisively activated his thunder body, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and instantly appeared in front of the pack of giant wolves. For giant gray wolves lunged at him madly. Their speed was astonishing, and their strength was terrifying. With claws and fangs, they stood at the top of magical beasts. But Clan did not hesitate. With a swing of Thunder Fong, he slashed straight at the nearest giant wolf. A large chunk of flesh was cut from the wolf by Clan, but it was not killed instantly. The wolf was huge and ferocious, and even with bone exposed at the wound, it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to throw itself at Clan madly. It seemed to feel almost no pain, and only grew fiercer as the fight went on. Ordinary magical beasts would never dare to clash head-on with such a monster. The injured giant gray wolf lunged and snapped wildly. Clan's movements were simple and direct. When the wolf bit down, he thrust his sword into its mouth, the blade piercing through its throat. This move was extremely effective against giant beasts. The second giant gray wolf charged in. Clan wanted to pull back Thunder Fong, but the injured wolf struggled to flee and didn't collapse until several steps later, leaving Thunder Fong stuck in its mouth. Winnie and the others saw that Cran had lost his weapon, and their faces went deathly pale. He still had to duel the demon wolf alone, which was truly worrying. But Cran quickly proved what it meant to be a stats monster. The second demon wolf pounced in front of him and opened its mouth to bite. Cran directly grabbed the teeth of the wolf's upper and lower jaws with both hands, using immense strength to clamp them firmly in place, preventing the giant wolf from closing its mouth. The third and fourth giant wolves also charged in. With a flick of his hand, Cran actually flung this giant wolf away, knocking down another one, and at the same time casually pulled out 2 sharp wolf fangs. The last giant wolf rushed in. Cran jumped onto its neck and drove the 2 wolf fangs into its eyes. The giant wolf howled in agony, rampaging wildly and losing control, and in the process even bit and injured the other giant wolves. The audience was stunned. Cran had actually thrown a 4-meter-long giant wolf away with his bare hands. He was more monstrous than the monsters. At this point, the Hell Demon Wolf also quietly launched Fire Rain. Countless black fireballs fell from the sky, and the Hell Demon Wolf also looked weakened, having consumed a great deal of mana. Cran remained expressionless and took advantage of the chaos to charge toward the 3 heavily injured giant wolves. He kicked the blind giant wolf's front leg off and lifted it up. Black fireballs came crashing down, and the giant wolf was instantly ignited. The other giant wolves were also blasted into a bloody mess by the fireballs and quickly lost their lives. Cran watched coldly and charged toward the next target. Cran rushed toward Thunder Fong, swiftly yanking the sword out of the charred giant wolf's body. His palm was only slightly red. He had barely been injured. He swung the sword, and Thunder Fong quickly returned to normal temperature. At this time, the second round of Fire Rain fell, with fireballs continuously smashing down. Most were dodged by Cran, and those he couldn't avoid were split apart directly by Thunder Fong. The distance between the 2 rapidly closed. Seeing this, the Hell Demon Wolf's eyes flashed viciously, and it simply abandoned Fire Rain and prepared for a direct confrontation. Hellfire blazed all over its body, its aura terrifying. Without hesitation, Cran charged forward. With one sword strike of Thunder Fong, he sliced flesh from the demon wolf's face, exposing white bone. The demon wolf grew even angrier. Its claws, like streaks of black light, lashed out. Cran blocked with Thunder Fong, sparks flying everywhere, the claws hard as iron. The hellfire of the demon wolf was also continuously consuming Cran's stamina. The two fought hand-to-hand at close range, trading hard blows with every move. The crowd went wild, and Sacred Heart's brows furrowed as a sense of unease rose in his heart. Although the scene was intense, a closer look revealed that although the hell demon wolf's attacks were fierce, it was difficult for it to injure Cran. Only its demonic flames caused him some drain. Yet every counterattack from Cran left wounds on the demon wolf, black blood splattering everywhere. Cran's swordsmanship had already reached LV3, and combined with his powerful mental strength, he could almost predict all of the demon wolf's movements, truly achieving complete suppression. As the wolf lost too much blood, its speed slowed. Cran seized the moment and severed one of its wolf legs with a single sword strike. The demon wolf fell to the ground in disbelief, trying to get back up, but feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Cran seized the opportunity, and Thunder Fong pierced the demon wolf's neck. When he pulled, it nearly slit the other side's throat open. Puffed, black blood sprayed wildly. Seeing this, Clan immediately retreated. The hell demon wolf fell to the ground, but was still attacking instinctively, staring fixedly at Clan as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Clan added another sword strike, stabbing into its head through the ear. The tip of the sword pierced out from the other ear, and only then did the demon wolf finally die completely. Clan withdrew Thunder Fong and looked toward the VIP seats. Although the arena couldn't see inside, Clan knew Sacred Heart was definitely watching him. Sacred Heart also knew Clan had discovered her, and she stood up to meet his gaze. 12 days left. She was going to make Clan pay the price. Clan left the arena soon after. The whole place was still in an uproar. They had witnessed history. Since the arena was established, challengers who achieved 10 consecutive wins in their first year were extremely rare. In the past, there had also been quite a few church prodigies who achieved 10 straight wins in their first year, most of them with S-rank talent. But such people would be directly granted the rank of Marquis. Advancing through the arena would only get them to count level. If one wanted to reach count status through the arena, they had to win 50 straight matches, which was almost impossible for both newcomers and veterans alike. Only S-rank super experts had any chance. Clan returned to the restroom, where Eugene had already been waiting for him. Congratulations, Count Clan. Your record today will be reported to the church immediately, and tomorrow you'll be able to receive your count badge. All right, got it. Eugene asked, will you still come to the arena in the future? Clan thought for a moment and felt that the arena was very helpful for improving his strength, so he decided to fight one match every 10 days from now on. Eugene was overjoyed, but Clan added, let's talk about it after the martial arts tournament. Eugene quickly agreed. Clan left with Saga and the others, and the group still felt as if everything just now had been a dream. They didn't know whether they could ever become as strong as Clan in the future. Clan suddenly said, I've got something for you. He took out 3 magic weapons. I made these myself. I hope you'll perform well in the martial arts tournament. The 3 of them froze. Saga was a little afraid to take it, but her eyes never left the spear, and as soon as she held it, she was completely infatuated with it. Winnie and Gato felt the same way. Clan said, take them. Consider it my investment. Remember to pay me back in the future. The 3 of them quickly nodded. Seeing this, Clan smiled, thinking they were very easy to fool. He also patted Winnie on the head. Have you not been eating properly again? Winnie shook her head. I have been eating properly. I just haven't been drinking much blood, so I didn't gain weight. Oh, I see. Then there's nothing to be done. All right, it's getting late, so hurry in. After returning home, Saga said a little reluctantly, then we'll be going. Clan nodded, and everyone went off to do their own things. After some hesitation, Winnie decided to start drinking blood from today on. She actually knew very well that if a vampire didn't drink blood, it would affect their lifespan, so she had to face reality. Gato and Saga began training. As for Clan, he planned to start forging, but this time he wouldn't make weapons. Instead, he would make armor, protective gear, and the like. Besides that, he also wanted to find a mount. After all, he was a knight, and it didn't make sense for him not to have his own mount. But he was growing too fast. Ordinary mounts couldn't keep up, so only something like a dragon would do. After thinking it over, he decided to first find an adult magical beast to practice riding with, and once he had money and status, he would consider a dragon. The next day, Clan successfully received his Count medal, and it was the Pope who personally conferred it upon him. The more the Pope looked at Clan, the more satisfied he became, and he even encouraged him. Clan also felt that the Pope was truly helping him. If they ever truly turned against each other in the future, he would give the Pope one chance. After the conferment, Clan immediately began his follow-up plans. He went to the Blacksmith Guild, and after presenting his Count medal, everyone in the guild was shocked. Master Dick happened to be there and couldn't believe that Clan had become a Count. Clan didn't pay much attention to it, and went straight to the forging room to forge armor for himself. Because he had never made armor before, Clan first made a set of magic-grade equipment. 25 hours later, he forged a silver-white suit of magic-grade armor with lightning patterns. The armor fit snugly and allowed easy movement, with an inner lining made of high-grade beast hide, making it comfortable to wear. After that, Clan made a helmet, wore boots, bracers, and a belt, and also bought a necklace that enhanced lightning attributes. The equipment stats were as follows. Thunder Pattern Battle Armor. High defense, can increase lightning attribute magic conduction by 30%. Thunder Pattern War Boots. Increase lightning attribute magic by 20%, come with a Thunder Step skill. Step skill. Speed increases by 300% for 3 minutes, twice a day. Thunder Pattern Helmet. Increases lightning attribute magic by 50%, slightly boosts mental resistance. Thunder Pattern Bracers. Increases lightning attribute magic by 30%, come with the Mighty Force skill, strength doubles, once a day. Thunder Pattern Belt. Increases magic by 20%. Strength. The Thunder Necklace could store a large amount of lightning attribute magic, and when needed, it could instantly replenish mana. This set of equipment was the strongest boost Clan had at his current stage. Once he put it on, Clan's stats became utterly overwhelming. His aura exploded, and he looked just like a legendary knight. Now he only lacked a warhorse. The new student martial arts tournament allowed every class to bring out their greatest strengths. Clan planned to buy a warhorse. He was also still selling weapons recently, and with 270,000 points on hand, he just hadn't put much effort into forging, so his earnings were modest. Clan arrived at the shop, and Stasi recognized him at a glance, greeting him warmly. Noticing that Clan's chest badge had changed to that of a count, she froze for a moment. Clan casually said he had been promoted and asked whether they sold mounts here. Stasi immediately nodded and said counts got a 10% discount. Clan's eyes lit up. Stasi then asked whether he wanted to buy an adult magical beast or a magical beast egg. Clan said he'd look at both. She first took him to the adult magical beast area, where most of the beasts were horse-type magical beasts. Many horses, sensing Clan's aura, gathered around him and were very friendly toward him. After taking a look around, Clan took a fancy to a silver thunder warhorse with blue mane on its head. It was a Tier 3 magical beast that could reach Tier 4 as an adult and Tier 5 at its peak. It matched Clan's attributes, and after the 10% discount, it cost 45,000 points. Clan decided to look at some other horses and magical beast eggs, but in the end, he still chose this one. After the transaction was completed, the Thunder Warhorse belonged to Clan. The horse was still a juvenile, at the peak of Tier 3, and could grow to a higher tier after reaching adulthood. Even now, the Thunder Warhorse stood 4 meters tall. In this world, large magical beasts and enormous weapons were common. The lightning fong that Lon used looked ordinary on the surface, but was actually rare. Only low-level newcomers would use it. Clan thought for a moment and jumped onto the Thunder Warhorse. Unlike other horses that tried to please their riders, the moment Clan got on, it went wild, leaping madly and trying to throw him off. The Thunder Warhorse was extremely powerful. Ordinary people simply could not withstand it and would easily be thrown to the ground with broken bones, or even trampled to death. But Clan merely gripped the reins tightly and sat steadily. The next moment, the warhorse charged forward. Fortunately, the arena was large, so it did not crash into anything. Stasi watched from the side with an easy expression, clearly used to it. To tame an adult magical beast, only strength could make them submit. She had thought Clan would take quite a while, but to her surprise, Clan merely gave a hard yank, and the Thunder Warhorse suddenly stopped. Its whole body tensed with muscle, yet it was forcibly pinned in place. Clan looked at the struggling horse with a calm expression. After this period of training, his attributes had risen greatly. Now, even without a weapon, he could kill a hell wolf barehanded. He squeezed his legs, and the warhorse nearly toppled over. Clan quickly eased his force so as not to injure it. The Thunder Warhorse finally calmed down and no longer struggled. Clan let it rest for a moment, then rode it around once, easily conquering it. Looking at this well-behaved warhorse, Clan didn't feel much sense of accomplishment either. It felt too easy. Soon after, he dismounted and left the church grounds. At the church, one generally could not ride horses casually. Even though he was now a count and had special privileges, he would not act recklessly. Over the next few days, Clan built up rapport with the warhorse, and his riding skills improved rapidly. Soon, the day before the martial arts tournament arrived. During this period, Clan's gains were Strength plus 31, Agility plus 29, Constitution plus 34, Spirit plus 30, Lightning Attribute Talent plus 1, Wind Attribute Talent plus 1, Hammer Technique Talent plus 1. Attribute Panel. Name, Clan Gasa Occupation, Night Level, 33 Age, 16 Techniques, Gale Sword Art 1, Lightning Summoning Art 4, Thunderbolt Sword Art 3, Star Forging Hammer Art 3 Strength, 154, Agility, 126. Constitution, 154. Spirit, 134. Attribute talents. Wind 2, Water 4, Thunder 11, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1 additional. Charm 83, Luck 6, Lifespan 106. Extra talents. Swordsmanship 12, Magic 4, Forging 19, Potioncraft 4, Hammer Art 6. The martial arts tournament didn't have many seeded contestants, and the rules were simple and brutal. In the first round, 10 people fought in a free-for-all, with the top 2 from each group advancing. After that, pairings were drawn for one-on-one matches, and the loser was eliminated outright. Bad luck could mean strong competitors ran into each other early and got knocked out. Clan had no objections to the rules. He thought they were reasonable. After passing the tournament, the newcomers would be considered officially trained. From then on, it would be the real battlefield, a life-and-death struggle, and no one would waste time lecturing you on reason. So these chaotic rules made sense. Some accepted them, while others were dissatisfied, such as Saint Heart. Saint Heart couldn't understand why. As a dignified saintess of the church, she had to compete with these commoners. She felt she should be granted special privileges and be allowed to go straight into the finals, then crush the others after they decided the outcome among themselves. Right now, her expression was extremely grim, and she was very displeased. This so-called freshman martial arts tournament actually had only about 1,000 participants, and the lowest rank among them was already that of a knight. Probably because the saintess was taking part, the Pope came in person to oversee the draw. The crowd below was extremely excited to see the Pope, but only Clan and a few others knew that the Pope had actually come to watch Clan. Clan drew Arena 56. He was quite curious about which 9 unlucky souls had been grouped with him. Thinking of this, he headed toward Arena 56. As if deliberately arranged, Saint Heart drew Arena 1. After seeing her number, she lifted her chin and walked calmly toward Arena 1. Coincidentally, Sarga also drew Arena 1. All the contestants were nervously watching Saint Heart. She paid them no mind until she saw Sarga, when she froze slightly. She remembered Sarga not because Sarga was especially strong, but because she had a good relationship with Clan. Saint Heart stared coldly at Sarga. "Do you know Clan?" Before the match even began, she asked directly. Sarga knew that Saint Heart and Clan were on bad terms. Though hesitant, she still nodded and admitted it. Saint Heart said nothing more, only stared at Sarga fixedly, her eyes full of hostility. Sarga was scared, but she also forced herself to glare back. Soon, everyone in Arena 1 had arrived, and all of them watched Saint Heart warily. At the referee's command, the match began. Saint Heart immediately charged toward Sarga. Sarga completed her winged human possession in time, her speed increasing. Realizing that Saint Heart's target was her, she had to defeat the others before being eliminated if she wanted any chance of advancing. The other 8 in the group, seeing the 2 strongest ones start fighting, all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly moved away, avoiding a direct clash while waiting for Saint Heart to deal with Sarga. In order to humiliate Sarga, Saint Heart didn't use the Angel Soul. Even so, her strength at level 36 was still terrifying, higher than Clan's. The reason she could be this strong, besides her natural talent, was the abundant resources she'd been given and the time she could devote solely to cultivation. If she hadn't been injured by Clan last time and forced to recuperate for a while, she would have been even stronger. Sarga quickly pierced one opponent with her long spear, leaving him unable to continue fighting. The medical staff rescued him in time. At the same time, Saint Heart rushed up behind Sarga. With a crack, Sarga's wing bone broke. Before she could even cry out from the pain, Saint Heart grabbed her by the hair. Slap. Saint Heart slapped Sarga across the face, cursing as she did so. "Bitch. You don't know what's good for you. You think just because you know Clan you can act high and mighty? You filthy thing. Today I'll teach you the rules." Then she slapped her again and again, and soon Sarga's face swelled up. Seeing this, the Pope's expression turned cold. He already knew what kind of person Saint Heart was, but seeing her ugly behavior with his own eyes still made him furious. He gave the person beside him a look, and that man immediately rushed forward and rescued the already unconscious Sarga from Saint Heart's hands. "All right, Saintess, she's already passed out. You can stop now." Saint Heart was still very dissatisfied. She had originally wanted to curse someone out, but when the Pope gave her a cold stare, she could only swallow it down. She understood that the Pope thought she was too ruthless and was hurting the church's image. But in her view, the Saintess held a high position, and everyone else was there to serve her. It was just that the Pope always wanted to keep her down. Once she became Pope, she wouldn't have to endure it anymore. Feeling unhappy, Saint Heart took her anger out on someone else on the spot. She summoned the soul of an angel, and a 5-meter-tall angelic phantom appeared behind her. Everyone saw her little move. She slapped out a strike, sending all her enemies flying, their life or death uncertain. The rules forbade killing, but she didn't care at all. The Pope's expression grew even uglier. After checking, he found that no one had died, but everyone was badly injured and would definitely be left with disabilities in the future. On the other side, all the contestants for arena number 56 were present, and the match began. The 9 of them immediately plunged into a chaotic fight, none of them daring to provoke Kron, all of them only wanting to fight for second place. The reason was not that Kron was famous, but that he had an Earl's medal. The other new students were at most knights or barons, and no one dared to directly confront an Earl. Seeing this, Kron just smiled and did not rush. Advancement depended mainly on the number of eliminations. If one person eliminated 9 others, then the last elimination and the first advancement were the same. Kron took the initiative, not using his mount. His movements were so fast they were impossible to see clearly. In an instant, he rushed in front of one person and knocked the opponent unconscious with a single sword strike. After that, he dealt with one person per move, quickly eliminating all of his opponents. Seeing Kron's approach, the Pope felt very gratified. Compared with Saint Heart's cruelty, Kron seemed much more noble. After all, those people were merely trying to obtain cultivation resources. Beating people up the way Saint Heart did was far too vicious. Kron took out all of his opponents in under a minute, then stepped down to the rest area to observe the situation. At that moment, Saint Heart walked toward Kron, but his expression was very calm because he was no longer afraid of her at all. Saint Heart came over with a malicious smile on her face. "You know that bitch named Saga, right?" As soon as she spoke, Kron's attention was drawn. Kron immediately became alert. "What did you do to Saga?" "Nothing much, just gave her a little lesson." "Huh?" Saint Heart laughed wildly. Kron frowned and looked around before quickly spotting Saga, who was being treated. Her back was covered in blood, her face swollen into a pig's head, and blood kept pouring out. She looked especially miserable. After seeing this, Kron's face instantly turned cold, and he looked at Saint Heart as if she were a dead person. Saint Heart, on the other hand, found the scene extremely amusing. Saint Heart suddenly burst into laughter without restraint, mocking Kron for being like a clown, and saying it was the first time she had ever encountered such a stupid woman. Kron's expression darkened after hearing this. Saint Heart kept laughing non-stop, but then Kron suddenly stopped her with a slap, immediately swelling her face up and making her fly into a rage. A 5-meter-tall angelic phantom appeared behind her, and the aura it emitted forced everyone nearby to back away. Kron also revealed Thunderfang, lightning coiling around his body, and the two sides stood on the brink of a fight. At the critical moment, the Pope appeared and easily restrained both of them with magic power. Seeing the Pope, neither of them dared to move again. The Pope warned coldly that if they wanted to fight, they should do it on the arena and not cause trouble here. Saint Heart was unconvinced and was just about to retort when she was cut off. The Pope's words, "Enough," directly settled the matter, and he then returned to his seat. Saint Heart's face was full of resentment. She wanted to tear apart the Pope and Kron, feeling in her heart that the Pope was protecting Kron. In fact, this time the Pope really was biased toward Kron. By rights, Kron should have been punished for making the first move, but nothing happened at all. The Pope sat back down, looking gloomy on the outside, but in his heart he admired Kron, thinking he was loyal and righteous, and therefore perfectly suited to be a candidate for Pope. Meanwhile, Saint Heart gritted her teeth and left, no longer provoking Kron. On the arena side, the chaotic battle ended quickly, and the top 200 were determined within 3 hours. Saga was eliminated because her injuries were too severe, while Winnie and Gato advanced. Kron drew number 72 and paid no attention to his opponent. When the elimination round began, he went on stage, and the opponent immediately forfeited. Kron won easily. Saint Heart was the same. She had been too ruthless before, so no one dared to fight her. In the next matches, both Kron's and Saint Heart's opponents all took the initiative to forfeit, and they smoothly entered the top 13. When the field was narrowed from 25 to 13, Clan ran into an old acquaintance, Cilia. Cilia coldly threatened him, but Clan looked puzzled and didn't remember her at all. Cilia flew into a rage and charged the moment the referee called the start. Seeing this, Clan remained calm and casually slashed his sword against Cilia's. The sword in Cilia's hand was knocked away, and her hands trembled from the sheer force. Clan pressed the blade to her neck. "Do you understand the difference now?" Cilia fell silent. Unlike last time when she had retorted, the force just now had made her feel the threat of death. Weakly, she sank to her knees. "I forfeit." The referee immediately announced Clan's victory. Clan returned to the rest area, and soon it was time for the match to go from 13 to 7. His opponent was none other than Saint Heart. Seeing Clan, Saint Heart's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. She had finally waited for this day. The two stepped onto the stage, drawing nearly everyone's attention. This match was practically a preview of the finals. The spectators discussed in low voices, and most hoped that Clan would win, though some felt that Saint Heart's talent was stronger. The Pope listened quietly and realized that Clan had won over people's hearts not because Clan was especially outstanding, but because everyone hated Saint Heart's brutality. The Pope was very satisfied with this. It would make it much easier for Clan to ascend in the future. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. Saint Heart directly summoned the soul of the angel, and a 5-meter-tall phantom appeared behind her. This time, she did not dare to be careless. Clan also went all out, donning the thunder armor and bringing the thunder warhorse into battle, pushing his condition to the limit. Saint Heart said coldly, "Don't even think about ambushing me again. This time, I'll make you despair." As soon as she finished speaking, the soul of the angel struck with a palm, and Clan blocked it with Thunder Fong. The attack that had originally been able to sweep across the entire arena was easily caught by him. The audience was stunned, and Saint Heart herself found it even more unacceptable. Clearly, she had improved tremendously, yet she discovered that Clan had casually blocked her attack with apparent ease. Enraged, Saint Heart kept unleashing the soul of the angel in a frenzy of attacks, palm shadows striking repeatedly. But Clan steadily blocked them with Thunder Fong, responding with meticulous precision and using only normal attacks to conserve magic power. Meanwhile, maintaining the soul of the angel consumed a huge amount of power for Saint Heart. While defending, Clan kept closing in on her. Without mounting his horse, he gradually shortened the distance between them. The Thunder Warhorse was useless in the current fight, and Clan's riding skills were not good. By the time Saint Heart reacted, Clan was already within 5 meters of her. She suddenly recalled the pain of being attacked directly by Clan, and in fright quickly tried to open distance. But Saint Heart had only cultivated magic power. Her combat awareness had not kept up. She should have been controlling the soul of the angel to fight while retreating and keeping her distance, but she simply did not do that, and Clan immediately caught up. The next second, Clan drove the hilt of his sword hard into Saint Heart's abdomen. Thud. The audience could all hear the sound of bones cracking. Saint Heart's ears rang instantly. Her vision went dark, and the pain exceeded anything she could have imagined. The bones in her abdomen were not merely broken. They had shattered into a pile of fragments that stabbed into her flesh, and the pain left her unable to even cry out. Clan did not stop. He followed with the hilt of his sword, striking her wrists and ankles one after another, the bones cracking apart with sharp snaps, like an elegant yet merciless executioner. At last, Saint Heart could no longer endure it, and her scream was heart-wrenching. The agony of having her bones crushed drove her mad, and she glared at Clan hatefully. "I want you dead." At that moment, Saint Heart went berserk. The angelic phantom behind her rose another meter, becoming a 6-meter giant shadow that made it hard for everyone to breathe. Then the giant hand of the angelic phantom slapped toward Clan, leaving a palm imprint in the ground. Lightning surged violently around Clan as his magic power concentrated, and Thunder Fong met the giant hand head-on. Boom! The two forces collided, and white light swallowed everyone's sight. The audience could not see a thing. When the white light faded, the angelic phantom had disappeared. Saint Heart's magic power was nearly exhausted, and she lay heavily injured on the ground. Clan, on the other hand, was only slightly disheveled, with almost no injuries. When the battle began, everyone had thought it would be intense, but no one expected Clan to completely crush Saint Heart the entire time. The irrational Saint Heart hurled abuse at him, and Clan directly stomped and shattered several of her teeth. Saint Heart then started screaming insults again, but Clan's expression remained cold as he stepped on different parts of her body one after another, driving her completely to the brink of collapse. Her curses turned into pleas for mercy. Sorry, please let me go." Saint Heart finally passed out. Clan looked coldly toward the Pope. The Pope gave him a look, signaling that this was enough. After all, Saint Heart was the saintess, and this had already gone too far. The church cared about its face and could not let Saint Heart be crippled. If word got out, it would be bad for their reputation. Clan knew when to stop. Although he had vented his anger, this was not the end. He was only letting Saint Heart off for now. In the future, he would still make her understand what true hell was. As long as someone became Clan's enemy, they would have to be prepared to pay the price forever. After Clan left, he went to the medical area to see Sarga. Sarga had already been bandaged and was resting. The medical staff said that Sarga had strong recovery abilities. Although her wing had been broken, it would gradually heal, though it would take some time. Clan nodded, finally relieved. On the other side, Shengxin was carried away for emergency treatment. No one sympathized with her. Instead, quite a few people felt relieved. It seemed Shengxin was very unpopular and had offended a lot of people. After confirming that Saga was fine, Winnie and the others came over. Thanks to her talent, Winnie made it into the top 7, while Gato had already been eliminated. Crane wasn't surprised at all that Winnie advanced. An A-rank talent improved quickly. Crane entrusted Saga to Winnie, and even transferred 5,000 points to her, so she could buy medicine and take care of Saga. Winnie declined, but Crane coldly told her to accept it. Winnie had no choice but to agree. After leaving, Crane continued cultivating. In fact, he could make money very easily now by forging magic equipment, but he felt that would be too wasteful of time and of limited help to improving his strength. He wanted to focus more on forging hero-grade equipment. Although the risk was high, it would be more beneficial to his own growth. During his evening training, the system rewarded him with 1 spirit attribute point. The next day, the round-robin competition among the top 7 began. Crane stepped directly onto the arena and said to everyone, one by one, "We're all together. Don't waste my time." The other 6 were also A-rank talents, but in Crane's eyes, they were still far inferior. After yesterday's beating of Xingxin, the Pope didn't blame him. Crane could almost confirm that the Pope truly wanted to cultivate him, perhaps even planning to have him replace the Saintess. Crane felt this decision was very smart, and he even considered whether he should probe the Pope's attitude. The attitude was obvious. If anyone else had done something like this, the Pope would have been furious long ago, but toward Crane, he had no reaction at all and even watched him with interest. Even when Crane spoke arrogantly, the Pope not only wasn't angry, but also felt that whatever Crane did was fine. At this point, he was practically captivated by Crane. The other 6 people, except for Winnie, were all so enraged by Crane's arrogance that they clenched their fists. The werewolf who had appeared in the freshman competition was the first to lose patience and rushed straight onto the stage. "No need for so many people. I alone can defeat you." The werewolf transformed instantly and pounced at Crane. Crane didn't even draw his sword. He merely sidestepped to avoid the claws and, with a casual punch, struck the werewolf in the chest. Boom! The werewolf was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall and shattering the stone bricks. He fell to the ground and didn't move, as if he had fainted or even possibly died. Crane's punch had the enhancement of his thunder body. Ordinary A-rank opponents were no match for him at all. Seeing the werewolf's miserable state, the other contestants all fell silent. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Crane's mouth. Next, no one dared answer. In the end, only Winnie stepped forward. "Crane, I'll give it my all. Don't hold back." "Okay." Crane nodded. Winnie instantly transformed into a vampire. Her aura turned cold, and after equipping the magic twin claws Crane had given her, she looked like a demon as she suddenly charged in front of Crane. Crane was even faster. He directly grabbed Winnie by the wrist and lifted her up like a child. Winnie was both flustered and unconvinced. With her other hand, she kept trying to claw at him, but she was still effortlessly subdued by Crane. Crane caught both of Winnie's hands with one hand, and with his other hand he lightly struck her with a knife hand blow. Winnie fainted on the spot. The entire venue fell silent. The shock from earlier had turned into a complete understanding of the gap between them and Crane. It was outrageous, like an adult bullying a child. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and knew they could only attack together. If they went one by one, the result would be far too humiliating. Clan finally got serious. He briefly considered using Lightning Fong, but decided there was no need. Against these 4, Lightning Body was enough. He gathered lightning, and a massive bolt of thunder crashed out. The stone bricks shattered instantly, and the 4 were wrapped in lightning before being blown away. When they landed, they were charred black and smoking, their eyes rolled back. It was a miserable sight, but they were not actually badly injured. A short rest would heal them. The werewolf had just woken up at this moment. Seeing Clan achieve 4 kills in 1 second, his mentality shattered completely, and he chose to close his eyes silently, wondering if he was still dreaming. Some things were too exaggerated. How could they possibly be real? He might as well go back to sleep. By now, Clan had taken first place with a perfect record, and all his opponents had been effortlessly dealt with by him. The referee quickly announced the result. The champion of the martial arts tournament is Clan Gatha. In an instant, Clan felt the world around him fall silent. Though cheers kept erupting from below the stage, he was completely immersed in his own world. Right now, he was the center of attention. This feeling of controlling everything was not Clan's first time experiencing it, but it was the strongest this time. The taste of power left him wanting more, even addicted. Taking first place did not make him relax. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit and made him want to become even stronger. The Pope walked up to Clan and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Clan. You defeated everyone and became the top freshman." Clan did not take these opponents seriously at all. Those so-called strong enemies were, in his eyes, merely children who had not yet grown up. But on the surface, he responded calmly. The Pope then asked, "How do you feel now?" Clan said, "Very excited." The Pope's expression turned solemn. "I grant you the title of Marquis. Can you bear it?" Clan answered seriously, "I can." The Pope solemnly conferred the title. "Clan, from now on you are a Marquis." You must fight for the Academy's fairness. Clan agreed on the surface, but inside he was surprised. After the ceremony ended, everyone understood that the church would be changing from now on. The saintess had a cruel personality and was unfit to serve as a role model for everyone, and she had also been easily crushed by Clan. Clan was loyal to his friends and ruthless to his enemies. Everyone could see who they should draw close to in the future. Just after the ennoblement ceremony ended, many people gathered around, wanting to get acquainted with Clan. Just as he was about to refuse, a man in his 30s walked over, his aura strong, and everyone nearby voluntarily stepped aside. The man had a duke's insignia on his chest and introduced himself. Marquis Clan, I am Duke Charles. Please be sure to attend my birthday banquet tomorrow night. Clan did not want to offend him, so he nodded and agreed. Duke Charles smiled in satisfaction, finally feeling at ease. He knew Clan was sensible and would not easily make things difficult for him in the future. Although Clan had already become a marquis and was only one step away from Duke, he would still need to work hard to go further. There were no shortcuts. Only by making great military contributions on the battlefield could one be promoted to Duke. So although this step seemed simple, it was actually the hardest. After issuing the invitation, Duke Charles left with a smile. The others were all shocked. The Duke had publicly shown goodwill toward Clan, which amounted to openly declaring support for him. Everyone hurried over to introduce themselves, but Clan had neither the mood nor the time to deal with so many people. He directly said, "Sorry, everyone. I'm tired and need to rest. I'll attend the Duke's banquet tomorrow, so it won't be too late to get acquainted then." Many people were disappointed because they weren't qualified to attend Duke Charles's banquet, so they wanted to get to know Clan now. But after Clan refused them outright, no one dared bother him again. After the crowd dispersed, Clan breathed a sigh of relief, but a young man in his early 20s still came over. He was a viscount. "Lord Clan, may I introduce myself?" Clan thought that since this person dared to come find him now, he must be no ordinary man. He said, "You have 1 minute." "Thank you, Lord Clan. May the priest bless you. My name is Robinson Zackley, and I'm a merchant dealing in gemstones. If you need rare gemstones or forging materials, you can come to me. I think you'll be interested." Clan's eyes lit up indeed. He was badly short of high-grade ore, and this man might be a great help in the future. "You're speaking well. I'm very interested in you now." Robinson handed over his business card, saying his shop was in the alley opposite Wanbao Tower and welcoming Clan to visit any time. Clan nodded and took the card. After returning home, Clan found quite a few people gathered at the door already. Quinn, Master Gugong, Kono, and Sophia had almost all come to celebrate him. Clan smiled as he welcomed everyone, and, rarely skipping cultivation, had a proper meal with them. At the banquet, everyone praised Clan endlessly, saying that the future belonged to him. Everyone drank happily, and it wasn't until midnight that Clan saw them off. "Congratulations, host. Today you obtained 1 charm attribute point." Clan felt a bit helpless when he heard the notification. Charm again. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. Fair skin, peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, and attractive lips. This face was flawless. After adjusting his state, Clan immediately went to cultivate. During the day the next day, Clan thought about attending the Duke's banquet that night and couldn't dress too shabbily. Since he valued etiquette, he didn't want to be rude. So he came to Wanbao Tower. As before, Stixie spotted Clan at first glance. Seeing the marquis badge on his chest, Stixie was shocked. She had only heard about it yesterday, and she hadn't expected him to actually become a marquis. Clan was now already a celebrity in the church. When the clerk saw him, he immediately came up to him. "Lord Clan, what do you need?" Clan said he was attending a banquet tonight and wanted to buy a formal outfit. Although big shots usually had formal wear custom-made, Clan could only choose from ready-made stock on short notice. The formal wear here was in a medieval style, not like the suits on Earth. He casually picked a black formal outfit and went into the fitting room. He quickly changed and came out, leaving even Stixie stunned. What had originally been ordinary clothes looked completely different the moment Clan wore them. His figure and presence were fully brought out. He was wrapped in an air of mystery, like the king of the night, so much so that she couldn't even speak. Clan looked at himself in the mirror and felt it was pretty good, so he decided to buy it. Then he tried on several other sets, and no matter the color or style, he could carry them all with excellent temperament. Stixie felt like she was watching a fashion show and was completely captivated by Clan. Clan directly handed the clothes to Stixie. "Wrap all of these up for me." "Yes, Lord Clan." After checkout, with the discount applied, it came to 1,300 points, which surprised Clan a little, as he felt the price wasn't expensive. Stixie explained that if there were gemstones, it would be much more expensive. After all, these were still just ordinary fabrics. Clan nodded, agreeing with the practicality here. After buying the clothes, Clan went back to cultivate, waiting to head out at night. Duke Charles's residence was not in the church, but in Holy Light City. Clan rode the Thunder Warhorse there half an hour early. He was now a marquis, and the church had permanently reserved him a dedicated room. These rooms used spatial magic, so they were much larger inside than they appeared outside. Construction took 15 years, and they were still expanding. The church had become a legendary building. When he arrived at the Duke Charles's estate, the guard at the gate immediately asked his name upon seeing Clan's marquis insignia. Clan Gassa. The guard recognized it at once and hurried to lead him inside, even making special arrangements to take good care of Clan and have his warhorse properly looked after. Inside the venue, several beautiful noble ladies were chatting. I heard Lord Clan will be here today. You mean the one who took first place in yesterday's martial arts tournament? Yes, I even went to the scene to watch him. Lord Clan is really handsome. Not only them, but several other nobles in their 30s were also discussing Clan. Lord Clan is attending today. I know, Duke Charles specially invited him yesterday. I hope I get a chance to get to know him. At the venue, almost everyone was talking about Clan. After all, his fame was too great. Of course, no one dared to mention Clan and the Saintess in the same breath. The Saintess held too lofty a status, and no one dared speak recklessly. Soon, the organizer brought Clan into the venue. The guard announced loudly, Lord Clan Gassa has arrived. Instantly, everyone's attention gathered on him. After all, Clan had been in the spotlight lately. Genius of the Forgers Guild, champion of the rookie competition, champion of the martial arts tournament, 10 straight wins in the Beast Arena, and he had even clashed with the Saintess multiple times without being severely punished by the Pope. Everyone felt it was necessary to build good relations with him. After Clan appeared, many people were attracted by his looks. Clan already stood out in ordinary times, and today he had deliberately dressed up, making him even more dazzling. People came over one after another wanting to meet him, though they still kept basic decorum and did not go too far. Clan handled it calmly, mostly just exchanging brief pleasantries and business cards. Those with business interests would mention what they did and hope to cooperate in the future. Before Duke Charles even showed up, Clan had already gained quite a few connections. Among these nobles, some happened to be people Clan would need to deal with in the future. Of course, there were also those who were not fond of Clan, but in a place like this, no one dared cause trouble. The noble ladies who had started the conversation were still waiting outside at this point, feeling very dissatisfied. With so many people lining up, did they really think Lord Clan would prioritize talking to you men? They wanted to be the first to speak with Clan. At last, they gradually drew closer and got a clear look at Clan's face, their hearts racing. In fact, their interest in Clan was not only because of his looks, but mainly because he was so capable. A person's strength and reputation added quite a lot of appeal as well. Just then, a woman with an imposing aura walked over, overshadowing everyone else. The others all stepped aside, not daring to compete with her. She came up to Clan and said, Marquis Clan, hello. I am Marquis Caitlin Treza. Clan also looked at her seriously. Though the other party was still young, she had already become a marquis, and both her beauty and status were remarkable. Caitlin was stunningly beautiful, with fox-like eyes, chestnut-colored waves, and a hot figure. As she walked over, the men around her were all stealing glances, and even Clan nodded in acknowledgement. Clan greeted her calmly. Lady Caitlin, hello. Caitlin was a little surprised. So many men would lose their composure when they saw her, but Clan alone remained steady. It was rare indeed. She studied Clan, a handsome young man, with peach blossom eyes that showed no trace of frivolity. Given his status, there would surely be many women chasing him in the future. Seeing that Caitlin said nothing, Clan asked directly, Lady Caitlin, do you need something from me? Caitlin froze. Usually, it was others who took the initiative to start a conversation, and she had not expected Clan to be so direct. Still, she smiled and replied, Nothing much. I just wanted to get to know the young marquis. May I have a private word with you? Clan nodded in agreement. The two walked toward a corner, and the people around them quickly made way. As she walked, Caitlin tried to find a topic to start with. In truth, she only wanted to build ties with Clan. It was clear this young man had boundless prospects and was worth befriending. Katerina asked with a smile, Marquis Cran, do you know what business I'm in? Cran shook his head, but noticing the red rose tattoo on the back of her hand, he had a rough guess in mind. Katerina said bluntly, I'm the mastermind behind all the brothels in the city. Cran froze for a moment, then coughed lightly. Sorry, that was rude. Katerina generously said she understood, but then mysteriously added, Actually, I have another business. Very few people know about it. Want to hear? Cran grew a little curious and leaned closer to her. Katerina moved closer and traced a few words on Cran's neck with her finger. Cran recalled them and understood. Intelligence. He immediately realized that this would be extremely useful to him. Her means of gathering intelligence were probably the girls. After finishing, Katerina went on. Marquis Cran, I only work for a very small number of people, so my fees are very high. If you ever come to me in the future, you'd better be mentally prepared in advance." With that, she suddenly left, and the two of them returned to a safe distance. Cran nodded. After getting his reply, Katerina immediately turned and left. He watched her departing back, frowning. This woman flirted a bit and then walked off. His instincts told him it was best not to get too close to her unless necessary. Now that he had met almost all the important people, Cran was also preparing to wait for Duke Charles to arrive and then leave after a short while, since his goal had already been achieved. Just as he was thinking this, the hall suddenly grew lively. It turned out that Duke Charles had arrived. The moment he entered, he looked for Cran, and soon the two of them met eyes. Charles walked straight over, clearly wanting to chat with Cran as well. Cran simply waited where he was. Not long after, Charles came up to Cran. "Talk." "Sure." The two of them returned to their previous spot. Charles asked, "Do you know why I'm optimistic about you, but not about the Saintess?" Cran was stunned. Was he not afraid of others overhearing, saying that so loudly? Charles saw his concern and said, "Don't worry, I've used a soundproofing spell. No one else can hear us." Cran breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Because I'm stronger than the Saintess?" Charles nodded. "That's only part of it. The main reason is that the Pope has already given up on the Saintess." Cran was surprised. In fact, he had suspected that too, but the Saintess was still sitting in that position, so she shouldn't have been completely abandoned yet. Charles saw his confusion and continued, "Do you think the Saintess is so terrible? How can she still sit so firmly in the position of Saintess?" Cran thought for a moment and nodded. Do you know what the church values most?" Cran thought about it and answered, "Faith." Charles was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "That's right. Besides faith, reputation is also very important, especially the reputation of top talent. If the position of Saintess were abolished because of her conduct, what would those S-rank geniuses who haven't yet chosen the church think? Would they still be willing to come?" Cran deeply agreed. Every power valued top-tier geniuses. If an S-rank talent grew up, they could rival an army of 100,000, and they were highly mobile as well. If they couldn't be killed in one strike, they could recover and continue striking the enemy. So in general, forces with S-rank geniuses would not easily provoke them. Cran figured it out. It wasn't realistic to bring down the Saintess in the short term, and that was fine. That woman would ruin her own future sooner or later, and he could target her then. Seeing Cran deep in thought, Charles didn't disturb him and let him work it out himself. After a while, Cran stopped thinking. Seeing this, Charles said, "Looks like you've understood it and know what to do next, right?" You've also figured out what to do next, haven't you?" "Yes, I've got some ideas." "Good then. If anything comes up, just come to me. But you still have to be careful. Although most people now want to curry favor with you, there will definitely also be people who dislike you and want to mess with you. Those people are hiding very deep." "Understood, Duke Charles." "All right, go enjoy the banquet. Want me to introduce you to my sister? She's also a freshman this year, though her talent is only B rank." "Sure, I'd like to meet her." Cran didn't refuse. "Haha, then I'll introduce you too. Young people should chat more." Charles immediately led Cran to a girl around his age. At first glance, Cran felt that this girl was especially proper, the textbook image of a young lady. Completely different from the noble girls he had seen before. "Cran, this is my sister Nina." "Nina, this is Marquis Cran Gazer. You should have heard of him." Nina had already noticed Cran earlier, and hearing his name only made her more nervous. "Hello, Lord Cran. I'm Nina." "Hello, Miss Nina." After exchanging greetings, Nina began to wonder, was her brother trying to matchmake her with Cran? If she really could be with the promising young Cran, that would be much better than those old men, and of course she would be willing. Charles did have a bit of that intention, but he felt that his sister was nowhere near good enough for Cran, so forcing it would be awkward. That was why he only introduced them and planned to see whether something might come of it later. "You two chat. I'll head off first." "All right, brother." "Yes, Duke Charles." After Charles left, only the two of them remained, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Seeing this, the people around them didn't dare approach. In the end, Nina spoke first. "What does Mr. Cran usually do?" Cran thought for a moment. "Eat, train, forge, sleep." Nina thought he was a little simple and kind of cute, and almost burst out laughing. "Lord Cran is so hardworking. No wonder you've achieved so much at such a young age." You're very impressive too. Don't call me Marquis anymore in the future, just call me Cran." "Okay, Cran. You can call me Nina too." The two of them exchanged compliments for a while longer. After half an hour, Cran felt it was about time to leave. "Nina, I still have something to take care of tonight, so I should go first." Nina froze for a moment and felt a little disappointed, but still replied politely, "Then be careful on your way." "Okay." Cran left without looking back. Nina watched his departing figure with some reluctance. In truth, she quite liked Cran. Not long after, Charles came over again. Cran left. Does he not like me? Charles was stunned. Do you have feelings for Marquis Kron? Nina felt a little awkward, but she understood now that if you liked someone, you had to admit it. I have a very good impression of Marquis Kron, but he doesn't seem to feel anything for me. After hearing that, Charles laughed. Nina, Kron doesn't dislike you. People like him have very clear goals and never waste time. Leaving now really means he has something to do. If you like him, I can help create opportunities for you in the future. But you need to understand that Kron is outstanding and there may be more than just you around him. If you want to stay by his side forever, then you have to help him. A real man won't abandon the wife who grew with him. Even if they separate, he'll give the other party generous compensation. Nina understood somewhat, but she knew that if she wanted to become Kron's wife, she would have to support him all the time. I understand, brother. I'll work hard. Charles smiled in satisfaction, thinking that if Kron could marry Nina, it would be his good fortune. After Kron got home, he forged through the night and didn't arrive back until the next morning. Milia came forward and said, Master, someone from the Holy See came yesterday. What was it about? They assigned you a mission. You can choose whether to take it or not. Let me see. Milia handed over the unopened letter. Kron read the contents. Eliminate the Thundercat demon in Thunder Canyon. A B-rank mission with a reward of 50,000 points, and it was a group mission. Kron found it odd. This mission was too ordinary. The Pope wanted to cultivate him, so the mission should be helpful to his growth or offer a high reward. On the back of the letter was a line of text. Perhaps there is something deep in Thunder Canyon. Kron said helplessly, Riddlers get out of the Holy See. But with the reward, he was still satisfied. The assembly time was tomorrow. B-rank missions were already very dangerous, generally the kind assigned to earls. Although Kron was a marquis, his strength was much weaker than that of an ordinary earl. Others had years of experience, while he had only just advanced, so the gap was normal. As usual, he went to Wanbao Tower to buy equipment, and under Sita Shi's introduction, he went on another big spending spree. Congratulations to the host, obtain mental attribute point *1. The next day, fully armed, Kron rode the Thunder Warhorse to the entrance of the Holy See. There were 5 people in the team in total, and besides him, there were 2 men and 2 women, 1 earl and 3 viscounts. The viscounts had enough strength to qualify for a B-rank mission. By accumulating merit, they could be promoted to earls. When they saw Kron, the others were stunned. One of the women stepped forward and asked, Are you going with us to do the cat demon mission? Yes. She was a little surprised. Marquises usually took on A-rank missions, so it seemed Kron had been promoted through some special method and his strength still wasn't sufficient, which was why he was doing a B-rank mission. But no matter what, he was a marquis, so they still had to show him respect. Hello, Lord Marquis, I'm Countess Sansa. It's an honor to be on a team with you. Kron remembered having seen her at last night's banquet and smiled in response. Hello, I'm Marquis Kron. They had already met yesterday. Kron took off his helmet, revealing his handsome face. The others immediately stood up. They hadn't expected to be able to team up with Kron. Their luck was incredible, and even more surprising was that Kron still remembered them. Kron looked at his teammates. Last night, these people had also greeted them. It was obvious that this was deliberately arranged by the Pope, because they might be able to help him in the future. Among the 4, Count Sansa was in the transportation business, while the 3 viscounts, Hetty, Marshall, and Henry, respectively dealt in spices, magical beast meat, and potions. Getting to know them would definitely be no loss for Clan. Since the Pope had asked him to build friendly ties, he might as well go along with it, and also save face for the old man. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation this time, Clan said. Definitely. The 4 of them were very excited. After setting off, it was clear that the 4's mounts were much better than Clan's, but no one looked down on him. Instead, they were all very warm toward him. After all, at their stage they were still grinding goblins in goblin caves, and riding thunder warhorses was something they did not even dare imagine. Clan felt a bit awkward. The 4 of them were far too enthusiastic. Almost the entire time, their eyes never left him, but they were all looks of admiration. He said nothing and could only let things take their course. The 5 of them traveled all day, and after dark they set up camp to rest. Everyone sat around the campfire eating and chatting. Clan asked, How far is it to Thunder Canyon? Sansa said, At our current speed, 2 more days. 2 days. Clan frowned. That was too long. A round trip would take 6 days, and that was only if everything went smoothly. Clan knew it was because his own mount was too slow and had held the team back. He was considering whether to change mounts or improve its strength, but that also had to do with his lack of riding skill. In this world, knights and their mounts could enhance each other, but the prerequisite was sufficient riding skill. Riding skill was essentially beast taming. After training to a certain level, a person and their mount could share attributes, and combat power would soar. But Clan was too busy to specialize in riding skill. He planned to wait until he returned and formally learn a knight's beast-taming art. Otherwise, he would be unable to benefit from the mount's enhancements, which would be a waste. Hetty asked curiously, "Is this Lord Clan's first time carrying out a mission?" "No, this is the second time. Last time I teamed up with friends. It was pretty dangerous, but we completed it." Lord Clan's friends must be very impressive too. Clan thought of Winnie and the others. They were indeed all top-notch talents. As Hetty chatted with Clan, she moved closer and closer, almost pressing against him. The lavender scent on her was very obvious, and under the firelight Clan could see that her face was a little red. Ever since he had performed brilliantly at the martial arts tournament, women had kept gathering around him. He had thought it would feel great, but now it seemed that it did feel great, though it was also troublesome. Clan actually disliked trouble and felt that he should wait to deal with these things until after he became stronger, and only consider it when he met true love. Everyone understood what was going on, but no one, including Sansa, interrupted, afraid it would affect Clan's mood. But Clan simply wasn't interested at all. He didn't know the other party well, feared getting entangled in trouble, and didn't want to provoke anyone lightly. Clan had not responded at all, and Hetty felt somewhat helpless, thinking that Clan might be too young to understand what she meant at all. But she also didn't dare to be any more forward. That night, everyone spent the evening peacefully. When Clan cultivated, he used 2 Thunder Spirit pills, and his strength improved somewhat. The next day, while traveling, they passed through a village. After discussing it, they decided to go in and replenish their supplies, and Clan went along as well. But after entering the village, Clan frowned. The village was much more prosperous than the ones they had encountered before, but he could see some ragged people plowing the fields like cattle, and even some eating on the ground like dogs. It was very unsettling. These should be slaves, Clan thought. Slaves in a noble's household might at least eat better, but that was only his guess, since he didn't really know how nobles behaved in private. This kind of scene made Clan very uncomfortable. Sansa and the others were used to it, and patiently explained, "Lord Clan, many people here can't make a living, so they sell themselves into slavery. Some villages specialize in the slave trade and make huge profits. This village is one of them." Clan just listened, without any intention of saving these people. He knew this was the rule of the world, and he wasn't capable of changing it yet. The few of them were all dressed splendidly and didn't hide their insignias. When the villagers saw them, they hurriedly bowed. When the group reached the village center, they discovered that a slave auction was being held. A tall, thin slave was being bid on, and all the slaves looked listless and hopeless. Clan glanced at them and then stopped paying attention. He had no interest in such things. Very soon, the village chief ran over and nervously asked what they were there for, afraid the nobles were there to cause trouble. Sansa said they were only there to replenish food and water. The village chief immediately arranged for people to prepare them and asked them to wait a moment. After the few of them sat down, villagers brought fruit and pastries to entertain them. Nearby, several children secretly peeked at them. They seemed to be the local natives, children born to the students. After Clan and those children met each other's gaze, they frighteningly shrank back behind the wall. Clan somehow pulled out a whip and shook it as if he were about to strike someone, and the few children burst into tears on the spot. When the surrounding villagers saw this, they immediately took the children away, afraid of disturbing Clan and the others. Under his helmet, Clan let out wild laughter. Teasing children made him very happy, though no one could see it. Seeing Clan like that, Sansa couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected him to have this side too. Soon, the village chief came over with fruit wine, food, water, and a small box of silver coins. Sansa only accepted the water and fruit wine, pushed the silver coins back, and said, "We are people of the church, we don't take these." She also took out a few gold coins to pay. Clan was very satisfied seeing this. To the villagers, nobles were no different from bandits. If bandits robbed you, you could still seek help. If nobles robbed you, all you could do was accept your fate. When the village chief heard Sansa's words, he was stunned at first, then hurriedly expressed his thanks, and his expression became sincere as well. After taking their supplies, the group set off once more. Clan didn't want to stay outside for too long. In fact, there was no need to pass through this village at all, but he felt that Sansa had deliberately brought him here to see another side of the world. Clan was already familiar with this reality. He had witnessed it since he was young. In the afternoon of the third day, they finally reached the outskirts of Thunderclap Gorge. Someone suggested not entering the gorge at night, since it was too dangerous, and Clan agreed. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained +1 strength attribute." Early the next morning, they officially entered the gorge. Their mission was to clear out at least 100 cat demons and bring back their hearts and teeth as proof. Just after entering Thunderclap Gorge, Clan felt the dense thunder element magic. The environment was very suitable for him, and it made him even more curious about the treasures inside. Just after entering the valley, A bolt of lightning struck down in front of them, leaving the ground blackened. Clan swallowed hard. This place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Sansa could see that Clan was somewhat tense and comforted him, saying that the lightning here wasn't that frightening. At worst, it would cause injuries, but it wouldn't be fatal. Clan nodded, while also wondering if something in the gorge was causing the abnormal weather, and his interest in the depths grew even stronger. The group moved forward. Except for Kron, everyone else was very experienced. The mage Henry walked in the middle, while the assassin Marshall scouted ahead. If there was danger, he would give a warning. Sansa and Hetty protected everyone from front and rear. Strangely enough, the girls in the team were the tanks, while the boys were the fragile ones. Soon, Marshall sent a signal, a silent firework that burst open and displayed the number 19, indicating there were 19 enemies ahead. Everyone immediately entered combat mode and moved forward, only to see 19 cat demons about 1.7 meters tall. 15 of them were ordinary cat demons, 2 carried staves and were cat demon mages, and the other 2 were larger and sturdier, mutated cat demons. Seeing this, Sansa immediately formulated a tactic. We'll close in first. There are cat demon mages here, with a sensing range of 70 meters, while ordinary cat demons only have 30 meters, so 80 meters was the limit. They couldn't get any closer. Sansa had everyone lie in ambush at 80 meters. Once Henry finished gathering his magic, they would rush out together and prioritize killing the 2 cat demon mages. After setting up the tactic, she asked if anyone didn't understand, and Kron said he understood everything. The few of them began to move, slowly creeping to within 80 meters before stopping. Henry began chanting, preparing to unleash a fireball. In the cat demon pack, most of the cat demons were resting, while the 2 cat demon mages let out eerie laughs that made people uncomfortable. One of the mages suddenly sensed a change in the elements and started warning its companions, but it was already too late. The fireball fell from the sky and hit the 2 mages squarely. The explosion injured many cat demons. The cat demons couldn't react in time. Kron killed one with a single sword strike. These cat demons were only tier 3 to tier 5, not particularly strong, and Kron could handle them with ease. Sansa hacked down 1 cat demon, and Hetty speared through 2 at once. In an instant, more than half the cat demons were dead or injured. The 2 large cat demons were preparing to counterattack, and the 2 mages were also heavily injured. One couldn't get back up, and the other had just started to retaliate when Marshall killed it with a dagger. A big cat demon was sent flying by Sansa's shield bash, and Hetty pierced the other through with a spear. Kron began clearing the small monsters, and when the 2 big cat demons charged him at the same time, he swept his sword across and cut them both down. As Sansa split open a cat demon's head, she also noticed Kron's performance. She was astonished. No wonder Kron had taken first place in the rookie martial tournament. He looked just like a veteran. After dealing with the big cat demons, Sansa simply continued to slack off, wanting to see how strong Kron really was. After activating his thunder body, Kron became invincible on the battlefield. His speed and strength were both formidable, and the cat demons couldn't react before being killed instantly. Sansa muttered inwardly that fighters who could top both strength and speed like this were rare, which explained why Kron was so strong. Unimaginable effort. Soon, Kron was slashing through the cat demons, and they fell one after another. When he killed them, he was cold and merciless, without the slightest hesitation. This made Sansa a little wary, feeling that this person was too cold-blooded. Out of the 19 cat demons, Kron alone took down 9. They were all ordinary cat demons, true, but that performance was already astonishing. The key was that after the battle, even his breathing remained perfectly steady. Sansa found it unbelievable. His speed and strength were outstanding, and even his stamina showed no weakness. It was simply outrageous. The others also noticed Kron's abnormality. Henry even watched him the entire time, and everyone was deeply shocked. After cleaning up the cat demon corpses, Sansa arranged for everyone to collect the cat demon's hearts, claws, and fangs, emphasizing that only the fangs could be used as weapons and the other parts were useless. Kron nodded and began following Sansa's method to work on them. Although his movements were unskilled, he didn't damage the materials. Faced with the brutal cat demons, Kron showed no mercy. These cat demons were inherently vicious, so there was no need to be soft-hearted toward them. After dealing with the corpses, everyone rested in place for a while Kron began thinking about how to leave the team and head deeper into Thunder Gorge. But it wouldn't be good to state the reason directly. He would need to find an excuse. He was considering whether to fabricate some kind of accident. After resting for half an hour, Sansa reminded everyone to hurry and hunt enough cat demons. Staying in Thunder Gorge at night was too dangerous. Everyone agreed. This place had active magical beasts at night, and thunderstorms were frequent. No one wanted to endure that night. Kron knew in his heart that as long as they made it to nightfall, their plan would have a chance to succeed. If everyone finished the task during the day, he would find another excuse to return. Then the group continued onward and encountered a second batch of magical beasts, but they were thunder steel-backed wild boars. Everyone knew those things were not to be messed with, so they chose to quietly detour around them. Fortunately, everyone worked together with perfect touchit, and they smoothly avoided the danger. On the way they ran into a few more cat demons, but there weren't many. No one was in a hurry. It was still early, and there was still time to complete the mission. But not long after, trouble came. Marshall ran over to report that ahead was a super large cat demon group, an entire 52 of them, along with 6 cat demon warlocks, 8 large cat demons, 1 cat demon assassin, and 1 cat demon warrior. Everyone fell silent after hearing that. Although the team's strength was decent, if they went up against so many cat demons, even a small mistake could easily wipe them out. Was that kind of risk worth taking? Besides, if they wanted to go around. Thunder Gorge looked big, but its width was actually limited, and the cat demon group was blocking the middle at just the right spot, making it very hard to get through. Sansa thought for a moment, then looked at Kron. Remembering how he had dealt with the cat demons before, she said, "We can take a gamble. Maybe we won't run into another cat demon group this large ahead. Detouring means we'd still have to fight eventually, and our condition is best right now. This is our chance." After she finished speaking, everyone remained silent. Henry immediately agreed. "Right, now is the best time to strike. It's safer to settle this early." The others also nodded in agreement. The team was united, and Kron felt satisfied in his heart, thinking that everyone worked together very well and nobody was dragging them down. Then Sansa quickly arranged the tactics. Same old method. Take out the cat demon warlocks first. There are 6 this time. "Marshall, you're fast. Can you handle the 2 on the edge by yourself?" Marshall answered confidently. For the remaining warlocks, Sansa and Hetty each handled 1. Henry took the left side, and Kron went to the far left. After the cat demon warlocks were dead, they would clear the mutated cat demons, and Kron would focus on killing the ordinary ones. They prepared to move. Everyone was extremely nervous, knowing that if anything went wrong, the whole team would be in danger. The ambush distance was still 80 meters, and the cat demon warrior and assassin's perception was not as strong as the warlocks, so that distance was fine. Everyone took their positions, waiting only for Henry to fire. Suddenly, a flame arrow pierced through the head of a cat demon warlock. The other cat demons froze for a moment, then quickly became alert, and the mutated cat demons began preparing for battle. By then, Kron and the others had already moved. Marshall was the fastest. Using his stealth skill, he approached the 2 cat demon warlocks and killed one with a single slash each, clean and decisive. 5 seconds later, Sansa hacked 2 ordinary cat demons to death halfway there, knocked back a large cat demon with her shield, and took the chance to stab the target warlock to death with 1 sword strike. Hetty's spear flashed like a streak of red light, piercing through a cat demon and carrying its corpse forward to the cat demon warlock, killing it instantly, faster than Sansa. Kron was wreathed in lightning, flashed past the enemy, and killed the cat demon warlock with 1 blow. No one dropped the ball. After all the cat demon warlocks had been cleared, everyone stayed orderly and quickly dealt with their own targets according to plan. The team operated like a precision machine. Only then did the cat demon group react, and the powerful cat demon warrior charged towards Sansa. But this cat demon warrior was different from the others. It was a head larger than ordinary ones, with more massive muscles and greater speed. Its claws were green, clearly poisonous at a glance. Even Sansa dared not take it lightly. The cat demon assassin was fighting Hetty, but Hetty was stronger. Kron had originally been about to deal with the ordinary cat demons. After killing the warlock cat demons, a large cat demon charged straight at him. Kron knew those claws could crush stone. They absolutely could not be touched. The large cat demon's offense was fierce, its claw shadows flickering non-stop, but it was too chaotic. Kron dodged nimbly, and most of the attacks missed. He was only scratched once, but his shoulder armor blocked it, leaving merely a mark on the armor. Seizing an opening, he slashed off one of the cat demon's claws. The cat demon shrieked in pain, and Kron followed with 3 consecutive sword strikes, piercing its heart, kidney, and throat. The cat demon crashed to the ground. Everyone was still fighting, and only Henry noticed what was happening here. He could hardly believe it. Clan had actually killed a large cat demon so easily. These cat demons were close to level 50, and Clan's strength had really grown. Although he had once slain a hell wolf, Henry was still shocked. Clan himself didn't think much of it. After the martial arts tournament, his strength had increased, and dealing with cat demons at levels 48 or 49 was effortless. He could even handle 2 or 3 at once. However, he still hadn't encountered any cat demons over level 50. That would be a qualitative gap. Clan began clearing out the ordinary cat demons. He killed them at terrifying speed. At first, the cat demons all swarmed him, but after 15 of them died, the rest were so frightened that they hid from him. Sansa's side was going very smoothly as well. She took only 3 minutes to deal with the cat warrior, then joined forces with Hetty to kill the assassin. Everyone swept through together, and the ordinary cat demons were quickly eliminated. The entire ambush took just over 20 minutes, faster than expected, and most of the cat demons fled afterward. After the kills, collecting materials instead took a lot of time. While gathering the materials, Sansa looked at Clan, feeling complicated. She had thought Clan was young and low-level, and would hold them back. Only now did she realize that, apart from top-tier magical beasts, Clan was practically the strongest killing machine on the entire team, and everyone else's pressure had eased. At this point, Sansa truly acknowledged Clan and felt that he was fully capable of taking on the same tasks as everyone else. By noon, all the cat demon materials had finally been collected. Everyone ate a simple meal and rested before continuing on their way. They didn't eat the cat demon meat. It was too tough and poisonous, and even after processing it would only be for flavor, so there was no need to eat it. After a short break, everyone set off again. They moved forward along the way, and after encountering a large group of cat demons, they did not run into any other magical beasts for the next 3 hours. As evening approached, Sansa understood that the canyon became dark very quickly at night. "We can only spend the night in the canyon today." Everyone looked solemn after hearing that, but they quickly adjusted their state and began looking for a place to stay. Half an hour later, they found a crevice beneath a rock wall that could fit everyone. "Let's stay here. Don't go any farther in. It'll be dark soon." Before Sansa had even finished speaking, Clan suddenly drew his sword and slashed past her face, using the blade to catch a stone-colored poisonous snake. Sansa nodded in thanks. The others searched the rock wall again, found 2 more poisonous snakes, and dealt with them before preparing to rest. Soon, night fully fell, and the canyon was completely dark. Clan sat outside while the others lit a fire for warmth. Just then, he stood up, and a few of them asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Clan replied casually, "Out to take a look and gather some materials while I'm at it." Sansa hesitated and asked whether he wanted company, but Clan refused. She reminded him to come back early, and Clan agreed before turning and leaving. Marshall wanted to follow, but Sansa stopped him. Marshall was puzzled, but Sansa insisted that Clan should act alone. Everyone understood in their hearts that Clan's mission was not as simple as just the cat demons, but they were all smart and didn't ask further. Actually, from the beginning, Sansa had been given orders. If Clan left alone, she was not to stop him, and she must not reveal his identity. Clan had long realized that it would be hard to slip away under the surveillance of his companions, but since the Pope had arranged teammates for him, that also meant he could leave openly. He chose to leave alone, and secretly did something to each of them. If anyone tried to follow him, he would notice immediately. Sansa touched the sachet in her bag and smiled helplessly. Clan had somehow slipped the sachet into her bag, and the others had one too. She didn't expose him, but instead became curious about how Clan would return tomorrow. At night, Clan moved cautiously and drank a bottle of beast eye liquid, gaining night vision. The drawback was that the side effect made him irritable. After swallowing the disgusting medicine, he quickly popped a sugar tablet into his mouth, which only slightly eased the strange taste. The smell was too strong, and Clan didn't recover until he drank a few mouthfuls of water. The darkness before his eyes became clear, but he still wasn't quite used to the new perspective. As he continued on his way, he felt dizzy and nauseated, his body growing hot, and he even felt like smashing things. A beast snarling and tearing suddenly rang out ahead. Clan had a surge of impulse to rush over and fight, but he held himself back and kept heading deeper into the canyon. Soon he realized that Thunder Canyon was much bigger than he'd imagined, and this pace was too slow, so he started running. He ran along the edge, and whenever he ran into packs of magical beasts, he could shake them off as long as he ran fast enough. But some magical beasts were very vengeful, like the rock bear. After Clan passed through the bear's territory, the rock bear chased him for half an hour and still refused to give up. Fortunately, the bear wasn't fast. Only when it reached the cat demon's territory did the rock bear finally stop pacing. It was afraid of the cat demon's numbers, and the cat demons were afraid the rock bear was too strong. Neither side dared to strike first. Clan took the chance to move farther away, and only then did both sides breathe a sigh of relief. The closer he got to the depths of the canyon, the stronger the thunder element became. Fortunately, he had the lightning attribute. Magical beasts grew fewer and fewer. Clan judged that either there was an extremely powerful magical beast here, or the environment was too harsh for magical beasts to survive. Either possibility was dangerous, but he thought that since the Pope wanted him to be the successor, he probably wouldn't let him die. So the most likely explanation was simply that the environment was harsh. He decisively pressed deeper. The shadow secretly protecting him thought Clan was very clever. He could even guess the Pope's arrangements. As the thunder element in the canyon grew denser and denser, arcs of electricity even began flickering in the air. Clan was struck by lightning only once, and the armor absorbed it, leaving him unharmed. Congratulations, host has obtained +1 constitution point. Near midnight, Clan finally reached the deepest part of the canyon. There was a large black pool there, and he kept feeling that a giant python might emerge from it at any moment. In fact, the shadow saw that there really was a huge black serpent beneath the water, only now it had closed its eyes and was in a deep sleep. The legend was true. The King's Academy had actually sealed such a monster away. The shadow was secretly astonished in his heart. The thunder element energy in the pool was also terrifyingly intense. The thing Clan was looking for was probably in the pool, and he could vaguely sense danger beneath the water. But he didn't dare go straight in. Instead, he first picked up a stone and threw it into the pool, then quickly hid himself and restrained his aura. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the water. If there really were a magical beast, it should have come out already. Clan tried several more times, even throwing in larger stones, but the scene remained silent. Only a bolt of lightning flashed past, and the pool remained eerily calm. After confirming there was no danger, Clan finally entered the water carefully. As he swam downward, he felt his body stimulated by faint currents of electricity, yet his magic power was increasing. Going deeper, he found a huge black shadow at the bottom, but it showed no movement, like a dead thing, though electricity still coursed over its body. The deeper he went, the darker the water became. When he got within about 5 meters, he saw the enormous black body. Just one distant glance was enough to make Clan feel uneasy deep in his heart. It was a giant python, and a dangerous aura rushed at him. He was absolutely no match for it, yet the monster gave no reaction at all. Clan found it strange and continued to observe carefully, slowly swimming toward the monster's head. Looking closely, he saw it was a gigantic black serpent, its head several times larger than his own. The book had mentioned a similar existence, the Thunderpool scale python, a monster that in mythology could destroy nations. It was said that the King's Academy had indeed once sealed one away, subdued by the first pope. Now that Clan saw the pentagram seal on the serpent's head, he was certain this was the sealed Thunderpool scale python. The thing the pope had him search for was surely nearby. He circled around the Thunderpool scale python, careful not to touch the monster. Soon, he spotted a faint glimmer in the darkness. After approaching, he found it was a small magical beast egg, which should be the egg of the Thunderpool scale python. Clan immediately recognized how important this thing was. Swallowing hard, he prepared to pick up the magical beast egg. Clan hesitated for a moment, worried that taking the magical beast egg rashly might alert the Thunderpool scale python and cause it to break through the seal. But he felt that the Pope's seal couldn't possibly fail so easily, so he still picked up the egg. The moment he touched it, he felt a slight electric current, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Looking back, he saw that the scale python hadn't moved at all, and only then did he finally relax. When he was about to leave, he noticed another white spot of light. When he went over to look, it was a flawless, huge purple lightning crystal the size of a human head. This thing was worth a fortune. Even a piece as small as a fingernail outside would send people into a frenzy. But there was a magic array beneath the crystal, and Clan judged that it was related to sealing the scale serpent, so he couldn't touch it and had no choice but to give up. He continued swimming toward the surface. The sun had risen, and the lake bed became clearly visible in the transparent water. As soon as he saw the full scene, he drew in a sharp breath. The Thunderpool scale serpent was even larger than he had imagined. Its head alone was as big as a house, with 2 blue spikes on it, and its body was outrageously long. Layer upon layer of hexagram magic arrays wound around it, and within the 9 rings of formations were 81 white dots. Those were all purple lightning crystals. Only then did he understand that the strange weather in Thunder Gorge was entirely caused by the magic arrays absorbing the scale serpent's lightning attribute magic power and releasing it into the gorge, both preventing it from waking and creating this special weather. After figuring it out, Clan did not stay any longer. He quickly surfaced, gasping for air, feeling a little relieved that he had been able to hold his breath long enough. After leaving the pool, the sunlight was blinding. Clan felt as if he had been reborn, so he hurried away and lowered his head to look again at the monster egg in his hand. The Thunderpool scale serpent's egg was spotless and white. Legend had it that this monster had to undergo 7 stages of growth, and its color would change with each shedding. When it was first born, it was white, and later it would grow larger and larger. Thinking of this, he hugged the egg and left excitedly. At that moment, the sleeping scale serpent's body twitched slightly, and its yellow snake eyes opened, discovering that the egg was gone. It struggled, wanting to rise, but it had no strength at all. Drowsiness surged over it, and unwillingly, it fell asleep again. The egg wasn't big, so Clan could simply put it in his backpack. Living things could not be stored in the spatial ring. On the other side, dawn had already broken, but Clan still hadn't returned, and Sansa and the others were very worried. Marshall asked, "Should we go look for Clan, or wait here?" After thinking it over, Sansa said, "Let's go deeper into Thunder Gorge. We can." They would do the quest while looking for Clan. Yesterday, Clan had gone deeper into Thunder Gorge, and he should be on his way back now. If they were lucky, they might run into him. Everyone thought Sansa was right, and after simple preparations, they set off immediately. On the other side, with his eyesight recovered, Clan was rapidly leaving the depths of the gorge. Although his magic power was increasing rapidly, blue-green veins and cracks from lightning element erosion had already appeared on his face. Fortunately, his affinity for lightning was high. Otherwise, he would have long since been unable to hold on. The farther he got from the depths, the more his condition gradually recovered. But getting out of Thunder Gorge was no easy task. His movements were too conspicuous, and he was blocked by more than a dozen lightning lizards, along with one mutated specimen. He tried his best to avoid them and didn't want trouble, but this group of lizards simply wouldn't have it, and the mage directly ordered the other lizards to charge. Clan knew trouble was coming, and he had no choice but to break through. He charged straight at the only mage, but was restrained by a lightning cage, and his speed plummeted. More than a dozen lizards over 2 meters tall rushed at him. The scene was horrifying. Clan responded calmly. A quarter of an hour later, the ground was covered with the corpses of lightning lizards. The mage lizard tried to crawl away, but Clan killed it with a single strike of lightning fawn. He picked up the valuable parts and continued on his way. 7 hours later, Clan ran into Sansa and the others, who were clearing out cat demons. Even without him, the team's coordination was smooth. Clan helped, and the remaining cat demons were quickly dealt with. When Sansa saw him, she finally let out a sigh of relief, though she felt that Clan seemed somewhat exhausted. Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out, and a huge, deep red cat demon appeared. It was several times larger than the cat demon warriors, over 3 meters tall, and had a terrifying aura. It was a level 60 berserk cat demon. It turned out this cat demon had just killed a maddened rock bear, and when it returned to find its kin being slaughtered, of course it flew into a rage. Everyone grew tense at the sight of this boss-level cat demon, and Clan in particular felt exhausted. He had just come back and already run into a big monster. Everyone promptly adjusted their formation and prepared to face it. With the formation set, Sansa took the front, Clan and Hetty were in the second row, Marshall prepared to ambush, and Henry stayed at the back for output. The berserk cat demon saw its clan being slaughtered and charged straight over. It slammed a claw hard against Sansa's shield, making her feel for the first time that her strength was being suppressed. Against cat demons over level 50 before, she could still knock them back, but this level 60 cat demon was far too fierce. The cat demon kept attacking non-stop, but fortunately Sansa's glorious grade shield could still hold, though its durability was being consumed heavily. While the cat demon retracted its claw, Hetty thrust her spear, but unfortunately only left a small wound. Clan also attacked, but when Thunderfang struck, it only sent up sparks and left only a slight injury, almost useless. Henry's fireballs also only blackened the cat demon's fur, dealing very little damage. Marshall did not dare act rashly, fearing he'd be killed in one hit. Everyone's attacks were like giving the cat demon a scratch, and it grew even angrier, attacking more and more frenziedly. Fortunately, Sansa's equipment held the line. Clan and the others kept dealing damage. Hetty precisely deepened its wounds, and Marshall took the chance to stab out one of the cat demon's eyes. 20 minutes later, the cat demon was covered in blood, yet it was still able to fight. The cat demon was enraged, roaring madly as its body swelled, and its attack speed became extremely fast, and everyone was almost unable to withstand it. Sansa shouted, "It's going berserk." But she still gritted her teeth and held on, barely hanging in there. At this moment, Sansa drank a bottle of magic potion, and her condition recovered. Clan also took medicine, his strength surged, and his attacks became visibly effective. But the berserk cat demon was completely unafraid of pain, with all attributes surging, leaving only its killing instincts. The battle continued until Hetty launched another ambush. Hetty's spear pierced the cat demon's chest, causing severe injury, but she was also struck by the cat demon's sharp claws across her chest and abdomen, leaving 3 deep wounds. Her armor saved her life, but her combat ability was almost reduced to 0. She forced herself to drink an advanced healing potion, temporarily stopped the bleeding, and then still passed out. With one less person in the team, their firepower dropped sharply. At the critical moment, Marshall teleported behind the cat demon and drove a dagger into its lower back. The cat demon counterattacked, but lunged at empty air. Marshall easily dodged with his divine teleportation skill. So long as he had enough mana, he could use it infinitely. There were many experts on site, and their coordination remained intact. Sansa relied on her A-rank talent, which grew stronger the longer she fought, to keep outputting damage. She could increase her combat power threefold over 3 hours, and could also summon phantasms, greatly boosting her attack power. The mage Henry was also a cheating-type player, with mana 10 times that of ordinary people. Combined with mana-regenerating equipment, he was almost impossible to empty. He focused on powerful single-target spells, becoming the main force at the moment. As time passed, the cat demon's speed and attack power clearly declined, and the berserk state was about to end. Clan waited for the chance, gathered 90% of his mana onto his sword, and thrust straight into the wound. After Thunderfang hit, the wound began bleeding heavily, and the bleeding effect was fully triggered. After Clan pulled out his sword, he was also close to losing his balance. The feeling of draining more than half of one's mana at once was terrible. Because of the massive blood loss, the berserk cat demon slowed down, and its eyes regained clarity. Everyone knew it was almost done for, but no one dared to be careless, afraid of any mishap. 5 minutes later, the cat demon regained its senses, glaring fixedly at the few humans. In the end, it was slain by Sansa's sword thrust to the throat. The battle lasted an entire hour, and Sansa's combat power increased by 1-fold, but afterward she became weak and had little fighting strength for the next day. What mattered most now was that everyone hurry and leave Thunder Canyon. Staying any longer would be dangerous. After the cat demon died, Marshall told everyone to rest while he went to collect the spoils. Clan and Henry helped Hetty treat her wounds, and Sansa slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Without Sansa, they would have died long ago. Sansa looked at her left hand, which was already purplish-black and swollen, completely unable to lift, looking almost as if it needed to be amputated. Marshall quickly finished collecting everything, and the group mounted their steeds and hurriedly withdrew from the canyon. Because they had gone too deep, by the time they returned to the crack from yesterday, it was already night. Clan did not leave this time, and everyone camped in the crack. They thought they would get through the night safely, but Hetty's wound became infected. The cat demon's claws carried a deadly poison. Henry gave her an antidote pill, but its effect was limited. Frowning, he said, "No, the cat demon's poison is too strong. The current medicine isn't enough. We have to find new medicinal herbs." Everyone looked grave, especially Kron, who knew Hetty's injury was closely tied to him. Kron asked what medicine was needed, and Henry said, "There are lightning attribute medicinal herbs in Thunder Valley. As long as we collect enough, or high-quality enough ones, we can hold out until we get back for treatment." Kron immediately set out. Henry handed him a bottle of special potion and said it could quickly restore stamina, but would leave him slightly weak afterward. Kron drank it and felt a cool sensation spread through him, easing much of his fatigue. Henry also reminded him that lightning attribute herbs had thin, sharp leaves that could easily cut the hands, and they often grew on cliff walls. Kron had studied medicinal herbs himself, so he understood at once. In the end, Kron and Marshall went to look for herbs while Henry stayed behind to look after Sansa and Hetty. Kron drank a beast eye potion and gave one to Marshall as well. The two split up to search for the herbs. Luck was on Kron's side. He quickly found a low-tier lightning herb and, after harvesting it, continued searching. Meanwhile, Henry saw Sansa resting and suddenly said, "Let me see your left hand." Sansa smiled bitterly and, with no choice, rolled up her sleeve to reveal a purple-black arm. Henry was shocked. How could you hide such a serious injury? Sansa was used to it and didn't argue. After checking her, Henry finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good we found it in time. With proper rest, you'll recover." Then he helped her clear the congestion. Kron found another 4th-tier lightning attribute medicinal herb, but nearby there was a hidden thunder conceal snake. The snake's poison was extremely strong. If bitten, the body would go numb and the internal organs would slowly rot. Even 6th-tier magical beasts feared it. However, it had poor stamina and weak attacking power. Kron took a deep breath, then suddenly drew Thunderfang for a sneak attack and struck true. The thunder conceal snake let out a roar and charged at him, but Kron precisely grabbed the 7-inch point and, with brute force, snapped its head off. Even after the snake had hit the ground, it was still writhing, but Kron ignored it, climbed the cliff, picked the thunder crystal flower, and took the snake corpse with him. When he returned to the crevice, he happened to see Sansa's injured arm, and his heart tightened, though he said nothing on the surface. Sansa joked, "You're back? Did you find the herbs? My hand's a major contributor, so I should get the biggest share of the credit this time." Kron silently nodded and handed the herbs to Henry. When Henry saw the thunder crystal flower, His eyes lit up. With this, Hetty's condition can be stabilized. But we still need more herbs if we want to ease her pain. Kron finally breathed a sigh of relief, at least saving her life, though he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Just as he was about to go back out to find more, Hetty suddenly grabbed him. "Don't go. Stay with me for a while." Looking at Hetty's pale face, Kron felt a little at a loss. Henry also said, "Don't go. Your condition isn't good either. Patients need someone by their side. Now that we have the Thunder Crystal Flower, Marshall is steady enough. Let him keep looking for the herbs." After hesitating for a moment, Kron still stayed. He sat beside Hetty and held her hand, only to realize it was ice cold, and his heart tightened even more as he understood just how bad her condition truly was. Seeing Kron's concern, Hetty forced a smile. "Sir Kron, could you tell me a story?" "All right, let me think." Kron told a few fairy tales with warm endings, trying his best to comfort Hetty. Halfway through the story, Marshall returned with several lightning attribute herbs and a pile of other medicinal plants. Kron was very surprised, thinking to himself, "Is this the efficiency of an assassin?" He gathered them so quickly. After confirming that the herbs were enough, Marshall immediately continued searching. Henry began explaining that lightning attribute herbs had strong cleansing properties and could counter toxins. He would make the low-tier herbs into pills and grind the Thunder Crystal Flower into powder to apply to the wound, though it would be very painful, so Hetty had to endure it. Hetty nodded. Kron could only wait nearby as Henry carefully purified the impurities with flames, his techniques skilled and practiced. Everyone around them stared in awe. After the medicinal ingredients were prepared, Henry applied the Thunder Crystal Flower powder to Hetty's wound. Hetty cried out in pain and gripped Clayne's hand tightly. Clayne shoved a wooden stick into Hetty's mouth. Her face was covered in tears, but Henry didn't stop for a moment, finishing the procedure as quickly as possible. A minute later, the powder was used up, and now all they could do was wait for the medicine to take effect. Hetty was still in a lot of pain, tears streaming down her face. 5 minutes later, Clayne noticed that Hetty was no longer gripping his hand so tightly, and her expression had also eased. Henry let out a long breath and made the remaining herbs into pills, feeding one to Hetty. Henry instructed Clayne to give Hetty one pill every 4 hours to prevent the toxins from spreading. Clayne agreed. Henry told Clayne to get some rest, saying he would still need him tomorrow. Clayne said nothing more and simply held Hetty's hand as he slept. "Congratulations, host. Today you gained 1 agility attribute point." When the prompt sounded, Clayne woke up and found that he had only slept for 2 hours, but he was still exhausted. These past few days had been rather draining for him as well. He looked at Hetty and found that she was sleeping soundly now. Hetty was actually quite beautiful. Her wheat-colored skin had turned pale from illness, and her features were delicate, like a little sister next door. Henry didn't continue sleeping. With his strong mental power, he spent the time reading. Clayne rested for a while. 2 hours later, Clayne gave her the medicine on time. At night, magical beasts approached, but they were easily dealt with by Marshall and Henry. The night was peaceful, and no one was injured. At daybreak, everyone set off again. Because Hetty was seriously injured, their speed was slower. Most magical beasts avoided them, and the few they encountered were easily handled by Clayne and the others. Hetty remained dazed the entire time, and Clayne took care of her. In the afternoon, they safely left Thunderbolt Canyon. Hearing the thunder still rumbling behind them, all of them felt as though they had survived a disaster. Even in the wilderness, they remained vigilant. For days later, they finally returned to the Holy See, first delivering the injured, then submitting the mission and collecting the rewards. Clayne then went straight home. Milia opened the door and was delighted to see Clayne. Clayne said he wanted to rest, then collapsed onto the bed and slept for 10 hours. Milia prepared food and bathwater. After bathing and eating, Clayne felt recovered. This time, he ate 3 times his usual amount, all high-grade magical beast meat, rich in magic power. Milia told Clayne that the Holy See had assigned them a new house, and Clayne asked her to prepare for the move. Clayne checked his attributes. He was level 37, and all 4 attributes had increased by more than 30 points, all thanks to the battles in Thunderbolt Canyon and the magic power there. Going out for training had improved him tremendously. Milia packed up their things, and the 2 of them moved into the new house. Shadow reported on Clayne's experiences, and after hearing everything, the Pope smiled and said that Clayne was cautious and would not cause any major trouble in the future. Shadow agreed as well. He has a good personality. Tomorrow, have that child come see me. Why not today? He must be tired. Let him rest today first. You're right. On the other side, just as Clayne and Milia arrived at the new house, several servants immediately came up to greet them. "Lord Clayne, from now on we will be responsible for serving you." Seeing these beautiful servants, Milia immediately felt a sense of crisis. The Holy See really knew how to arrange things. It made it hard for people to keep their composure. Clayne said calmly, "From now on, listen to Milia. Whatever she tells you to do, do it. Yes, Lord Klain. The others hurriedly nodded, not daring to disobey. Milia was stunned for a moment, somewhat at a loss after suddenly being put in charge. Klain ignored her and let her slowly get used to it, while he began to look over the house. The house was very large, a duplex with 2 floors, more than a dozen rooms in all, and a huge amount of space. It was lavish to an exaggerated degree. After looking over the house, Klain got down to business, absorbing the Thunder Fury Flame. Now that his physique and lightning resistance had improved considerably, he should be able to try. He took out the Thunder Fury Flame and took a deep breath, testing its intensity. A violent current instantly swept through his entire body, nearly making him unable to endure it. But this proved that his body had reached the required standard, and Klain felt satisfied. If he could have a copy of the burning technique, that would be even better, but that was only a thought. He swallowed the pill the president had given him, and his body immediately grew heavy. This was the medicine taking effect. Klain opened the special glass bottle, and blue flames surged out. Without hesitation, he inhaled them into his body. The Thunder Fury Flame was extremely powerful. The burning and numbing sensations forced Klain to operate the lightning summoning art at full strength, wrapping the flames and locking them in place. Outside, Milia quickly calmed down and directed the servants to get things done. Everyone was very obedient. Some of the servants went to cook. After the meal was ready, someone wanted to call Klain, but Milia stopped them. The master is cultivating. Don't disturb him unless there's something important. Everyone nodded and did not dare disobey. At this time, someone from the Holy Church knocked on the door, and Milia personally went to receive them. His Holiness the Pope asks Lord Klain to go to the Papal Palace tomorrow. All right, I'll pass it on to the master. After the other party left, Klain was still battling the Thunder Fury Flame. It was not until 5 hours later that Klain finally gradually steadied himself. 5 hours later, Klain finally suppressed the Thunder Fury Flame within his body, and now he could absorb it smoothly. As long as one's strength was sufficient, there was nothing difficult in this world. After another 9 hours, Klain completely absorbed the Thunder Fury Flame, and blue flames appeared on his hand. He glanced at his fire aptitude. It was only 3 points. Just as he was about to cultivate the dual lightning fire technique, he calmed down and decided to focus on practicing the lightning element first. If his fire points increased in the future, then he would consider dual cultivation. Klain left the cultivation room, preparing to go to the forging room to test the Thunder Fury Flame. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Milia. Milia said that people from the Holy Church had come, and the Pope wanted to meet him tomorrow. Klain knew it was definitely about the thunder-scaled serpent in the thunder pool, and he was not very clear on how to tame it anyway, so he would go early tomorrow. He planned to hurry up and forge tonight. Just then, the system notification sounded. All element aptitude +1. Klain quickly checked his attributes. Wind 3, Water 5, Lightning 12, Fire 4, Earth 3, Wood 2, Metal 1, Light 1, Dark 1, Space 1, Time 1. All attributes had actually increased. Even space and time had points. This was absurd. There was no need to rush upgrading space and time for now. He could slowly gather resources. Thinking of this, Klain entered the forging room, took out the star-picking furnace and the materials, and prepared to forge. To meet the Pope tomorrow, he wouldn't make anything too high-end, just a basic version. Very soon, the Thunder Fury Flame was fed into the star-picking furnace, and the skylight of the forging room opened, with starlight pouring down directly to strengthen the firepower. The materials were quickly heated, impurities removed, and the materials melted, fused together, and then refined. Klain wrapped the purple Thunder Vajra hammer with the Thunder Fury Flame, as if holding a blue flame hammer to pound relentlessly. Throughout the process, he kept heating continuously, and the efficiency was so fast it shocked him. In just 4 hours, he had obtained a perfect sword embryo refined 11 times. With the extraordinary flame, forging speed surged. Shaping, polishing, and assembly took only half an hour. For safety, he only made a basic model. By the time he was done, it was not yet dawn, and there was still time to shower and eat breakfast. The new sword was left in the forging room, ready to be sold. This was Klain's first magic sword refined 11 times, and it should be able to sell for quite a lot of points. If he could forge a glorious grade weapon in the future, he might even be able to enter the auction house. By then, he would be famous and make money. Thinking of this, Klain felt greatly uplifted. By the time Klain arrived at the Papal Palace, the sun had just risen. Perfect timing. Now, as he walked toward the gates, the guards at the entrance had already recognized him and did not stop him. Very soon, Klain came to the outer hall. The Pope's voice came from inside. "Come in." Klain pushed the door open and entered. The Pope was sitting in a chair, resting his cheek on one hand, wearing a smile and looking to be in a good mood. Every time Klain saw him, he felt that this Pope seemed to be about his own age. "Your Holiness, did you summon me for something?" You found the egg of the thunder-scaled serpent, didn't you? Yes. Clan handed over the egg. The Pope immediately grew serious. You even brought the egg here, child? I wanted to ask your holiness to teach me how to tame it. The Pope smiled. You've got quite the nerve. A magical beast of this level can only be bound with a blood contract. A blood contract? Clan had never heard of it before. The Pope explained that a blood pact is not slavery, but rather a ritual in which, before hatching, you drip blood onto the egg every day, draw the blood pact magic circle, and keep the beast egg within 10 meters of yourself. This continues for 49 days, and when the beast hatches, it will regard you as its only family. Whether you treat it well or badly, the beast can sense it. Clan thought this kind of contract, which relied on emotions, was a bit unstable, but for high-level magical beasts, this was the only way. Can your holiness teach me the blood pact? You're really direct. You're not planning to teach me? You expect me to teach you for free? Is that not possible? It is possible. The Pope found Clan rather interesting, and while speaking, tossed him a sheet of parchment. This is the method for the blood pact. There's also something important I need to tell you. As Clan took the parchment, he asked, "What is it?" The Pope's tone turned solemn. "After the last battle with you, a major change occurred in Sacred Heart." "What change?" "The other side of the angel's soul awakened, the fallen angel soul." The Pope said that only people who were extremely evil, selfish, cruel, and cold-blooded could possibly awaken the fallen angel soul. This power was evil, but incredibly strong. As a result, Sacred Heart ran away. Clan was stunned. Sacred Heart ran away? The Pope sighed. She fled. The Church can absolutely not tolerate this kind of talent. The day before yesterday, after Sacred Heart awakened the fallen angel's soul, once her injuries healed, she killed everyone in her room and escaped. As he said this, the Pope was full of disappointment. She could still be saved, but it would take much more time to correct Sacred Heart's personality. Clan hadn't expected Sacred Heart to go dark so directly and become a fallen angel. There was only disappointment in the Pope's voice, and Clan didn't know what to say. After a while, the Pope reminded him, "Be careful. Sacred Heart will definitely target you in the future. When you're out on missions, watch out for her ambushes. Your Holiness, is the fallen angel's soul really that powerful? 10 times stronger than you imagine?" Clan was shocked. So corruption really could be this terrifying. Sacred Heart hadn't exactly been pure to begin with. "I understand, Your Holiness. Anything else? I plan to send you to the battlefield for training." Clan was speechless. "Didn't you just tell me to be careful, and now you're throwing me straight onto the battlefield?" The Pope explained, "You may have guessed it already. I want you to be my successor. But your reputation isn't enough yet, so you need to go to the army and earn military merit. Our church is generally neutral. Our main task is hunting magical beasts, and we rarely have friction with other countries. But that doesn't mean there's none at all. An S-rank talent has major drawbacks. Many kings would go crazy. I understand, Your Holiness. When will I go? Half a year from now. In the meantime, settle down in the church and build your foundation. After 6 months, head to the army." Clan nodded. If he grew for another 6 months, his strength would definitely increase greatly. "It's nothing, you can go back now. Remember to build a bond with the Lei Chi Lin Mang. Oh, and this bag can hold living things and has an independent space, which is very useful for magical beast eggs." Kellen took the bag, thanked the Pope, and left. Every time he came to see the Pope, he gained quite a lot. After leaving the Pope's hall, Kellen made a plan. He was a knight, and knight-type skills came with bonuses, so it was perfect to learn a riding technique. He went straight to the 4th floor of the library, where higher-level combat skills were kept. There weren't many beast-taming manuals, and he quickly picked out all the riding techniques available to Thunder Element Knights: the Storm Thunder Beast-Taming Art and the Cloud Flash Beast-Taming Art. The Storm Thunder Beast-Taming Art enhanced the mount and rider's thunder attribute, strength, and stamina. The Cloud Flash Beast-Taming Art increased thunder attribute and speed. After some hesitation, Kellen chose the speed-oriented Cloud Flash Beast-Taming Art. What he needed most right now was to improve his mount's speed. After choosing, he went downstairs. Along the way, quite a few people greeted him, and he only nodded in response. At the front desk, when paying, the staff confirmed his identity and even praised him for his outstanding performance in the martial tournament. Kellen simply thanked them and left. Afterward, Kellen went to the classroom, ready to study the riding technique. Here, the teachers had labels marking the types of riding techniques they specialized in, and Kellen quickly found one. Target: Guding. Name: Guding. Level: 67. Specialty: Cloud Flash Beast Taming Art. Fee: 3 days of class time per hour. Requirement: can only be booked by Viscounts and above. Status: reservation required. After seeing Guding, Kellen immediately decided on him. After the staff confirmed it, Kellen went home. After returning home, Kellen took out the Lei Chi Lin Mang egg and prepared to form a blood contract. He looked at the sheepskin parchment the Pope had given him. On it was drawn a crude monster, with an octopus-like head, tentacles, and lifeless eyes. Kellen thought it looked a little strange, but still cut his finger and smeared blood on the egg according to the drawing. The blood quickly absorbed into the egg, and the pattern disappeared. Finding it rather novel, Kellen put the egg away, then continued cultivating, planning to visit Quinn again after things had stabilized. By the end of the day, Gooding's class had also ended, and he checked the newly made reservations. When he saw the name Marquis Kellen Gassa marked with emphasis, Gooding was extremely shocked, recalling that this was the new student martial tournament champion. He felt it had to be taken seriously and immediately arranged for Kellen to be first. The staff promptly contacted Kellen and then notified Malia as well. After a day of cultivation, Kellen felt his attributes continue to rise. That night, he successfully forged another magic item refined 11 times. Thunder Fury Flame was not difficult for him to handle at all in his hands. He felt the attributes were a perfect match, though the exact reason was unclear. Kellen decided to try forging an heroic grade item the next day. The next day, he went to find Quinn. When the two met again, Quinn felt that Kellen had changed tremendously and had become even stronger. Quinn took the initiative to challenge him, his expression serious, feeling that Kellen was already at his level and that he could no longer hold back. Quinn struck heavily, attacking Kellen. Kellen's attack was fierce, as if intent on destroying everything. Quinn fought defensively, but there was no panic on his face. The two swords collided again, producing a sharp, ringing hum. Nearby, Paji could only watch from afar. The moves were so fast that she couldn't make them out at all. The one truly shocked was Quinn. Facing Kellen, he finally realized just how strong Kellen was. Having trained with the sword for only 1 or 2 months, Kellen's swordsmanship was astonishingly skilled, nothing like a beginner's. Quinn could barely find any openings, and every strike required his full effort, or his sword might be knocked flying straight away. Even more terrifying was that this was only Kellen's normal attack, without using any enhancement skills at all. Only by going all out could Quinn hold on for a while, but soon his arms began to ache. He had no choice but to admit that he might already be no match for Kellen. Thinking this, Quinn struggled desperately, but after more than 10 minutes, he clearly could no longer hold his sword properly. Just as he was about to admit defeat, Kellen stopped and said, "Let's stop here for today." Quinn was stunned, then quickly understood that Kellen was giving him face, and he couldn't help but smile. Kron then took out a lot of high-grade demonic beast meat and said, "The Holy See gives me a lot of demonic beast meat every day, and I can't finish it all. Have Paji come to my house and take some later, or it'll go to waste." Quinn hadn't expected Kron to be so generous. He knew very well that eating demonic beast meat long-term greatly improved one's physique, but it was expensive. Kron could have exchanged the meat for other resources, yet now he was willing to share it with him. Quinn was greatly surprised. This kid really knew how to be grateful. Quinn had originally planned to use all the money for buying potions to purchase demonic beast meat and improve his physique. He hadn't expected Kron to take the initiative to give it to him. Thinking about it, even if he tried to be polite, it would be meaningless. He could only accept. "Then thank you," Kron said cheerfully. "No need to be so polite between us." After chatting for a while, Kron left and hurried off to his riding lesson. His day was packed from start to finish. That night, Quinn tried the demonic beast meat Kron had given him. With just the first bite, he found the magic within it astonishing, far surpassing anything he had eaten before. He realized that if he could keep eating demonic beast meat of this level, he might be able to advance to Earl before leaving the academy. When Kron met riding instructor Gooden, he was a little dumbfounded. The instructor was far too thin and far too old, nothing but skin and bones, with a cold face and an expression that made him seem like he had a terrible temper. Gooden looked at Kron as well, and was equally puzzled. How could such a pampered young nobleman have such good results? In truth, he himself had worn himself out. At only 28, he already looked like he was in his 70s. Kron thought to himself that this man must be an old hand at the academy. How had he worn himself down to this state? As expected, King's Academy was no place for normal people. Gooden got straight to the point and asked, "How's your progress learning the flash cloud beast taming technique?" Kron said, "I've only just started looking into it. I tried it yesterday, but I couldn't connect with the mount. May I ask why?" Gooden said, "You're treating the mount as a tool, not as a partner. You're thinking about switching to a better one in the future, aren't you?" Kron was embarrassed. He had been seen right through. Gooden nodded. "That's normal. Aside from forming a resonance with the mount, there's actually another method, making it obey you absolutely, by making it fear you and listen only to you." When Kron heard that, he thought it was a bit too ruthless, and his expression changed. Gooden asked, "You think that's cruel?" Kron nodded. He could understand it, but he still didn't like it. Gooden continued, "Demonic beasts are inherently cruel. Most people simply use coercive methods. The fact that you can empathize with them is actually rare. Kron gave a vague response. Gooden said, I'll teach you the method. How you do it is up to you. Kran asked again. Then how do you control magical beasts? Gooden replied, my mount and I are of one mind. That's how a true beast master does it. In the past, though, I also used coercive methods against lower-tier magical beasts, because they were too stupid to understand anything else. Kran thought it made sense. The stronger the magical beast, the higher its intelligence. Gooden finally said, all right, next I'll teach you how to get started with the Flash Cloud beast taming art. Unlike fighting chi cultivation, you must be riding your mount to practice it. From Master Gooden, Kran learned that night cultivation wasn't just about training yourself. You had to train your mount too. To make the mount obedient, the most basic requirement was a shared mind. In battle, magic power had to be exchanged between rider and mount so that man and horse could become one. After hearing this, Kran was greatly shocked, feeling that this was much more like a beast master than a traditional knight, and that with good coordination it could unleash even stronger combat power. Looking at it this way, the Thunder Warhorse was indeed not up to the standard. After returning, Kran still chose to treat the Thunder Warhorse well, feeding it, grooming it, bathing it personally, often keeping it company, and sometimes even sleeping on its back. In fact, he was also cultivating patience, adapting in advance to living with magical beasts, and preparing for future interactions with the Thunderpool scale python. 3 days later, Kran went to see Hetty, Sansa, and Saga. Sansa's injuries were recovering very well, Hetty's condition had also improved, and Saga was able to get out of bed. Seeing that everyone was getting better, Kran finally breathed a sigh of relief and began living at ease. 27 days later, Kran faced his 13th match in the Beast Arena. Over this month, Kran's attribute growth had slowed a little, but it was still faster than that of ordinary people. His strength plus 19, agility plus 18, constitution plus 20, spirit plus 19, lightning aptitude plus 1, lifespan plus 1, charisma plus 1, and his level rose to 42. After level 40, leveling became slower, but he had never deliberately cultivated magic power, yet his magic power still increased extremely rapidly, as if growing naturally, seemingly without an upper limit. His forging skills also improved greatly thanks to Thunder Fury Flame. Although he still couldn't make glorious-grade equipment, hero-grade equipment was already quite formidable. For example, Thunder Fang, in his hand, after multiple upgrades, was now as strong as a hero-grade weapon refined 10 times. Ordinary hero-grade weapons simply couldn't withstand a clash with it. His relationship with the Thunder Warhorse had also become even closer, and now they could cultivate the beast-taming art together. The Thunder Warhorse had advanced to Tier 4 and reached level 44, helping Kran grow as well. Kran also discovered that a mount's advancement was related to its master's strength, which was also why the Thunder Warhorse had improved so quickly. He looked forward even more to the day the Thunderpool scale python hatched. Now Kran was resting in his private lounge, and he had already become famous throughout the church. Because he had a match today, the Beast Arena tickets had long since sold out. He sipped a drink while watching the performance in the arena, a Viscount versus a one-eyed giant, and in the end the Viscount was easily crushed. Without talent, it was hard to challenge beyond one's level, let alone against a formidable foe like a one-eyed giant. After this match ended, the entire crowd became even more excited, because Kran's match was next. Everyone had come for him. Kran soon left the lounge and stepped into the Beast Arena. Kran, tear them apart. Kran, I bought a ticket for you. You have to win. The crowd was full of Kran's fans. There was nothing to be done. After all, Kran could consecutively defeat opponents 15 levels above him and had never lost. He was practically sweeping everything aside. Kran ignored the audience and only stared straight at the cage opposite him. 4 Berserk Hounds of level 57 were released. A challenge against 4 mutated magical beasts at once. He remained very calm and drew Thunder Fang. Thunder Fang now had more prominent lightning patterns, was sharper, and had grown to 2 meters long with doubled width, almost counting as a greatsword. Kran deliberately made the weapon larger, because high-level magical beasts were also larger. If the weapon were too short, it couldn't even pierce them, let alone inflict a fatal wound. The 4 Berserk Hounds lunged at Kran as soon as they appeared. Each dog was over 6 meters long, with mottled fur, a ferocious appearance, and a foul stench. These hounds were not only strong, but also especially intelligent, and they liked to hunt in coordinated packs. The more there were, the more dangerous they became. Very quickly, they spread out and directly surrounded Kran, intending to attack together and leave him nowhere to escape. But Klain had already made his plans and charged straight at the Bloodhound in the upper left. The other 3 immediately followed, but under the enhancement of his Thunder Body, his speed was clearly faster. The bloodhound being targeted wasn't afraid. Instead, it rushed forward, ready to tear Klain apart. The scene was bizarre. On one side was a foul-smelling monster, on the other a handsome young man. Even more shocking, Klain swung his greatsword and directly severed the bloodhound's right leg. He aimed for the legs because the bones of high-level magical beasts were extremely hard. Striking the head with a sword could easily get it stuck and damage the blade. By comparison, the limbs were relatively thinner and easier to cut off. The bloodhound howled in agony and fell. Klain stomped on its head and leapt away, while the three pursuing bloodhounds crashed into a heap. He turned around and slashed off another bloodhound's hind leg, leaving it unable to get up again. What happened next shocked the audience. Klain dodged their attacks as if he were toying with them, and after every evasion, he counterattacked with pinpoint accuracy. In just a few moves, he cut off the bloodhound's legs, while remaining completely unharmed himself. In less than 20 minutes, all 4 berserk bloodhounds were killed. Klain emerged unscathed, and the entire venue erupted. The audience frantically shouted Klain's name, and the arena was in an uproar. Klain calmly wiped his hands and walked out of the beast arena. He didn't know that the Pope was already watching him with a tall, armored woman in the lounge. The Pope said with a smile, "He's not bad. How about making him my heir?" The female knight nodded and replied coldly, "Very impressive. I was no more than this when I was young." The Pope then said, "But he's grown too smoothly and hasn't had a good teacher. Are you willing to teach him?" The female knight was silent for a moment before agreeing. "I can, but after I finish with the disciple I'll leave." The Pope smiled. "As you wish." Then the female knight left the lounge. Klain returned to the lounge to rest briefly, and when he went out he ran into Sophia again. Sophia was persistent in pursuing him and didn't use any underhanded tricks. Having her by his side instead kept other girls from approaching, which felt a bit convenient to Klain, so he tacitly allowed it. The two of them took a private passage, and just after turning a corner, they encountered a towering figure clad in full armor. Klain immediately became alert. Only top-tier contestants and important figures could use this passage. The armored figure spoke. "Your talent is good, but you lack a teacher." The voice was female, which surprised Klain. He asked, "Who are you, and why are you saying this to me?" The armored woman said, "You don't need to know. Draw your sword, boy." She revealed an iron sword. Klain told Sophia, "Stay back." Sophia was nervous but obedient and stepped aside. Klain drew his sword and found that the other's aura was like a mountain, leaving him unable to move at all. But the next moment, the pressure disappeared, and he slumped over in a sweat, realizing that the other party had withdrawn her aura. The armored woman said, "Come attack me." Klain rushed forward, but the other casually swung her sword. Fear rose in Klain's heart, and he didn't dare continue his attack, only to have his weapon knocked away. The armored woman asked, "Do you feel the gap? Are you willing to learn swordsmanship from me?" Klain froze for a moment and looked warily at the person before him. Him. Why was someone suddenly offering to teach him swordsmanship? Thinking about it, learning from such a strong expert was indeed a rare opportunity. However, he was even more curious about her identity, and he also felt that she probably had no reason to scheme against him. The difference in their strength was far too great. If she really had any ulterior motive, she would have to wait until he became stronger. Soon, Klain reacted. "You were sent by the Pope?" The other smiled. "As expected of the one he's chosen. Quite clever. But I wasn't sent by him. I'm on equal footing with the Pope." On equal footing with the Pope. This woman was no ordinary figure. Klain nodded. "I'm willing to learn." The woman nodded. "Come to the Pope's palace tomorrow. I'll refine your swordsmanship from the ground up." "Yes." After saying that, the woman left. Klain watched her go, even more curious about who she really was. It seemed he absolutely had to go to the Pope's palace now. Sophia ran over to support Klain. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Who was that woman just now?" Kron shook his head and did not answer. The two of them left the Colosseum, and outside, they could still hear the crowd's noisy uproar. Everyone was still excitedly discussing his performance, yet no one knew that he had almost been instantly killed in the exit passage just moments ago. After returning home, Kron kept forging, but he kept thinking about that sword strike and couldn't calm down no matter what, so he decided to rest early. "Congratulations, host. Today you obtained 1 charm attribute point." The system notification rang out, and Kron woke up. His charisma had increased by another point, reaching 86. He felt that it was precisely because of his high charisma that he could get along well with everyone. If he could max it out, maybe he would have fewer enemies. Thinking of this, Kron drifted back to sleep. Early the next morning, he hurried to the Pope's hall. The woman in armor was already waiting outside, and today there was not even a guard in sight at the Pope's hall. Kron was very curious about when she had arrived. The woman saw him and nodded. "You're earlier than I expected." "Not bad. Draw your sword. I saw your strength yesterday. Starting now, It's a new training session. Kellen did not hesitate and drew Thunder Fong. He had originally planned to forge another training iron sword today. Show me your sword swing. Kellen slashed out with one sword strike, slicing even the air apart with a sharp sonic boom. The woman looked on calmly. Your foundation is decent, but you haven't found your own style. Kellen froze, not understanding what she meant. The woman went on. Foundation is important, but style is important too. Some swords are fast, some are heavy, and some crush their opponents through technique. Swordsmanship is endlessly varied, but your sword is too standard. I can't see any personal characteristics in it. Kellen stood there, stunned, unsure of how to find his own style. The woman waited quietly while he thought. Kellen swung a sword strike. This one was heavier than before, full of overwhelming momentum. He frowned, thinking that although this brute force sword technique was powerful, it was too slow and consumed too much stamina. It wasn't suitable for him. Then Kellen slashed again, this time extremely fast, so fast that almost no one could see it clearly. But he felt that while a swift sword was fast, it lacked power and had its own flaws. Over the course of half an hour, Kellen repeatedly tried all kinds of sword techniques, testing every style. At first, the woman only thought Kellen had talent, but later she realized he could actually control every sword technique perfectly, and she stared in shock. After trying every style of swordsmanship, Kellen casually swung a sword. It was just as ordinary as at the beginning, but he suddenly felt satisfied. This was the sword technique he wanted, ordinary, but without flaws. He decided that rather than being only a little stronger, it was better to develop comprehensively and refine this ordinary strike to the utmost. At first the woman didn't understand and thought Kellen was just swinging casually. But Kellen sheathed his sword and said, I've found my path. The woman was stunned and asked, what kind of sword technique do you think suits you best? Kellen swung that plain, unremarkable strike again. The woman froze. This is the sword technique you've comprehended? Kellen said with certainty, yes, this is my path. The woman was somewhat puzzled and felt that Kellen was wasting his talent with this choice. Are you really going to train in this kind of sword technique? Kellen said calmly, I've tried it. This is the one that suits me best. The woman wanted to persuade him further, but in the end she held herself back. Fine, this is your choice. Don't regret it later. I'll keep my promise and teach you swordsmanship. Kellen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the woman to be willing to teach him, even though she didn't agree with him. He felt that a true strong person was someone who reasoned like this. The woman asked, why did you choose this kind of sword technique? Klan answered seriously, other sword techniques may have advantages, but they also have flaws. Only the basic sword technique is balanced, with no weaknesses. As long as you practice it to the extreme, it is the most perfect sword technique. After hearing this, the woman seemed to understand Klan's thinking. She understood that Klan didn't choose this move because he lacked ambition, but because he was pursuing the ultimate. Wanting to train a perfect sword technique wasn't something that simple. Even a genius swordsman could only choose one path and force his way through in the end. However, she still felt Klan's goal was too high, but she also knew these geniuses were all stubborn. It would only be useful to persuade him after he had suffered a setback. She said, since you want to do it this way, then give it a try. Seeing that she hadn't mocked him, Klan nodded. How much do you train each day now? Klan reported his training volume. After hearing it, the woman said, you're training too easily. The efficiency is too low. Come with me. Klan followed her to a room. The woman said, this room has twice the gravity of the outside. If you train here, your progress will be much faster. Once you adapt, we can increase it again. Using points, you pay for it yourself. I'm not subsidizing you. Klan had no objections. Earning points wasn't difficult for him. He went in directly, and his body immediately felt much heavier. But after loosening up his limbs, he could still move freely, so he immediately began training. The training took effect quickly. 3,000 sword swings were equivalent to 10,000 in normal conditions, and the intensity increased greatly. Klan was very satisfied, and it also saved him time. Even so, he still maintained the highest quality with every sword swing. In fact, the intensity of this training had originally been somewhat low for him, and the slow attribute gain was one reason for that. Even under double gravity, he still handled it with ease. After finishing training and coming out, Klan suddenly felt much lighter, and the woman was waiting for him at the door. She asked, how is it? Klan said, I can adapt to it. Tomorrow I want to try triple gravity. The woman nodded. Fine. Now go to the next training. The new training focused on speed and explosive power, swimming across a raging river within a set time limit. The current was fierce, but Klan succeeded on his first try. The woman wasn't surprised. His physical abilities were far beyond ordinary people to begin with. However, every time he succeeded, she increased the weight on him. In the end, nearly 100 kilograms were added to each of his hands and feet, and Clan failed to reach the finish on time for the first time. For the rest of the day, Clan went through all kinds of high-intensity basic training. It was harder than all the training he had done before. By the end, he was utterly exhausted and collapsed as soon as he got home. Feeling like this was even harsher than when Quinn had trained him back then. On the other side, the Pope was chatting with the woman about the training results. The Pope asked, "How was it today?" The woman said, "What? Didn't Shadow tell you?" The Pope laughed and said he wanted to hear her opinion. The woman evaluated him. "This kid has top-tier talent, diligence, and ambition. If he keeps going like this, he may even surpass me in the future." The Pope was shocked when he heard the woman praising Cran. He knew very well how arrogant she usually was, yet she actually admitted that Cran would surpass her in the future. Seeing the Pope's surprise, the woman looked a little displeased. "What's with that expression?" The Pope teased. "I didn't expect you to praise someone. I thought you didn't know how to praise people at all." The woman replied indifferently. "The ones before were all trash. Of course they weren't worth praising. Cran is decent, but he still lacks something." The Pope was curious. What is he still missing? The woman said directly, "A powerful opponent." The Pope froze, then understood, and sighed that it was indeed so. If a genius has no opponent, it's easy to lose the drive to improve. Originally, Saint Heart had been arranged to serve as Cran's whetstone, but Saint Heart was already gone. The Pope suddenly fixed his gaze on the woman. She felt a little uneasy. "Why are you looking at me?" The Pope said, "You're very suitable to be Cran's opponent. You're about the same age, just a little taller than him. If you disguise yourself as someone his age, he won't recognize you." After hearing this, the woman was speechless and suspected the Pope's brain had a problem. "Are you serious?" The Pope insisted. "Of course. It's a good idea. You shouldn't mind, right?" The woman thought for a moment, then finally nodded. "Fine, we can try it." The Pope was satisfied and told her to take off her armor the next day. The woman said nothing more. The next day, as soon as Cran arrived for training, he saw a stunning woman with white hair and blue eyes, and he was stunned. This was the armored woman from yesterday? He had originally thought she was a sturdy, androgynous girl, but he hadn't expected her figure to be so good once the armor was off. Seeing him staring at her, the woman said coldly, "Keep looking, and I'll dig your eyeballs out." Cran hurriedly looked away. "I won't look, teacher." The woman interrupted him. "I'm not your teacher. My name is Ilya. Your teacher is my cousin. She's gone now, so I'll be supervising you. The training tasks remain the same, and when you're done, you'll spar with me." When Cran heard the words, cousin, he felt puzzled. The two of them were the same height and had the same voice. Were they really cousins? Though suspicious, he didn't say much and chose to believe it. Cran went into the gravity chamber to train, and Ilya followed him in as well. "What are you doing?" "The gravity chamber is too big. You'd be wasting it by yourself, so I'm keeping you company. We can train together, and I can supervise you at the same time." After hearing that, Cran smiled. He felt that although Ilya seemed cold on the surface, she was actually quite easy to get along with. So the two of them began sword training. At this moment, Ilya took out her weapon, a greatsword nearly 4 meters long. Cran was stunned on the spot. The black iron giant sword, more than a meter long, didn't look like a weapon meant for human use at all. But in this world, this kind of greatsword was very common, even considered mainstream. The girl was tall, but her face was youthful, about the same age as Cran, and she could actually wield this kind of sword. Cran hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Can I try your sword?" Ilya thought for a moment, then nodded and handed the sword to him single-handedly, effortlessly. Cran carefully took it with both hands, and Ilya reminded him, "Ready?" "I'm letting go." "Yeah, I'm ready." In the next second, Cran was almost crushed to the ground. The sword tip hit the floor with a loud duong. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face turned red, but the sword still slowly pressed downward. He simply couldn't handle the weight. Ilya stood by without moving. Thinking about Cran's stubbornness yesterday, she was still a little annoyed. 10 seconds later, Cran finally couldn't hold on anymore, let go and dodged aside, and the sword fell with a thunderous crash. Cran asked in shock, "This is the weapon you usually use? Or is it for practice?" "Of course it's for combat. Who would use such fine material just to practice swordsmanship?" Cran couldn't imagine Ilya carrying this giant sword onto the battlefield, and he found it hard to believe that she wouldn't be exhausted. He asked again, "What's your talent? And how old are you this year?" Ilya replied, "Your big sister is 26. If you want to know my talent, first call me Sister Ilya." The shadow in the dark also fell silent. Yesterday, Ilya had looked unwilling to pretend to be the same age, but now she seemed quite pleased. Although she looked at most about his age, the fact proved that she really was 26. Her talent was definitely an S-rank strength type, otherwise it would be hard to explain how she could lift a sword with one hand. Cran hesitated for a while, but still blushingly called out, "Sister Ilya." Ilya found it amusing and held back from pinching his face, then urged with a smile, "Louder." Haven't you eaten? Kron gritted his teeth and shouted again. Sister Aaliyah? All right, can you tell me now? Aaliyah nodded. That's more like it. Your sister's talent is S rank, Titan bloodline. She froze for a moment, then showed a so that's how it is expression. No wonder he was so tall and had such great strength. He had inherited the Titan bloodline. That explained everything. All right, you've asked enough. It's time to start training. Kron had no objections and immediately began training under 3 times gravity. But the difficulty skyrocketed. After swinging Thunder Fong 1,000 times, it felt like nearly 8 or 9,000 swings from yesterday. He realized today would definitely be hard, but he didn't give up and kept pushing on. By 4,000 swings, his arms were almost numb, and he couldn't help wondering whether he could even finish 10,000. He glanced at Aaliyah and saw that she was still effortlessly swinging her sword under the same gravity. As expected, she was no ordinary person. The sight was a huge shock to him, so he clenched his teeth and continued. 5,500. 6,000. 6,500. Gradually, his consciousness blurred, and he even felt like he was about to faint. But Aaliyah just watched quietly and didn't stop him. She knew that if he wanted to grow stronger, he had to keep breaking through his limits. The reason she had grown to where she was today was by breaking through those limits countless times. She believed Kron could do it too. However, Kron was different from her. After she broke through her limits, she could recover quickly because of the power of the Titan bloodline. For ordinary people, training themselves to the point of ruin was not strange at all. But Kron happened to be suited for this kind of extreme training too. His potential was continuously being stimulated, and his body grew stronger and stronger. A lot of magic power was hidden within his body and needed extreme stimulation to be unleashed, just like what had happened in Thunder Gorge before. It was precisely because he had overexerted himself that he had grown so quickly. In the afternoon, Kron finally swung his sword 10,000 times. By then, he had already lost consciousness and was relying entirely on instinct to complete the task. Only then did Aaliyah stop him, becoming more and more satisfied with his willpower. Many geniuses lack perseverance and were easily caught up to by those who worked hard once they grew up, but Kron was different. At this moment, Kron was limp in her arms, looking especially small and delicate. Aaliyah carried him horizontally and took him to the recovery room. She took off Kron's badge and directly spent points to enter the recovery area. The so-called recovery room was actually just a highly restorative hot spring. Considering that Kron didn't earn money easily, she chose the 3rd tier for him, 500 points per hour, which he could completely afford. Then Aaliyah stripped Kron naked in 3 or 2 moves, glanced at him curiously, and commented offhandedly, "He's pretty pale." After that casual remark, she put Kron into the hot spring. At this moment, Kron's 86 points of charm had no chance to work at all. After Kron soaked in the hot spring, his brows immediately relaxed, and his body clearly began to recover. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. He woke groggily to find himself in the hot spring, with his clothes thrown everywhere. Seeing his clothes scattered around, Kron immediately understood who had taken them off, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. This woman really has no shame. He dried himself off, took a fresh set of clothes to change into, and only then walked out of the hot spring. As soon as he came out, he saw Aaliyah sitting cross-legged not far away, cultivating. Aaliyah's blue eyes opened in an instant, and that starry gaze made Kron freeze for a moment. Aaliyah also found it somewhat hard to calm down for a moment. Maybe because he had soaked in the hot spring for too long, Kron's skin was flushed red, and water droplets slid down his neck. Aaliyah, who knew nothing about love, couldn't help swallowing, and only then did she quickly rein in her emotions. She couldn't help but cry out in her heart, "He's trying to seduce me." Aaliyah announced that the 2nd training session was beginning. Clan nodded and started weight-bearing river racing. Today's exertion had been too much, and he was clearly not as strong as yesterday. Aaliyah could see that, but the training still did not ease up. It was only by evening that Clan barely finished the session, exhausted to the point that he could hardly stand. Congratulations to the host. Gained strength attribute point *1. But Clan was too drained to feel happy at all. Aaliyah also knew that he was in no state for real combat right now, so she let him rest early. Clan went back and collapsed straight onto the bed, too tired even to bother eating. Aaliyah, on the other hand, couldn't help taking a cold shower. The image of Clan coming out of the bath fushan once again in her mind, and she couldn't help but bang on the wall in self-reproach. She forced herself to suppress her emotions through cultivation. The next day, Aaliyah arrived at the training ground early again to wait. Clan recovered quickly. Today he was already refreshed and energetic. It was just that yesterday's clothes had been ruined, so today he had changed into a white outfit that suited his youthful vitality very well, leaving Aaliyah momentarily dazed. Training began. Clan simply took off his shirt, fearing he'd ruin his clothes again. Aaliyah looked at him in surprise and couldn't help asking, "Why are you taking your clothes off?" Clan explained, I can't wear my clothes after training anyway. If you don't mind, I won't wear one. Ilya was somewhat helpless. Do whatever you want. After that, the two continued training. Come to think of it, it had been Ilya who had thrown Clan into the hot spring yesterday, so she didn't mind at all. Clan thought to himself that he might as well do whatever felt most comfortable. In just one day, Clan had visibly improved. Yesterday's training had left him fighting as if his life depended on it. Today, he didn't start to lose focus and swing his sword mechanically until he had reached the 8,000th strike. A week later, Clan had completely adapted to the training and was improving rapidly. His attributes had increased significantly: Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 11, Spirit 11. Such progress in just 1 week was already outrageous. He felt that the thunder-relying technique was also close to breaking through. Tomorrow he had to go to the arena for a match and to do forging, so Clan came today specifically to ask for leave. He wasn't sure it would be approved, but his points were being used up too quickly, so he had to go out and earn more. In the training ground, Ilya was, as always, waiting early, making Clan suspect that she might actually live here. Did she not have missions to go on? Clan said, there's a match at the arena tomorrow, and I also have a full day of forging. Can I take a day off? Ilya thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes. She knew Clan's points were almost used up, so it wasn't realistic to stop him from going out. Clan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so easy to talk to. Ilya asked, what number match are you in tomorrow? Clan replied, you want to come watch? Ilya said, how many times have I told you? Call me sister. Clan, I'll make my grand entrance at the very end. Seeing that Clan refused to call her sister, Ilya got a little angry and decided to teach him a lesson today. Training was still long. After all the basic drills were finished, only the sparring session with Ilya remained. Before, Clan would always be completely drained of stamina, so he never got much real combat practice. This time, he was quite curious about Ilya's true strength. But when he saw her pull out a black iron greatsword even bigger than she was, Clan fell silent. You're going to use that sword to fight me? He asked. Yes. Did I offend you? Then I apologize. Clan admitted fault decisively, and Ilya found it amusing, but she still kept a stern face. Do you know what you did wrong? I don't know. Really don't know? Really don't know. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ilya's greatsword came crashing down. Clan hurriedly dodged. Only because he reacted fast did he avoid being flattened into a meat patty. Her attack was ruthless, and Clan was a little angry. If that sword actually came down, someone could die. Before he could finish speaking, Ilya attacked again, and Clan could only dodge desperately. The sparring instantly turned into reflex training. Fortunately, his reaction speed was absurdly high, and he never got hit. On the final exchange, Clan was completely exhausted and failed to evade in time. The black iron greatsword stopped 1 centimeter from his face, terrifying him so badly his heartbeat shot up, and he nearly thought he was done for. Only then did Clan understand that Ilya's sword control was incredibly precise. But would they really keep sparring like this in the future? Ilya suddenly mocked him. Are you about to cry from fear? Clan was a little angry, but he couldn't beat her, so he had to endure it. Once his strength surpassed Ilya's, he would definitely get revenge. Clan fell silent, and Ilya's heart sank. She felt she might have gone too far with the joke, but she had no intention of comforting him. After all, this was just training, and her surprise attack was meant to sharpen Clan's reflexes. Fortunately, Clan understood that although it looked dangerous just now, it had actually been very safe. He quickly calmed down, because this was just training. Are there any other drills today? Clan had barely finished asking when the greatsword suddenly came down, and he dodged in time. An hour later, Clan was completely drained of stamina, and training finally ended. Ilya said, that's it for today. Rest well, and continue the day after tomorrow. I'll come watch your match tomorrow. Remember to call me sister, and don't be rude. Clan was speechless, unable to understand why she was so fixated on being called sister. Got it. He answered weakly, then went back to replenish himself with beast meat before resting. Congratulations, host. Obtained spearmanship talent *1. The prompt sounded in Clan's mind, and he froze. He checked his spearmanship talent. It had only increased by 1 point, still very low. He knew the spear was more suitable for knights, but his talent was too low, so he could only improve it later. The next day, with more rest time, the training intensity was so great that his body needed more recovery. Because the night match was the main event, he decided to forge a new weapon during the day, a hero-grade weapon. After entering the forging room, he, who had not touched a hammer for 9 days, was still proficient in his movements. This time, with his increased strength, his forging speed was even faster, and before 8 p.m., he had completed 7 rounds of refinement and shaping. A hero-grade weapon refined 7 times was quite valuable. Clan handed the weapon to Melia. Deliver this to the Forging Guild tomorrow. If anyone asks, say I'm in special training and don't have time. After Melia agreed, Clan went straight to the beast arena. Before his 20-win streak, he had always fought magical beasts 15 levels higher than himself. Only the species differed. The beast arena had a limited number of magical beasts, and some were even summoned by summoners. But dying here would cause the summoner a huge loss, which was why the price was high. Clan had reached level 46, for levels higher in just a few days, mainly because the magic power within his body had been stimulated. Tonight's opponent was a level 60 magical beast. This was the beast arena's rule. Before reaching level 60, the opponent would only be limited to level 60. If there were more, the number would increase, but the level would not exceed that. After all, level 60 and above was another tier entirely. It was truly too difficult for people in their 40s or 50s to fight against them, even with A-rank talent. Clan arrived at the beast arena, ready to face a tougher challenge than the previous few days. He always appeared at the very last moment, and the manager, Eugene, was sweating for him every time, but thankfully he didn't arrive late this time either. Eugene reminded Clan that today's opponent was very special and told him to be extra careful. Clan also became alert. As usual, Clan first checked the level, then went to the rest room to adjust his condition. Half an hour later, he walked toward the beast arena. The audience remained as enthusiastic as ever, and Clan won applause as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Recently, he had been working hard at cultivation, but the gap in strength between him and Ilya still hadn't narrowed. A top-tier S-rank talent really was monstrous. He couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. But soon, Clan gathered himself and looked toward the iron cage opposite him. Inside were two rampaging boar men. Magical beasts above level 60 were extremely powerful, and in general, someone in their 40s would not be assigned a multi-opponent match unless their level was high or they had enough consecutive wins. Human-shaped magical beasts were especially difficult to deal with, as their intelligence was close to that of humans. The boar men were released, each holding a war hammer and a battle axe, clearly strength-type foes. Ilya was already seated in the VIP section, and with just one glance, she could tell these two boar men were no match for Clan now. Clan had improved greatly in reaction speed, combat awareness, and control of his strength recently. Before, he could only exert 30 or 40% of his power, but now he could at least use half. The audience still did not know what was about to happen, and the two boar men roared as they charged at Clan, their hatred for humans absolute, already driven mad by vengeance. Clan had originally wanted to see how they cooperated, but seeing this, he was somewhat disappointed and also understood that they were merely fighting on instinct. This kind of bloody slaughter was exactly what the audience loved. Moments later, the two giant boar men had already rushed up to Clan. The rampaging boar men were level 60, but only 4 meters tall. Although they were much taller than Clan, they were still rather small compared with ordinary magical beasts. One of the boar men swung its axe at Clan. Its movement was very slow, and Clan easily dodged it, disdain flashing in his heart. Too slow. The opponent's attacks were completely unstructured, full of openings, and simply could not hurt him. Another wild boar man swung a giant hammer at him, but it was just as slow. Clan dodged again and, in one fluid motion, slashed off its arm. The boar man screamed in agony, proving that humanoid creatures were more afraid of pain. Realizing the enemy was weaker than expected, Clan stopped dragging things out and used Thunderfang to cut the opponent cleanly in half at the waist. 10 days ago, he had not been able to do that, but now he finished it with ease. Seeing its companion killed instantly, the second boar man snapped awake and its attacks became steadier, but it was useless. Clan struck twice more, severing the enemy's arm, then finally beheading it. The two boar men were easily dealt with by Clan. The crowd went wild, and Clan's performance made him seem like a myth. Eugene could hardly believe it. They had tested this before. The berserk boar men were far stronger than monsters of the same rank, yet Clan had won with ease. He thought Clan might even be able to achieve a 50-win streak in the beast arena, and he was almost looking forward to it. As Clan left the arena, he glanced back at the boar men's corpses, then at his own hands, suddenly feeling that everything had become a little dull. Ilya's figure surfaced in his mind, and he decided that from now on he would catch up to her and see how long it would take to make up that 10-year gap. At that moment, Sophia appeared in the players' corridor. She ran over and asked Clan what he had been doing lately, saying she often couldn't see him. Clan briefly explained, "I found a new teacher. I go to the Pope's Hall for class every day." Sophia was shocked. The teachers in the Pope's Hall must be incredibly strong. She felt the gap between herself and Clan growing wider and wider, and bitterness filled her heart. She also noticed that Clan looked even more outstanding than before, with greatly improved bearing and strength. She even wondered whether Clan had learned face-changing magic. Just looking at Clan now made her heart skip a beat. The teacher in the Pope's Hall? Then they must be extremely impressive, Sophia exclaimed. He had finally confirmed that Ilya was the woman in armor. The fact that they had never appeared in the same scene was proof enough. But Clan still didn't understand why Ilya would sometimes play the armored woman and then appear in her original identity. What was the point of all that? As he thought about it, he replied to Sophia, "Yes, really impressive. Then will you be going there to train from now on? If nothing unexpected happens, basically yes." After hearing this, Sophia felt a little disappointed. If Clan said that, then she really would have even fewer chances to see him in the future. But thinking about it carefully, they had never had much interaction to begin with, so she hadn't really lost anything. Still, she was unwilling to give up just like that. "Clan, do you have someone you like now?" This was Sophia's second time asking. Clan's mind flashed through a bunch of names. Sophia, Julia, Nina, Catherine. He knew quite a few women, but if he had to say who he liked, Clan realized he actually only liked himself. He would appreciate beautiful women, but when it came to truly liking someone, he really couldn't say. He had always put himself first, and he felt there was nothing wrong with that. If you didn't protect yourself in a world like this, you'd be eaten alive long ago. Seeing him hesitate, Sophia could only think that she was making things difficult for Clan, and felt that he probably still cared a lot about her feelings. "All right, I won't pressure you. Whenever you finish training in the future, I can take you back." "No need. It's inconvenient because I train until very late." "All right then." In the end, Sophia still took him home and left in disappointment. "Congratulations, host, obtained Strength Attribute 1. The next day, on the training grounds, Ilya could clearly feel that Clan was training with even more intensity than usual. His eyes had changed. They were no longer gentle, but treated her as a rival. At first, Ilya was a little unaccustomed to it, but she soon understood. Wasn't this exactly their original goal? 9 days later, Clan did not go to training because he had important matters to attend to. He came to the egg of the Thunderpool scale python, pricked his finger for the ritual, and drew the blood into a strange pattern before quietly waiting for the egg to absorb it. In no time, the blood on the eggshell disappeared, and the egg began to tremble. Clan was thrilled inside. Outside, the weather changed drastically. The once clear sky was instantly covered by heavy dark clouds. Red light flickered, and an apocalyptic feeling surged toward him. The Pope immediately sensed the change and looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Is it finally about to be born?" The Thunderpool scale python. At this moment, everyone in Holy Light City with any real strength also looked toward the direction of the church, but most of them did not know the exact situation. Kron noticed the weather change, but did not pay it any mind, trusting that the Pope would handle the trouble. After all, he knew that today was also the day the Thunderpool scale python was born. Crack! The eggshell finally split open, and a pair of tiny black eyes were peeking out at the outside world. Immediately after, a small white head poked out, and a slender snake body slowly wriggled out. One look from Kron, and he was instantly charmed. The little Thunderpool scale python that had just been born looked, aside from its nose, just like a pig-nosed snake. Big eyes, a clean white body, and a tiny mouth. Kron thought it was very cute and reached out to touch it. When the little Thunderpool scale python saw Kron, it instinctively drew close, crawling up along his arm. Kron stroked it a few times. It narrowed its eyes, looking utterly pleased, then crawled back to the side of the eggshell and began eating it. Kron wasn't surprised. For most top-tier magical beasts, the first meal after hatching was their own eggshell, which was highly nutritious. It was just that the eggshell was extremely hard, harder than even the finest ore, and Kron was quite curious how the little thing could chew through it. Kron started thinking of a name for the little one. At first, he wanted to call it Little White, but gave up when he thought it would change color in the future. Just then, he caught sight of a streak of purple lightning flashing across its body, and inspiration struck. He decided to call it Purple Scale. Little Purple Scale paid no attention to Kron and kept its head down, eating the eggshell. Kron quietly waited nearby. An hour later, it finished the eggshell, crawled onto Kron's leg, and slowly burrowed into his clothes. Its body was as cool as ice, and Kron found it pleasantly comfortable against him, so he left it alone. Kron glanced at the thunderstorm warhorses outside and thought that in another while, they would probably be ready to retire. He should also inform the Pope about the little one's birth, so he headed to the papal hall. When he reached the entrance of the papal hall, Kron subconsciously looked toward the training grounds and didn't see Ilya, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it, before entering the hall. Just as he arrived at the doorway, the Pope told him to come in. Kron walked in and took the little Thunderpool scale python out from his chest. The Pope was stunningly impressed at the sight, thinking the little fellow was beautiful, as expected of a legendary magical beast, and instructed Kron to take good care of it. Kron agreed. The little Thunderpool scale python woke up and realized its surroundings had changed. It became tense and defensive, but when it saw that it was still on Kron's hand, it relaxed. Lowering its head, it looked at Kron with its big eyes pitifully, and Kron was instantly charmed. The Pope said that the blood contract was taking effect, that the child really liked Kron, and that he just needed to keep working hard. After that, Kron returned to his daily training, and 90 days passed. His strength increased greatly, and he could already train with ease under 7 times gravity, with many skills breaking through. Kron's status: name, Kron Gassa. Occupation: Knight. Age: 16. Level: 53. Technique: Thunder Summoning Art LV Max, Thunderbolt Sword Art LV4, Star Forging Hammer Art LV4, Cloud Flash Beast Taming Art LV2. Strength: 343. Agility: 316. Constitution: 340. Spirit: 32. Kron's average attributes had surpassed 300, not solely by adding a little every day, but also through the boost of various talent growths. Right now, his rate of strength growth was about the same as that of an ordinary S-rank talent holder. The Thunder Summoning Art had been cultivated to max level, and he was planning to switch to a higher-tier battle aura technique. Thunder Fong had been refined 13 times, with only 1 refinement left before reaching the limit. His forging progress was not as fast as expected. Ilya felt that the current training was of little significance to Kron and decided to take him into the next stage. Tomorrow, come with me to a place. We'll begin new training, Ilya said. After she finished, Kron was curious, but agreed. After leaving, he did not go home, and instead headed straight to the library to look for a higher-tier lightning element battle aura technique. He had accumulated 400,000 points, more than enough to exchange for one. Kron found 3 that suited him, among which he was most satisfied with the thunderous lightning tempering art. The prerequisite for learning this technique was precisely that Thunder Summoning Art be at max level, so he directly exchanged for it, spending 150,000 points. When cultivating it, with the foundation of Thunder Summoning Art and his 16 points of Thunder Talent, he quickly got the basics down in just 4 hours. After getting started, Kron could feel the lightning attribute magic power within his body growing stronger and his explosive power increasing. Purple scales had grown to 3 meters long and still loved curling around Kron. It was incredibly strong and could easily crush ox bones. Kron could only keep indulging it helplessly. Everything was ready. After resting for one night, Kron came to the Papal Palace the next day and set out with Ilya. It was only after leaving Holy Light City that Kron got his first look at Ilya's mount, which was also their means of transportation this time. Ilya blew a whistle, and a small white that immediately flew over from the horizon, growing closer and closer. At first Kron couldn't see clearly, but when it drew near, he realized it was a silver-white dragon. Kron was a little stunned. Ilya was a descendant of the Titans, yet she rode a silver dragon? Was that normal? His doubts were written all over his face, and Ilya smiled proudly. Pretty cool mount, huh? Kron nodded stiffly. Ilya took the initiative to ask if he had anything he wanted to ask. Kron asked directly, "Aren't Titans and dragons mortal enemies? Why is this dragon willing to be your mount?" Ilya only smiled and didn't answer. Seeing that, Kron didn't press further either. The silver dragon flew up to them, even larger than Kron had imagined, over 50 meters long. It stared fixedly at Kron, more precisely, at the purple scales on his body. These purple scales came from the Thunderpool scale python, a top-tier creature like dragons, and even stronger than most dragons, so the silver dragon became tense when it saw them. Ilya walked over to soothe the silver dragon, patting its head, and it quickly calmed down. "All right, let's go," Ilya said. Kron was a little dazed as he stepped onto the dragon's wing and climbed aboard. The silver dragon took off, and Holy Light City quickly shrank below them. A sense of unease rose in Kron's heart. He felt that the place Ilya was taking him to probably wasn't a good one. He couldn't help asking, "Where are you planning to take me?" Ilya gave a mysterious smile. "You'll find out soon enough." After flying for a long time, the wind weakened and they began to descend. Kron smelled a strong scent of blood, like the smell of blood itself. Soon they landed, and Ilya spoke. "Welcome to the death prison." Just hearing the name made Kron feel like it couldn't be a good place. He saw a huge black building. Ilya said, "Kron, this is where you'll be staying for the next 3 months. Surprised? Kron frowned. "I have to stay here for 3 months. Ilya nodded firmly and added, "You could die here if you're not careful." Kron was speechless. In fact, the shadow would only save him when he was close to death, and if he couldn't control things properly, he really might die. Ilya pulled Kron toward the prison gate, and Kron was a bit helpless. "You've been here before?" Ilya nodded. "Yes, but I only came here after a year of training." She wasn't lying. This place really could improve strength. The more people you killed, the higher your level, and the longer you stayed, the greater the improvement. Seeing that her expression didn't seem to be a lie, Kron could only follow her helplessly. When they reached the gate, the prison seemed to recognize Ilya, and the door opened automatically. From the outside, All he could see inside was black stone decor, and the thick, bloody stench was nauseating. Kron was having a hard time with it too. Ilya and Kron went in one after the other, and as soon as he stepped through the door, Kron felt strange magic seeping into his body, making the air feel oppressive. The floor was covered in black bloodstains, and even the soles of his feet felt sticky. Kron doubted whether anyone could really survive here for 3 months. At that moment, Ilya suddenly said, "I'm leaving." Kron froze, and before he could react, the main gate slammed shut. Where was the beginner's guide? Was there no manual at all for such a dangerous place? But the door was already closed, so Kron could only brace himself and walk forward. He had only taken a few steps when he heard the clacking of high heels, and a hot-bodied woman wearing a faceless mask walked over. The woman said calmly, "Welcome to the death prison. I'll introduce you to this place." She handed Kron an identity card marked 10 and the initial assets. The woman continued explaining that this was a legal identity and currency. With coins, one could live in the inner city, buy things, and complete tasks to exchange for money. Kron immediately realized how important money was. The woman led him downward. It turned out the prison was underground. She said this area was the outer city, and there would be no attacks on the first day. As they walked, Clan discovered that there was a blood-red sky underground, oppressive and suffocating. The outer city was in complete chaos, with bloodstains everywhere. In a short time, he witnessed 3 murders. Everyone around who saw the faceless woman stared at Clan, as if he were prey. The two of them took most of the day to reach the inner city gate. The woman said, "This is the inner city. It costs 1 coin to stay here for a day, though today it's free. Resources, women, battle pets. As long as you have money, you can get anything here." After speaking, the woman turned and left. Clan looked into the inner city. The streets were relatively tidy, and the air was much better than in the outer city, but it was still chaotic. In the distance, some people were holding beautiful women and openly flirting, while screams of agony sounded from time to time. Clan continued exploring the city. As soon as Clan arrived at the death prison, he was immediately targeted by many people with lewd gazes, and he felt extremely disgusted. Only then did he finally understand the discomfort of seeing middle-aged men stare at girls on the street. Not long after, a huge woman walked over, promoting special services in a syrupy voice, even sticking out her tongue to tease him. Clan refused directly, but she kept pestering him and moved closer to flirt. Clan ignored her, walked away coldly, and only felt disgusted. The woman's face darkened after being rejected, and she secretly held a grudge. Clan had already offended someone on his first day, but there were no good people here anyway, and he wasn't afraid of trouble. After that, others came up to strike up conversation, all trying to scam him out of death energy, the currency of this world. Clan became increasingly cautious and understood even more clearly the importance of death energy. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never use it recklessly. He made a full round through the inner city and soon discovered the most direct way to earn death energy: a flesh processing workshop, where human corpses could be exchanged for cash. The more intact the corpse and the stronger the person had been, the more it was worth. Clan immediately thought that killing people in the outer city and exchanging their corpses for death energy should be the fastest method. There were also various shops, clubs, and arenas in the city, but the most useful to him were the workshop and the arena. Clan's main goal was to train himself. He had neither the time nor the ability to do business, and offending local power brokers would only bring trouble. Right now, he had to keep a low profile and develop steadily. He turned his attention to the outer city, knowing that once he went out, it would be a life of licking blood from the edge of a blade. After only a brief hesitation, Clan headed straight for the outer city. Many people on the street watched him, and when they realized he was leaving the city, they became excited. Some quietly followed behind, preparing to strike once Clan left the protected zone. Clan sensed he was being followed, but he was already prepared and without hesitation rushed out of the inner city. The few people behind him immediately pounced, wanting to snatch this fat sheep. But the moment someone stepped out of the city gate, a giant sword came down directly. The opponent reacted quickly, yet still couldn't completely evade it. Uft! An arm flew off, and the other party let out a miserable scream. Blood spurted everywhere as the other side screamed in agony. Clan did not stop. With one slash he cut off the enemy's head. The man's vision spun, and his head dropped to the ground with a thud, rolling to Clan's feet. Clan lowered his head to look at it, showing no pity or fear. He had long since grown used to the brutal life in the church, and he adapted to all of this very well. He searched the corpse and found the other party's identity token. Taking out his own, he pressed the 2 tokens together, and the balance changed from 10 to 17. Satisfied, Clan confirmed that identity tokens could be plundered, and he dragged the corpse into the inner city. The others who had wanted to attack him froze in fear at the sight, and the looks they gave Clan completely changed. None of them dared underestimate him. He tossed the corpse into the flesh workshop, and the token gained 3 more points of death energy. Clan was very satisfied and found that earning death energy wasn't actually that hard. He planned to go hunting in the outer city again. At that moment, a thin man stopped him. The man had noticed Clan from the start and felt he was no ordinary person, so he wanted to cooperate. He advised Clan not to go to the outer city. Clan became alert and realized the other man had no killing intent. His bearing was clean, clearly meaning he was no simple character. The man said he admired Clan and would give him information for free, though it would cost money in the future. The man warned him that when night fell, the wanderers of the death prison would come out and slaughter every life in the outer city. Whether one could survive depended on luck. Clan nodded in thanks. The man then offered another piece of crucial information about death energy. The first time would only cost 10 points. Clan haggled it down to 5, but the other side refused and insisted on 10. After weighing the options, Clan agreed to pay. The man smiled and told him that all death energy would be reset to 0 at the end of every month, then converted into magic power to strengthen the body. This information shocked Clan. There would inevitably be killing and fighting for death energy at the end of each month, and they would also have to face wanderers, making it extremely dangerous. Clan asked whether there were any rewards for staying here. The man smiled and said they could even provide cheap lodging if he wanted it. Clan shook his head. He didn't need that yet and wanted to experience sleeping outdoors first. The man pointed to a house not far away, said he could come find him anytime if needed, and then left. Clan was once again alone, and a sense of loneliness slowly crept in. As night was about to fall, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the center of the inner city. From it slowly emerged a huge bloodshot eyeball, surrounded by crimson flesh, looking extremely eerie. The eye began scanning the entire city. Everyone who saw it was terrified, but no one ran, as if they knew it would not harm them. Soon, the eyeball locked onto a certain direction. Clan followed its gaze and felt something approaching from there. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out, making his skin crawl. After that, everything returned to calm, and the eye swept over Clan again. Though it only lingered for a moment, Clan felt as if he had been completely seen through, extremely uncomfortable. Only when the eyeball quickly looked away did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. After night had fully fallen, the eyeball retreated back into the black hole. Only then did Clan realize that there was no sun or moon here. At night, everything was pitch black, and nothing could be seen at all. He then truly understood how important shelter was. He wondered whether the outer city and inner city nights were like this too, completely dark. How did they fend off the wanderers? Was it the darkness that made those things so terrifying? Clan slowly calmed down. Thinking of the fear and hunger he had felt as a child when locked in a dark room, he began to comfort himself. Once everything settled, he closed his eyes and became more focused on sensing his surroundings. Someone was moving about, and the people who had been chatting before also fell silent, afraid of being noticed. Clan fumbled his way to the middle of the road and sat down. He understood that everyone wanted to hug the wall for a sense of safety, but he didn't want to do that, afraid he might run into other dangerous people. This night was even harder than he had imagined. Throughout it, he kept hearing people moving around, groping their way forward, arguing, and even sounds that were more unsettling. Clan heard heavy footsteps and immediately became alert. That sound was definitely not something a human could make. The steps were too heavy, and there was even the dragging of chains against the ground. He guessed it must be some huge monster wandering the outer city. Thinking of this, Clan felt even more weighed down. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. "Congratulations, host. All 4 attributes +1. That eased his mood a little. After finally enduring the night, Clan braced himself against the red sky and headed straight for the outer city. He discovered that night here lasted 16 hours, while daytime was only 8 hours, so he had to seize every opportunity to earn death energy. He quickly made a plan. Once in the outer city, Clan became even more cautious because everyone here was an enemy. As a result, within just an hour after leaving the outer city, he had already fought 3 battles. Fortunately, he struck decisively and won each time, putting his enemy's belongings into his spatial ring. However, none of these people had any death energy, so they were apparently just poor drifters wasting their time. Over the next 5 hours, Clan fought 11 more battles, and in 3 of them, there was more than one opponent. Afterward, he gained 18 points of death energy. These madmen only came out to fight when their death energy was nearly gone. Clan also began to wonder what he would become 3 months from now. Night was about to fall, and Clan prepared to return to the inner city. On the way back, he was especially vigilant, and sure enough, just before entering the inner city gate, he was ambushed. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this. He quickly counterattacked, carried the corpses into the inner city, and went in. Clan threw all of today's prey into the flesh and blood workshop and obtained 42 points of death energy. bringing his total to 104 points. Then he found the thin man from yesterday. Where can I stay? Where can I get food? The man smiled and said he could provide both. Lodging cost 2 death energy points per day, and 1 point of death energy could be exchanged for 10 gene of meat. Clan was a little surprised. Meat was that cheap? The man said this meat was demon beast meat hunted by hunters in the outer forest. It hadn't been processed, so it was cheap. Clan felt relieved. He knew how to handle demon beast meat. Water was scarce, but he could just use Thunderflame. Give me 1 day of lodging and 10 gene of beast meat. Fine. The thin man recorded the charge, and Clan's balance dropped by 3 points. The night lasted 16 hours, and Clan didn't want to waste it. He followed the man to the so-called lodging and frowned the moment he saw it. It was actually a prison cell. There was only a bed, with no facilities at all, iron bars at the entrance, and the space was so cramped he could barely move around. The others returned to their own cells naturally, and Clan could only accept it, step inside, and prepare to endure the long night. The gaunt man tossed the demon beast meat onto the ground. The unprocessed meat smelled disgusting. Clan frowned, blue flames gathering in his palm as he slowly roasted it over the fire. Black smoke rose, and the impurities and toxins were burned away. After roasting it for more than 10 minutes, the smell improved quite a bit. Though it was his first time doing it, Clan did a good job. After the meat was cooked, he slowly ate it, bad tasting, but he had no choice. He continued adapting to the darkness and cultivating. Day by day, Clan discovered some unspoken rules of the prison. The length of daytime changed every day, from the beginning of the month to mid-month. Daytime increased from 8 hours to 16. From mid-month to the end of the month, it shrank again from 16 hours back to 8. Those who specialized in hunting were called hunters, and that was precisely Clan's current identity. This group was the most notorious in the prison. There was also the rumor that winning in the duel arena brought benefits, but he still hadn't tried it. On the last day of the month, Clan saw his death energy points reset to 0, and the death energy turned into black specks that circled around his body before all drilling into him. He still had 2,410 death energy points left, not because his efficiency had dropped, but because there were fewer people in the prison and new arrivals simply couldn't make up for the consumption. He could feel the improvement brought by this death energy, but it stung sharply when the black specks entered his body. After it ended, all of his attributes increased by 24 points. He was stunned. On average, every 100 points of death energy raised 1 attribute point. This improvement was absurd. Including this month's data, Clan's current stats were as follows. Strength, 402. Agility, 379. Constitution, 401. Spirit, 376. Swordsmanship talent, 17. Hammer technique talent, 9. Charm, 89. His charm was so high that even after not bathing for a month, he still looked handsome. On top of that, he now had a terrifying murderous aura, and his eyes were sharp and intimidating, making people afraid. Because he had killed so ruthlessly, Clan had already become famous. Many people, seeking protection, wanted to get close to him, but he kept refusing and never got involved with anyone. He knew exactly what he was after. In a place like this, there was no one he could trust. Then Clan saw many people spontaneously begin walking toward the outer city. Clan followed the crowd out of the inner city, and in his heart he had already understood that the big eyeball was actually there to monitor whether anyone had sneaked in. In fact, there was no check on death energy at all when entering the inner city. Only near the end of each day did they perform a check and forcibly deduct 1 point. As long as you avoided the big eyeball's monitoring, you could freeload 1 day in the inner city, but he had never seen anyone succeed. Those who were driven out looked listless, as if their souls had been drained, and Clan would never take that risk himself. After leaving the city, no one started killing each other, because everyone had no death energy left. Fighting would be pointless, and at night they still had to guard against wanderers, so they needed to conserve their strength. Of course, if there was a grudge, some would start fighting the moment they left the city. Although he had trained for a month, Clan was still tense, because he hadn't yet fought in complete darkness. He hoped he wouldn't run into any wanderers today. Clan searched for a hiding place in the outer city and discovered that it was much larger than he had imagined. Not long after, a thin man appeared and asked with a smile whether he wanted to team up and join an organization. Clan was stunned. The other man said that as long as he joined the organization, he would be safe tonight, and even guessed that Clan wasn't a death row prisoner. He said everyone in his team was like Clan, geniuses here for training. Clan felt that what the man said was probably about 80 or 90% right, but he still refused. No need. I like being alone. The other man didn't insist. Kellen kept searching for a safe place and eventually could only wait for nightfall in a remote corner. The sky suddenly went dark, and this time there would be 16 hours of darkness. Kellen knew that tonight it would not just be wanderers, After daybreak, the outer city would turn into hell on earth, where everyone would be in danger, frantically slaughtering each other for survival to earn death energy. At night, Kellen remained motionless the whole time. He heard some faint footsteps nearby, all of them human. He kept himself hidden, and no one discovered him. 12 hours passed, and Kellen was completely safe, feeling that he had chosen a good hiding spot. 2 hours later, heavy footsteps approached, and Kellen grew tense. Sure enough, it was too hard to go the full 16 hours without being discovered. But he did not panic. He had already become familiar with the outer city routes during the day. The footsteps were coming from the north, so Kellen retreated in the opposite direction. Soon, a miserable scream rang out from the north. Clearly, someone had been unlucky. Kellen slowly moved farther away, making not a sound. These 2 hours were more unbearable than he had expected, but he still shook off the wanderers and held out until dawn. Watching the sky turn red, Kellen let out a sigh of relief, feeling that his luck on the first night had been decent. He had encountered wanderers but had not been discovered. He began his day of slaughter. Kellen searched the outer city, but he did not see a single corpse along the way. He found it strange. By rights, the wanderers should have killed quite a few people last night. So where had all the corpses gone? He guessed they had probably been taken away. Seeing that there was no easy profit to be had, Kellen's mood worsened, and he began killing. Today, there were obviously more experts around. The difficulty had increased, and efficiency had dropped. Experts were much harder to kill than ordinary people, but they yielded more death energy points. At noon, Kellen encountered a woman wearing a silver mask. From her bearing, she was definitely a beauty. The two fought, and neither won. Kellen suggested they stop, and the woman agreed immediately. They each left separately. Kellen breathed a sigh of relief and did not return to the inner city until an hour before the match ended, having exchanged the corpses for more than 70 points of death energy. He also noticed quite a few unfamiliar faces in the inner city. Old players looked at newcomers like they were prey. Kellen realized that many newcomers had arrived today, which was rare. The second month passed quickly, and Kellen gained a total of 2,804 death energy points, even more than the previous month. After allocating all his attributes, they were Strength, 104, Agility, 109, Constitution, 113, Spirit, 105, Thunder, 1, Luck, 1, Swordsmanship, 3. With all attributes increased by 100 points, the Thunder body tempering technique had advanced to the second layer. His swordsmanship talent had broken through 20, and his mastery of swordsmanship improved significantly. The Thunderbolt sword technique reached LV5 within 2 days, causing his strength to surge. In the outer city, he would kill almost anyone he saw. Kellen also knew that the last day of each month was the cleanup day, when the Wanderers would conduct a major purge. After successfully avoiding their pursuit, he encountered that masked woman again. This time, she had a serious wound in her abdomen, likely pierced by claws. The two recognized each other, and the girl attacked first, but this time Kellen's strength completely overwhelmed her, and he directly knocked her weapon away. The girl was disappointed, never expecting to die here. But Kellen did not continue attacking and instead asked, "Are you here for training too?" Hearing Kellen's words, the girl froze, but she still answered yes. "All right, I'll spare you and even help you into the city, but you owe me a favor," Kellen said. The girl was very surprised, and her originally desperate mood instantly improved. Kellen decided to let her go purely because he felt there was little to gain from killing her. The injuries on her body looked like they had been inflicted by a wanderer, so she must have been injured long ago and no longer had the strength to hunt others. Killing her might have yielded a few valuables, but Kellen did not want to make the move. The girl cautiously said, "Why should I trust you?" Kellen replied calmly, "If I really wanted to kill you, I could do it anytime." The girl was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Thank you. No need to thank me. Just give me a glorious grade piece of equipment, and remember that you still owe me a favor." The girl was angry but powerless to refute him, so she could only take off the ring on her hand and throw it to Clan. "What's the ring for?" Clan asked. The girl explained reluctantly, "This is a scale armor ring. It can block 3 attacks below level 80 every day, each for 5 seconds, and it also comes with a 10 cubic meter storage space." After hearing that, Clan thought it was a good item, and guessed that she had also relied on the ring to survive the Wanderer attack. The other party must still have other treasures, but in the end Clan had no desire to kill her. While walking, Clan casually asked, "Your injuries were done by the Wanderers, right?" The girl nodded, and Clan wasn't surprised. He had already guessed it. Soon, the two entered the inner city. Clan left a parting remark and turned to go. "You probably ran into other enemies just now. There's still death energy on you. It's still early, so I'm leaving first." The girl didn't try to keep him, and softly muttered a "thank you." On the other side, in the Pope's hall, the Pope frowned and said to Ilya, I shouldn't have agreed to send Clan to the death prison. It's too dangerous. Ilya was a little irritated. Don't worry, with Shadow there, he can handle it. Besides, he's strong enough already. When he comes back this time, he'll definitely be reborn. The Pope said worriedly. Just don't let anything happen to his psyche. These genius youngsters are very fragile mentally. They're used to smooth sailing, and when they run into setbacks, they can easily break down. Ilya sighed. Have you forgotten what kind of environment Clan grew up in? He won't be brought down so easily. Though she said that, Ilya was actually worried too. She knew all too well how terrifying the death prison was, and feared Clan might not be able to adjust mentally. But they didn't know that Clan was already going on a killing spree in the death prison. It had already been 3 months since he entered, and only the dueling arena remained unexplored. They said there were extra rewards for winning there. The rewards were generous, but losing in the dueling arena meant death. Although the outer city was also dangerous, it was far safer than the dueling arena. Clan discovered that the people in the Colosseum were much stronger than he was, and he had no confidence in winning. He also didn't believe this place would arrange weak opponents for newcomers. He might even run into a ruthless character right from the start. The dueling arena was all life or death, while in the outer city, he could still run. Clan decisively chose the safer option and did not go to the dueling arena. Anyway, he had already gained quite a lot in the outer city, so there was no need to take the risk. The last month was even harder than Clan had imagined. News spread that Clan would only stay in the prison for 3 months before leaving. The news quickly spread throughout the entire prison, and everyone knew these geniuses were simply treating other people as experience packs, so they held strong hostility toward Clan. If he went out of the city now, probably everyone in the prison would chase him down and kill him. Clan quickly identified the slim man who had leaked the information. The man smiled as he asked Clan to buy the intel for 1,000 death energy. Clan ignored him, but he had already remembered this person and secretly vowed to take revenge in the future. That day, Clan no longer dared to stay in his original room, even though the new lodging cost 3 times as much. He also stopped going out to hunt, spending most of his time cultivating inside the city and relying on the death energy he had saved up to last until the end. But this still left one problem. On the day of the cleanup, Clan would be forcibly expelled, which was equivalent to being directly exposed to his enemies. After thinking it over, Clan decided to leave the inner city the night before the cleanup day and head straight for the outer forest. There were magical beasts there to satisfy his hunger, and no one would pursue him. He would definitely be watched during the day, so he could only leave at night. Clan chose the safest method, leaving the city on the night before the final month began, and he only needed to hold out outside for 2 nights. After deciding on the plan, he carried it out accordingly. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, the girl he had saved came looking for him. When they met again, Cran was in a miserable state this time. You've had it pretty rough lately, the girl said. You've bounced back pretty fast, Cran shot back. Cran stared at her abdomen and found that she had already changed clothes, looked perfectly normal, and showed no sign of injury. Are you here just to laugh at me? No. I owe you a favor, and now I want to repay it. Cran froze for a moment. How? I can give you a place to stay and food, and I can also help you disguise yourself. I'll make sure no one recognizes you. Cran thought for a moment. Could try that. Come with me. She took Cran to her home. The place was fully enclosed, so you couldn't see inside, and the rent was expensive. Cran thought that living in such a nice place made sense. After all, she was a girl. The masked girl used water magic to create water, saving the money on buying it. Cran watched and really wanted to learn some magic too. It would be very useful in daily life, especially in his current situation. After washing with clean water, Cran rinsed off the bloodstains and felt much more refreshed. The masked girl was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Cran to look so good after cleaning up. Wait, I've got a new idea. Cran had a bad feeling. After cleaning him up, she started working on transforming him. There was no mirror, so Cran couldn't see what he looked like. When the masked girl took out perfume, Cran couldn't hold back anymore. I want to see what I look like now. The masked girl hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? Yes. She handed him a mirror, and when Cran looked, he saw that he had been dressed up to look both beautiful and delicate, and his hands started shaking. The masked girl immediately burst out laughing. Huh. Cran suppressed his anger and asked, This is your solution? Yeah, isn't it pretty suitable? The masked girl, still wearing her mask, leaned close to the mirror, and the whole sisterly pair vibe was instantly maxed out. Plus, Cran now clearly looked more like a younger sister. The masked girl measured Cran's size again. You still need to change clothes. Cran gritted his teeth and handed over one of his own shirts. She quickly turned it into a crop top. Hurry up and put it on. I want to see it. Cran hesitated for a moment and walked to the corner of the room. As soon as he turned around, he found the masked girl staring at him intently. Don't look at me. The masked girl was very matter-of-fact. I still can't fully trust you right now. What if you sneak attack me? Cran threatened her in exasperation, and only then did she reluctantly turn around, but then she turned back again. If you don't know how to put it on, before she could finish, he was already dressed. She looked him over from head to toe, and her eyes lit up. This was way too pretty. With a decent foundation, a man putting on makeup and changing clothes really doesn't differ all that much from a woman. Right now, Cran could instantly outshine ordinary women by several streets. His beauty was striking. The masked woman was stunned. Clan was a little nervous and asked her, "Well, does it look weird?" The masked woman hurriedly shook her head. "It looks pretty good. Just be careful when you go out, and don't let people take advantage of you. Also, it'd be best to change your weapon too. Don't use a sword." Clan finally relaxed. Changing weapons was easy for a master blacksmith like him. He immediately took out the star-snatching furnace and prepared to start forging. The masked woman was a little curious. "What are you going to do?" "Forge," Clan replied casually. Picking up the hammer, his temperament changed at once, and even the masked woman stared at him in a daze. After a flurry of clangs and bangs, the masked woman realized that Clan was no ordinary blacksmith. His skill was at least at the level of a master smith. Clan didn't make anything high-end, only a magic-grade long spear. Although it was his first time making one, his stat boost made it no challenge, and his skill level rose significantly. 3 hours later, a dragon-patterned long spear refined 11 times was finished. Although it was a little inferior to Thunderfang, it was good enough to use. Clan told Zilin not to show herself, so as not to expose his identity. It was still early before nightfall, and after discussing it, the two decided to pretend to be newcomers and enter the inner city together tomorrow. The day was short, and darkness quickly fell. Clan wasn't in a hurry to leave the city. Instead, he waited inside until an hour before dawn before heading out. But not long after he left, he heard heavy footsteps. Realizing the other side had locked onto him and that he couldn't shake them off no matter how he fled, Clan lost interest in running anymore. He sped forward, and in the darkness the other side gave chase as well. "Ah!" Strange cries came from afar, and the footsteps grew ever closer. Their speed was no slower, so a real fight was inevitable. Thud, thud, thud. A foul stench rushed at him. The Wanderer was already right before him. Under the cover of night, Clan suddenly drew Thunderfang and slashed. Squelch. Thunderfang cut into the Wanderer's body, and a faint crackle of lightning rose. With that bit of light, he finally saw the Wanderer's appearance. No matter how strong his mental fortitude was, he was still disgusted by it. In front of Clan was a huge mountain of flesh, assembled from severed limbs and broken arms, reeking of rot. Clan immediately thought of the legendary Flesh Mountain, never expecting to actually run into something this disgusting. He withdrew Thunderfang and found that the other side's wound was already starting to heal. Clan instantly understood that ordinary slashing was useless, so he quickly let Thunderflame of Wrath attach itself to Thunderfang. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding area brightened a little, and the Wanderer instinctively retreated. Clan immediately sensed that the flames might be the other side's weakness. He heard roars coming from afar, and knew he couldn't drag this out. He had to act fast. The Wanderers feared light, and he had already tested this before. As long as there was too much light and fire, it would attract even more Wanderers. The one in front of him suddenly went berserk and charged over. Clan simply swung Thunderfang down, and fire and lightning burned through the rotten flesh. The Wanderer screamed miserably, and the Flesh Mountain's form rapidly shrank. Seeing the effect, Clan grew excited and, while dodging, launched a frenzied attack. A few minutes later, Clan was finally hit and sent flying. The Wanderer's attacks were not fast, but its power was extremely strong. He simply couldn't endure it. After being forced back, Clan saw that the Wanderer could absorb the blood and filth on the ground to recover, and it didn't even need to stop. Clan was instantly speechless. No wonder it still couldn't be burned to death after all that time. The thing simply wasn't afraid. He couldn't kill it in a short time, and dragging it out would only mean death. Thinking of this, he hurled out Thunderflame of Wrath and immediately turned to run. The Wanderer was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after him. As dawn approached and a patch of red light appeared on the horizon, the Wanderer suddenly stopped and turned to leave. Clan's heart moved, and he almost wanted to tail it, but felt it was too risky and immediately gave up. After that, he went to find the route the newcomers would take and soon found a straight road. While waiting, 2 reckless fools ambushed him, and he easily dealt with them. An hour later, he finally saw the woman leading the newcomers and quickly followed her. The woman only glanced at him and said nothing. As long as he didn't attack the newcomers, there would be no problem. Otherwise, trouble would come immediately. The group entered the inner city in the afternoon. As soon as he came in, he noticed the inner city residents looking at him strangely, with desire in their eyes. After the woman left, a hideous man covered in blood and grime approached and breathed in Clan's scent with huge gulps. Clan was instantly disgusted and barked angrily, "Get lost!" But the other man only grew more excited. That filthy hand had just reached toward Clan, even teasing her as a little spicy pepper. Clan slapped him across the face, and he was sent straight to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The others nearby who had been hoping to take advantage were immediately frightened stiff, and no one dared to provoke her so easily again. However, there were still strong people who set their sights on Clan. After all, the cross-dressed Clan had a fine figure and an air of grace, and those guys clearly had no intention of letting her go. Not long after, one of the arena's undefeated regulars also came over and bluntly told Clan to please him, saying he could protect her. Clan couldn't be bothered to deal with him, and simply turned and left. The man looked at her back with a confident smile, planning to use force on her later. After being subjected to disgusting harassment one after another all day, Clan was emotionally and physically drained, and only then did she fully understand the hardships pretty girls faced. She began to consider whether she should let these lechers turn on each other while she reaped the benefits from the sidelines. Thinking ahead to the moment when she would finally expose that she was actually a man, Clan couldn't help but grin wickedly. Soon Clan ran into the thin man she had seen before. He froze for a moment, looked at her, and said he thought she was especially beautiful. Hearing that gave Clan goosebumps. She ignored him and just left. The man caught up and said he had plenty of information he could give her for free, but Clan was still annoyed. No need. After saying that, she walked off. The man didn't follow any further. Afterward, Clan rented the same house as the masked woman under a new identity, and the two of them both pretended not to know each other. The next day, Clan went hunting as usual to earn death energy. Only this time, she switched to a spear. Although she had never learned spear techniques, her attributes were high enough now to handle it with ease. What spear techniques? Just go straight in and crush them with stats. Thinking that, Clan began fighting for real. When she met an opponent in the outer city, she struck first. The opponent's reactions were not slow, and he raised his weapon to block. Clang! Clan smashed the weapon apart. Splurt! The man was cleaved in two. Cracks appeared on the ground. Looking at the corpse, Clan felt that this method of cutting people in half didn't really suit a spear very well. Next time, it would be better to stab. Clan looted the other party's corpse, and soon found a new target. This time the opponent didn't notice him. After confirming it was safe, Clan decisively attacked and pierced the opponent through with one spear thrust. Pulling the spear back, she felt that this fine steel spear was very handy. The spearhead was like a short sword, so it could also be used as a sword without issue, just a bit heavy. As Clan thought this, he continued hunting. Soon, he encountered a three-man squad. The three of them first froze, then revealed wicked grins. Clan smiled and said, "Want to play together?" The three exchanged glances, understanding each other, and just as they were about to react, Clan's spear had already arrived. The first was pierced through the throat by a single strike and fell to the ground. The remaining two reacted and prepared to counterattack, but Clan withdrew the spear and swept it horizontally, and the two of them, along with their weapons and heads, were directly severed, leaving deep marks on the wall. Clan looted the corpses. These newcomers were child's play. Soon after, another squad arrived and froze when they saw the traces of battle. The marks are fresh. There was just a fight. Second, check it out. The second man took a look and said, 1 against 3, and all three were killed instantly. The opponent used a spear, but relied on brute force, not skill. This is a monster, we can't beat him. The leader nodded, and the three of them immediately fled. Toward evening, Clan encountered a ruthless opponent. The man was huge, with a face full of knotted flesh and a long scar on his head. He looked terrifying. Clan knew this man had gone through the duel arena and survived. The big man saw Clan, licked his lips, and walked over. He was a pervert who liked torturing people, especially beautiful prey, and was already imagining what Clan would look like in despair. Clan didn't hesitate and thrust out her spear. Just as the big man was about to react, he only felt a flash before his eyes. So fast, Clan's spear tip slammed into the man's axe, but Clan stepped back a few paces and didn't stop, sending spear thrust after spear thrust. The man desperately held his axe in front of him, already close to breaking. He couldn't understand how a beauty could seem so terrifying in combat. Every attack was fast and fierce, and the power behind them was steady, leaving him with no chance to resist at all. The man panicked and shouted, "Wait! Spare me! I'm willing to be your dog." Clan kept attacking as if he hadn't heard him. Crack! The man's axe split apart. Clang! The huge axe broke in two and fell to the ground. Immediately after, Cran's spear pierced the man's body. Uft! Cran stabbed more than a dozen times in rapid succession, and the man dropped to the ground. Cran let out a sigh of relief, feeling that this man was harder to kill than she had expected. After all, he had managed to survive the duel arena. Still, She thought it was too risky to enter the arena. The scar on this man's body must have affected his performance. In truth, her own strength was already greater than that of many duelists, but it was better to play it safe. After that, Cran's days went smoothly. The only troublesome things were bathing and disguising herself each day. Soon, the final day arrived. Watching death energy completely transform into attributes, Cran experienced once more the exhilarating rush of a massive stat increase. After the boost, Cran's 4 attributes were now Strength 566, Agility 548, Constitution 574, Spirit 541. On average, they had increased by more than 60 points. Once her attributes broke through 500, further improvement became much harder, and the efficiency of death energy also dropped by half. She understood that death energy could not keep increasing her endlessly. Staying here for 3 months was just right, and now she could leave. The last day passed safely. At daybreak, Cran changed back into her normal attire and returned to the inner city. The woman who had brought her into the prison earlier came to find her and said, "Come with me. Your sentence is up." Cran nodded. Envious and jealous looks were cast her way, but no one dared to touch her. The masked woman was also watching Cran from the shadows, her gaze complicated. "Cran, we'll meet again soon." Cran followed the woman to the exit. As the gate opened, a blinding light poured in. She narrowed her eyes slightly and saw Ilya waiting for her at the entrance. Ilya was stunned. She felt that Cran's aura had changed completely now. Though she was smiling, it gave off a chilling feeling, as if she would smile while stabbing someone in the back the very next second. She was very surprised and couldn't believe how much Cran had changed. She couldn't help but think of what she herself had been like when she first came out of the death prison. Back then, she was also overflowing with killing intent, and it took her 3 years to recover. Cran now seemed even crazier than she had been, and she had no idea how long it would take her to return to normal. Cran thought that after leaving Cran, she would still have to go to the army, and figured she might need more time to recover. "Long time no see, Ilya. Take me back," Cran said calmly, as if nothing had happened at all, but that only made Ilya even more worried. "All right, let's go." Cran took Ilya's hand, and the two of them rode together on top of the silver dragon, flying toward Holy Light City. As they moved farther and farther away from the death prison, that foul stench gradually faded, and the air became fresh. Cran took a deep breath of the cold air and finally felt alive again. But even after leaving the prison, he still didn't relax. 3 months of life there had made him accustomed to being on guard at all times. Ilya noticed it, but didn't say much. She knew this wasn't something a few words could change. Half a day later, Holy Light City came into view. The silver dragon stopped outside the city, and the two of them entered on foot. The familiar air gave Cran a sense of coming home, but his mind remained tense. Ilya said she had something to take care of and told Cran to go find the Pope himself, reminding him as well to enlist in the army. After Cran nodded, he headed straight for the cathedral. The two temporarily parted ways and would see each other again soon. When passers-by saw Cran, they instinctively kept their distance. Although he was handsome, the smell of blood and the killing aura around him made people afraid, and no one dared to come close. Cran ignored them and went straight to the Pope's hall. As soon as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the guards. The moment they saw him, they froze. After carefully confirming his identity, they let him in. Cran's clothes were disheveled, and the strong stench of blood made him look as if he had returned from hell. After entering the Pope's hall, everyone stared at him in shock. The Pope's voice came from inside. "Come in." Clan pushed the door open and went in. The Pope was also stunned to see him, but then he smiled and said, "You've improved quite a bit these past 3 months. Rest for a week first. In a week, the church will begin recruitment, and you'll take part in the elite soldier selection. Your performance will determine your assignment." "Yes, Your Holiness." "Do you want to ask anything?" "What will the elite soldier selection test?" "I can't tell you now. You'll know when the time comes." "All right." The Pope hesitated for a moment before asking, "Clan, do you feel tired?" He knew that Clan had never truly rested, spending every day on competition and training. Clan froze for a moment. He had never even thought about whether he was tired. "I'm not tired. I feel very fulfilled." "Good, as long as you're not tired. Remember to come for the assessment in 7 days." "Yes." Clan turned and left. It had been 3 months since Malia had last seen Clan. During this time, she felt miserable every day. Although she knew Clan was training, she still missed him terribly. Suddenly, the door rang. No matter when it was, Malia always personally went to open it, hoping that when Clan returned, she would be able to see him at the first moment. This time, when she opened the door, she froze. It was really Clan. "Master," Malia's voice trembled. "I'm back, Malia. Prepare hot water. I want to bathe and bring food," Clan said. "Yes." Malia immediately hurried off to prepare everything. Soon, Clan soaked in the bathtub and finally relaxed. Purple Scale also jumped out and stood guard nearby. Recently, in the death prison, Purple Scale had been protecting Clan, allowing him to barely sleep soundly. But even so, Clan had never been able to truly rest. Half an hour later, Clan finished bathing and came out looking completely refreshed, but his aura had become even more dangerous. By the dining table, Malia had already prepared the food. Clan ate heartily while Malia stood silently beside him. She noticed that Clan had become even more terrifying, but she still gathered the courage to ask, "Master, will you be leaving again this time?" Clan paused for a moment, then nodded. "I'll be leaving in a week." Malia was a little disappointed, but she quickly composed herself and decided to take good care of Clan during this week. During that week, Clan tried his best to relax, but given his experiences, that was difficult. Still, he knew very well that keeping his nerves taut was meaningless. It would only waste energy. Clan didn't just rest either. After a proper day of rest on the first day, he went to see Count Robinson the next day, the one he had previously mentioned about doing or business with. The shop was very small, with only 2 employees. As soon as Clan entered, a girl came up and asked, "Your lordship, what kind of, or do you need?" Clan said directly, "Call Robinson over. I have something to discuss with him." After the girl agreed and went to fetch him, Robinson appeared not long after. He was very pleased to see Clan. "Lord Clan, do you need, or?" "I need thunder attribute, or capable of forging glorious great equipment." "I need it today," Clan said. Robinson was shocked, waves surging in his heart. Crane actually wanted brilliant grade, or had he already become able to forge brilliant equipment? It takes many years to go from apprentice to master in this profession, and Crane had only been at it for less than a year. That was far too unbelievable. Robinson immediately realized he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Yes, Lord Crane, I just happen to have a top grade, or that can be used to make a lightning attribute brilliant grade weapon." Crane hadn't expected Robinson to really have it, and instantly felt that this man was quite capable. He had actually asked around at the Blacksmith Guild, but recently several lightning attribute forging masters there had used up the stock, leaving only some other materials. Crane wasn't used to those, so he had come here to try his luck. He hadn't expected to actually find what he needed. "I'll get it for you right away," Robinson said as he went into the house, opened the basement door, and after a while carried out a large box. "Lord Crane, this black iron lightning ore is the treasure I obtained last month." The ore was dark bluish black, with plenty of lightning attribute energy. It really was good stuff. "How many points?" Crane asked. Robinson smiled. "No need. Consider this or a gift to you." Crane paused, then confirmed the other man was sincere. "All right, then whenever you have materials in the future, I'll forge a brilliant grade weapon for you for free." Robinson was both shocked and delighted, and hurriedly thanked him. He only had 2 brilliant grade weapons he could use himself, and both had been picked up by chance. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't even get on the waiting list. After obtaining the ore, Crane immediately went back to prepare for forging, planning to upgrade Thunder Fong into a brilliant grade weapon. His attributes had improved greatly, and this time was the perfect chance to challenge himself. 3 days later, Crane finally came out of the forging room, holding a 5-meter-long, 1.5-meter-wide greatsword. The ore and materials consumed had been enormous, but he had finally succeeded. He couldn't even help wanting to test the power of the new weapon right away, so he went straight to the Blacksmith Guild. When Cora saw him, her eyes lit up. "Long time no see. What have you been up to lately?" Over the past few days, the killing aura around Crane had faded quite a bit, making him easier to approach. "I had something to deal with. This time, I'm here to test my new weapon." "New weapon? Hurry up and show me." Cora was practically bursting with excitement. Crane directly took out the upgraded Thunder Fong, and Cora was stunned. "This is a brilliant grade weapon." "Yeah, it's the upgraded version of the original Thunder Fong. Take a look at its power." Cora hurriedly took him to the testing area and also notified the guild leader. Nor, Gugong, and the others also rushed over, all stunned by Thunder Fong. They hadn't expected Crane to be able to forge a brilliant grade weapon so quickly. Crane paid no mind to other people's expressions, thinking only about testing the new weapon. And the news that he had forged a brilliant grade weapon quickly spread throughout the guild. When Dylan heard about it, his first reaction was, he didn't dare believe it at all. Crane could actually already forge brilliant grade weapons. In his view, that was nearly impossible. But everyone was talking about it, which made him feel it was probably true. Thinking of the 3-year agreement he had with Crane, and how Crane had achieved this in just half a year, what would happen in 3 years? A surge of unease flooded his heart, and he anxiously ran to the testing room. As soon as he arrived at the testing room, he saw Clan raise the Thunderfong sword and strike down with a mighty slash. Amid a thunderous roar, a burst of sword chi split a 1-meter-thick iron plate in half as easily as tofu. The entire crowd was stunned. No ordinary weapon could possibly have such power. It was clearly a brilliant tier piece of equipment. Seeing that his performance had not let him down, Clan also breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Clan turned around, everyone's gaze focused on him. Dylan was a little flustered and didn't even dare look at Clan. In truth, Clan hadn't noticed him at all. The most excited person was the guild master, who kept praising him. On the spot, the guild master announced that Clan would be awarded a medal and said that he was now the youngest forging master, and that this would be made public to the entire forging world. Clan expressed his gratitude, and the guild master then said that his tier would also be greatly improved, with the specifics to be discussed later. After some polite conversation, Clan finally left. Cora was still dazed and could not accept the gap at all. It had only been a short time, and Clan had already become a forging master. Over the next few days, news that Clan had become a forging master spread throughout the entire church, while Clan spent the time resting. 7 days later, Clan came to the Pope's palace, where Ilya was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Clan, Ilya was stunned, feeling that the murderous aura around him had lessened a great deal. To think he could actually adjust his condition after 3 months of torment, it was unbelievable. Ilya said, "I'm taking you to the elite soldier assessment now. If you perform well, you'll have a chance to join the Judgment Legion." Hearing the Judgment Legion, Clan's spirits lifted. That was also his goal. He stated that he had to enter the Judgment Legion, and Ilya highly approved of that. Just how strong he really was would have to be determined in the assessment. Ilya took Clan out of Holy Light City and into the sky above the forest. She explained that this was the church's territory, where many 6th-tier magical beasts were present, and that it was the venue for the first round of the assessment. Then she dropped Clan into the crowd. As soon as Clan landed, the Count's medal on his chest immediately caused a stir. With a major enemy right in front of them, a Count arriving all but secured one advancement spot. But Clan had rarely made appearances lately. So many people only thought he looked familiar and didn't recognize him. Only a few recognized him and hurried over to ask, "Are you Count Clan?" Hearing the words Count Clan, everyone finally realized. This was the genius who had once defeated the Saintess, and also the youngest forging master of late. No one had expected to run into such a big shot during the assessment. Clan merely nodded, tacitly acknowledging his identity. "My God, it really is you." Someone excitedly introduced himself, but Clan didn't listen. They all wanted to curry favor with Clan. Yet, based on the alertness he had honed during training in the death prison, Clan judged that there weren't any truly formidable people present and that no one posed a threat to him. The intensity of this assessment was far below what he had imagined. Soon, a stern, burly officer appeared, and after coughing twice, the venue immediately fell silent. Seeing everyone behave, the officer announced, "The first round of testing begins now. Line up to receive your iron badge. The iron badge will record your points. Later, you will be randomly teleported into the forest. You'll earn points by snatching badges and hunting magical beasts. If you encounter danger, you may use the iron badge to call for help. Survive 7 days, and the top 500 will advance." The rules were very simple, a 7-day elimination tournament. But surviving in the wild for 7 days was difficult enough. Advancing was not as easy as it looked. Clan received his iron badge, and those people came over again to urge him to form a team. "Lord Clan, if we team up, we can give you 50% of the points. It'll be much more efficient." Clan directly shook his head and refused. "No need. I'm used to going it alone." These people were too weak and would only drag him down, while also taking a cut of the points. It simply wasn't worth it. Seeing that Clan wouldn't team up, those people immediately changed their expressions and sneered in a low voice. "What's he putting on airs for? Isn't he just some little count? Does he really think he's guaranteed to win?" While everyone was talking, a huge magic array appeared on the scene, and everyone was instantly teleported away. By the time Clan came to his senses, he was already in a corner of the forest, surrounded by identical paths. He wasn't panicked. Purple scales immediately crawled out from his body and kept watch over the surroundings. Very soon, Purple Scales locked its gaze onto the upper left front. Clan immediately sensed an enemy, pulled Thunderfang out of his spatial ring, and prepared for battle. Because Thunderfang was too large, he usually kept it stored away and only took it out during combat. Clan caused quite a stir while destroying the environment, making a huge commotion. Fortunately, he had a spatial ring, which could hold Leah. Once Leah was drawn out, Clan became especially conspicuous and immediately charged toward his target. His enemy was a Tier 3 gray wolf. When it encountered Clan, the wolf sensed danger and tried to flee. Leah came crashing down, splitting the gray wolf clean in half and bringing Clan's points up to 20. Zeline came over at a leisurely pace and swallowed the wolf's corpse in just 2 bites. Its body didn't change at all, absorbing it like a black hole. Clan continued hunting. On the other side, Ilya watched him through a magical projection. The projection could record the entire battlefield. Seeing Clan use Leah, Ilya was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected him to still be using that sword, and she also guessed that a sword spirit might eventually form in the future. She felt a little cheat-eye. Soon, Clan ran into another Tier 5 forest giant ape. Ilya felt there was no challenge in it, knowing that 3 months ago Clan had already been able to fight monsters of level 60 while surpassing his rank, so a level 57 beast was simply not worth mentioning. The forest giant ape was fearless and charged straight at him, throwing a punch at Clan. Clan blocked it with Leah, not moving an inch, easily stopping the attack and clearly overwhelming his opponent. The giant ape realized it was no match for him, but by then it was too late to run. Clan slashed its body open with a backhanded strike. The giant ape was not dead yet and dragged its upper half as it tried to crawl away, but Clan followed up with another sword strike, ending it completely. Zeline rushed over again and swallowed the corpse, still finishing it in just 2 bites. After Zeline finished eating, it looked at Clan and conveyed that it wanted to evolve. Clan put Zeline into the pet beast bag so it could evolve quietly. Zeline affectionately rubbed against him before going back to rest. Losing Zeline should have reduced his efficiency, but instead Clan's speed became even faster. He swept through the forest, instantly killing every monster he encountered. Even the staff were drawn to his performance. A few hours later, to be continued, Yalai reported, "My lord, Clan has already cleared 90% of the monsters and contestants in Zone C. At this rate, half of the monsters in the forest will be slaughtered by him." Ilya looked at the leaderboard. Clan had 290,000 points, while the second place had just broken 10,000. In only 3 hours, that efficiency far exceeded her expectations. By normal standards, a glorious rank weapon would consume a great deal of energy, but Clan showed no sign of exhaustion at all. First place was already guaranteed. Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow, tell Clan not to go on such a killing spree anymore. Just eliminate the contestants. Yes, my lord. Even the staff were deeply shocked. This was the first time they had encountered a contestant who needed them to protect the monsters. Clan sensed that all the monsters around him had been cleared out, so he started heading toward another zone. Unlike his initial, headlong charge, he now strolled along at an unhurried pace, knowing that he already had enough points. Not long after, he heard someone ahead being chased by monsters. 3 people were being pursued by more than a dozen bull-type monsters, and were running toward Clan while shouting, "Run!" Clan thought these 3 were quite loyal, since they even warned him, so he stopped moving. As they ran closer, they even grabbed him and urged him to leave quickly. "You guys go. I don't need to." A great sword formed from Leah suddenly appeared in Clan's hand, leaving the 3 stunned. Clan casually swung his sword, and a massive sword aura swept across instantly. The trees ahead were severed in an instant. Half the herd of bulls was wiped out in one strike, and the rest were all badly wounded. The 3 were completely shocked. The 3 slowly turned back and walked toward Clan. He was also somewhat surprised that they actually dared to approach him. He had originally intended to let them off, but now he decided to give them a lesson. "Are you Lord Clan?" "Yes." "Hand over all your points." Clan took out an iron token. Helpless, the 3 could only hand over their points. Clan was very satisfied. It saved him the trouble of doing it himself, so he turned and left, leaving the 3 standing there in a daze. What should we do? What else can we do? Keep hunting. Losing our points doesn't mean elimination. As long as we work hard, we still have a chance to advance. Thinking about it, they felt that made sense. Soon, the day came to an end. Wherever Clan went, he killed everything in sight, and his enemies were all instantly slain with basic attacks. He was completely invincible. Right now, he only wanted to find a Tier 6 monster to practice on and see what a true strong enemy was like. Ilya also fell silent after seeing this, and sent someone to find Clan. Halfway there, Clan saw someone flying toward him. The time was still unknown. Crane was called over, and the other party said, "Lord Crane, you've killed too many magical beasts and upset the ecological balance. Could you stop killing them? Spend the remaining time competing with the contestants for points instead." Crane was speechless, so there really was anti-addiction control. "All right, I understand." When the other party heard him agree, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought Crane was very overbearing, but in fact he was quite amiable. Soon night fell. By rights, magical beasts should have been most active at night, but instead the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the chirping of insects and birds. After all, the magical beasts had been nearly wiped out by Crane. Congratulations to the host. Obtained luck attribute .*1. Crane felt his mood improve and found a tall tree to rest in. There was no purple scale on night watch tonight, so he didn't dare sleep too deeply. Early the next morning, he first checked on purple scale and found that it had begun shedding its skin, though he didn't know how long it would take. Crane took out a lot of magical beast meat and stuffed it into the pet pouch, afraid that when Purple Scale woke up hungry, it would be able to eat immediately. After making the arrangements, he continued hunting. Hunting magical beasts was different from hunting humans. Magical beasts left traces, so tracking them was easy. Humans in the forest were very cautious and didn't leave many traces, but compared with magical beasts, they were actually easier to find. Finding people was no trouble for Crane. By nightfall again, Ilya received a report from her subordinate. Today, in the second round, 3,421 people were eliminated, 2,000 of them by Lord Crane. She was speechless. That number was absurd. On the third day, Crane eliminated 2,500 people. On the fourth day, 2,700 people. On the fifth day, all the remaining contestants received notice that they had passed the examination. Because only 500 people remained, Crane had eliminated more than 70% of the contestants. As a result, the people who advanced were all stunned. At the assembly point, only a few hundred people were left, and some of the quicker ones had already figured out why the assessment had suddenly ended. Everyone stared at the leaderboard and froze. The examiner looked at the points ranking and was at a loss for words. Crane's total score was 3,174,000 points, while the second-place contestant had only a little over 80,000. The gap was nearly 40-fold. Crane had single-handedly taken out 70% of the contestants. His championship was beyond doubt. In previous years, the highest score had been just over 1 million points, and Crane had directly tripled that record. If he hadn't been restricted, he really could have wiped out all the contestants and magical beasts. The examiner sighed inwardly. Too monstrous. After calming himself, he said, "You all are excellent, but one person's strength was completely on another level." A special event occurred during this assessment. The scene fell silent. The examiner continued. Crane alone eliminated 70% of the participants. His strength is too outstanding, so he is being exceptionally promoted to a member of the Judgment Legion. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone thought they had misheard. One person eliminated 70% of the contestants? Was he even human? But Crane's points had already been announced. The news was unquestionably true. The deputy commander of the Judgment Legion arrived on site, and after seeing Crane's image, he was extremely satisfied. With a genius of this caliber placed into the Legion, he would still be among the very top tier. He had already foreseen Crane rapidly growing within the Legion. Because Crane's performance was too outrageous, he was directly promoted into the Judgment Legion, and no one found it strange. Everyone felt that such a super genius deserved preferential treatment. If not him, should that treatment be left to trash? Of course, there were still a tiny number of people who were unconvinced, believing that Crane had merely performed well in the first round and had only snatched a slot. What if he wasn't good in other aspects? However, no one paid those voices any mind. Nobody cared. Upon learning that he had been directly promoted, Crane himself was very satisfied and felt that this assessment was just a piece of cake. A staff member informed him, "Crane, you can go with the deputy commander now. The rest of you will continue with the second round." Only then did everyone notice a middle-aged man in golden armor on the platform, the deputy commander of the Judgment Legion. No one had noticed when he had arrived. Crane nodded and walked up. On the other side, Ilya was asking the shadow clone of Crane about what had happened in the death prison. The shadow clone didn't dare conceal anything and recounted Crane's experiences in full. After listening, Ilya was shocked. She had originally thought it would already be good if Crane could barely adapt in 3 months, but instead Crane had treated the prison like a stroll in his own backyard. After the report ended, Ilya fell silent. The shadow clone asked, "Can I go back now?" Ilya nodded and let it leave. At this time, the deputy commander was still talking with Crane. "By the way, clan, my name is Picro. You can call me Vice Captain or Big Brother Picro from now on." Even Picro had to try to win over a genius like Clan. "Okay, Big Brother Picro. Your attribute is lightning. Go home and rest first. Report back in 5 days with your Legion armor. In the meantime, the armor will be delivered to your home." "Yes." After giving his instructions, Clan went home. Among those 5 days off, the happiest person was actually Milia. She could spend a few more days with Clan, and she was so excited she could hardly stop. During those 5 days, Clan didn't waste any time. While doing basic training, he spent nearly every day at the smithing guild. Besides the guild master and vice guild master, no one knew he was about to join the Legion. In the first few days, Clan focused on refining Thunderfang, raising the equipment from 7 refinements to 9. It had become slightly smaller, but it was still outrageously huge. On the 4th day, people from Duke Charles's household came looking for Clan, saying the Duke wanted to see him. Since he had no time to continue refining, Clan agreed and went to the Duke's mansion. As it turned out, he didn't meet the Duke first, he met Nina first. Seeing Nina, Clan realized that the Duke was actually trying to use this opportunity to help him and Nina develop their relationship. Nina was a little dazed too. Ever since that last meeting, she had never been able to forget Clan, and had even secretly gone looking for him. Clan. As a lady, Nina's bold move was almost equivalent to a confession. But unfortunately, Clan was still in prison at the time, so the two of them never got to meet. Now that she had suddenly seen Clan again, Nina was first delighted, then stunned. In the time they hadn't seen each other, Clan had become even more outstanding and dazzling, as if everyone around him were merely a backdrop. "Hey Clan-sama, why did you suddenly come here?" Nina's voice trembled from nervousness. "Duke Charles asked me to come. Long time no see, Miss Nina. You've become even prettier than before." After being praised, Nina's face turned red all the way to her ears. "No, Clan-sama, you're the one. You're so handsome I can't take my eyes off you." Nina was clearly very excited. The butler in the distance was speechless as he watched. "Miss, please tone it down. You're practically glued to Clan with your eyes." But seeing how happy she was, he was also relieved, only hoping that Clan liked her too. After chatting for a bit, Nina finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Clan-sama, will you be staying in the church? I've joined the army. I'll be spending most of my time with the military from now on." Nina was a little disappointed, but she quickly pulled herself together. "Clan-sama is so amazing. I'm sure you'll rise to fame very quickly." "Haha, then I'll thank you in advance. My brother still needs some time. Would you like to go for a walk together?" "Okay." Kron understood that this was the Duke's meaning. Just keep her company for a while. After he agreed, Nina was so happy she could barely contain herself, but she still tried hard to stay composed. The two of them began strolling through the Duke's garden, which was as large as a small forest. The lake was crystal clear, with ornamental fish and all kinds of rare flowers and exotic plants. Kron felt that the place also had rich magical energy, and that it would be excellent for cultivation. He thought to himself that he should get a place like this someday too. Kron was focused on the scenery, while Nina kept sneaking glances at him. She thought that if only she could kiss Kron's cheek, but then felt that they still weren't there yet, so she should give him a gift to bring them closer instead. "By the way, Lord Kron, please accept this." Nina handed him a jade pendant. At a glance, it looked very valuable. "No, Nina, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." Seeing that Kron was about to refuse, Nina grew anxious. "Kron, it's just a piece of good luck jewelry. I hope you can come back safely." This jade pendant had been given to her by her mother, who said it could save a life at a critical moment. Kron understood that accepting it would mean accepting her feelings, but he wasn't ready yet. Nina saw his hesitation and quickly said, "Kron, just take it as a blessing from a friend. Don't feel burdened." Seeing that Nina looked like she was about to cry, Kron finally nodded. "Thank you for your blessing." He still accepted the jade pendant, thinking that he would give her a similar gift in return someday. Kron had even imagined in his mind that after marrying Nina, he would go out fighting while Nina managed the household, and it seemed pretty nice. Seeing this, Nina smiled. "Let me put this jade pendant on you." All right. Nina came over, and Kron deliberately lowered his head to make it easier for her. They were very close. Nina could feel his breath, and she also thought that he smelled very nice as she helped him put the necklace on. Kron felt the necklace was cool and comfortable, and it could even draw on magical energy. It was probably more valuable than he had imagined. After that, the two of them wandered around Holy Light City for a while and didn't run into any trouble. The commoners in the academy, seeing that they were great nobles, didn't dare provoke them. Nina noticed that Kron would give way when walking and would help ordinary people, and she felt that he was very approachable, and not just for show, but as if it were instinctive. Kron himself didn't think there was anything special about it. After all, deep down he was still a modern person. His values had been shaken, but he wouldn't turn bad. When they returned, Kron met Duke Charles. Seeing the two of them come back together, Charles smiled meaningfully. "Looks like you two had a lot of fun. I even kept this meeting going a little longer." "Brother, what are you talking about?" Nina blushed. Charles laughed. "You're already like this before you're even married. What are you going to do after you do marry off?" "Kron, what do you think of Nina?" Nina looked at Kran with a mix of anticipation and shyness. Kran said seriously, "Miss Nina is very suitable to be a wife." Nina immediately felt very happy inside, wondering if Kran liked her too. Just one compliment was enough to make her happy for a whole day. Charles sighed helplessly. His younger sister was too innocent and would easily get taken advantage of. Charles asked Nina to go back to her room first, saying he had something important to discuss with Kran. Nina obediently left. After she left, Charles asked directly, "Kran, my sister is pretty good, isn't she? Have you considered an alliance marriage?" He was afraid that if Kran refused, saying it in front of her would hurt Nina's feelings. Seeing the jade pendant on Kran's chest, Charles knew it had been given to Nina by their mother. Since Nina was willing to give it to Kran, that meant she really liked him. Kran thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll come find you once it's decided in the future." Charles was somewhat disappointed and couldn't quite tell what Cran really meant. Charles then said, "My younger brother, Winton, is in the Judgment Legion. Contact him. He'll help you." Understood. Cran understood that the other man was asking him to support his younger brother in the Legion. He didn't refuse and agreed first, planning to see how things went later. Seeing him agree so readily, Charles nodded in satisfaction. After chatting casually for a few more moments, Cran left. After Cran returned home, he took out the jade pendant Nina had given him, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt it was no ordinary object. He could sense that it could purify magic power, and wearing it for a long time would be beneficial to the body. It might have other effects as well, but he couldn't tell for now. That night, the armor from the Judgment Legion was delivered. The armor was gold and white, with a lion head helmet, and looked exquisite overall. After Cran put it on, he immediately felt all his attributes increase significantly, far surpassing the previous Thunder Rune armor. This was a complete hero-grade set, with the pieces enhancing one another, approaching glorious-grade equipment. He heard this was only the most basic set, and that there were even higher-level glorious sets, obtainable only after earning merit. After changing into the armor, Cran looked at himself in the mirror and was very satisfied with his current appearance. Just then, he noticed a change in Purple Scale and quickly released it. Purple Scale's originally white scales had turned dark green. 2 inverted spines had grown from the top of its head. Its scales had become sharper. Its snake body had grown thicker and longer, and its gaze was fiercer, giving off a strong sense of intimidation. But it was still affectionate toward Cran. Cran gently patted its head and prepared to test Purple Scale's new abilities. Purple Scale, what new abilities do you have after evolving? Sha. Your physical toughness has increased, and you can spit venom, with highly corrosive venom. Sha. Cran brought over a piece of iron plate. Purple Scale spat out a mouthful of blue-green venom, and the iron plate was immediately corroded into a large hole. The corrosion kept spreading, and before long, even the table was completely corroded away. Cran drew in a sharp breath, thinking that if this venom were sprayed on a person, not even bones would be left. This was only Purple Scale's first evolution. It would surely become even stronger later. At the same time, the Judgment Legion had already assembled, though they were currently resting and chatting casually. The Judgment Legion soldiers had a high degree of freedom, arranging their own time during breaks. I heard a really tiny kid has joined our Legion this time. He was exceptionally admitted in the first round of assessments. Impressive. I want to see just how strong he really is. Everyone was discussing it, but the captain and deputy captain did not stop them. After all, everyone here was an elite, and no one would easily foof Cran. In a team like this, Cran would have a hard time standing out in the short term. Cran and 9 other new recruits arrived at the assembly point and glanced at the others, not feeling threatened. These people were all young, and their strength was limited. But the person assigned to receive Cran made him freeze. It was actually Ilya. Cran was stunned. He hadn't expected her to be in the Judgment Legion too. He still remembered that when he first saw her in armor, he had said she held a status like the Pope's, yet now she had become his squad leader. For a moment, Cran couldn't understand what was going on. Cran was daydreaming when Ilya woke him up, and he hurried after her. Everyone else was staring at him, curious about this genius who surpassed ordinary people. They all remembered how he had been promoted exceptionally during the assessment and knew full well how strong he was. The crowd followed Ilya to the Judgment Mercenary Corps. Cran locked onto the Corps commander at a glance and realized that she looked exactly like the armored woman, but Ilya was also there, which left Cran completely baffled. However, he soon discovered that the two of them were just wearing the same style of armor, though he was still puzzled. The commander spoke first. There are 10 new recruits in the Judgment Legion. The Legion will always maintain a total of 1,000 members. There will be a monthly assessment, and the last 10 will be eliminated and transferred down to the Silver Dragon Legion. The top 10 of the Silver Dragon Legion will be promoted into the Judgment Corps. New recruits are given a 3-month protection period. After that, the treatment is the same. Hearing this, the newcomers all felt immense pressure. To catch up to the geniuses of the entire Corps in just 3 months was simply unimaginable. Cran was also shocked, not only by the system, but also because the commander's voice was exactly the same as the armored woman's. Could they really not be the same person? Cran was utterly confused. The commander glanced at Cran and continued. The Judgment Corps mainly fights in small squads. Everyone here excels in solo combat, and in the future, your main missions will be decapitation strikes. Of course, teamwork is also essential. We need everyone to integrate into the team so that we can become stronger. The newcomers would next undergo 1 month of adaptation training. Cran listened very carefully. As soon as the training content was announced, Cran froze, because it was exactly the same as what Ilya had trained him in before. No wonder he had been exhausted back then. He had already been tempered according to Legion standards. The others began adapting to double gravity and felt it wasn't too difficult, so many of them challenged triple gravity. Kron looked at them with a slight smile, knowing in his heart that they had not yet seen the real difficulty. Kron went straight into the 4 times gravity room, and the others were stunned, thinking he had gone crazy. But after staying there for a while, he walked into the 5 times gravity room. For the current Kron, 4 times gravity was already effortless. 5 times gravity was only just becoming a challenge. The training content allowed them to choose any weapon, and everyone picked what they were best at. After Kron entered the 5 times gravity room, the others admired his courage, and several girls in particular began paying attention to him. Fa wanted to get Kron's attention and hoped to latch onto him for an opportunity. Ilya watched Kron from a distance, her brows tightly furrowed. She could tell that Kron's average attributes had already exceeded 500, and she didn't understand how he had managed it. Even if he had gone wild killing in the death prison, he still shouldn't have improved this fast. Everyone began training and soon discovered that the gravity rooms consumed far too much stamina. In particular, those who chose triple gravity quickly couldn't hold on. Within half an hour, their arms and legs were aching unbearably. Some people secretly glanced at Kron, hoping to see him get tired too, but Kron was still swinging his sword with ease, not the least bit exhausted. Once again, everyone felt the gap between them. By the end of the day's training, Kron alone had completed the entire course, and his efficiency far surpassed everyone else's. Ilya looked at the newcomers collapsed on the ground and sighed in speechless exasperation. She said coldly, "With performance like yours, you're the worst in history. Go home and drink milk already. In 4 months, just wait to be kicked out." The newcomers couldn't believe it. They had originally regarded Ilya as a goddess, but now they were stunned and speechless after being scolded. Someone couldn't help but try to resist. "On what grounds do you say that about us? Did I say anything wrong? If you can't even handle this much training, shouldn't you be scolded? This training load isn't something ordinary people can withstand." An ordinary person? Someone who can enter the Adjudication Legion and still be called ordinary. The other person was left speechless. "This is the first and last time. If I hear such nonsense again, you can get lost on your own." With an overwhelming aura, Ilya crushed everyone in the room. After speaking, she turned and left. This was the real Ilya. She was kind to Clan because Clan was far too outstanding, but she was always proud and indifferent toward ordinary people. After Ilya left, everyone looked unwilling. One of them, unable to swallow his resentment, went to Clan. "Clan, we can't beat her. Go teach her a lesson. Can you really stand being humiliated by her?" In truth, he mainly wanted to drag Clan into opposing Ilya, and he was also jealous of how outstanding Clan was. Deep down, he even hoped Clan would challenge Ilya and get beaten up. If that didn't work, it would be fine if Ilya suffered a bit of a loss. Clan just glanced at him and found his little scheme laughable. Being looked at by Clan like that, the man sensed something was wrong, but he still forced himself to say, "Clan, why do you keep staring at me? Do you think I'm wrong? Ask everyone if you don't believe me." The others hurriedly distanced themselves. No, Clan can do whatever he wants. We don't support him. Right, don't drag us into this." Everyone frantically drew a line between themselves and him, afraid of offending Clan. The man froze, almost vomiting blood from anger. He never expected anyone to back him up. Since everyone in the Adjudication Legion had decent strength, they knew which side to stand on, so there were hardly any fools. But there were always some detestable people. A girl couldn't help but speak up and advise, "Don't take it to heart, Clan. He's just trying to help everyone. Be generous." Clan already thought his day was bad enough, and he hadn't expected to run into flies as well. He sneered and said to the man, "Stop pretending. I know what you're trying to do. And you too, don't be disgusting. Now the two of you slap each other in the face until I'm satisfied. I might forgive you then." Those words left both of them stunned, their faces turning ugly. Do I need to repeat myself? Clan, don't go too far. Don't use your status to bully people. That's right, Clan. You're a man, yet you're so petty. It's truly disgraceful. Everyone around them gasped, taking a sharp breath. These two were unbelievably bold. They knew Cran was in a bad mood and still dared to go head-to-head with him. Some people had already quietly backed away, afraid they'd be caught in the crossfire later. Seeing this, Cran's lips curled into a playful smile. He hadn't expected these two to actually dare to talk back, completely fearless. Bang! He suddenly kicked the boy in the chest, sending him flying. The man slammed into the wall and slid down, coughing up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Looking up in terror, he nearly thought his life was over. The girl was terrified too. She hadn't expected Cran to really make a move, and to be so ruthless at that. Cran said coldly, "Slap yourself. 1,000 times." The girl froze for a moment, then hurriedly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. It really was my first time." Can't you understand what I'm saying? As Kran spoke, he walked toward her. The girl hurriedly slapped her own face, the sound crisp and loud. That's how it is. Not one less. You, come supervise her. Kran pointed at someone at random. That person immediately answered, not daring to offend Kran. Kran walked up to the boy who had been kicked and delivered another kick to his stomach. Bang! After several more kicks, the other man clutched his stomach and curled up, unable to get up. His face, legs, and back were all battered, blood staining him all over. No one dared interfere anymore. Seeing this, the girl slapped herself even more forcefully. Half an hour later, Kran finally stopped and left. Even after he was gone, the girl still didn't dare slack off. Kran had changed after his life in the death prison. He no longer cared about the lives or futures of those who offended him. The next day, the matter had already spread throughout the Legion. The veterans thought Kran was too arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson, but no one dared make a move. After all, Kran was now a marquis. Kran paid no attention to those rumors. Even if someone refused to submit, he would rather die than not tear off a piece of their flesh. She thought of the rumors from yesterday and figured that person probably wouldn't come back again, maybe not even return to the Judgment Legion. She didn't feel much sympathy. She just continued training indifferently. But the two of them had offended Kran, and their condition was terrible. Before training even ended, they passed out. A month passed quickly, and everyone had improved quite a bit, with Kran improving the most. In that month, his base attributes increased by 25 points, and his swordsmanship talent increased by 7 points, bringing it to 27 points. Just yesterday, he also added 1 point of charm, raising it to 90. His temperament and appearance underwent a qualitative transformation. Kran looked at himself in the mirror and was very satisfied, thinking that if he were a woman, he would like himself too. In addition, his level had risen to 56. Premium monster meat, massive amounts of training, and added talent points were all indispensable. This improvement was indeed outrageous. Today they were being reassigned, ending rookie training and officially beginning missions. Through internal maneuvering, Kran was smoothly assigned to Ilya's team. Ilya had exactly 10 people under her, and Kran was the only recruit. They were heading to the battlefield, and Kran wasn't nervous or excited. He had seen plenty of big scenes before. White wings unfolded behind the people of the Judgment Legion. That was why they wore judgment armor. The armor had powerful attributes and various support functions, such as flight. It was very fast and highly maneuverable. One day later, they arrived at the main battlefield of the Holy See. Although the Holy See claimed to be neutral, it still had duties. Its main tasks were to clear out magical beasts, shut down teleportation gates, and wipe out cults. That was the core responsibility of the Holy See. 10 golden-armored judgment enforcers descended, and the silver-armored soldiers around them all looked over, mostly with envy, admiration, or jealousy. The team members enjoyed these looks very much, but Kran felt nothing. He knew the Judgment Legion was not an achievement for him. He had only one goal, to become the one and only, otherwise everything was a failure. Soon, the Legion commander came over. He looked quite miserable, with sweat in his hair, injuries on his face, and damaged armor, which showed how brutal the fighting had been. Welcome. No need for formalities. What's the situation now? Ilya asked directly. The Legion commander didn't get angry. He let them into the tent and cast a soundproofing spell before saying, "The situation is severe. The enemy has appeared with units similar to fallen angels. They mainly move at night, and they're fast, strong, poisonous in their attacks, and numerous. We investigated and found that they're using dark sorcery to turn ordinary people into fallen angels. We hope you can infiltrate the enemy camp, find those converters, and take them out." Kran frowned. Sure enough, the Judgment Legion's mission was not simple. Ilya nodded. Understood. We'll investigate the fallen angels tonight first. After saying that, she looked at her team. Did you all hear that clearly? Yes, everyone answered in unison. Then Ilya arranged the follow-up actions. Her superior ordered, Winu, Siroa, Ashan, the three of you go to Evening Breeze City and find out what's going on. After the three agreed, the Legion commander continued to provide more intelligence. The fallen angels are ugly and extremely hard to kill. Unless you destroy their heads, they'll keep attacking, just like the undead. After the briefing, the three immediately set out, looking for a way into the city. Since it was wartime, Evening Breeze City was completely sealed off and heavily patrolled, so they couldn't get in and had to find a way to sneak inside. With limited intelligence, Ilya asked Kran to go outside and observe the battlefield so he could become familiar with the environment. Kran agreed and left. The rest of the team saw Ilya's gentle attitude toward Kran and found it strange, suspecting that she had been possessed. Everyone cast puzzled looks at Ilya. She coldly said, "Are your eyes no longer needed?" And everyone immediately withdrew their gazes, guessing in their hearts that Kran and her relationship was anything but ordinary. Kran flew out of the tent and looked down over the military camp. He saw the camp in utter chaos, with injured soldiers and deep purple corpses poisoned to death everywhere. When these corpses were cremated, even the flames were purple, showing how deadly the poison was. The camp was like a living hell, but Kron had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the death prison, so he was used to it. He only felt that these soldiers were far better than those criminals in the prison, which was a pity. As night was about to fall, Kron returned to the tent. Ilya asked him what he thought, and Kron replied calmly, "I hope there's no war." The others had originally expected him to deliver some profound speech, but instead he gave such a simple answer, which was rather surprising. Ilya encouraged him, "As long as you're strong enough, you can stop war." Kron gave a brief reply. Night was approaching, and Ilya told everyone to prepare for the enemy. Everyone grew tense and stared toward Evening Breeze City. Kron looked as well, knowing that something major was very likely to happen tonight, and that it was also the best time to investigate Evening Breeze City. The night deepened, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. On the Judgment Legion's side, torches were quickly lit, and those who could cast illumination spells also began using magic to light up the surroundings. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the direction of Evening Breeze City. Though the sky was dark, there was faint moonlight, and Kron saw a large mass of black shadows approaching. As the shadows drew near, he made out a swarm of humanoid monsters with transparent mosquito wings, purple bodies all over, and skin as dry as tree bark. The Legion commander said these were fallen angels, ugly in appearance and reeking terribly. Kron felt that calling them fallen angels didn't quite fit. They looked more like giant mosquito monsters. As for that stench, he knew at once from the smell that it was the odor of rotting corpses. These fallen angels were not living beings at all, but corpse puppets created by some kind of evil sorcery. The fallen angels came flying in like a swarm of locusts, so densely packed that even Ilya frowned, finally understanding why the Holy Sea's army had been beaten so badly. She decided to test the strength of these monsters. Some soldiers, seeing the fallen angels arriving in swarms, were on the verge of collapse. Their numbers far exceeded anything they had encountered before, and this was clearly not a battle they could win. At that moment, Ilya directly drew out her black iron greatsword and sent a sword cheese slashing into the mass of fallen angels. Although it killed many of them, sending them raining down like raindrops, they were quickly swallowed up by the others. Yet she did not rush. A few seconds later, she unleashed an even stronger strike, wiping out another huge swath of fallen angels in an instant. These two attacks lifted the morale of some of the soldiers who had already been despairing. The other soldiers of the Judgment Legion also began to attack. Though not as strong as Ilya, each strike still killed many fallen angels. Clan noticed that Ilya still seemed to be holding something back. Soon after, he joined the battle himself, and with the enhancement of his weapon, a single strike could kill more than a dozen fallen angels. But he discovered that his sword Chi, which could normally effortlessly cleave through iron, could now only pierce one or two fallen angels at most. The defensive power of these monsters was extremely strong. No wonder Ilya could only kill so many at once. The number of fallen angels was still enormous, and the more they were killed, the more kept coming. Before long, they flew above the army, and the Legion commander immediately ordered, "Form ranks. Raise shields." The soldiers quickly assembled a shield wall, a neat silver iron barrier sealing off the top, while the fallen angels dove down like a torrential storm. The clanging of metal rang out in a continuous roar. From above, all that could be seen were purple-black bat-winged monsters packed together in a horrifying scene, each impact adding greater pressure to the soldiers below. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Silver Lion Legion were all elite fighters above the first rank, and they still held the line firmly. The Legion was made up of elites, with the average soldier at peak third rank, which was why they could hold out so long in direct combat against the fallen angels. The lower-ranking fallen angels slammed madly against the iron wall, and no matter how formidable the Silver Lion Legion was, they could not endure for long. They used spears to stab enemies through the gaps in the shields, while the Mage Corps launched spells in unison. Fire magic dealt the most damage, able to kill several fallen angels at once. Clan was quickly surrounded by fallen angels, but he rushed in coldly, killing anything he saw. The Judgment Armor's defense was overwhelming. The fallen angels simply could not break through it. He cut down enemies all the way through, utterly crushing them like mowing grass. The fallen angels were numerous but evenly matched in strength, and hardly any could threaten Clan. The other members of the Judgment Legion were also fighting with frenzied ferocity. At this time, 3 people in black armor in Winu City noticed the battle. Seeing the fallen angels being instantly killed by the Judgment Legion, they were completely taken aback. Their original plan had been to finish everyone off tonight, But this group of golden-armored warriors had ruined everything. Where did these guys suddenly come from? Our insect monsters are getting instantly killed. Those few golden shadows must be the Judgment Legion. Hearing the words Judgment Legion, all three of them froze. They all knew of this force's reputation. Once the Holy See sent in 100 Judgment Warriors, the situation would basically be settled. They had originally thought the Holy See had no intention of sending anyone, but they had been wrong. What do we do now? The leader said calmly. No matter how strong they are, it's only those few. At most they can hold us off for a few days. The Bug King is almost born, just hold out until then. The three of them regained their confidence and were once again full of trust in the Bug King. On Clan's side, he fought through most of the night, but the fallen angels still could not be completely wiped out. The entire battle lasted until dawn before the fallen angels finally retreated, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. Clan rarely felt tired. Only then did he finally understand why the soldiers had fallen into despair. These people had been locked in a desperate struggle with monsters for an entire month. Fire mages began burning the corpses to prevent plague. At daybreak, the three people Weenu had sent out unexpectedly returned. Ilya asked them what they had found, and Weenu nodded, saying they had successfully infiltrated the city last night, but the scene inside was so gruesome that even he did not want to talk about it in detail. Ilya told him to speak, and Weenu explained in a solemn voice. There are almost no living people in the city. They're all bug cocoons. There are too many of those purple-black transparent cocoons to count, and every cocoon has thick blood vessels attached to it. Following them led us to a central point, where they were throwing all the living people into a huge blood pool. Wanu said they saw many people still struggling in the blood pool, but their bodies had already been corroded and would soon turn into blood water. The guards were too tight, so they didn't make a move. Those people were nourishment for the insect cocoons. Beneath the cocoons was also a gigantic insect egg, which was about to hatch. After hearing this, Aaliyah frowned. She hadn't expected Wanfeng City to have become like this already. Since there are no living people left in Wanfeng City, then there's no need for it to exist. No one understood what Aaliyah was going to do. She walked out of the tent, and Clan and the others followed. Aaliyah whistled, and the silver dragon flew over. Clan seemed to guess what she intended to do. As the silver dragon descended, the soldiers hastily backed away, their faces filled with terror. Aaliyah said to Clan, "Today I'll let you see my real skills." She mounted the silver dragon. The plan has changed, from decapitation to destroying the city, Aaliyah said, and immediately rode the silver dragon toward Wanfeng City, with Clan and the others quickly following behind. The three people in black armor on the city wall were discussing in low voices. Someone said it wasn't strange for the Judgment Legion to have a dragon, but this silver dragon was still immature, so perhaps a swarm of bodies could win. Aaliyah rode the silver dragon over the city, and as soon as the soldiers tried to resist, the silver dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire, burning all the gate guards to death. "Quick, release the insect monsters," the black-armored man ordered hurriedly. Only then did Clan realize how pale Winu's description had been. The city was filled with disgusting insect eggs, at the very least hundreds of thousands, and possibly even millions. Seeing this, Aaliyah directly controlled the silver dragon, continuously incinerating the insect cocoons with dragon fire. Soon the flames spread throughout the entire city. Riding the silver dragon, she harvested lives like the Grim Reaper. Still not satisfied, lightning flashed in her eyes, and a 100-meter-tall Titan phantom appeared behind her. The oppressive pressure shocked Clan. This was Titan bloodline. If Aaliyah really unleashed her full power, Wanfeng City would be destroyed in an instant. Aaliyah clenched her hand in the air, and lightning appeared in her grasp, synchronizing with the Titan phantom. She brought the lightning down together, and thunder crashed forth, destroying everything within range, like the thunder god in myth. Clan and the others were stunned. Wanu came back to himself and said, "Stop standing there. Follow me to find the biggest insect cocoon. That's the most dangerous one." Everyone followed. Clan looked at Aaliyah again and thought, is this the power of an S-rank talent holder? Then he thought of Xingxin. The other party had awakened the soul of a fallen angel. Although his level wasn't as high as Aaliyah's, his combat strength was not to be underestimated either. Those three black-armored guys had originally wanted to fight to the death, but seeing the situation spiral out of control, they immediately fled in tacit understanding through a secret passage. Before leaving, they even released the remaining fallen angels, buying themselves time. After the heavenly thunder and dragon fire, Wanfeng City fell into complete chaos. Most of the insect eggs were destroyed, and the whole city would soon be beyond saving. Fallen angels burst out in swarms, but Aaliyah showed no mercy and wiped out large swaths of them with a single strike of thunder. Originally, Aaliyah had wanted to let Clan use this as training, But this battle was too dangerous, and ordinary soldiers couldn't hold out. She decisively took action, clearing the area at astonishing speed and flattening Wanfeng City. When she dug into the underground, she suddenly stopped because she saw the legendary gigantic insect cocoon, but the thing was already gone. Clan and the others rushed over. Seeing the empty cocoon, Wainu said in disbelief, "It hatched ahead of time." At the same time, a monster with flesh exposed all over its body appeared at the corner of the city, staring fixedly at Kron and the others as if trying to remember what they looked like. Kron and Ilya sensed something was wrong and looked over, but found no trace of it. They both knew trouble was serious now. The monster that should never have escaped had gotten away. After destroying the city, Ilya ordered everyone to split into groups and hunt down the monsters, saying it had just been born and was slow-moving, so there was a chance to catch up to it. The others immediately spread out in 4 directions to search. Meanwhile, seeing the gap in combat strength between them and the Silver Lion Legion, everyone felt extremely indignant. Kron teamed up with Weinu and Ashen and headed west. He had a vague feeling that something was going to happen. Sure enough, a red tail suddenly shot out to attack. Kron reacted quickly and barely managed to block it with Thunder Fong, almost losing his grip. Weinu stepped in just in time and cut the tail off. Ashen gave a signal, and the 3 of them stood back to back, guarding against their surroundings. Sensing the earth veins' fluctuations, Ashen made several sword strikes, each one precisely piercing the blood monster underground. Kron immediately understood that this was Ashen's innate ability, allowing him to predict the enemy with pinpoint accuracy. Seeing that underground ambushes were useless, the other party simply drilled out of the ground and revealed its true form. The moment the Insect King appeared, the 3 of them froze, feeling only disgust. The Insect King was a humanoid monster, with all sorts of insect traits mixed into its body. Its mouth was filled with fangs, it had 8 eyes, insect horns atop its head, long and spiny limbs, a blood-red scorpion tail dragging behind its rear, and underdeveloped wings on its back. Its hard armor was also incomplete, clearly meaning it had not fully grown before being forced to emerge. The Insect King's wounds healed extremely quickly, and its recovery power was astonishing. It let out a roar, its 8 eyes fixed on the 3 of them as it charged ferociously toward them. The Insect King on the ground was even faster, and at a glance it targeted the weakest among them, Kron. Just as its claw was about to grab Kron, Weinu rushed up and blocked the attack with a dagger. The Insect King's scorpion tail stabbed in from the other side, only to be blocked by Ashen's sword. Kron seized the opportunity to counterattack as well, cutting straight through the Insect King's body with 1 strike. The Insect King angrily flung Kron away, but the severe injury did not affect it. Its wound healed at high speed, and a cruel smile appeared on its face. But for Kron and the other 2, this was their first time working together, yet they were extremely in sync. Weinu and Ashen handled defense, while Kron took the main offensive role. Kron was not good at defense, so focusing on offense was the best arrangement. As time passed, the 3 of them became more and more alarmed while fighting. Not only did the Insect King have astonishing recovery and seemingly endless stamina, it almost completely ignored all kinds of attacks and was not afraid of poison either. Continuing like this, the 3 of them understood clearly that with their current strength, they simply could not kill it. The Insect King also realized it could not kill the 3 of them, so it turned and fled. The 3 immediately gave chase. The Insect King did not run very fast, probably because it had not fully developed. Not long after, Ilya arrived at the battlefield. After taking a look at the scene, she quickly locked onto the direction and pursued after them. After seeing the Insect King's true form, even Ilya, who was used to seeing monsters, was nearly disgusted. "You really do live long enough to see all kinds of ugly things," Ilya said coldly, clearly not taking the Insect King seriously at all. Enraged, the Insect King charged frantically toward Ilya, its aura surging wildly and its muscles tightening all over its body, looking as if it was about to pierce straight through her. Ilya simply lifted her foot and stepped directly on the Insect King's face. Before the Insect King could even react, she had already stomped it to the ground. No matter how it struggled, it could not move at all, as if it were pinned down by a mountain. It resisted with all its strength, but with just a slight force from Ilya's foot, the Insect King's head exploded outright, and its body stopped moving. Seeing this, behind the scenes, Clan reminded him, "This guy's recovery is too strong. He can survive even with a headshot." As soon as he finished speaking, Ilya struck down with a bolt of lightning. The corpse instantly turned black and charred. Seeing that, Clan fell silent. Ilya picked up the charred remains and said, "Interesting. Even this can't kill it." Clan and the others were speechless, only feeling the monster's life force was terrifying. Ilya prepared to take the corpse back for study. Suddenly, Flesh emerged from within the corpse and shot straight at Clan. It was too fast. Even Ilya had no time to react. The flesh pierced into Clan's body. A wave of searing pain hit him, and he felt something swimming inside his body, instantly filling him with fear. Ilya rushed over at once and slammed a palm against Clan's chest. Electricity poured in, and the inner and outer forces began to clash fiercely. Ilya carefully protected Clan's body while the Bug King's power crazily fought for control of the body. Ilya warned, "Hold on. Don't pass out, or it's over." Clan held on with all his strength, while Ilya felt guilty, never expecting such an accident. Whether he could make it through now depended on Clan himself. Time dragged on, and the pain inside Clan's body never stopped. Fortunately, his constitution was strong enough that he didn't die. Ilya said, "Clan, we just used up a lot of its power. It's temporarily calmed down. There's a risky plan. Whether you want to try it is up to you." Clan asked with difficulty, "What plan?" "Seal it inside your body. Ordinary methods can't kill it. After sealing it, it will temporarily stop causing destruction. You must improve your strength as soon as possible, or it will break the seal and replace you. The faster you grow, the stronger the seal becomes, and you can even absorb its power to strengthen yourself." Clan agreed immediately. Ilya nodded, believing he wouldn't lose. Ilya immediately prepared the sealing technique and had the others stay on guard. She took out the materials and inscribed talismans on Clan. The sealing process was not painful. Clan felt a new force added to his body. Sensing it, the Bug King once again slammed wildly against the seal, but Clan was able to endure it. Ilya said, "Your body is stronger than I expected. Cultivate well. If it hurts too much, I'll help you again." Clan nodded in agreement. After an hour of assault, he finally calmed down and found himself locked in a cage. At first, anger drove him to keep smashing into it, but he gradually realized that this cage was absorbing his power. The more fiercely he attacked, the faster his strength drained away. So he chose to settle down and wait for a chance after his strength increased. After completing the mission, Clan and his teammates returned to rest for a day. He went back to his room, took off his clothes, and looked in the mirror, seeing the 5-pointed magical array on his chest. He felt a little uncomfortable. He wondered when he could get rid of this thing, then continued cultivating, not giving the other side any chance to control him. When mobilizing his magic power, Clan discovered that there was an additional evil force inside his body and judged that it should be the Bug King's power. But he remembered what Ilya had said. Every time he used the Bug King's power, he would be eroded more severely. So he didn't take the risk of using it. The next day, Clan went to Ilya for a follow-up check. Ilya took out the things she had prepared and asked whether his body had any abnormalities. Clan said he felt like something had been added inside him. Ilya said the seal needed to be strengthened and told him to take off his clothes and lie down. She reinforced the seal until it finally became 7 layers. It wasn't until the next morning that the sealing was finally finished. Ilya told Clan that this made it safer, and that in critical moments he could use the Bug King's power, but it was best not to exceed half an hour each time. Clan agreed. Inside Clan's body, the Bug King had only been there for a day, yet its body had already grown larger by half. It began another assault on the seal, but this time the impact left it with splitting pain in its head, and it discovered that the seal was far sturdier than before. It didn't understand why. Losing all reason, it attacked crazily, but this time it was injured even more severely. Sensing its power draining away, panic rose in its heart, and it couldn't believe it might die here. Outside, Ilya took Clan to meet the Pope. After checking the seal, the Pope nodded in approval, though his eyes carried reproach, clearly very displeased that something had happened to Clan. But fortunately, he was unharmed. Upon hearing the Pope's words, Clan pricked up his ears and listened carefully. "The thing inside your body is very strong, with tremendous potential. If you can absorb it, that's equivalent to gaining another S-rank talent. Then you'll have 2 S-rank talents." Clan froze for a moment. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Although the risk was huge, high returns always come with high risks, and such a chance would be hard to come by again. Seeing how calm Clan was, the Pope nodded, thinking his mentality was even better than expected, so there was no need to worry. "All right, nothing else. Go back. You still have a new mission today." Clan nodded and left with Ilya. He was extremely excited in his heart. If he could devour the guy in his heart, his strength would definitely soar. But he quickly calmed down. He had to be careful, or he might be devoured instead. He couldn't be careless. Very soon, the team received a new mission. This time it wasn't an assassination mission, and the target had changed as well. They were to destroy a black hole that could teleport demonic beasts. The destination was far away, and everyone flew for 2 days before arriving. From afar, Clan could already smell the rotten stench of the demonic beasts. Ilya said, "Clan, this time you and Venu will go scout with the others." "All right." Clan understood that Ilya was training him comprehensively, and that he would have to carry out whatever mission came next. He set off with Venu and Ashong. As they neared the destination, Venu used his ability, and the three of them's presence instantly vanished, becoming completely invisible. Clan was greatly shocked. As expected, the people of the Judgment Legion really had skills. They arrived near the black hole, a place called the Abyss, where countless demonic beasts had gathered around it. This abyss produced abyssal specters, a type of undead demonic beast that could reach as high as rank 9. However, there were no rank 9 ones on site. The strongest were 3 rank 7 abyssal lords. The other abyssal specters roamed about everywhere. Low-level undead had no brains and only attacked when they encountered living beings. Only high-level ones possessed intelligence. The 3 of them dared not be careless and carefully counted the number of demonic beasts. More than 3,000 rank 4 and below ones, around 300 rank 5s, 50 rank 6s, and 3 rank 7s. The abyss was still in a berserk state, with demonic beasts continually climbing out. After confirming that no special mutated demonic beasts had been found, the 3 of them withdrew. After returning, Venu had Clan report. Clan briefly summarized the intelligence. Venu was very satisfied and felt that Clan was highly capable. No wonder his results were outstanding. Understood. Since no strong enemy had been found, Ilya began arranging the next step of the operation. The tactic was very clear. Ashong and the other high combat power members would clear out the abyssal lords. Clan would handle the rank 6 abyssal generals. The others would each take on their own roles, and Ilya would specifically clear the small fry. The division of labor was reasonable, so they went straight into action. Ilya didn't use the Silver Dragon, because this time the main goal was to train the team, especially Clan. After the group reached the battlefield, they exchanged glances and all charged into the abyssal specters to start slaughtering. The 9 of them swept through like harvesters. The abyssal specters looked like armored zombies, but their armor was actually part of their bodies, giving them very high defense. But Clan still found it very easy to kill them. One slash could take out several at once. The 3 abyssal lords watched coldly from the side. Clan was struck repeatedly, but the abyssal specter's attacks basically couldn't break through his defense. Ilya flew into the air and unleashed a heavenly thunderbolt, instantly wiping out the abyssal specters in front of Clan. Seizing the opportunity, Clan rushed toward the abyssal general. At this moment, Clan's level was close to 60, and he could fight above his level. Facing a few 6-tier demon generals was no pressure at all. He walked up to one of the demon generals. The nether demon general was tall and thin, clad in dark green armor all over, moving extremely fast, and its attacks also carried spiritual burning. Once struck, it could easily cause a brief loss of focus, and repeated hits could even damage one's mind. But those with high spiritual power had stronger resistance. Clan knew its traits. As long as he didn't get hit, that was fine. He struck first, and the demon general on the opposite side roared in fury and fought back. Its iron staff came crashing down, and Clan met it with his longsword. With a sharp clang, the other's arm bones cracked, but the undead felt no pain, and the demon general kept fighting head-on. After several rounds of direct collisions, the demon general's arm snapped clean off, clearly beyond his expectations. His body should have been extremely tough, yet now he had been crippled outright. Clan did not stop. With one sword strike, he chopped off the other's head. The demon general's body ran around headless in a frenzy, while the green glowing head still stared at Clan. Soon the corpse knelt and collapsed, and Clan kicked the head away with one foot. To kill a nether demon general, one must either blast its entire body to pieces, destroy its head, or separate the head from the body for long enough. After killing one, Clan looked at the remaining nether demon generals, only to find that they were merely watching coldly and did not rush him together, which surprised him. He had thought they would surround him directly. At that moment, another nether demon general charged over. Seeing the other's appearance, Clan was stunned. Was this one going to challenge him one-on-one? He did not understand the purpose of such a move, but the next second the 2 of them were already fighting, and in the end the opponent was quickly beaten apart by Clan. After that, they still came up one by one in rotation. What was worth noting was that the netherfolk and nether soldiers nearby did not step forward either. They only watched from the side. Slowly, Clan seemed to understand that after gaining intelligence, these people had also become proud and unwilling to gang up on an opponent. Although taking turns like this was very draining, Clan's stamina could fully hold up. He could fight for a whole day and night without issue. In the end, they cleared out all the netherfolk in just 3 hours. Everyone came to the front of the abyssal black hole and watched the monsters continuously crawling out of it. Wainu explained to Clan that in a berserk state, the black hole could not be sealed off, otherwise it might make the abyss even more dangerous and swallow everything around it. After hearing this, Clan's expression also turned serious. and he continued guarding the entrance, killing all the monsters that crawled out. Only after 2 days did the black hole gradually calm down. The originally enormous black hole began to shrink, and the rate at which monsters emerged also slowed. 6 hours later, the black hole had shrunk to the size of a basketball. After letting out a sigh of relief, Ilya began to repair the abyss with magic power. The method of repairing the abyss was different from what Clan had imagined. It didn't require sealing techniques, but rather the restoration of space. Only those with very strong magic control could do it, and in the Legion, only squad leader-level personnel were qualified. Even Ilya had spent half a day on the repair. After the black hole completely disappeared, they could finally return. But after 1 day of rest, a new assignment came in again, and it was still repairing the abyss. At first, Clan didn't feel much about it. The difficulty of the task didn't change much. Only the kinds of magical beasts were different. After that, assignments kept coming one after another. Within a month, Clan had already completed 10 of them and didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt quite relaxed. But the other colleagues were not like that. Many of them were actually quite fed up, but the benefits were too good to quit. Each completed mission was settled separately in points. Over the course of the month, Clan's lowest single payout was 300,000 points, and the highest was 700,000. Today was also payday. He finally received his first reward, 1 million points and 10 bottles of 6th-tier magic potions. As long as he completed 2 missions, his tier would increase by 10%. Based on his mission load for the month, he ultimately received 2.2 million points, 2 bottles of 7th-tier magic potions, and 5 bottles of 6th-tier magic potions. Over the month, his attributes improved quite a bit. During training, the Insect King repeatedly impacted his body, but it didn't affect him at all. During the holiday, Clan wanted to try using magic potions to assist his cultivation. He entered the training room and took out a bottle of 7th-tier magic potion. Although, in theory, one would normally use 6th tier at this level, he planned to give it a try. The potion's power was too strong. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand it. Not only would they fail to absorb it, they might even injure themselves. But Clan was no ordinary person, and he swallowed the potion without hesitation. As the liquid entered his body, Clan's whole body heated up. He immediately activated the thunderous body tempering technique and directly broke through his limits, with his strength soaring. He had originally been at the peak of level 59, but in an instant he reached level 60. After absorbing the potion's power, his level kept surging. 61, 62. The power brought by the breakthrough made Clan unable to stop. After level 60, each time he advanced a level, the magic power he gained increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Clan had completely absorbed the potion's power and finally stopped at level 63. The increase was astonishing, proving that he was indeed well suited to 7th tier resources. Clan decided that from now on he would only use 7th tier magic potions. However, long-term use of magic potions would accumulate impurities, clog the body, and affect cultivation. So he decided to soak in the Holy Spirit Spring once a month to cleanse the impurities, at a cost of 500,000 points each time. Within the Legion, everyone soaked in the Holy Spirit Spring every month, with all kinds of high expenses continuing non-stop. This was also one of the secrets behind the Legion's enduring strength. Clan's attributes surged greatly that month. Strength 796, Agility 768, Constitution 804, Spirit 761. In just 1 month, each had risen by nearly 200. Leveling up, cultivation, eating high-grade magical beast meat, as well as magic potions and the Insect King's magic power, all of Clan's enhancements were maxed out. When the assessment day arrived, Clan reported on time. The assessment space was separate for each person, with automatic scoring and ranking. The Legion commander spoke, and everyone was very nervous, afraid of being eliminated. Clan felt nothing. With 3 months of time, he was completely unafraid. They couldn't eliminate him. Suddenly, a light sphere appeared, and the intense brightness made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. After Clan's vision recovered, he had already entered an independent assessment space, and a mental shock struck his head. The surrounding environment was highly realistic, no different from reality. He muttered to himself, hiding behind a rock. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly slashed the rock apart with one sword, and the magical beast hiding behind it was also. Clan killed his opponent, but didn't rush to look around. Instead, he moved forward cautiously. It was his first time taking part in the assessment, and he was wary of everything here. The magical beasts he encountered along the way were all very weak, and he dealt with them easily. But the mental interference grew stronger and stronger, changing from a slight itch at the beginning to a stabbing pain. Clan understood that if this continued, it would get even worse, but it was still bearable. He continued forward. About an hour had already passed, and he had killed more than 100 magical beasts. Yet he still hadn't encountered any above the 5th tier. They were all slain with a single move. By now, the stabbing pain in his mind had become even more pronounced, but it was still within his tolerance. This assessment was torture for anyone. Clan felt that nobody was getting that much money unfairly. At this point, he encountered a 6th tier magical beast for the first time and still dealt with it easily. The mental impact also surged, and the pain intensified. Outside, all the other rookie participants from the same batch had been eliminated. The Legion commander wasn't surprised. The overall level of this crop of newcomers wasn't high. Once the 3-month protection period was over, they would all be weeded out. She only cared about Clan, and felt he was very much like the King Academy's first-generation pope, born to grow stronger. She silently looked forward to it. Clan, how will you perform next? Clan in the assessment didn't disappoint her. He kept killing 6th tier magical beasts, his condition remaining steady. It wasn't until he encountered his first 7th tier magical beast that Clan truly faced one for the first time, and the mental impact gave him a splitting headache. But he never thought about giving up, because death had no cost. The 7th tier Flame Cloud Leopard was extremely fast, and took the initiative to attack Clan. With a difference of more than 70 levels and attributes, Clan once again felt the pressure. This kind of chance was rare, and he cherished it especially. The Flame Cloud Leopard attacked fiercely, leaving Clan almost unable to fight back. Ordinary people would have given up long ago, but he persisted in looking for a chance to counterattack. He occasionally managed to hit the Flame Cloud Leopard a few times, but it had no effect and only enraged his opponent further. After seeing the situation clearly, Clan decided to change his approach. He came up with a way to win in a short time. A few minutes later, he deliberately revealed an opening. The Flame Cloud Leopard instantly seized the chance and pierced his chest with one claw. It showed a cruel expression, obviously believing victory was already in hand. Clan went all out, gripping the Flame Cloud Leopard's claw tightly. Seeing the strange smile on Clan's face, the Flame Cloud Leopard suddenly sensed something was wrong. It tried to pull its claw back, but it could not break free at all. Although it was clearly stronger, Clan unleashed all his magic power and actually suppressed it for a brief moment. The Flame Cloud Leopard attacked Clan madly, but Clan pierced its abdomen with Thunder Fong, then violently stirred with both hands, completely ignoring his own injuries as he intended to put it to death. The Flame Cloud Leopard was racked with pain, struggling desperately to escape, but Clan directly jumped onto its back, boogay it any chance. The two beasts bit and tore at each other like maniacs in the end, and Clan won, but at the cost of one leg and one arm. His body was covered in fatal injuries, and he was almost beyond saving. Clan didn't win because he was stronger, but because he was fiercer and more insane than the Flame Cloud Leopard. Just after killing the Flame Cloud Leopard, Clan ran into another 7th tier Thunder Snake. He knew he had no more tricks left, and his final resistance was useless. He was soon swallowed by the Thunder Snake. Not long after, Clan opened his eyes and found himself completely unharmed. Looking around, he realized that he had actually become one of the first dozen or so assessors to wake up, completely avoiding elimination. Everyone else who had been eliminated was staring at him with monster-like eyes, unable to understand how, as a first-time participant, he could achieve such a result. In just 2 months, the gap had already widened. Clan glanced at his overall rating: Talent Potential S, Strength C, Agility C, Constitution C+, Spirit C, Willpower, Overall Evaluation C+. His attributes were extremely balanced, all concentrated between C and C+. Even Ilya was surprised when she saw it, not expecting him to be so even, and felt that this kind of hexagonal warrior was very rare. At this age, having all attributes at C was already excellent. Ordinary people were D, those with slightly better talent were D+, and even top-tier talent being C was rare. For a newcomer to have an overall C+ was something only an S-rank talent could achieve. Clan quickly discovered that his rank was even higher than expected. He had surpassed 19 people and ranked 981st out of more than 1,000. Although he was near the bottom, for a newcomer it was practically record-breaking. There had previously been monster-like newcomers who could win by fighting across levels. As the sky darkened, very few people remained in the assessment. They were originally squad leaders of each team, so the assessment difficulty was higher than for ordinary people, but they all could clear it. The key was unlocking the final black hole. The only difference was how fast or slow they did it. Ilya woke up first, meaning she had already cleared all the magical beasts and successfully unlocked the black hole. By then, the assessment had only been running for 12 hours. Then the second and third people woke up one after another. Clan left after watching the performances of the first 3. There was no need to keep watching the rest. He was basically certain that Ilya was the Legion commander, though he didn't know how she managed to split into a clone, or rather, whether the Legion commander was someone else in disguise. On the way back, Clan swallowed a 7th-tier magic potion, causing his strength to surge dramatically in a short time, though not as effectively as last time. After resting for a night, they received a new mission, which surprised Clan. It was an escort assignment this time. For the Judgment Legion to actually take on a task like this meant the person they were protecting was extremely important. On the road, Clan directly asked the captain who they were escorting. The captain replied that it was confidential, but the reward far exceeded anything before. Clan understood in his heart that the target was definitely extremely important. 3 days later, they finally reached their destination, having already left the church's territory and entered the capital of another country. In the Hurricane Empire, the princess was quietly dressing herself. Today she was going to a neighboring country, and when she came of age, she would marry her fiancé. Thinking of this, the princess could not help but sigh. Understanding that personal feelings were unimportant, friendship between nations was what mattered most. She hoped her fiancé was a good man. The maid comforted the princess, saying that the prince of the Explosion Flame Empire was very gentlemanly, and that she would definitely be happy in the future. A faint smile appeared on the princess's lips. She had heard of this as well, and was surprised that the Explosion Flame Empire had produced such a gentle prince. A guard outside reported that the church escort had arrived, and the princess responded, preparing to set off. The Royal Academy was involved in political marriages, and protection was usually provided by the church. That was essentially the same as no one daring to make a move. After all, opposing the church was equivalent to making an enemy of most countries, so this was the safest choice. By now, Clan and the others had entered the palace of the Hurricane Empire. They saw that the decor all around was tinted light green, and a gentle breeze flowed through the air, making the climate pleasant. The palace was built with high-grade ores and green gemstones, and was very beautiful. A maid soon came to ask them to wait a moment. The princess would be out shortly. Ilya nodded and didn't lose her temper. Soon after, they were led in front of the procession that would escort the bride. Clan heard people around them whispering. They're from the Judgment Legion. Their armor is so high-end. I heard the Judgment Legion is one of the top legions on the continent. I really don't know whether the Storm Legion of the Hurricane Empire could beat them. The Judgment Legion was famous not only within the church, but wherever they went. They were a signboard of prestige. As soon as they arrived, the escort crew fell instantly silent, and no one dared look at them for long. Even though they were standing quite close, it felt as if an invisible line separated them, making them people from two different worlds. Clan had no interest in these soldiers from the Hurricane Empire and just stood where he was. Soon, the princess came over. Clan glanced at her and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a princess, she was indeed beautiful. She had long dark green hair, emerald eyes, snow-white skin, slightly pointed ears, and a tall figure. She looked exactly like an elf. The other soldiers were also very good-looking, and Clan began to suspect that the Hurricane Empire might have elf bloodline. He felt that his guess was probably right. When the princess saw the 10 Judgment Warriors in golden armor, she was also curious. Clearly, she too wanted to know what the legendary Judgment Legion looked like without their helmets. Normally, these warriors had a very imposing aura, but now they had all restrained it, afraid of frightening the princess. The princess soon boarded the carriage, and the convoy set off immediately, with no reception ceremony. The Judgment Legion was in a hurry. This task would not be completed quickly. After all, political marriages were about grandeur. A journey that could have taken 3 days was deliberately stretched to a week, just so the entire world would know and to intimidate others. Clan didn't understand the other details either. He just needed to complete the mission. After the convoy set off, the princess drew back the curtain, and the carriage was surrounded by Clan and the others as her guards. To protect the princess, they had to stay close by. If they hadn't been worried that the princess might not be used to it, Ilya would have wanted to enter the carriage. The first day went very smoothly. Along the way, they encountered a few magical beasts, but the Hurricane Empire's guards dealt with them easily, without needing Clan and the others to act. For Clan and the others, it felt more like a vacation. The Judgment Legion would occasionally take on such easy missions, which counted as a change of pace in life. By nightfall, they arrived at Gale City. Every day they could rest in the city, so there was no need to sleep outdoors. As usual, they went to the city lord's residence to rest. The city lord received them warmly, and 2 people had to stay by the princess's side for protection. On the first day, it was Clan and Vinu's turn. After dinner, Cran and Winu stood guard at the princess's door. Although they were in the lord's mansion, they still couldn't afford to let their guard down. Suddenly, a drunken boy staggered toward the princess's room. Cran recognized him as the lord's son. "Stop right there. The princess's room is off limits." The boy froze for a moment, took a swig of wine, and said dismissively, "Who the hell do you think you are, trying to stop me? Do you know who my father is?" When Cran heard those familiar lines, he was stunned. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a spoiled second-generation rich brat. We know you're the Lord's son, but without the princess's permission, no one is allowed to come near. Take one more step, and don't blame us for being rude. The boy said arrogantly. You know who I am and still dare to be rude? This is Gale City, my territory. I insist on seeing the princess. Cran and Weenu exchanged a look, speechless. This boy was just an ordinary person and hadn't awakened any talent yet. He was probably spoiled rotten. Now they were invited to teach this guy a good lesson on the Lord's behalf, preferably in one go, so he wouldn't go on harming others. Let me do it. I'm good at this. Weenu stepped forward on his own. All right, go ahead. A few seconds later, screams rang out. Weenu was merciless, slapping him face after face. This is what happens when you try to force your way into the princess's room. This is what happens when you rely on your father being the Lord. In just a few slaps, the man sobered up, but Weenu didn't stop. The screams were so loud that they soon drew the servants. When the servants saw their young master turned into a pig-headed mess, they were all dumbfounded. None of them had expected him to get beaten at home. As for Weenu, the one doing the beating, they didn't dare provoke him either. Seeing the servants arrive, Weenu didn't make things difficult for them. Tell the Lord that his son, drunk, tried to break into the princess's room. I just taught him a little lesson. The servants breathed a sigh of relief. They knew their young master had definitely caused trouble, and this had blown up a bit too much. But they still had to face the Lord's wrath, and that made them nervous. At that moment, the princess's door suddenly opened, and Thabisa came out. What happened just now? She asked. Cran immediately replied. Someone was causing trouble, and we taught him a lesson. Thabisa wasn't surprised. She was used to all the dirty business in the palace and found nothing unusual about it. After biting her lip, she gathered her courage and said, I want to go out for a walk. Is that okay? Clan and Venu looked at each other, and although they were wearing helmets, Tabitha could still feel their awkwardness. Looks like that's not possible. Then I'll head back, Tabitha said, a little disappointed. Venu couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore and hurriedly said, I'll go ask the captain if it's okay. Tabitha was pleasantly surprised. Really? Really? After saying that, Venu left, preparing to find Ilya. Clan knew Venu was actually quite afraid of Ilya, but since he had promised, he had to go. Looking at Venu's back, Clan felt it was a bit tragic. Tabitha was staring at Clan at this moment, thinking that these judgment warriors actually weren't as cold as she had imagined. She suddenly asked curiously, My Lord Judgment Warrior, can I see what you look like under your helmet? Clan thought for a moment, then took off his helmet. A handsome face appeared before Tabitha's eyes, and the air seemed to freeze. Tabitha was a little stunned. Then Clan asked, Princess, can I put it back on now? Don't, Tabitha blurted out, immediately realizing she was being impolite, but she still wanted to look a little longer. After all, she had seen too few men since childhood, and had never seen such a good-looking one. She felt it wasn't good to keep staring, so she quickly found a topic. Are all you judgment warriors this handsome? Clan thought about the people in the Legion and realized that they really were all pale-skinned and refined-featured, with almost no ugly ones. There are basically no ugly people in the Legion. Everyone looks pretty good. Then are you considered good-looking in the Legion? Me? Clan thought for a moment. There really weren't many who could compare with him, and in the end he only shook his head. Probably not many. His tone was somewhat uncertain. After all, everyone's aesthetic sense was different. Tabitha's eyes lit up. She thought Clan's focused expression was very cute, and she almost couldn't resist wanting to pinch his face, but she held back. Then I'm really lucky. On the other side, Venu still didn't know that he was taking the risk of getting scolded just to make the beauty happy. At this moment, Ilya was cultivating when a knock suddenly sounded outside the door. Come in. Venu pushed the door open and entered, seeing the cold-faced Ilya. It had to be said that she was indeed very beautiful, but her aura was too strong, so her subordinates didn't dare have any other thoughts. Venu was somewhat timid. She asked, What is it? Speak. Venu steeled himself and said, Lord Ilya, the princess wants to go out for a stroll. Do you think that's okay? After speaking, he waited to be reprimanded. It's fine. Venu froze. You're saying it's fine? Yes, but she needs to disguise herself, and you and Clan should also accompany her disguised as ordinary people. Ilya unexpectedly agreed. All right, I'll go notify her right away. Venu ran out happily. Ilya smiled faintly. In fact, she knew very well that these next few days might be the princess's last freedom. After she left the country, she would have to be careful about everything, so she was willing to let her relax a bit. But if she did anything out of line, that was another matter. At this time, Clan was still chatting with Tabitha. Perhaps because she realized Clan was easy to talk to, Tabitha became bolder and bolder, her mouth chatting away nonstop. Is life as a judgment warrior very hard? A bit, but the benefits are good, so it's manageable. I really envy you. You can go to different places every day. Clan didn't know how to answer. In fact, if the princess really experienced this kind of work, she probably wouldn't be able to take it. The two chatted idly, and although the topic was dull, the chatting itself was nice. At this moment, Tabitha was wondering whether that prince from the Blaze Empire might be better than Clan. But in her heart she knew it was unlikely, because no matter what Clan did, it made her heart flutter. She even felt that most girls would like him if they saw him. If she weren't a princess, she would be willing to spend a night with Clan, but her status was always her constraint. Even so, chatting with Clan still made her feel very happy. When the atmosphere was just right, Wainu suddenly appeared, but he brought good news. Your Highness, the captain agreed. You may go out, but you'll need to disguise yourself. Tabesha froze, then said happily, Really? Really? However, for your safety, we'll accompany you as well. Wainu had thought that suggesting he accompany them would make the other party unhappy. After all, being followed would certainly mean less freedom, but Tabesha's reaction surprised him. Really? That's great. It'll be so much fun going out together. Tabesha was thrilled. At first, Wainu thought it was because the princess had such a good personality, until he saw Kron without his helmet. Only then did he finally understand the reason. So the princess was happy because of Kron. Even as a man, Wainu had to feel jealous of Kron's appearance. Not only was Kron highly talented, he was also outrageously handsome, practically cheating. The three quickly changed clothes and prepared to go out. Tabesha wore an ordinary floral dress, but her bearing still made it obvious at a glance that she was a young lady of high birth. Kron and Wainu also changed into coarse cloth clothes, but Kron was fair-skinned and strikingly handsome. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Wainu, on the other hand, carried a more profound air about him and was very charming as well. Seeing Kron, Tabesha couldn't take her eyes off him, even imagining that if Kron were really a commoner, she could pay to buy him and have him stay by her side, playing some exciting little games. Wow, Kron was right. Mr. Wainu is handsome too, in a different way. Tabesha praised him, though in her heart she still thought Kron was better looking. Of course, she would never say that out loud. After hearing that, Wainu's mood improved quite a bit, and he smiled as he reminded Tabesha to be careful once they were out. On the other side, the city lord's face was dark with anger as he looked at his son, who had been beaten into a pig's head. Although his son had struck first and his injuries weren't serious, he was still unhappy. After all, this was Hurricane City. Who would dare lay a hand on his son on his own turf? Moreover, his son had come to him with great difficulty. He was his reverse scale. The city lord planned to trouble Kron and Wainu, only to discover that there were no guards at the princess's room and that the person was gone as well. He immediately asked the nearby guards and learned that the princess, Kron, and the others had already disguised themselves and left. Realizing this was a good opportunity, he returned to the room and called over a young man who looked refined but had a sinister gaze, telling him to go teach a lesson to the people from the Judgment Legion. The young man was stunned upon hearing Judgment Legion, but the city lord said coldly, No need to kill them. Just teach them a lesson. They beat up my son, so they should pay a price. The young man understood the reason and nodded in agreement. The commoners all understood that this opportunity was hard to come by. I know. Kron and Wainu had already taken the princess out of the city lord's mansion. Tabesha was walking the streets for the first time, and her heart was especially excited. Since childhood, she had been kept in the imperial palace learning all kinds of rules and etiquette, and rarely could she play freely like an ordinary child. She was intelligent, quick to learn, and had always been cheerful and well-behaved, so she was deeply favored by her father, while her brothers and sisters were somewhat jealous of her. In truth, she had also wanted to get along well with her siblings, but she quickly understood that not everyone could become friends. Because of that, being able to go out boldly now felt like a dream. Kron discovered that Tabesha actually had a plan in mind. Your Highness, where are we going? To the Hurricane Gorge. There are lots of beautiful dandelions there, and I really want to see them. Kron and Wainu nodded in agreement. With their strength, even if they encountered a magical beast, they could ensure the princess's safety. The three walked through the bustling night market of Hurricane City, where the streets were brightly lit. Even Kron was somewhat dazzled by the sights, while Tabesha was running around everywhere, completely bouching a princess. She had never gone out at night before, and now she had finally realized a small bit of freedom. Tabitha ran to find Clan, only to discover that he was surrounded by several sexily dressed girls, who were enthusiastically chatting him up. Even though Tabitha had little social experience, she could see what those girls were up to. She immediately rushed over. Handsome, come play with us. We promise to make you happy. One girl even deliberately clung to Clan's arm, but Clan wasn't affected. Really no, let go of him. Tabitha shouted sharply, pulling those girls away, then directly looped her arm through Clan's as if she were his fiancée. When those girls saw her beauty, they could only leave in disgrace. After they left, Tabitha even secretly stuck out her tongue. Then she grew a little nervous, worried that Clan might be angry at her for meddling. Thank you, Princess, for helping me get out of trouble. Tabitha's eyes lit up. You don't think I was being nosy? No, and don't call me sir. Just call me Clan. I'm only almost 17. Tabitha was very surprised. That young? I didn't expect you to be so capable, joining the Judgment Legion at such a young age. Venu couldn't help but praise him too. Clan is indeed very strong. In the Legion, there were only a few people he admired, and Clan was one of them. Venu had originally wanted to teach Clan a lesson and make him understand the rules, but during the first mission, Clan performed almost perfectly, showing none of the problems a rookie would have, and even providing major help. That was already extremely rare in the Judgment Legion. Hearing Venu praise him so much, Tabitha was very surprised. She had thought Clan was only handsome, but she hadn't expected him to really have such ability. While the three were talking, they reached the city gate. Normally, at such a late hour, no one was allowed to leave the city, and the guard stopped them. It's too late. No one is allowed out. The guard was puzzled. The three of them were all far too good-looking, and he suspected they might have some background, so he secretly grew tense. Venu showed his token, and when the guard saw it, he didn't dare stop them at all and immediately let them pass. After leaving the city, Venu reminded them, Your Highness, we have to return before midnight. Okay. Tabitha agreed and followed them toward the Gale Mountain Pass. But even after speeding up, Tabitha was still very slow. Clan took the initiative and said, Princess, may I carry you? Tabitha blushed and quietly said yes. Venu watched with some exasperation, thinking that the way little girls acted when in love was really adorable, and also felt that the two of them were quite well matched. Too bad Clan status wasn't sufficient yet. Clan very gentlemanly carried Princess Tabitha in his arms, fists clenched, not touching her carelessly. Tabitha, shy, buried her head in Clan's chest, secretly sniffing his scent, finding it reassuring and comfortable. They rushed all the way to the mountain pass. Clan looked down and saw that Tabitha had actually fallen asleep, and he was stunned. She could still sleep in a situation like this? Venu was also surprised. The two decided not to wake her and let her sleep a little longer. However, Clan noticed that Tabitha's breathing was a little uneven and suspected she was pretending to sleep just to be held a little longer. He tested her by calling out a few times, Tabitha, we're here. As expected, she didn't respond. Clan took out a blanket and gently covered her with it. Clan set Tabitha down, and as expected, she frowned. Clan asked her softly, Tabitha, we're here. Tabitha pretended to be groggy, lazily stretched, and slowly opened her eyes. Ah, we're here? I just fell asleep, sorry. Clan could tell at a glance that she was pretending to sleep, and inwardly felt that this little princess was indeed skilled at lying. The two looked at each other. Tabitha appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was actually very panicked, yet she forced herself not to give anything away. Clan secretly admired her mental fortitude. It's good that you're awake. We've arrived at the Gale Mountain Pass. Tabitha pretended she had just woken up. Seeing the grassland outside, the fields of dandelions, and the swarms of fireflies dancing about, she froze. A gust of wind blew, sending dandelions flying through the sky like snow. Even Clan was drawn in by the scenery. Suddenly, a silver needle flew in and struck the back of Clan's neck. He felt a wave of dizziness and hurriedly pulled out the needle, lowering his voice. Someone's launched a sneak attack. He quickly took an antidote, but soon Venu was also struck by a needle. Although the effect was weaker on him, the poison had almost no effect on him. The young man in the shadows did not appear immediately, waiting for the drug's effect to deepen. Tabitha still did not know what was going on, but Crane and Venu immediately moved to protect her, staying on guard and defending. The other party kept launching ambushes, but every attack was blocked. As time passed, Venu began to feel his body grow heavy. Crane's antidote could only provide brief relief, as the anesthetic was far too strong. The young man in the shadows was shocked that the two of them only moved a little slower. This anesthetic was supposed to knock even magical beasts out. The young man hesitated whether to retreat, but thinking of the consequences of mission failure, he gritted his teeth and kept going. He launched another ambush, only to be briefly locked onto by Venu, which made cold sweat break out all over him. If he failed now, he would be exposed, so he could only risk one final strike. Then, he discovered that Venu's condition was not declining, but actually improving, and he had even started detoxifying, with black beads of sweat seeping out. The young man finally understood that dragging this out any longer was completely hopeless. He had to act immediately. He struck decisively, and Venu instantly locked onto his position and charged over. Under extreme tension, the young man's concentration exploded, and he felt everything around him slowed down. Even Venu's figure became clear. At the same time, he also discovered Venu's weakness. The next second, a silver needle shot straight toward Venu's abdomen. As long as one needle hit, the situation could be reversed. The young man could even see the needle's trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the needle reached the front of Venu's abdomen, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. But at the critical moment, Venu sidestepped, dodging all the silver needles, then turned and drove a dagger straight through the young man's abdomen. A searing pain hit him, and the young man vanished instantly. Venu frowned, not expecting the other party to have teleportation ability. No wonder he had been so hard to catch before. He wanted to pursue, but when he turned around and saw the weakened Crane and Tabitha, who still had no idea what was going on, he could only give up and decide to protect the princess first. Unexpectedly, Crane recovered faster than anticipated and did not show any signs of losing consciousness from the anesthetic. He was still mentally alert. Venu was very puzzled. He could endure the anesthetic because of his constitution, but Crane had never undergone any related training and still managed to resist it head-on. That constitution was absurd. Crane, how do you feel? Can you still stand? Crane nodded. Much better. I can fight. Good. You protect the princess. I'll go after that guy. Crane agreed and quickly put on his armor, summoning the purple-scaled giant snake. Tabitha was startled when she saw the huge serpent, and Crane reassured her. He's very well behaved. He patted the purple scales, and the serpent affectionately rubbed against his palm. Tabitha tried touching the snake's scales and found them smooth and cool, like green jade, and only then did she relax. On the other side, Venu tracked the young man by following the blood trail. His dagger had a tearing effect, so the other man's bleeding would not stop along the way. The young man clutched his wound and fled in terror, never expecting the combat strength of the Judgment Legion to be so terrifying. In fact, although Venu was unremarkable in appearance, his strength was also mid-tier, and among the Legion he was already considered quite powerful. Soon, Venu caught up with the young man. Terrified, the young man teleported away, but Venu judged the direction and kept pressing the chase. He knew very well that teleportation consumed enormous energy, and the heavily injured opponent could not hold out for long. In the end, he would definitely be caught. Venu dragged the young man back like a dead dog. Crane had also recovered quite a bit. After calming down, he understood that the reason he had regained consciousness so quickly was that he had previously invested points in toxin resistance. And in addition, he had recently been absorbing the power of the Insect King, so all his attributes had improved quite a lot. Seeing Venu bring the young man back, Crane asked, "Did you interrogate him?" "Not yet. We'll take him back first." Crane nodded and returned to Windstorm City together with the princess. The young man was filled with despair, knowing what awaited him. After returning to Windstorm City, the city lord received the news immediately and cursed the young man as useless in his heart. However, he was not worried about being implicated. The person the other side cared about most was still in his hands, and besides, this was his territory. If things really got out of hand, he could just rebel. On the other side, after Tabitha was safely sent back, Venu immediately reported the situation to Ilya. Ilya told him that tonight, he must pry the young man's mouth open. A look of excitement appeared on Venu's face. He was the team's expert in poison, and this was the perfect chance to test a new poison. The young man was taken to the interrogation room. He knew that as long as he could endure until tonight, he would have a chance to live. But when he saw Venu take out a box of venomous insects, he still panicked. "What are you trying to do?" "Interrogate you. Are you going to confess and tell us who's behind this?" Wine said. The young man gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and stayed silent. Wine couldn't be bothered to waste words, so he simply poured the venomous bugs onto the young man's head. The youth only felt something furry crawling all over him, and soon a wave of searing pain hit. His whole body spasmed as the venomous bugs bit him frantically, and he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Wine explained calmly, "Don't worry, the poison isn't fatal. It just hurts a lot and causes a bit of a reaction." Not only did it hurt, but the young man soon began to itch all over, struggle to breathe, vomit, and suffer from ringing in his ears. All kinds of discomfort tormented him, making the pain unbearable. He quickly gave in, and his willpower was completely crushed. "It's the city lord. The city lord ordered me to teach you a lesson, because you hurt his most beloved child, so he wanted you to be punished." The other party shouted out these words. After hearing this, Wine curled the corners of his mouth. "Not bad. You held out for over a minute." In the past, as soon as people saw these venomous bugs, they would confess everything. With that, Wine put the bugs away. In truth, the information had already been extracted. Next, he still had to go back and report it, and then he would have several hours to test drugs on this guy. Thinking of that, Wine smiled. Soon, he reported the matter to Ilya. She nodded. "Got it. Go back and rest." "Yes." Ilya immediately stood up and headed toward the city lord's room. She had never been easy to provoke, and since the other side dared to target her people, she naturally would not let them off. On the other side, Kron was still guarding the princess's door. Wine didn't go back to continue tormenting that man right away. Instead, he first told Kron the news. Hearing that it was the city lord behind it, Kron wasn't surprised either. After all, in Gale City, they had only offended the city lord's son, so it was easy to guess. All right, Kron, I still have things to do, so I'm heading off first. There shouldn't be anything else later. All right. The latter half of the night passed peacefully, and Tabisa didn't come to trouble Kron again. The next morning, when everyone was preparing to leave, the city lord did not come to see them off. Ilya separately called Kron and Wine over. Captain, what's up? This is a gift the city lord is giving you as compensation. She took out 2 gemstones. The 2 of them froze, then quickly recognized them. These are perfect gems. That's right. You 2 are pretty sharp. After confirming it, both of them immediately became excited. Perfect gems were not ordinary, or they could strengthen the body, enhance talent, and even make a glorious tier weapon as powerful as a legendary weapon. They could also be used in alchemy and as formation cores, making them extremely valuable. They hadn't expected that last night's turmoil would actually exchange for 2 perfect gems. Seeing the 2 of them with shining eyes, Ilya tossed the gems to them. After catching them, their anger toward the city lord faded. As expected, 1 perfect gem solved everything. In a room in the distance, the city lord and his son were watching them leave. The son, whose face had been beaten into a pig's head last night, still hadn't recovered, and the city lord himself had also been brutally beaten by Ilya. Thinking of last night, he still felt lingering fear. Only then did he understand that Ilya was by no means an ordinary squad leader, and someone they could not afford to offend. Over the next few days, everything went smoothly. They didn't encounter anyone as foolish as the city lord of Gale City again. Everyone was quite sensible, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. By the 4th day, they entered the Blazing Flame Empire. As its name suggested, this place was rich in fire elements. The environment was hot, and volcanoes could be seen in the distance. Kron had heard that the Blazing Flame Empire was full of volcanoes that often erupted, but the locals had their own ways of dealing with it. Volcanic eruptions actually rarely affected the residents of the Blazing Flame Empire. Kron was so familiar with the Blazing Flame Empire because this was a major forging nation, and the most common profession here was blacksmithing. The volcanic geography produced a huge amount of fire-attributed ore, and also a lot of hot-tempered guys. On the evening of the 5th day, Kron was wandering around Molten Stone City. As soon as he entered the city, he saw ore being sold everywhere, and he wanted to find the ore he needed. Very soon, he found Thunderfire Stone in a shop. This high-quality ore was extremely suitable for him. The owner saw that Clan had taken a liking to the Thunderfire Stones and asked him whether he had brought enough money. Clan said money was no issue. He wanted all of the Thunderfire Stones. The owner smiled and said each one cost 50 high-grade magic stones, 3 in total. Clan directly took out 150 magic stones. Seeing that such a young man could produce so many magic stones, the owner was quite surprised. The owner spoke very bluntly and had little emotional intelligence, but that was normal in the Blazing Flame Empire. People here were warm and hot-tempered. If they were unhappy, they'd start cursing. Clan suddenly felt a little sympathetic toward Tabesha. Life here would not be easy for her in the future. The owner brought over the Thunderfire Stones. After Clan checked them and found no problems, he prepared to pay. The owner was a bit annoyed. You don't trust me? Afraid I'll scam you. Clan was also frustrated, and after confirming there was nothing wrong, he was ready to hand over the money. In the end, the 2 argued again. The owner grew furious and said, if you want to buy today, you have to buy. If you don't want to buy, you still have to buy. Clan laughed, got annoyed, and directly threw the Thunderfire Stones back. Then I'm not buying. The owner became even angrier. You think you can just say you're not buying, and that's that? Today you must buy. Clan sneered, and the atmosphere turned taut as a drawn bowstring. The 2 kept trading barbs, and the owner's insults became increasingly vicious. Clan suddenly slapped him across the face. The owner froze, and 2 of his teeth fell out. Clan followed with another slap, and the owner was knocked right to the ground. Clan showed no mercy, raining down kick after ruthless kick. The owner had no way to fight back and was completely stunned. Clan grabbed his hair and forced him to look up at him. Still think you can take 800 of me? The owner trembled. And no, I can't. Clan's face was cold, and there was no emotion in his peach blossom eyes. The owner was completely cowed. All his arrogance from earlier had vanished without a trace. Clan took the Thunderfire Stones and turned to leave, too lazy to finish him off. A little verbal sparring wasn't worth killing over. This was his last chance. If he came looking for revenge again, Clan wouldn't be merciful next time. The owner lay on the ground, glaring after Clan with hatred, wanting to sneak attack him but too hurt to move. He regretted it deeply. If he'd known better, he never would have provoked Clan. Now he was injured, and the Thunderfire stones were gone too. When Clan returned, Wainu and Ashang had already prepared a late-night snack and were waiting for him. Wainu asked, "How did it go?" Clan nodded. "Pretty good haul. I also happened to give a shop owner a lesson." The two were surprised, not because Clan had beaten someone up, but because he had actually let the owner go. Wainu said, "You're still too kind. If it were us, we'd have dealt with everyone already." Clan said nothing more and lowered his head to eat. Actually, the reason Clan had spared the owner was also because he noticed the sachet and childish pendant on him, likely gifts from his family. Thinking that the man had a family waiting for him, Clan chose to give him one chance, hoping he would repent. Although Clan had been through the death prison and all kinds of harsh environments, he still retained a trace of innate kindness. If he hadn't gone through all that, he might really have been a gentle person. The next day, everyone continued on their way. As expected, the owner dared not cause any more trouble. Tomorrow will be the last day of the official funded trip, and Clandon felt a little regretful. During this time, he had seen a lot, learned more about the world, and experienced the rare specialties and customs of the church. When they were traveling at noon, Ilias suddenly ordered the convoy to stop. Clandon vaguely felt that something was about to happen. Sure enough, the ground began to shake, and the volcano started smoking. Soon, it erupted, and a huge fireball shot out. The volcano here was immensely powerful, with searing magma and flaming rocks falling from the sky. If this were not a high martial world, ordinary people would never survive. But what was even more troublesome was that Ilya discovered a large army of the Blaze Empire appearing in the distance, numbering as many as 10,000, surrounding their convoy completely. Clandon was stunned. Weren't they supposed to be arranging a marriage alliance with the Hurricane Empire? What was this all about? Meanwhile, in Blaze City, the king laughed and chatted with the people from the Holy Magic Empire. "Don't worry, I've already sent people to intercept and kill the princess of the Hurricane Empire." The envoys were very satisfied after hearing this. The 7 great empires, Blaze, Hurricane, Earth, Pure Water, Ironwood, Gungjin, and Thunderflash, had originally all belonged to the powerful Elemental Empire. Later, it split into 7 nations. Although their strength remained formidable, they gradually declined and soon could no longer even preserve their status as empires. To restore their former glory, they would have to join forces, but with mutual hatred between them, that was almost impossible. The Holy Magic Empire had once been able to contend with the Elemental Empire, and now the Blaze Empire would do anything just to cling to a powerful ally. On the other side, Tesha was frightened when she heard the noise outside. Just as she pulled back the curtain, Clandon appeared. "Princess, stay in the carriage. I'll protect you." She nodded and handed him a scroll. "My father gave this to me. Using it can unleash a strike from a 9th-tier powerhouse." Clandon accepted it. Ilya made the arrangements. "Clandon, Ashong, guard the carriage. The rest of you charge with me." She whistled, and the silver dragon flew over. Clandon summoned Purple Scale. Purple Scale had eaten many magical beasts and greatly increased in strength, nearly ready for its second transformation. The cavalry of the Blaze Empire charged over. This army had strong fire affinity, and its combat power was extremely high near the volcano. As soon as the escort force engaged them, they were scattered. Faced with the elite Lava Legion, the Judgment Legion could no longer easily crush the enemy. The Lava Legion was powerful, with an average strength of 4th tier and huge numbers, making it impossible to wipe them out with a single strike. On a distant hillside, a beautiful girl surrounded by black aura stood beside the Legion commander. It was Saint Heart. She was now wearing the clothes of the Holy Magic Empire and had already defected to it. In fact, the Holy Magic Empire was not a demon race nation at all, but a country that produced many holy knights and mages. It valued talented people, but its citizens were generally arrogant. Saint Heart had originally been watching coldly from the sidelines, but when she saw Clandon take out Thunder Fong and recognized him, hatred erupted violently in her heart. Black wings appeared behind her, and for a moment the Lava Legion commander did not understand why she had suddenly changed. Ignoring everything, she shot toward Clandon like a black meteor. Clandon quickly sensed the movement. Just as he locked onto the direction, Saint Heart charged up to him, her eyes full of hatred, as if she had already pictured capturing Clandon and exacting revenge. But before she could even touch him, a tremendous force suddenly came from behind her. Ilya appeared at some unknown point and stepped on Saint Heart's back. Well, if it isn't the Saintess? Why are you wearing the Holy Magic Empire's clothes?" Saint Heart froze. Once she saw Ilya clearly, her resentment turned into fear. "Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Saintess, you're a traitor to the faith now." Ilya spoke calmly, while Saint Heart was filled with terror. She knew very well that even if she awakened the soul of a fallen angel and her combat power increased tenfold, and even though she had been training desperately all these years, she was still no match for Ilya. How strong Ilya was, she knew better than anyone. Saint Heart struggled desperately, trying to escape, but Ilya's foot was as heavy as a mountain. She could not get away no matter what. The lightning Ilya casually conjured could instantly kill several enemies, and all the Judgment Warriors here combined were not as strong as her alone. Ilya had originally wanted to conceal her strength, but since she had run into Saint Heart, she no longer bothered to act and immediately went in for the kill. She decided to capture Saint Heart and take her back for purification, because if Saint Heart were simply killed, the next fallen angel soul would still appear. She had to be purified first and then killed in order for the angel soul to continue inheriting. Saint Heart realized she had absolutely no way to fight back and was completely desperate. She did not want to be taken away for purification, while Kron looked on coldly, showing not the slightest sympathy, quietly waiting for the enemy army to arrive. The corps commander in the distance saw Ilya's strength and could hardly believe it for a moment. A few days ago, he had witnessed Saint Heart's combat power. The fallen angel soul had already approached the peak of rank 8, yet now she was being suppressed by Ilya with a single kick. He suspected that Ilya was actually a rank 9 powerhouse. If that was the case, the entire corps would be no match for Ilya at all. He was caught in a dilemma. Should he retreat? Knowing full well that the enemy had a top-tier powerhouse, he still had to force himself to keep fighting, or else he would have no way to explain it to the king when he returned. The soldiers continued their charge. The ordinary soldiers escorting the convoy had been almost entirely wiped out, and the Judgment Corps was still desperately killing the enemy. But facing the Lava Corps, it was still extremely difficult. Even if they could win, it would only be a tragic victory, and there might still be casualties. While Ilya suppressed Saint Heart, she swept her gaze into the distance and vaguely sensed some other threat. At the same time, enemy soldiers were also rushing up to Kron. Kron killed with astonishing speed. Every move was efficient and economical, turning slaughter into an art, even faster than some of the weaker members of the team. Ilya was very satisfied when she saw this, feeling that her decision to throw him into the death prison for training had been the right one. The Kron of now was practically a killing machine. Tabesha was hiding inside the carriage. The sounds of slaughter outside made her frightened and worried about Kron, so she forced herself to overcome her fear, lifted the curtain, and saw the cold-blooded, heartless Kron slaughtering the enemy troops, completely transformed into another person. Although she was afraid, she also understood that Kron had become like this to protect her, so she silently prayed for him. The battle continued, and after 15 minutes, not a single member of the Judgment Corps squad had died, only minor injuries, while the Lava Corps had already suffered 1/3 casualties. If this went on, even if the Lava Corps were wiped out, they still could not win. The corps commander looked at Saint Heart, who was being easily suppressed by Ilya, and could only sigh that this battle had no suspense left. Just as he was about to issue the retreat signal, dark clouds rolled in across the battlefield accompanied by lightning, and a massive black dragon over 300 meters long emerged from the clouds, with a man in black robes seated on its back. Even Ilya's expression was no longer relaxed. She stared fixedly at the man in black robes atop the black dragon. The silver dragon was utterly unimpressive before the black dragon. The man in black robes was also locking onto Ilya. The man in black robes spoke in a low voice. "Ilya, release Saint Heart. She is one of ours." Ilya was not to be outdone. "Augustine, do you think I'm afraid of you?" An uproar broke out at the scene. Augustine was the legendary archmage of the Holy Demon Empire, yet Ilya was still so forceful. The corps commander secretly rejoiced that he had not underestimated the enemy earlier. Ilya was far stronger than he had imagined. Augustine threatened grimly. "Ilya, aren't you afraid of making the church our enemy?" Ilya sneered with disdain, and the next second she directly struck Saint Heart with a bolt of lightning, burning her right hand black. Augustine was furious, but he could not retaliate. He knew that Ilya's strike was devastating for Saint Heart. From then on, Saint Heart's right arm would never recover, and her potential might even be severely damaged. In order to protect Saint Heart, he had no choice but to lower his head. "What will it take for you to let her go?" Ilya replied lightly. "Let's see your sincerity." In any case, Saint Heart was already ruined. Even if she were released, she would not be Kron's match. She could use Saint Heart to exchange for resources, and she also could not truly fall out with Augustine. As long as Saint Heart was not killed, the church could still maintain a superficial peace and would not let things escalate into war. Augustine's expression turned ugly at Saint Heart's words, and he knew he was going to have to bleed heavily. After hesitating, he tossed out a ring. What's inside should be enough to exchange for Saint Heart. Ilya took the ring and looked inside, and her heart lit up with joy. As expected, he was generous. "Okay, for your sake, I'll let this girl off." After speaking, she took her foot off Ilya's back. Ilya lowered her head and didn't dare look straight at her, nor did she dare complain even though her right hand was ruined. In the church, the Pope was like a kind father, while Ilya was like a strict mother. She disciplined her harshly every time, and she was the person Ilya feared the most. Kron saw Ilya wearing a faint smile and knew she must have gained quite a few benefits. The Sacred Heart returned to Augustine's back, the fight ended, and Augustine withdrew with the Sacred Heart. Seeing this, the Lava Legion commander had no desire to continue the battle either. Ilya was not someone they could afford to provoke, so they could only pull back their troops. Because Ilya had reaped so many rewards, she was in a good mood and didn't pursue the matter. After the battle, Ilya suddenly noticed that Kron had been staring at her all this time, the corner of her mouth twitching. She asked, "Do you have something you want to say?" Kron smiled and said, "How would I dare say anything recklessly?" Ilya was speechless. "Anyway, you must have guessed it already." Kron admitted, "But I never dared to be sure." "Lady Ilya, you really are unfair, tricking me, this innocent young man." Ilya was speechless. Actually, Kron could still count as a young man. "All right, take this as if you knew nothing." Ilya tossed him a small bottle. Kron looked puzzled. "What is this?" "Black dragon essence blood. Drink it to enhance your talent and attributes, and you might even obtain the power of the black dragon." Kron stared at the bottle in shock. This thing was far too precious. Ilya asked, "Any resentment left?" "No, none at all." Kron hurriedly shook his head. "All right, now let's think about what to do with this princess." Kron and Ilya looked at Tebessa together. The curtains had already been drawn open, and she was watching them. Tebessa was in an awkward situation. The marriage alliance had failed. The Blazing Empire had broken its promise, and with the Windstorm Empire's king being so neurotic, if she returned, she might very well be caught in the fallout. Kron's gaze toward her carried a bit more sympathy. Tebessa herself understood her predicament and said with difficulty, "It's fine. This is my fate. Could you all send me back? Or I can go back on my own." "How would you get there by yourself?" "It's far and dangerous. But your mission is over, and there's no need to bring me, this burden, along." Ilya interrupted her. "Tebessa, come back to the church with us." There's no benefit to you going back now. I can take you in as my disciple, saying I've taken a liking to your talent. That would also strengthen the ties between the church and the Windstorm Empire." After Ilya proposed the plan, Tebessa could hardly believe it, and Kron also looked at her with a strange expression. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Ilya asked. Kron asked suspiciously, "Are you really an S-rank talent? You look like an ordinary person no matter how I see it." "You brat, are you looking for a beating?" Ilya's personality was too normal, completely unlike what one would expect from her talent. Kron felt that she must have some unknown experience, but he had no intention of digging deeper. Ilya asked Tebessa, "What do you think of this plan?" Tebessa immediately agreed. "I'm willing." Compared with an arranged marriage, this choice gave her much more freedom, and she could still meet Clan occasionally. It was really quite nice. Ilya nodded. "Then let's head back. I'll have someone inform the Hurricane Empire." Everyone rode the Silver Dragon straight back. After Ilya's identity was confirmed, she would no longer be Clan's squad leader, and Clan felt a little regretful. On the other side, when Augustine saw Saint Heart remain silent, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Revenge. You're not strong enough right now, and you're missing one hand. There's no way you can do it. Can the Holy Demon Empire not restore my arm?" "It can be restored, but the lightning from the other side damaged your very foundation. Even if your arm is restored, it'll still hold you back." "Then is there any unconventional method?" A smile appeared at the corner of Augustine's mouth. "Do you want a special hand?" After hesitating, Saint Heart nodded. Augustine laughed, feeling that Saint Heart losing a hand might not be a bad thing. A day later, everyone returned to the church and, according to the rules, rested for a day. As soon as Clan returned, he took out the perfect gem and, within an hour, successfully set it into Thunder Fong. Thunder Fong immediately transformed. Its former fierce, surging power became as heavy and suffocating as ocean waves. Clan was very satisfied. Then, he took out the black dragon blood essence Ilya had given him. After hesitating for a moment, he drank it straight down. The moment it went down his throat, he felt as if his throat were being scorched by fire, while his mind became sluggish and his whole body grew drowsy. He pinched his thigh to stay awake, but it did little good. Anyone looking from the outside would see Clan's entire body turn red, as if he were burning up, yet all along his expression remained dazed. The black dragon's fire and dark attributes erupted within his body. His exterior slowly turned charred, and in the end he became a block of black charcoal, completely motionless, his life and death unknown. It wasn't until nightfall that a piece fell off the charcoal shell, revealing fair skin. Cracks continued to spread, and chunks of charcoal fell away, until the real Clan stepped out from within. He didn't check his attributes right away. Instead, he let out a breath of relief. In the dream just now, he had been roasted in darkness, struggling desperately, constantly searching for light. At last, a ray of light shone in, and he awoke. When he looked in the mirror, he found that his facial features hadn't changed, but his skin had become much smoother and more delicate, and there was now a flame mark on his forehead. He immediately checked his attributes. Name, Clan Gasajob. Night level, 68. 4 attributes, Strength 1096, Agility 1068, Constitution 1104, Spirit 1061. Attribute talents. Wind 5, Water 9, Thunder 17, Fire 19, Earth 3, Wood 3, Metal 1, Light 1, Dark 9, Space 1, Time 1. Talents. Dragonification, A+. Attribute allocation, SS. Others, swordsmanship, forging, and all other talents are present. Fire and dark attributes greatly increased. All attributes have broken through 1,000 points, and a new A+. Rank dragonification talent has been gained, approaching S rank. Clan felt that his strength had increased greatly, and began considering whether he should switch to a Thunderfire dual attribute cultivation technique, preparing to ask Ilya for help. Kron felt that he had to cultivate an attribute-based technique. After all, he possessed extraordinary flames, and if he could cultivate a fire attribute technique, his control of fire and forging would both become stronger. He didn't hesitate and went straight to Ilya for a technique, with no intention of spending money in the library. Soon, he found Ilya at the church training grounds. Ilya was a little surprised to see Kron. She noticed that not only had he become more handsome, but even his presence had changed. She immediately sensed that Kron had absorbed the black dragon's essence blood and awakened a new talent. Kron didn't hide it. He demonstrated it on the spot. In an instant, black scales covered his body, his frame swelled to 3 meters, his attributes increased by 300, and his aura became extremely violent, as if he wanted to destroy everything. Ilya froze for a moment and recognized it as dragonification. For ordinary people who absorb a giant dragon's essence blood, the best talent they can awaken is dragonification. This means that in the future, Kron can continue hunting giant dragons, devouring them to evolve endlessly. After eating just a few dragons, he could raise dragonification to S rank and even be known as the Dragon Hunter. Of course, dragonification also makes him more and more like a dragon, and he will be hunted by the dragon race forever. Ilya gave him a complicated look. Kron asked why she was looking at him like that, and Ilya frankly said that the dragonification talent was actually a mixed blessing. He would gradually become more irritable, lazy, and lustful, more and more like a dragon, and would also develop a crazed craving for dragon flesh and blood. The dragon race would instinctively sense his talent, and he would be treated as their natural enemy. Every dragon that saw him would have to fight desperately. Only then did Kron realize that he had become the public enemy of the dragon race, and that conflicts with giant dragons were bound to be unavoidable in the future. Moreover, he had already witnessed how formidable the dragon race was. Ilya, for example, was a silver dragon with extremely high talent, far stronger than ordinary 9th-tier powerhouses. He knew not all dragons were as strong as Ilya, but the pressure was still considerable. Seeing Kron fall silent, Ilya sneered. What scared? Kron shook his head and denied it, then deactivated dragonification. He discovered that dragonification didn't consume mana. Using it for a long time could even speed up recovery, but maintaining it for too long would wear down the body. Ilya asked if he had come to see her specifically to talk about dragon blood. Kron said it wasn't only that. After absorbing the black dragon's essence blood, his control over flames had greatly increased. As he spoke, he summoned Thunderous Fury Flame, which instantly transformed into a spear and then into a flame armor, demonstrating his exaggerated fire attribute abilities. Only then did Ilya realize that Kron's talent had improved astonishingly. Kron asked directly, "Teacher, since you're my teacher now, you can't not give me a technique, can you? Can you give me a lightning fire cultivation method?" Kron then asked for an ultimate dual attribute lightning fire technique. His thick skin even made Ilya laugh. "You're quite direct. Only now are you calling me teacher. Teacher, please, I really need an ultimate dual lightning fire technique. You wouldn't want my talent to go to waste, would you?" Ilya was helpless, but she admitted that what he said made sense. She had originally wanted to set Kron a goal, but thinking about it, Kron had already given it his all, and squeezing him further wouldn't be good. But she also couldn't ask nothing of him. "The technique can be given to you, but you must improve by 50 places in the next assessment." Kron nodded readily. "All right, no problem." Ilya then came up with a new idea. "I heard your talent is very special. There's a technique that's more suitable for you." She took out an old booklet, the Compendium of Elements. To cultivate this one, you need a foundation in all 9 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark. The absorption speed equals 1/3 of the sum of all your attribute talents. It's suitable for people with balanced attributes. If all 9 of your systems are strong, your cultivation speed can reach 3 times that of a technique of the same level. Kron stared fixedly at the compendium of elements, shocked beyond words. Seeing this, Ilya was speechless, feeling that his gaze at this book was even more focused than when he looked at a beauty. You're very satisfied, aren't you? Kron nodded frantically. Ilya handed him the book, but did not let go, looking at Kron seriously. If you become the strongest in the future, what will you do? Clan wasn't being perfunctory. He said seriously, I want to change this sick world. Ilya first froze, then said softly, I hope you can do it. Only then did she let go and hand the cultivation manual to Clan. More than anyone else, she understood that once Clan obtained this manual, his future growth would far exceed everyone else's, and he was destined to become a monster. By now, Clan's 9 attributes had already reached a total of 67. His speed had far surpassed that of single attribute growth, and his cultivation would only get faster and faster. All right, go back. You must be itching to cultivate. Clan responded and left, glancing back at Ilya before he went. Clan owed Ilya a great debt of gratitude, and now that he had also obtained the elemental compendium, he felt even more that he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. He silently made up his mind that whenever Ilya needed him in the future, as long as he could help, he would give it his all. After returning, Clan immediately began studying the elemental compendium. Its effects were heaven-defying, but the difficulty was also immense. He studied until the next day and still hadn't even gotten started, which was rare for him. But today there was a new mission, so he had no choice but to set aside his cultivation for now. After arriving at headquarters, they changed to a new captain, Cooper. Cooper was in his 30s, with a cold appearance and very few words. Having just become captain, he seemed a bit nervous. After introducing himself, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Clan took the initiative to respond, and the two of them exchanged greetings. Cooper directly said that he had long heard of Clan's talent and wanted to spar with him. The teammates were all excited. Everyone knew that Clan's strength had improved a lot recently, and they all wanted to see it for themselves. Clan hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Cooper knew in his heart that he couldn't go all out. After all, Clan was still young. The battle began, and Clan drew Thunder Fawn. Cooper grew serious as well and took out his own legendary great axe. As soon as both weapons appeared, the teammates hurriedly gave them space. Clan took the initiative and attacked, moving extremely fast. Wainu and Ashen were both shocked. The Black Dragon Essence blood had improved him too much. Cooper was equally surprised, not expecting Clan's agility to have already far surpassed ordinary people's, and could only temporarily suppress his own attributes to an appropriate level. The two exchanged blows at close range, and astonishingly fought back and forth, instantly making the atmosphere tense. 5 minutes passed, and Cooper realized something was wrong. Normally, he should have been able to suppress Clan easily, yet after so long Clan still hadn't fallen behind. Cooper realized that Clan's combat skills were higher than his. This made Cooper a bit hard to accept. As for Clan, he didn't think too much about it. Encountering a powerful foe after such a long time, he fought with great exhilaration and was completely immersed in the battle. After Cooper sensed Clan's mad fighting spirit, he didn't spoil the mood either. He just slightly increased his own strength. If this went on, he really might lose. Half an hour later, the two fought to a draw. It was obvious neither of them had gone all out, and everyone also knew that Clan would never hold them back in the future and might even soon become a main force. Clan's talent is ridiculous, even stronger than the rumors said. Captain Cooper is strong too. You'll catch up to me soon. After a few mutual compliments, everyone prepared to carry out the mission. This mission was once again to repair the abyss, and Clan was already used to it. 9 times out of 10 it was this. The group set off together. The target location this time was near the Hurricane Empire. Clan was a little surprised, because he had only just left there last week. At the same time, because of last week's incident with the Blazing Flame Empire, the church had already announced that it would no longer shelter the Blazing Flame Empire. Once this news broke, many countries were delighted, because the Blazing Flame Empire had always acted tyrannically. Now that the church had stepped aside, it would be no problem for the various nations to join forces and punish it. But soon after, news came that the Blazing Flame Empire had become a vassal state of the Saint Demon Empire, and everyone was stunned. It turned out that the Blazing Flame Empire had found a new backer, the Saint Demon Empire. Even without the church's protection, they still had the confidence to stand their ground. If things kept developing like this, the great battle at King's Academy would soon come again. It took Clan and the others a full day to reach their destination, and they still had to scout first. This time, the scouts were still Clan, Venu, and Ashen, with Venu being the most suitable for the job. Just as they approached the vicinity of the abyss, A sharp cry suddenly rang out. Venu's expression changed. We've been discovered. This was the first time their scouting mission had failed. The three of them hurriedly withdrew to the team. Cooper asked whether they had been exposed, and Venu nodded. The wind whistle bird demon is extremely sensitive to wind and can sense everything. Even my disguise is useless. Although everyone was surprised, they didn't panic too much. The wind whistle bird demon had strong perception, but it was weak in other aspects and counted as one of the weaker magic beasts. Soon, several black shadows flew toward them. Indeed, they were wind whistle bird demons, tracking them by scent. Everyone, act freely. Venu and I will hunt down the leader. Cooper arranged the temporary division of labor. Very soon, everyone engaged the enemy. Once the magic beasts revealed themselves, the wind whistle bird demons were even uglier than imagined. Black feathers, red eyes, large claws, wide wings, and a skinny body, all completely uncoordinated. When they got close, that strange stench made people want to vomit. Fighting magic beasts was truly suffering. This time, only a dozen or so bird demons had flown over. Everyone charged forward in unison, and Klain swung his sword, killing 3 bird demons in one strike. Using a legendary weapon to clear out small monsters was like firing a cannon at mosquitoes. Although Klain's team was not the strongest, their monster-killing speed was among the best. In less than a minute, the bird demons were wiped out. They did not leave, because they knew this was only the vanguard. The real hard fight was still behind. Soon, more and more black dots appeared in the sky in the distance, until the entire sky turned dark. Everyone's expressions grew grim. A rough glance showed there were about 100,000 bird demons, and the pressure on 10 team members was simply too great. Cooper decisively ordered a retreat. A super-large abyss had appeared, and such a place could spew out tens of thousands of magic beasts every day. Normally, it would take more than a dozen teams and top-tier powerhouses to challenge it. Everyone retreated quickly, but the bird demons were not slow either, and quite a few of them followed after them. 15 bird demons were hot on Cram's heels, already imagining feasting on this human. Suddenly, Cram stopped and turned around, swinging his greatsword. A burst of sword energy flew out, instantly killing more than half the bird demons, and he left without looking back. The bird demons couldn't understand at all how a human could be so powerful. The wind-silencing bird demons were stubborn to the core, and they chased for 4 hours before finally being shaken off. The group hurried back to headquarters, not daring to rest for a single moment. This was the first time Cram had encountered such a situation. Cooper comforted him, saying, "This counts as an emergency. The mission didn't fail." Cram nodded. Cooper then reported it. Upon hearing that a super-large abyss had appeared, the Legion commander immediately decided to assemble 15 judgment squads, with Vice Commander Picro leading them to purge the abyss. Cram also joined the team. Because there were many people and time was tight, this time they used a super-large flying magical beast, the giant bone dragon bird, to transport them, rather than flying on their own. The giant bone dragon bird was a hybrid of dragon and bird. It was large and fast, but not suited for combat, so it was ideal for transport. It seemed a little uneasy upon seeing everyone, but because it had been tamed by the Judgment Legion, it instinctively felt close to the members. Its uneasy demeanor was very noticeable. After Cram appeared, the atmosphere on site became strange. Picro asked what was wrong with the giant bone dragon bird, but it only stared fixedly at Cram. It could sense the aura of dragon blood on him. Pureblood dragons would become enraged by such an aura, but magical beasts with only partial dragon blood would only feel fear. After Picro reassured it, the giant bone dragon bird realized Cram meant no harm, and only then gradually calmed down. But when Cram drew near, the giant bone dragon bird still couldn't help trembling. The elite members of the Judgment Legion quickly understood that the bird's abnormal reaction must have something to do with Cram, though the exact reason was unclear. Once everyone boarded, the giant bone dragon bird took off rapidly. A place that would have taken humans a full day to reach was reached in just 3 hours. However, giant bone dragon birds were rare. Only the top 10 squads were worthy of using them, while the other squads still had to rely on themselves to fly. After reaching the target, Picro ordered the giant bone dragon bird to hide, and everyone advanced quickly. They no longer scouted ahead, and instead charged straight toward the abyss. As a result, they were quickly discovered by the wind-silencing bird demons, who immediately launched an attack. Facing the large swarm of bird demons, Picro remained very calm. He had everyone form ranks, then ordered a charge, leaving only 10 people to protect the mages. He himself, as a powerful wind mage, chanted spells in the rear. Most of the bird demons were instantly killed by the mages. The ones that slipped through were dealt with by the archers, and those that truly broke through were blocked by the warriors. The corpses of the bird demons fell like rain, and the scene was bloody. At this time, Cram rushed into the bird demon horde and began slaughtering them. The bird demon's attacks couldn't hurt him at all, and with a single strike he killed more than 10 at once. As he killed more and more, Cram's eyes turned red, and he became extremely excited. At some point, he had already transformed into dragon form, his height surging to 3 meters, allowing many people to see the dragon scales on his body. Only then did Picro understand why the giant bone dragon bird had been afraid of Cram, so he could transform into a dragon. His luck was heaven-defying. At this moment, several 9th-rank wind-silencing bird demons high in the distant sky glared down below, but there was no sorrow in their eyes, only fury. 3 minutes later, Picro finished chanting his spell and shouted for everyone to scatter. Cram and the others hurriedly retreated. In the next instant, a massive black tornado rose up, and the super-tier spell Apocalypse Tornado appeared. Many bird demons were swept in before they could even react. The weak were instantly torn to pieces. The tornado was quickly stained blood red, and with bones and claws mixed into it, its lethality grew even stronger. The remaining bird demons could no longer hold out. Torn to shreds, bird demons were extremely sensitive to wind and knew the tornado was dangerous. They wanted to dodge, but the powerful suction held them fast, leaving them unable to escape. Meanwhile, the Judgment Legion warriors, relying on their judgment armor and prior preparation, escaped in advance. The tornado grew stronger and stronger. The 3 bird demon kings no longer dared to watch from the sidelines and directly took action, flapping their wings to create hurricanes that collided head-on with the tornado. In the end, the 2 wind forces canceled each other out. But during this process, many more bird demons were swept into the tornado, suffering heavy casualties. The bird demon losses had already exceeded 1/3. Seeing this scene, Picro did not panic at all. He stared fixedly at the 3 bird demon kings. He himself was a top 9th rank, and he also brought the 2nd Judgment Squad, which included a 9th rank squad leader and 9 peak 8th rank members. Piccolo provoked the bird demon king, and all 3 bird demon kings charged straight at him. They understood that only by killing Piccolo could the situation be turned around. The battle erupted at the slightest spark. The captain of the 2nd Judgment Squad took on 1 bird demon king alone, 9 others surrounded another, and the strongest one was personally handled by Piccolo. The Great War broke out, and the other warriors were evacuated. Although the Judgment Legion could rely on formations to hold them back, the formation commander required a 9th rank powerhouse, and with the 2 9th rank experts both engaged in battle right now, it couldn't be organized. Kellen and the others fought the remaining bird demons. Although magic had cleared out many of them earlier, the number of bird demons was still over 50,000, meaning each judgment warrior had to kill several thousand. And the bird demons were still pouring out endlessly from the abyss. Kellen fought while retreating, not letting himself be surrounded. Bird demon corpses kept falling, and so far no judgment warrior had died. But there were simply too many bird demons, and they still held the numerical advantage. An hour passed, and the bird demons grew smarter, dispersing their attacks. It became difficult to kill them in large numbers, and the battle showed no sign of ending. Suddenly, the abyss in the distance began to expand violently. Piccolo sensed something was wrong. Although he could suppress the bird demon king in front of him, if the abyss completely ran amok, it might summon new 9th rank bird demon kings and countless more bird demons. At that point, it would be a nightmare for both Piccolo and the soldiers of the Judgment Legion. As the abyss expanded to its limit, a blood-red figure appeared. Piccolo recognized it at once, Blood Fiend. This was a mutated form of the windless bird demon. Its scouting ability was weaker, but its combat power was extremely strong. One Blood Fiend could blast apart a headless, windless bird demon, and this Blood Fiend was also 9th rank. After the Blood Fiend appeared, more than 10,000 windless bird demons crawled out behind it. The moment it emerged, it charged straight at the 3 windless bird demon kings that were being held back. Its addition instantly changed the situation, and the pressure on the 3 kings immediately eased. Even so, Piccolo still had not fallen behind. Facing 2 enemies at once, he remained composed. If he had to fight 3, he was still confident. He simply had limited time. He had already been at the 9th rank peak for many years and had touched the 10th rank, and with his S rank talent, he had no fear of these bird demons at all. But the Judgment Warriors were in trouble. Faced with a tidal wave of bird demons, the weaker ones were already close to collapsing. With reinforcements pouring in endlessly, this was a disaster for them. Still, anyone who survived would inevitably be transformed. Things were not going so smoothly. Half an hour later, the first warrior died. Exhausted of magic power, he was swarmed by countless bird demons, his armor fell away, and he vanished instantly. No one had time to care about him. After the first death, death spread like a plague. Soon the 2nd and 3rd warriors were killed in succession. For the Judgment Legion, losing more than 10 people at once was already a major loss. This mission would likely take even more. But under extreme pressure, some people broke through. The Judgment Legion was made up entirely of geniuses and powerhouses, and true geniuses could always counterkill at the brink of death. During the battle, more and more people broke through on the spot, and Kellen was among them. 3 hours into the battle, Kellen's elemental cannon had reached the threshold, and his strength surged. He began to absorb the magic power of all 9 elements, and the magic he consumed could also be replenished little by little. Kellen adjusted his fighting style, trying his best not to get injured, preserving his stamina while waiting for his magic power to recover. By now, Kellen was covered in blood, his armor stained black, still bleeding non-stop. The air was filled with the familiar scent of blood, making him feel as if he had returned to the death prison. Half an hour later, Kellen activated Dragonization, further boosting all his attributes, and his condition reached its peak. The battle was nearing its end, and 6 members of the Judgment Legion had already died. But 45 members had broken through during the fight, either leveling up or advancing in realm. Kellen was already killing with bloodshot eyes. This battle was even more frenzied than the death prison. The war inside the prison was extremely brutal, and Leia coldly reaped the lives of the windless bird demons. Kill, kill, kill. He was going to wipe out all these monsters. Not just Kron. The entire Judgment Legion had also gone bloodshot with killing intent. The windless bird demons were in sharp decline in number, their morale gone, and they had begun to flee. On the main battlefield, 2 9th-tier windless bird demons were locked in fierce combat with Picro, yet they were covered in wounds and black blood was flowing everywhere. It was clear they could no longer hold out. Picro, meanwhile, only had his clothes in disarray. This battle was not difficult for him. The Judgment Legion no longer stayed on the defensive either. What had been passive counterattacks turned into active pursuit, and soon they won across the board. 5 hours later, only a few thousand of the 100,000 windless bird demons remained. The 3 windless bird demon kings had all been slain, and only the heavily wounded, near-death Shueisha was left. The battle was completely over, and many people had already stopped to rest, sitting on piles of corpses to recover their strength. Kron was still continuing the slaughter, just as he had at the beginning, taking down 1 bird demon with a single sword strike. The other Judgment Warriors didn't feel much seeing it. After all, whatever Kron could do, they could do as well. Geniuses are always unconvinced by one another, and that is what pushes each other to grow. On the other side, Augustine was admiring his new creation. Shengxin's arms had been reassembled and grown back, but her aura had become cold and terrifying, no longer as pure as before. Her arms were pieced together from demonic beast parts, and Shengxin could no longer really be considered human. With Piccolo's final kill on Shueisha, the battle came to an utter end. Judgment Warriors pursued the remaining monsters, while Piccolo and the others carefully guarded the mouth of the abyss, waiting to kill any monsters that emerged so as not to provoke the abyss. Kron was finally exhausted. After undoing his dragon transformation, he sat down on the ground with a thud, so weak he couldn't even lift his hands, and waves of tinnitus made him lose consciousness. Wenu and the others hurried over and found that Kron had completely exhausted himself, leaving them no choice but to use hypnosis to let him rest. I'll take care of him. Leave him to me. Host obtained luck point *1 critical hit triggered, all elements +1. 2 days later, Kron woke up and still felt very weak. He found himself in a tent, with many injured people around him, clearly still near the battlefield. As Kron was thinking, he walked out of the tent and immediately saw the abyss in the distance, still raging wildly. At that moment, Wenu suddenly appeared. When did you wake up? Kron turned back. Just now. Is the abyss still raging? Wenu nodded. Yes, and it'll last another half-month. An ultra-large abyss isn't that easy to recover from. We can't leave either. When the ceiling starts, we'll still need to help. Kron asked in confusion. Help with what? Wenu explained. The Deputy Legion Commander alone can't hold down a large abyss. When the time comes, we'll use the Judgment Angel formation, and everyone will have to channel their magic power into the Deputy Legion Commander to suppress the abyss. Kron was a little excited. After all, the Judgment Angel was the strongest formation, but Wenu then said, "You new recruits haven't trained for it. When the time comes, you'll just keep watch outside." Kron wasn't surprised. Using rookies at a critical moment would indeed be nonsense. He mainly just wanted to broaden his horizons. In any case, these half a month could be used both for recovery and for doing other things. Next, Kron rested for another 2 days and even used some holy spring water, quickly returning to peak condition. Over the following 5 days, he steadily stabilized the elemental core cannon, and his attributes also improved slightly as he recovered. This made Kron think, since he would often hunt demonic beasts in the future, was there a way to grow stronger while fighting and killing? Although it sounded a bit like some sinister technique, Kron didn't care. He only wanted to become stronger. After thinking for a long time without any ideas, it wasn't until he was preparing to upgrade Thunder Fong that he suddenly came up with a plan. Simply make a move on the weapon itself. Kron began collecting large quantities of demonic beast corpses, preparing to use them when forging Thunder Fong. His plan was to forge Thunder Fong into a demon sword that could absorb flesh and blood or souls. But before that, Thunder Fong's quality still needed to be improved. He spent 2 days fusing all the Thunderfire stones into Thunder Fong, and after repeated refinement, Thunder Fong had become a glorious grade weapon refined 9 times. Count the perfect gem as well, and it was a legendary grade piece of equipment refined 10 times. The bonus from the perfect gem was just that outrageous. It wasn't until the 17th day that the abyss finally stabilized. Everyone had recovered more or less, and Kron and the other rookies watched from afar, eager to see the legendary Judgment Angel. At this moment, hundreds of veterans had already formed their array. The pattern was complex, and the positions were exquisite, but Clan still couldn't make sense of it for the time being. Ashong, standing beside him, said, "To take part in the Judgment Angel formation, you have to be highly skilled in array formations. Ordinary recruits only start learning after half a year." Clan glanced at his own array formation talent. It wasn't high. His points were only 3. Fine. This time he wasn't going to force himself to join the Judgment Angel. At that moment, Picro had already flown directly above the formation, still wearing a grave expression. The crowd below slowly rose into the air, following behind Picro, forming a massive. From a distance, Picro looked as if he had grown golden wings. Ashong explained to Clan, "There are too few people right now, so we can only use the twin wing form. 500 people can open 4 wings, and only 1,000 can have 6 wings." After hearing this, Clan nodded, understanding. Once the formation took shape, Picro's aura surged dramatically. Just looking at him made Clan feel suppressed and frightened, and he was shocked. It had been a long time since anyone had been able to frighten him, and this time he was completely stunned by the power of the Judgment Angel. Golden light spread from Picro, as if an angel had descended and holy light were shining upon the earth. Clan understood then that military formation techniques were far too powerful. No individual could possibly win on their own. The thought of not wanting to learn the Judgment Angel formation vanished instantly. He also realized that even if he became stronger in the future, it would still be very difficult to suppress something like this military formation skill. No matter how fast his attributes grew naturally, without a military formation technique, it would be useless. The Judgment Angel descended, and a 100-meter-tall golden twin-winged angel enveloped them. Picro carefully repaired the supersized abyss, because the energy fluctuations here were too strong. One mistake could cause it to go berserk again, so this repair was destined to take a lot of time. Clan watched for a while before leaving. He simply couldn't understand any of this, and he had never studied it. The more he looked, the more annoyed he became. He continued his guard duty. The repair took a full week to complete, and nothing unexpected happened in the meantime. Not even a single magical beast came near. After all, the Judgment Angel's aura was terrifying, and no magical beast would dare approach after seeing it from afar. Back at the garrison, Clan was given a week of rest. After the vacation would come the monthly exam. He looked at his attributes and felt that this time his results should be pretty good, but he wanted to upgrade his Thunderfong first. Even without a perfect gem, a weapon could still be advanced. Clan refined magical beast blood to remove impurities. Then after returning home, set up a blood pool in the basement to let Thunder Fong absorb magic power. The scene was sinister. Once Thunder Fong emerged, it would surely be a demonic weapon, but Clan only cared whether the weapon was useful. After handling Thunder Fong, he spent the remaining days making himself a glorious grade piece of equipment and training furiously to increase his strength. Soon it was the day before the monthly exam. Today he planned to learn some basic magic. Although it wouldn't be very useful in battle, it might have miraculous effects in the wild. For efficiency, he hired a teacher, a young man named Usik. When Usik saw Clan choose his course, he didn't believe it and hurried over to confirm. "Lord Clan, are you really choosing my class?" "Yes, Master Usik. Whatever magic you want to learn, just say it. I'll teach you with all my strength." Basic magic is enough. Usik froze, thinking he must have heard wrong. Clan didn't keep him in suspense and continued directly. Clan explained that he had some talent for magic, though not much, and only wanted to learn a bit of basic magic for use in the wild. He didn't plan to make it his main means of attack. Usik first froze, then nodded. He knew that in the wild, magic was indeed often needed. For example, using water magic to draw water, or earth magic to create puppets for guard duty. Quite a few important figures learned some basic magic, and Clan had now reached that stage too. Usik asked Clan how far he had studied and what books he had read. Clan said he had read Basic Mana Invocation and the Complete Guide to Basic Magic, but had never actually practiced. Usyk let out a breath of relief, feeling that Clan at least knew some basic knowledge, which would make teaching easier. So he asked which type of magic to learn first. Clan told him to teach fire magic first, saying that his talent was high in fire, lightning, and water. Usyk agreed and immediately began teaching. He first explained the difference between magic and battle aura. Magic required more precise control of mana, and the more complex the magic circle, the stronger the magic. Kellen had already learned these basic principles before, now he was only reviewing them. Wusuo began to demonstrate slowly, gathering magic power. After drawing the magic circle, a water ball appeared. Clan watched the demonstration and nodded, following along. He had thought he would fail the first time, but the water ball quickly took shape in his hand. Ulsu was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. Clan was an expert in battle chi, so it was only natural that he already had decent control over magic power and could learn basic magic quickly. Also had him try a few more times. Clan succeeded several times in a row, and the water ball kept getting bigger and more stable. The water ball he made the third time was almost as good as Ulsu's. Ulsu was shocked inside and felt that even if Clan said his talent was only average, it was at least above average, and might even count as outstanding. Under Ulsu's guidance, Clan quickly mastered the basic magic of various attributes. After only 3 hours, Ulsu wanted to test Clan's talent more deeply. In fact, Clan was able to improve so quickly not only because he had some talent himself, but also because his mental power was very strong. He could concentrate intensely while learning, so his progress was extremely fast. Ulsu demonstrated the first-tier spell Water Bullet, and Clan could reproduce it after watching once, though his speed was still a bit slow and he was not yet skilled enough. Over the next day, Clan learned all the basic and first-tier spells. As long as he watched once, he could basically do them. For a few of the more difficult second-tier spells, it would only take him 2 or 3 tries at most. Only when it came to third-tier spells did Clan run into some difficulty. The first third-tier spell Clan learned was Thunderbird, but it took him 15 attempts to succeed. He sighed, feeling that his talent was only average, because even with over 1,000 points of mental power, practicing a third-tier spell was still very difficult. After all, he was already at the peak of 6th tier now. Although he was very dissatisfied with himself, Ulsu was extremely shocked when he saw this, because Ulsu had needed over 1,000 attempts back then just to barely get started. In Ulsu's eyes, this speed was already outrageous. After a day of magic training ended and Clan had just returned, the people from the Judgment Legion came to visit. Mirio went to open the door and found it was Sophia, and she was wearing the Judgment Legion's uniform. Sophia explained that she had come to deliver Clan's mission rewards. Miria said Clan was taking a bath and invited her in to wait. Sophia went into the living room and sat down. She hadn't been idle during this time either. Not only had she become stronger, she had also become a receptionist for the Judgment Legion. Although she was only an outside member, being associated with the Judgment Legion was no small matter. Soon, Clan came out and asked Sophia what she needed. Sophia was stunned. This was the first time she had seen Clan so relaxed. He looked very approachable, and after his charm had increased, he was even more outstanding than before, leaving her a little dazed. Clan greeted Sophia. She came back to her senses and said that she had been working hard at cultivation recently, and after passing the assessment, she had become an outside member of the Judgment Legion. This time, she had come to bring Clan his new battle armor and points, and to take back the old battle armor. Clan nodded and told her to take out the new battle armor. Sophia took it out. Overall, it was similar to the previous one, but its quality had improved, and it was now able to unleash the power of a glorious rank piece of equipment. Clan confirmed there was no problem and returned the old battle armor to her. Sophia was about to say a few more words, but remembering that tomorrow was the monthly exam, she took her leave. She was now paying close attention to proper boundaries and didn't want to disturb him just because she missed Clan. Clan could tell from Sophia's expression what she was thinking, and he felt a little moved as well. Clan had always wondered whether this girl had fallen for him. He had noticed it long ago, but only today did he truly confirm it. But he wasn't very interested in matters of the heart. As long as the other person was suitable, that was enough. He completely couldn't understand why some people could love so deeply that they would live and die for it. After thinking about it, he didn't dwell on it too much and turned back to continue soaking in the bath, since he couldn't waste his relaxation time. While bathing, he checked his attributes. Strength, 1156, Agility, 1118, Constitution, 1204, Spirit, 1111, Total Attribute Talent, 78 points. His average improvement was very fast, after all. Once all his attributes broke through 1,000, the difficulty of improving them increased a lot. Even with S-rank talent, the speed of improvement had slowed down. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 strength attribute point. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke, and today he had to take the assessment again. Clan was also curious about where he ranked in the Judgment Legion. After arriving at headquarters, he saw some unfamiliar faces and guessed that last month's lowest-ranked members had already been eliminated. These were the new arrivals. He glanced at the Legion commander, Ilya, and felt a bit awkward. Once everyone had arrived, Ilya directly began the assessment. This was no longer Clan's first time entering the assessment grounds, and he was much more proficient than last time. After his spiritual attribute broke through 1,000, he gained a natural mental barrier, rendering the assessment's mental impact completely ineffective against him. He moved as easily as if he were outside. As he walked, Clan casually dealt with the magical beasts along the way. Soon, he caught up to his previous progress and encountered the first 7th-rank magical beast of this round. This time it was not a fire cloud leopard, but a wind demon wolf. But by now, Clan was no longer what he used to be. The wind demon wolf launched its attack, and Clan dodged with ease before thrusting his sword into the wolf's body. His newly forged Ghost Fong had the same appearance as Thunder Fong, only made from different materials. Since Thunder Fong was still being upgraded, he had temporarily switched to this one. Ghost Fong was made of dark attributed steel, and its blade was pitch black and ominous. After the sword entered the wolf's body, the barbs and corrosive effect made the wind demon wolf writhe in agony. It roared as it counterattacked. Clan exchanged a brief series of moves with the wolf, and relying on his own advantage, finished it off in just 2 strikes. Then he went on to kill several more 7th-rank magical beasts in succession. Next, Clan had to face 2 steel-armed furious apes at once, his new challenge. The hands of the steel-armed furious apes were nearly as hard as peak radiant-grade weapons. Ordinary weapons simply could not sever their arms. The 2 steel-armed furious apes, upon seeing Clan, immediately charged at him. Clan had no intention of meeting them head-on. He had the advantage of his weapon and planned to wear them down to death slowly. The first ape smashed a fist straight into the ground, and Clan retreated to dodge, leaving a huge crater in the earth. The second ape seized the moment at his landing point and threw another punch. Clan hadn't expected them to anticipate his moves, so he simply crossed his sword to block it. Ghost Fong bent under the impact, and Clan was also sent reeling back, a trench carved into the ground behind him. He realized that his strength was still inferior to these 2 furious apes, and that they could even coordinate with each other. Their attributes were not weak either. Clan frowned, feeling that he needed to increase his power. In an instant, Clan dragonized, and his strength surged. After a brief moment of shock, the 2 furious apes continued their assault, one suppressing him head-on, while the other predicted Clan's movements at any time. After dragonization, Clan felt his opponent's movements slow down, as if he had entered a flow state. He dodged with ease and slashed his sword down, leaving a wound directly on the furious ape. The ape screamed in pain. This kind of magical beast was extremely afraid of pain. The other ape kept attacking. Although Clan could predict its movements, the space to maneuver was too small, and he was still grazed once. Sparks flew where his dragon scales and the ape's arms scraped against each other. Clan twisted his body and struck the ape's arm again with his sword, letting poison corrode the wound. The furious ape was stunned, but Clan had already begun taking the initiative. The 2 furious apes were enormous, but their speed had already slowed down for Clan. He stabbed their ankle, abdomen, and chest in succession with 3 strikes. Although the furious apes were injured, they only became even angrier. Under normal circumstances, Clan could have chosen to fight while retreating, slowly wearing them down. But he chose to go straight at them instead, his attacks growing increasingly frenzied, completely ignoring defense. He looked like a beast. He had already lost his reason in battle, and this state came from the savage emotions awakened after the last Nest mission. Even with Clan in such a frenzied state, the final result was still. Clan won overwhelmingly. By the time the 2 steel-armed furious apes were killed by him, there was almost no intact flesh left on their bodies. In comparison, Clan had the judgment armor and dragon scales protecting him, and his physique was strong as well. He only expended some mana and was barely injured. He did not stop and continued forward. The mental attacks grew stronger and stronger, and he was almost unable to hold on. Under the pressure, Clan killed 3 more groups of magical beasts in succession, but his mana consumption was massive, and he was also injured. Even more despairing, 5 7th-rank magical beasts then appeared. Ordinary people would have collapsed long ago, but Clan fought desperately for an hour and killed all 5, only to leave himself critically wounded and with a broken leg. The assessment was not over yet. The real pressure had only just begun. In less than a minute, 6 more 7th-rank ghost wolves appeared. In the end, Kron fought desperately and killed 2 of them, heavily injured 1, and wounded the remaining 3 as well, until he finally exhausted himself to death in the simulation. He opened his eyes and found that quite a few others had also woken up, there were already over 100 people. Most of them were looking at him. Ever since the last assessment, Kron had been the focus of everyone's attention. This time, he lasted the longest, drawing even more attention. Soon, the results came out, and Ilya stared intently at Kron's overall evaluation. Overall evaluation. B. Rank. 877. In just 1 month, Kron had risen to be dash, improving by over 100 places. In the Judgment Legion, a place packed with geniuses, that was a class of its own. Ilya's mood was complicated. When she first joined, her Titan bloodline ranking had been higher than Kron's, but now Kron was improving faster. Even with Black Dragon Essence blood, no one could replicate that kind of speed. She began to wonder how far Kron would go in the future and when he would catch up to her. As more people woke up, Kron's ranking kept rising, eventually stopping at 864th place. Everyone felt that a rising star had appeared. The assessment ended, and Ilya praised everyone, especially Kron, who had risen to the 800s in just 3 months. She decided to directly issue a resource reward and not bother with anything superficial. Kron received a choice of one or capable of forging a legendary grade piece of equipment, and the Legion would also help him find an extraordinary flame ranked in the top 50 that suited him. The reward was extremely generous, though it was not unusual within the Judgment Legion. In the end, Kron chose the Soul-Devouring Stone, preparing for Thunderfang's upgrade. Right now, Thunderfang was still in demon blood, and it would not be long before it evolved into the blood-drinking demonic sword. With the Soul-Devouring Stone added, Thunderfang would gain a soul-devouring effect and be able to absorb the souls of enemies. Kron chose the Soul-Devouring Stone, which surprised Ilya a little. You're not choosing in or with lightning or fire attributes. Kron said that Thunderfang had its own arrangements for the future. Ilya wanted to remind him that being too dark might affect his chances of inheriting that position in the future, but Kron didn't care. He felt that as long as he was strong enough, these empty titles weren't important. I have my own plans. Seeing that he was firm in his attitude, Ilya didn't try to persuade him further. The Soul-Devouring Stone will arrive tomorrow. That girl at your place who likes you will deliver it to you. Sophia, you know she likes you? Yeah, I can feel it. What do you think of her? That's all right, as long as it's suitable. A thought stirred in Ilya's heart. She was actually quite suitable too, just a bit older than Kron. As time went on, age wouldn't be an issue anyway. Yet she joked out loud, how heartless. Then what about Tabitha? Tabitha is too young. She's only a year younger, right? Why are you so concerned about me? Could it be that you're interested in me too? Ilya actually wanted to say she liked him, but she still couldn't bring herself to say it. She felt that Kron was very different. He had suffered, yet still retained kindness. He revered life, yet at times he was also cold. That was his charm. Without chatting any longer, Kron went back to cultivation. News of Kron's rise in the rankings reached the Pope's ears. This child is improving very quickly. Joining the Inquisition Legion was the right choice, the Pope said. The shadow echoed. Lord Kron is truly working very hard, as if he's always being chased by something. In fact, there really was a bug king lying dormant within Kron's body. As long as Kron slackened, he could be devoured by the bug king at any time. But at his current rate of progress, the bug king had no hope. It could only become nourishment for Kron. The Pope said, let him also take part in the Academy Genius Youth Competition. The shadow was stunned. This competition was held once every 2 years, and only those under 20 could participate. It was a stage for young people to display their talent. All participants could receive rewards, a benefit the Academy gave to geniuses. Shadow, what do you think about letting Kron participate? Of course it's good. He's already unmatched. I think so too. However, other countries may also have monsters, so it would still be good to let Kron go out and broaden his horizons. You're right. I'll have Sophia inform Kron. At this time, after returning home, Kron began studying the Devouring Soul Stone. The Devouring Soul Stone was blood-red in appearance and looked fragile, but in reality, it was extremely hard and very difficult to process. Kron planned to wait until he obtained a second extraordinary flame before smelting it. Just as Kron was thinking about his next move, people from the Inquisition Legion arrived. Master, Sophia is here. She's waiting for you in the living room. Kron was taken aback. Why was Sophia here again? He had just returned from the Inquisition Legion headquarters, so this was probably not about the Legion. It was likely that the Pope had something to say. Kron went to the living room. Sophia, are you here to see me for something? It's about the church, right? Sophia was stunned. She had thought she'd hidden it very well, but she hadn't expected Kron to see through it immediately. The church wants you to participate in the Academy Genius Youth Competition 3 months from now. Are you interested? What kind of competition is it? Various factions recommend geniuses under 20 to participate. The number of slots depends on the faction's size. For example, the church has 100 slots. Once you advance through the preliminary rounds, there will be generous rewards. Kron understood that this was arranged by the Pope, so he didn't refuse. Okay, I'll participate. Sophia was a little stunned by Klein's calm demeanor. Looking back on the past, Klein had always complied with her arrangements without question. She had thought he liked her, but now she understood that Klein had probably known all along that she was sent by the Pope, so he had always remained very calm. Thinking that from the very beginning she had approached Klein with a purpose, Sophia suddenly felt embarrassed and a little scared. If the truth came out, the two of them might become complete strangers. She fell into conflict for a moment and, in the end, said nothing. Anything else? No, I'm leaving now. Wait. Klein stopped her and handed her a silver bracelet. A spatial bracelet with 5 cubic meters of space, and it can also replenish magic power. It suits you very well. Sophia could hardly believe it for a moment. Is this really for me? Don't like it. Why are you suddenly giving me this? You've helped me a lot lately, so I prepared a little gift. Do you like it? I do. Sophia nodded quickly. After Klein handed her the bracelet, her mood instantly improved, and she treasured it endlessly. Seeing her so happy, Klein's mood improved too. After Sophia left, Klein also prepared gifts for Quinn, Miria, Ilya, and even the Pope. Although the gifts were not expensive, they represented his feelings. The gift he gave the Pope was a promise. Once he became the Holy Son, he would come to understand the responsibilities of this position. The same was true for Ilya. Klein also met with Kono, Cora, Quinn, and the others one by one, giving out all the gifts in a single day. The one who reacted the most was Quinn. Klein gave him a glorious rank longsword, and the usually calm Quinn froze for 2 seconds. In fact, Klein hadn't looked for him in a long time, and Quinn had thought their fate had come to an end, even to the point that he no longer dared to ask for demonic beast meat. At this time, Klein asked, I heard you haven't come to pick up demonic beast meat for a long time. What's going on? Quinn said awkwardly. Nothing. I'm just tired of eating it. Klein exposed him on purpose. Who would get tired of demonic beast meat? Don't tell me you're trying to cut ties with me. Hearing this, Quinn felt ashamed, and Klein also understood what he was thinking. Klein said seriously, You've helped me all this time, and now I want to repay you, but you won't even give me the chance. That's too selfish. From now on, Paji can keep coming to get the meat. Our relationship isn't so easy to sever. After hearing this, Quinn's eyes turned red.